The Chronicles of Dragon Seeking. Synopsis: the Master Tomb Raider, Shao Qingshui, devoted his life to the pursuit of 2 pieces of human skin maps. His final words before passing away sent his descendants down an irreversible path. Little did anyone anticipate the absurd and bizarre tales that would unfold, stories that defy imagination and astonish the senses. A forewarning is in order. When falsehoods seem true, remember well. The faint-hearted should refrain from indulging their curiosity. Chapter 1. Preface. In this world, numerous professions abound, each governed by its own set of unwritten rules. In the realm of tomb raiding, individuals have existed since ancient times. If one were to inquire about the origin of such practices, the answer remains elusive. It is said that archaeologists, as early as the Shang and Zhou dynasties, unearthed tools utilized by tomb raiders. Yet, most tomb robbers engaged in petty endeavors. Few would risk their lives in such perilous undertakings unless driven by desperation. Those who genuinely subsisted on tomb raiding belonged to ancestral lineages, and eventually, only the well-known 4 major factions remained recognized in various circles. Among the official tomb raiders are the Mo Jin Shaowei and Fa Qiu Zhonglongjiang. Among the private tomb raiders are the Xiaoling Li Shi and Banshan Daoren. These 4 factions are regarded as the preeminent experts in tomb raiding throughout history. Each faction boasts unique techniques, with the saying, Fa Qiu has seals, Mo Jin has charms, Banshan possesses skills, and Xiaoling wields armor. Firstly, let us discuss the esteemed lineage known as the Fakyu sect. It is said that this sect possesses a bronze seal inscribed with the auspicious phrase, Heavenly Officials Bestow blessings free of taboos. This seal is of great significance, as the materials used to forge it must be placed at a location of exceptional feng shui, characterized by the utmost yang energy. For a period of 49 days, the materials must endure the scorching sun to absorb this vital energy. Should even a single day within these 49 be overcast, the seal is rendered ineffective. Moreover, the quality of the seal is intrinsically linked to the chosen site. The Magan Shaowei lineage is renowned for its Magan talisman, crafted through a secret method involving pangolin bones adorned with golden threads. This talisman has been meticulously passed down through generations of Magan Shaowei. It is believed that the older the talisman, the more potent its protective properties against malevolent forces, making the heirlooms of this lineage particularly treasured. In contrast, the private thieves do not adhere to such stringent practices. The Shan Daoist sect, for instance, does not genuinely engage in mountain moving. The term mountain moving is a moniker for their collective operations, which often involve large groups targeting significant tombs. Once a tomb is discovered, these individuals establish a fad of a Daoist temple at the site, masquerading as practitioners of the Dao by day, while by night they engage in their clandestine activities. The members of this sect are predominantly adept in the art of mechanisms, possessing the skills necessary to navigate the intricate traps of ancient tombs. The Unloading Ridge Warriors are said to have been founded by an extraordinary individual, a person endowed with immense strength, reputed to be capable of toppling mountains. Of course, this is somewhat of an exaggeration. While not all disciples possess such divine power, many are adept martial artists from the martial world, and they possess a secret technique for crafting armor known as the 7 Treasures Chainmail. This armor, made from the hides of 7 different animals, is virtually indestructible, and it is inscribed with the 6-character mantra of the Buddhist faith, providing protection even against the undead. Additionally, the sect is home to many skilled artisans who can discern the value of wood and gems. In summary, each of these sects has its unique strengths, and there are indeed many remarkable individuals among them. However, it must be noted that grave robbing is ultimately an act of unjust enrichment, a transgression against natural law, and as such, many of its secrets have been lost to time, scattered and forgotten. When it comes to the art of tomb raiding, I can only speak in generalities. The intricacies of this craft are numerous, and the dangers it entails are immense. Do not fault me for not warning you in advance. Those of a timid disposition should refrain from curiosity and the pursuit of deeper knowledge. Chapter 2. Wang Ermatzi. In 1976, after a decade of turmoil during the Cultural Revolution, the party finally guided the people into a new era of peace and stability. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in chaotic times. Yet few truly heroic figures arose, while a multitude of bandits did. Over the years, very few dared to continue the life of a robber. Wang Ermatsi, during his time among the outlaws, could be considered a second-rate figure. He once ruled over the Tiger Mountain, leading a band of a dozen brothers. In those days, he engaged in numerous acts of robbery and ambush that in this era of peace, the opportunity for plundering during chaotic times has vanished. Ultimately, one retreats into the remote mountains of the southern frontier, yearning to continue living as a local tyrant. That winter was exceptionally frigid, with the mountains blanketed in deep snow. Not a single traveler could be spotted, not even the wild beasts. The business of ambushing travelers had become untenable, and Wang Ermatsi observed as his subordinates grew increasingly famished while he himself struggled to satiate his hunger. He pondered that this was no viable solution, and it seemed that his days as a local despot had reached their conclusion. In desperation, he decided to disband his crew, retaining only a few trusted brothers. Wang Ermatsi and these few men were accustomed to a life of thievery. Expecting them to engage in honest labor for a living was simply inconceivable. Yet, they could not continue to starve. Wang Ermatsi contemplated what could yield quick profits. After much deliberation, he arrived at the grim notion of turning to the deceased. Perhaps they could resort to grave robbing. Such is the nature of humanity, as the saying goes. It is easier to change a nation than one's innate character, but a villain, in his scheming, often fails to conceive of virtuous enterprises. When Wang Ermatsi proposed this idea to his loyal brothers, they were all ruthless individuals having no fear of the living. They certainly held no dread of the dead. Thus, they resolved to undertake this venture. Coincidentally, with heavy snowfall blanketing the winter landscape and the mountains devoid of human presence, Wang Ermatsi led his subordinates in search of neglected burial grounds and secluded old graves. It is indeed noteworthy that Wang Ermatsi managed to unearth a few relatively recent graves, where he discovered some gold and silver jewelry. However, it did not yield a significant fortune. The group indulged in excessive revelry, squandering their gains in mere days. Having tasted the sweetness of their initial success, they felt a fierce determination to steal a large bounty, hoping to strike it rich. Yet the quest for such a treasure proved to be far from straightforward, as fate would have it. On this particular day, one of Wang Ermatsi's subordinates, son Ergu, wandered aimlessly into the mountains, seeking to procure some game for a delectable fia. Alas, his efforts bore no fruit until he fortuitously encountered a few seasoned hunters who frequented the hills for their pursuits. Observing them with several wild rabbits in hand, he decided to follow, hoping to glean some benefit from their expertise. Among the hunters was an elder known as Old Lu, who, having often crossed paths with Ergu during his own hunting excursions, graciously permitted him to accompany their group. Old Lu imparted his wisdom to son Ergu, saying, "The snowfall is heavy typically. Animals will not venture out unless they are exceptionally hungry. Moreover, with the snow as thick as it is, the tracks of creatures are ephemeral. One moment they tread, and the next, their prints vanish. Following the tracks will likely yield no success." As he spoke, he guided Ergu deeper into the mountains. Indeed, it was not long before Wang Ermatsi, following the guidance of the seasoned hunters, succeeded in capturing several wild rabbits. The elder hunters, weary from their exertions, sought refuge from the biting wind. They gathered around a fire to warm themselves and, in the absence of pressing matters, engaged in casual conversation, puffing on their pipes as they chatted idly. As the conversation flowed, son Ergu heard a hunter inquire of Old Lu, "Old Lu, have you heard? In our village, Ergu's wife was washing clothes by the river when she stumbled upon many skulls washed ashore, which terrified her so much that she lay in bed for several days." Old Lu, tapping the head of his long, smoking pipe against a stone, exclaimed, "Oh, how could I not have heard? This tale has spread like wildfire. Not only are there skulls, but also numerous fragments of porcelain jars and pots." Upon seeing these, the villagers speculated that an ancient grave on the mountain must have collapsed, revealing treasures of great value. As the saying goes, the speaker may be careless, but the listener pays heed. Upon hearing this, son Ergu thought to himself that this was a rare opportunity, one that required no arduous search. He began to inquire further about the specifics from Old Lu. Upon arriving at the riverbank they spoke of, son Urgu spotted several shattered pottery shards that had been washed ashore and frozen in place. Wang Ermatsi broke the ice, picked up a piece of white porcelain, and examined it, noting a ring of azure floral patterns adorning its edge. Seeing this, son Urgu was filled with delight and said to Wang Ermatsi, "Brother, remember when we visited Boss Jean? His home was adorned with such white vessels and plates. He mentioned that these items are worth more than silver or gold bracelets. If we could procure a few of these, we would surely strike it rich." Wang Ermatsi chuckled heartily. "Indeed, it seems we have struck fortune, my friends. In my humble opinion, this could very well be the grand tomb of some ancient dynasty. If we manage to extract a few treasures from within, our lives will be free from the worries of sustenance for the rest of our days." Son Ergo, you have truly hit the jackpot this time. Son Ergo wore an expression of pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Ermatsi, seemingly unfazed, retrieved a box cannon from his pocket. "Ah, Mengzi, your courage appears to be rather lacking. Those unfortunate souls may have simply fallen prey to some wild beast lurking in these mountains. After all, there are plenty of bears and wild boars here. Such incidents are not without precedent. We are well armed, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, the others, though somewhat hesitant, felt a surge of confidence as they patted their waist-mounted cannons. Thus, they followed Wang Ermatsi, navigating upstream along the river. After approximately 3 hours of trekking, the group found themselves breathless and weary. Clad in heavy clothing and trudging through deep snow, each step demanded considerable effort, especially as they ascended the slope. Despite their commendable stamina, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Gazing at the looming, dark mountain before them, Wang Ermatsi leaned against a tree, plopped down in the snow, and gasped, "Ergo, where has the river disappeared to? Have we reached our destination? Go take a look." Ergo responded affirmatively and ventured towards the mountain along the river. "What in the world? Why has there been such an extraordinary snowfall this year? It is truly perplexing." Wang Ermatsi muttered that a few individuals sat upon the ground to rest for a moment, gathering several relatively dry, coarse tree trunks to fashion rudimentary torches, and proceeded along the river toward the fissure indicated by son Urgu. Wang Ermatsi descended to the base of the mountain and, indeed, beheld a substantial boulder that had collapsed, forming a vast chasm between the river and the towering mountain. While Wang Ermatsi sought the ancient tomb along the fissure at the mountain's base, unbeknownst to him, another had already ventured into this domain. Could it be that I have overthought this? Has the mechanism here long since decayed and become inoperative? He mused aloud, picking up a stone from the ground and inspecting it. Arriving at the stone door at the end of the tomb passage, he intended to examine it closely when, suddenly, he heard a crack beneath his feet. The tomb bricks gave way beneath him, and he inwardly exclaimed his dismay. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the ground, reverberating along the sides of the tomb walls as the bricks at the top of the passage began to rotate, revealing rows of noose black openings within. While he recognized that he had triggered a mechanism, he remained unfazed. Retreating beside the stone door, he utilized the flickering light of the candle to sweep his gaze around the surroundings. With a swift motion of his right hand, he launched the dragon claw, which latched onto the bricks of the tomb's ceiling. Drawing a deep breath, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, one foot pressing against the wall of the tomb, the other against the stone door, bracing himself against the corner. Grasping the dragon claw, he astonishingly adhered to the corner of the tomb's ceiling. This intricate series of movements appeared exceedingly complex, but was executed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, within the array of black holes, the sound of kakaka reverberated incessantly. In an instant, a barrage of ebony arrows shot forth, sweeping across the entire tomb passage. Had his previous movements been delayed by even half a moment, he would undoubtedly have been pierced by these crossbow bolts, resembling a hedgehog. He gently tapped the tomb's ceiling with his fingers, and upon striking one particular brick, it emitted a hollow sound. His expression shifted, and he abruptly elbowed the brick, causing it to shatter into fragments. Raising the flickering candlelight, he illuminated the interior and cautiously extracted a dagger to probe within, delicately retrieving a strand of black thread, which he scrutinized closely. Unable to suppress his astonishment, he muttered to himself, "Goodness, it turns out to be golden silkworm silk." And no wonder this mechanism has remained operational for so many years. Fortuitously, the ancient tomb was exposed due to the landslide, allowing me direct access to this underworld sage. Otherwise, the traps within this tomb would have posed a considerable challenge. Carefully pinching the black thread between his fingers, he pressed it against a nearby brick and, with his dagger, made several incisions along the thread until it was severed. He then leapt confidently into the depths below. Who is this individual, you may wonder? His name is Qing Shui, a disciple of the most renowned thief in Jiangnan, known as Whitebeard. As for Whitebeard's true name and origins, very few are privy to that knowledge. Meanwhile, Wang Ermatsi and his companions, having entered through the crevice at the mountain's base, carried torches as they wandered about, yet they could not locate the entrance. The sound of rushing water reverberated loudly, and the surrounding darkness enveloped everything beyond the faint glow of the torch. Visibility diminished significantly, causing several individuals to lose their sense of direction. Ergo glanced at the surface of the water and noticed something dark floating atop it. He raised the torch and approached, discovering it to be a shattered piece of black wood. An idea sparked in his mind, and he turned to Wang Ermatsi, saying, "Brother, these splintered boards must have washed out from that tomb, that if we follow this waterway upstream, we might just uncover the ancient grave." Upon hearing this, Wang Ermatsi found it plausible, and thus the group proceeded along the waterway. They had not walked far when they encountered the base of a massive stone, which bore a fissure from which fragments of wood and rock intermittently tumbled into the water. Wang Ermatsi, upon observing this, thought it must be the place, and promptly instructed go to investigate the condition within the crevice. The fissure was just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Go approached the crack, braced himself against its edge, and extended the torch inside, allowing his head to follow suit. As he turned his head to the right, he perceived a relatively spacious interior. However, the dim torchlight provided little clarity, obscuring any discernible details. He then turned to the left and was suddenly confronted by the stark sight of a bleached skull, its two hollow black eye sockets fixated on him. Even the audacious Sun Ergu was startled, letting out a shrill cry of awe. As he instinctively leaned backward, beads of cold sweat suddenly emerging on his forehead. Had it not been for the swift intervention of Mengzi, who promptly grasped Ergu, he would have plunged headlong into the water. Ergu sat down abruptly on the ground, momentarily dazed. Wang Ermatsi hurried over, observing Ergu's perplexed state, and with a hint of astonishment, inquired, "Ergu, what happened? What is inside that has frightened you so?"
Chapter 3. Opening the coffin. As for Sun Ergo, he was not truly frightened. After all, he had encountered several small graves and seen numerous corpses before. Moreover, those individuals had blood on their hands, having taken lives in the past. It was merely the lack of mental preparation that startled him, catching him off guard. After a brief moment of daze, Sun Ergo finally regained his composure. Shaking his head and swallowing hard, he reassured himself, "It's nothing. Just now, when I peeked inside, I unexpectedly came across a skull, which nearly terrified me to death." Wang Ermatsi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Damn it, what did I expect? A mere skull can scare you so much? When did you become such a coward, Ergo?" As he spoke, Wang Ermatsi took the torch from Ergo and shone it inside, only to exclaim, "Damn it, who left this skull here as a guard? This is truly bad luck." With that, he reached out and removed the skull, peering into its hollow assassin. Upon hearing this, Wang Ermatsi, accompanied by Changzi and Erguzi, squeezed into the chamber. As Wang Ermatsi entered, he discerned that this place was likely an ancient tomb nestled within the mountain. The recent landslide had fortuitously exposed this burial chamber, and the items within had tumbled to one corner due to the chamber's incline, causing various objects to continuously slip through the crevice and into the river below. Erguzi, brandishing a torch, remarked to Wang Ermatsi, "Brother, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Why are there only skeletons here with no coffins or anything?" In response to Erguzi's words, Wang Ermatsi illuminated the surroundings with his torch, revealing a disarray of skeletal remains strewn about the chamber. Despite his formidable courage, the sight of so many stark white bones in the murky depths sent a shiver down his spine. Matsi, feeling a tinge of fear, added, "I've heard that in ancient times, some noble tombs included living sacrifices. I wonder if these remains belonged to those who were interred alongside the deceased. Wang Ermatzi, pulling out his box cannon to bolster their spirits, declared, "Since this is the grand tomb of a noble, there must be treasures within. By my grandmother, today is our chance to strike it rich, brothers. Let South scour this place thoroughly, and we shall spend the rest of our lives in luxury." In an effort to embolden the group, Wang Ermatzi spoke of the potential rewards. As the saying goes, men die for wealth and birds perish for food. The mere thought of the impending fortune ignited a spark of greed within them, causing them to disregard the presence of the skeletons altogether. Wang Ermatzi continued, "Brothers, look around and search thoroughly. Bring me anything that appears valuable. Leave nothing behind." Indeed, Mangzi was correct. This tomb chamber was essentially a burial chamber. However, these individuals had likely only excavated a few minor graves. They had encountered large tombs with single rooms and air conditioning, yet they mistakenly believed this was the only chamber present. Wang Ermatzi scanned the surroundings and noticed in the corner several relatively intact jars and urns. Unsure of their value, he instructed Ergu to remove his coat and wrap up the more complete pottery found in the corner. After surveying the area once more and discovering nothing else intact, he ceased his efforts. Nevertheless, he found it peculiar. Logically, an ancient tomb would not contain so many deceased. Although he was unfamiliar with what a true grand tomb looked like, there should certainly be coffins present. Just as he pondered this, Ergu called out, "Brother, it seems there is a door here." While tidying up the pottery, Ergu had noticed two skeletons collapsed nearby. He inadvertently kicked one aside, revealing a burial passage behind the skeletal remains. The entrance to the passage had partially collapsed and was fortuitously obstructed by the skeletons, which had prevented them from noticing it earlier. Upon hearing the news, several individuals raised their torches high. Under the flickering light, they discerned two skeletal remains, with a few large stones collapsed behind them. Beyond the stones lay a dark, shadowy passage. Hastily, they began to clear the rubble, and indeed, a pitch-black tomb corridor, over 2 meters wide, revealed itself. The group exchanged glances, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Mencius, gazing into the murky depths of the tomb passage, hesitantly inquired, "Elder brother, perhaps we should refrain from entering. We have already acquired quite a bit." Wang Ermatzi, exasperated, smacked Xiangzi on the head, rebuking him, "What are you afraid of? When you were pursuing that woman, you were brimming with bravado. Spare us the nonsense. If there are no coffins here, the sarcophagus must surely lie within. The treasures contained therein could sustain us for several lifetimes." With that, he forcefully propelled Xiangzi forward into the darkness. Meanwhile, Shao Qingshui, having deciphered the mechanisms of the formidable crossbow, approached the stone door. Employing various techniques, he successfully unlocked the door's mechanism and finally entered the Hall of the Dead. Inside, the chamber was adorned with the furniture once used by the tomb's master, alongside an array of exquisite porcelain, unmistakably of considerable value. However, Shao Qingshui paid no heed to the funerary artifacts. Instead, he made his way directly to the rear of the chamber, the final resting place of the tomb's master. The walls of the burial chamber were embellished with intricate, colorful murals, and in each corner stood a stone sculpture of a monkey, serving as eternal lamps. At the rear of the chamber rested an enormous, grayish-blue stone sarcophagus. Shao Qingshui surveyed the stone sarcophagus before him and proceeded directly to its front, placing a candle on one side of the sarcophagus floor. With practiced ease, he retrieved his excavation tools from his bag, a black crowbar, a hammer, and a graphite line, and cautiously extracted some explosives, setting them aside. He mused to himself, having anticipated the necessity of the explosives, yet the ancient tomb had already collapsed, sparing him considerable effort. He measured the dimensions of the sarcophagus with the graphite line, a length of 10 feet and a width of 5 feet. This graphite line was significant, for it not only served to gauge the size of the sarcophagus, suggesting the potential existence of multiple coffins, but the line had also been steeped in black dog's blood, providing a protective talisman against malevolent spirits. Shao Qingshui remarked, "To excavate a mountain for a tomb, with water flowing beneath it, is indeed peculiar if it does not adhere to the principles of feng shui or the rituals of burial rites. It is said that unusual occurrences often conceal malevolent forces. Thus, I must exercise caution. After a thorough reassessment of the burial chamber, he found no further anomalies and resolved to proceed. He approached the side of the sarcophagus, inhaled deeply, and with both palms, he forcefully thrust against the sarcophagus lid. Years of martial training had endowed him with considerable strength, and he succeeded in creating a narrow gap in the stone cover. Then, he inserted the black crowbar into the opening and forcefully pried backward. The sarcophagus creaked ominously as it yielded slightly, releasing a foul stench that compelled him to retreat hastily. Xiao Qingshui furrowed his brows, sensing the heavy aura of death even before the inner coffin had been opened. It became evident that this place was indeed a sinister, absorbing pit, where the corpse's malevolent energy lingered, indicative of an impending transformation. He retrieved a black corpse-repelling pill from his pack and swallowed it. Then, placing both hands against the pried-open stone coffin lid, he exerted a forceful push to one side. With a resounding crash, the stone lid toppled to the ground, revealing a slightly smaller, dark brown wooden coffin within. Bending down, he grasped the pry bar firmly, spreading his legs apart, and pressed down with all his might. The coffin lid was forcefully lifted, and before the dark wooden lid could fall back, he swiftly discarded the pry bar, catching the lid with both hands, letting out a muffled grunt as he heaved it upwards. The wooden lid, weighing at least 100 pounds, was flung aside, releasing a visibly thick black gas that surged forth. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Despite his agility, the exertion of these actions had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Once the black mist had dissipated sufficiently, he gradually stood up, raising a candle to inspect the corpse within the coffin. Upon gazing at the body, his expression shifted dramatically. Typically, a corpse sealed within a coffin, if well preserved, would show signs of decay. However, the body before him, while slightly darkened, exhibited surprisingly minimal signs of decomposition. Given the damp conditions, it was astonishing how well preserved the corpse remained. Xiao Qingshui examined the dark blue-black corpse with meticulous attention. It appeared to belong to an elderly individual, with a wrinkled forehead and disheveled white hair cascading on either side. However, what unsettled Xiao was the sight of the corpse's right hand, stiff and seemingly pushing against the coffin's side, as if preparing to rise and sit up. Could it be that my earlier forceful opening of the coffin had distorted the body within? A sense of unease gripped him, as he felt something was amiss. Hastily, he retrieved a palm-sized bronze seal from his pocket, its base adorned with the intricate inscription Tian Guan Ci Fu by Wu Jinji. Although the seal bore signs of age, it remained a treasured heirloom, passed down from his ancestors, an essential artifact for the art of tomb raiding. As he lowered his gaze back to the corpse, a chill ran down his spine. The old man's hand had inexplicably settled flat upon his abdomen, the elongated nails shimmering with an eerie glow in the flickering candlelight. Had I misremembered? No, this body has indeed undergone a transformation. Could there be something else lurking within this tomb? He surveyed the oppressive darkness surrounding him, illuminated only by the yellowed candle in his grasp, its flame flickering erratically. A bead of sweat emerged on his back, and without further hesitation, he pressed the bronze seal against the ancient corpse's forehead. After a moment of waiting, as the body showed no signs of change, he finally exhaled in relief. He began to reach out and explore the corpse, feeling around and discovering only a few jade rings and pearls as burial goods, without finding what he sought. How could this be? A sense of doubt crept into his mind. He cautiously lifted the corpse slightly and searched beneath it, yet found nothing of significance. Just as he was beginning to feel perplexed, he noticed something unusual about the coffin lid at the back of the corpse's head. It appeared to be thicker in the middle than on either side. Having opened countless coffins before, he recognized the subtle anomaly at a glance. He tentatively tapped on it, and a dull, hollow sound echoed in response. He silently rejoiced, realizing there was indeed a hidden compartment inside. With great excitement, he began to probe with his fingers, feeling a narrow seam. As he prepared to pry open the compartment, a sudden clattering noise interrupted him. He lowered his head to listen intently and discerned the sound of several hurried footsteps approaching from the tomb passage. His expression changed dramatically, and he hastily repositioned the corpse, crouching down to conceal himself behind the sarcophagus. At that moment, a hushed voice emerged. "Brother, I told you I heard something up ahead, but you didn't believe me. Look, there's light ahead." Another voice grumbled. "This is truly bizarre. Could it be haunted?" These individuals were none other than Wang Ermatzi and his companions, who had been advancing along the tomb passage. Halfway through, Ergo had heard the strange sounds emanating from the front of the passage, prompting them to follow the noise. As several individuals gazed upon the flickering candles within the tomb, it became apparent that this was not a haunting, but rather a certainty that someone was present inside. They quickly crouched beside the stone door, with Ergo whispering, "What should we do, brother?" Wang Ermatzi's expression darkened as he discreetly retrieved a box cannon from his waist. Murmuring, "I sense that this tomb holds significant treasures. The contents of the coffin must be valuable. Let us first ascertain how many are inside. If there are not too many, hehe." With a chilling smile, Wang Ermatzi made a gesture across his throat. Ergo and the others understood his intent and promptly drew their firearms. Chapter 4. The fierce battle. At this moment, Xiao Qingshui crouched behind the coffin, cursing his ill fortune. He realized that others had fortuitously arrived, yet remaining in this stalemate was not a viable option, as he was unaware of the intentions of those across from him. With a clever glint in his eye, he called out loudly, "Is this mountain truly a mountain? And this water truly water? I am from the Golden Daudu Mountain, descending into the waters of the deceased. My ancestors feasted on the military's provisions. I dare inquire, brave souls ahead, which mountain do you traverse and which water do you cross? On what sustenance do your forebears thrive? In ancient times, those who engaged in treasure hunting adhered to a certain code of conduct. After all, encountering fellow practitioners was bound to happen. One must consider how to handle such a situation, as they were all in pursuit of ill-gotten gains. According to the tenets of their trade, if a negotiation could be made, conflict should be avoided, and if conflict arose, it should not lead to fatality. Unless there exists a considerable disparity in strength between the two parties, and the opponent is resolutely determined to eliminate you, it is generally uncommon for a direct confrontation to occur. They have their own coded language. For instance, when Xiao Qingshui mentioned that he had come to the tomb to seek treasures, claiming to be a disciple of the Fakyu sect, he inquired whether they too were treasure seekers, and if so, which lineage they hailed from. Typically, those in the same profession would comprehend the implication, realizing that fellow practitioners had already arrived, and according to established customs, they ought to withdraw, as the riches of the deceased should not be seized. Unless one genuinely desires to partake in the spoils, there must be a formal introduction. If one is known on the path and carries a reputable name, or if one is a senior figure, a certain level of respect may be accorded, allowing for negotiation. However, even under such circumstances, the individual who descended first must be permitted to select a funerary item, as these unwritten rules govern the interactions among treasure seekers. Anyone of renown in this field is well aware of these conventions. Otherwise, should word spread, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Seeing no response from the opposite side, Xiao Qingshui presumed he had encountered a formidable opponent who also sought a share of the treasures. Such individuals, driven by the allure of a specific artifact, are often reluctant to retreat easily. He continued, stating, "Although I entered the forest first, the multitude of birds within it has dispersed. I am not interested in anything except for the golden phoenix. What path do you traverse? If we are aligned, feel free to capture any birds, for we are all blind men groping in the dark. Let us avoid taboos." However, Wang Ermatzi could not comprehend these nuances. He listened intently for quite a while, only to discover that there was but one voice within. He mused to himself that it was likely he was the only one present. Thus, with a surge of murderous intent, he hesitated no longer. He cautiously peered out, raising his firearm and taking aim, planning to eliminate the individual as soon as they revealed themselves. Their previous dealings had involved robbery, where disagreements often culminated in murder and plunder, an all too common occurrence. He removed the satchel slung across his shoulder and propped it up with a crowbar, gradually lifting it to expose a corner of the coffin. Just as the satchel was raised, a gunshot rang out, a bullet piercing through the bag. Upon realizing that the adversary was armed, Xiao Qingshui swiftly inhaled deeply and extinguished the candle, plunging the tomb into impenetrable darkness. He carefully retrieved a fire stick from his pocket, igniting it softly while shielding the flame with his hand, listening intently to the sounds beyond. Wang Ermatzi turned to Mengzi, giving him a knowing glance that indicated he should enter first. Mengzi nodded, crouching low as he felt his way along the tomb wall, slowly making his entrance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingshui, with his eyes shut tight, crouched behind the coffin, silently counting the footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, he flung the fire stick to the side, watching it arc through the air. Mengzi, upon catching a glimpse of the flickering light, instinctively rose and aimed his gun towards the illumination. Several gunshots echoed in response. At that moment, Xiao Qingshui sprang to his feet, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. With a swift motion of his arm, guided by instinct, he hurled a small dart towards the direction of the gunfire, its length merely that of a palm. Subsequently, he abruptly crouched down. A muffled groan emanated from Mengzi as he clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His legs flailed a few times before he lay motionless. Wang Ermatzi, concealed behind the stone door, witnessed Mengzi's entry, followed by a flash of light and 2 gunshots before he succumbed. Startled, he realized they had encountered a formidable adversary. Ergo, visibly agitated, whispered, "Brother, it seems we've met our match. Should we perhaps retreat?" Wang Ermatzi scoffed and retorted in a hushed tone. "Retreat? My foot. I've dealt with all sorts of characters over the years. The valuable artifacts are inside. We'll confront him today. We have weapons and he's alone. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly overcome us. Let's go in together and take him down." Wang Ermatzi, after surveying the silent tomb, continued, "We'll enter simultaneously and unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him the moment we see him." Unbeknownst to Ergo and the others, Wang Ermatzi furtively wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quietly commanded, "Advance." Instantly, the group surged forward, while Wang Ermatzi deliberately lagged behind, entering last. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingshui, concealed behind the coffin, heard the approaching sounds and knew that more individuals were entering. He swiftly hurled 3 or 4 lit fire strikers in various directions. The narrow tomb was instantly filled with the sound of gunfire, the flickering flames casting intermittent light throughout the chamber. Xiao Qingshui, his eyes tightly shut, remained hidden behind the stone sarcophagus, listening intently. After a while, Wang Ermatzi shouted, "For heaven's sake, stop firing aimlessly. Only shoot when you see someone. Be careful not to hit your own." As soon as he finished speaking, in a swift motion, Xiao Qingshui crouched and leaped up, his hands darting out in a flurry, releasing several throwing darts in different directions. Several individuals, struck by the darts, cried out in agony, dropping their torches to the ground. After a few more cries, they dared not make another sound. They hastily retreated from the torches, fearing they would become easy targets, and sought refuge in the darkness. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone holding their breath. The torches, now extinguished, lay on the ground, slowly fading away. At that moment, only a few flickering fire sticks remained in the corners, but even those extinguished after a few feeble dances of flame, plunging the tomb into complete darkness. A chilling sensation enveloped everyone, as if someone were inching closer. Terrified, Wang Ermatzi crouched on the ground, shouting, "For heaven's sake, light the torches. We can't see him. He'll quietly take us out one by one." Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance, and a shadow flitted by. Ergo instinctively fired at the shadow, only to hear a clicking sound from the gun. In a panic, Ergo exclaimed, "Be brother, I'm out of bullets." Before he could finish, a torch flew towards him, and at the same moment, Xiao Qingshui leapt onto a coffin, propelling himself forward with force. In a flash, he landed before Sun Ergu, his dagger gleaming ominously. Sun Ergu barely had time to gasp before clutching his neck and collapsing. Wang Ermatzi lay flat on the ground, eagerly awaiting this moment. He raised his gun and aimed it at Xiao Qingshui, but the shot that rang out was followed by an ominous click, the sound of an empty chamber. Xiao Qingshui let out a muffled grunt and swiftly rolled away, seeking refuge in the shadowy corner where the firelight could not reach. Crouched in a corner of the tomb chamber, Xiao Qingshui felt beads of sweat, like pearls, cascade down his face. With a determined tug, He tore a strip from his clothing and wrapped it tightly around his bleeding left arm. Gazing at the crimson flow, he sighed deeply and closed his eyes, straining to listen intently to the sounds around him. In the midst of the chaos, Wang Ermatzi and his companions had fired their weapons in a frenzy, only to find them devoid of ammunition. They swiftly drew the short blades concealed at their waists. Wang Ermatzi glanced at the lifeless form of Sun Ergu, whose blood still emitted warmth, pooling around him from the gash in his neck. Tentatively, Wang Ermatzi reached to check for a breath at Ergu's nose, only to be taken aback. A ruthless expression crossed his face as he thought, "It's better this way. Fewer people to share the spoils." He turned to his two companions, lowering his voice, "Whoever has a match left, hurry, he has been hit by my bullet. Let us finish him off and avenge Ergu." The two men exchanged glances at Ergu's corpse, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and resolve, and soon their eyes glint upon hearing Wang Ermatzi's words. The two individuals produced a fire stick to illuminate their surroundings. By the flickering light, they discerned Xiao Qingshui crouched in the corner, his arm bleeding profusely. The sight of Xiao Qingshui's gunshot wound brought a glimmer of hope to the two, who immediately brandished their knives and rushed towards him. Although Xiao Qingshui's left arm was injured, he was compelled to confront his adversaries with one hand. Nevertheless, being a seasoned fighter, he remained composed despite being surrounded by two attackers. He positioned himself firmly against the wall and engaged them in combat. Recognizing that an injured opponent posed a challenge, the two assailants refrained from a direct confrontation and opted for a grappling struggle, intending to wear Xiao Qingshui down. Meanwhile, Wang Ermatzi observed the skirmish, and seizing the moment, he extinguished the fire stick and stealthily approached the coffin. According to his plan, he intended to discreetly pilfer the treasures within the coffin and make his escape, indifferent to the fates of his two companions. He had already perceived that their adversaries were no ordinary foes. Even with his assistance, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, he deemed it wiser to abscond with the treasures at the earliest opportunity. As he raised the fire stick to peer into the coffin, he was taken aback. If the coffin contained nothing but decayed bones, he would not have feared it. He had encountered such grotesque remains before. However, this corpse exhibited no signs of decay aside from a slight bluish hue to its complexion, appearing as though it were merely asleep. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within him. However, he did not dwell on it for long. For someone of his disposition, regardless of how intact a corpse might be, as long as it does not leap up to bite, it is merely a lifeless body. He immediately noticed the peculiar mark atop the corpse's head, and his heart leaped with joy, believing it to be a treasure meant for burial. He casually retrieved it and placed it into the pocket of his coat. Then, he proceeded to remove the jade bracelet from the corpse's hand, one by one. One of them proved particularly stubborn, resisting his attempts to detach it. At that moment, Xiao Qingshui regained some strength, pushing the two individuals back a bit. Unintentionally, he glanced toward the coffin and was astonished to see a glimmer of light. A figure was half bent, with its body partially submerged within the coffin, engaged in some unknown activity. Chapter 5. Half a human skin at this point, he could no longer afford to consider his injured arm. Initially, he had intended to refrain from exerting too much force to avoid hastening the flow of blood, but upon witnessing the imminent danger, he was resolved to hold nothing back. Taking a deep breath, he brandished his dagger, its blade glinting ominously, and with all his might, he struck one assailant back. In a sudden burst of energy, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the other adversary sprawling. As he soared, he deftly caught the falling torch of the second individual. This series of actions was executed in one fluid motion, and fortunately, the assailant was clad in thick garments, which absorbed the brunt of Xiao Qingshui's furious kick. Otherwise, the impact would have surely fractured several ribs. He could no longer afford to pursue the two individuals. With a few determined strides, he rushed to the coffin, delivering a forceful kick that sent Wang Ermatzi sprawling. Upon bending down to examine the corpse, he noticed the presence of a burial mark on its head, sending a chill racing down his spine. To his dismay, he discovered bloodstains adhered to the corpse's head, presumably the result of Wang Ermatzi inadvertently smearing it while handling Sun Erguzi's remains. Just moments ago, he had attempted to retrieve the burial mark, further staining the deceased's head. Xiao Qingshui gazed at the corpse, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He thought to himself, I can barely muster the courage to cover my mouth and nose with a cloth, let alone breathe towards this corpse. Yet you dare to smear blood upon its forehead? Truly, one must be courting death. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. He reached in, intending to extract the items from the compartment within the coffin, and swiftly make his escape. However, as his hand reached halfway, the corpse suddenly opened its sunken eyes, revealing nothing but two dark voids where its eyeballs should have been. The skin on its face, once taut, shriveled instantly, and a mass of black hair sprouted forth. In an instant, the entire visage of the corpse became obscured by a thick layer of dark hair. Xiao Qingshui, now gripped by fear, dared not extend his hand any further and quickly recoiled. He aimed a kick at the prostrate Wang Ermatzi, shouting, Where is the burial mark on the corpse's head? Bring it to me at once. At that moment, Wang Ermatzi, just managing to rise from the ground, hastily knelt and pleaded, Spare me, brave sir. I swear I have seen no such burial mark. He was still attempting to feign ignorance in a desperate bid to evade the situation. Yet, before he could finish his words, a loud clang resonated from within the coffin, and the corpse abruptly sat upright, its body mostly shrouded in dark hair. As the grotesque face emerged, a foul, putrid gas wafted from its mouth, overwhelming those present and leaving them unsteady on their feet. Wang Ermatzi, upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, was instantly paralyzed with fear, losing control of himself. Stammering, he exclaimed, Why you mean this thing? As he spoke, he trembled and hastily retrieved the fake U seal he had taken moments earlier. Xiao Qingshui snatched the seal from his hands, stowing it away in his pocket, and grimly declared, It's already risen. It's too late. The dark-haired corpse, now fully upright, turned its massive head and stretched its long, hairy arms, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Before Xiao Qingshui could react, the dark-haired figure lunged forward, springing from the coffin with astonishing speed. It charged directly at Xiao Qingshui, who was nearest. In a panic, Wang Ermatzi and his two companions attempted to flee, but Xiao Qingshui, filled with rage towards these men who had thwarted his efforts, would not allow their escape. He threw a few darts in their direction. As the trio ran for their lives, they suddenly felt a jolt in their calves, their legs giving way beneath them, and they collapsed to the ground in a most undignified manner. Upon looking down, they discovered several darts embedded in their legs, penetrating several inches into the flesh, causing them to cry out in agony. Upon hurling the dart, Xiao Qingshui found himself face to face with the dark-haired beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself upwards with a powerful push from his legs, soaring to a height surpassing that of a man. His feet struck the creature's chest with considerable force, yet he felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, being repelled by the beast's robust frame and sent crashing against the nearby stone wall. Gasping for breath, he pressed his hand against his chest, nearly coughing up blood. However, the dark-haired creature seemed to have heard the anguished cries of Wang Ermatzi and his companions. Its large head swiveled a few times before it abandoned its pursuit of Xiao Qingshui and lunged towards Wang Ermatzi and the others. Upon witnessing the beast's charge, the group turned pale with fear, disregarding their pain as they scrambled to their feet in a frantic rush. Wang Ermatzi, lagging behind, saw the creature approach and, with a fierce glint in his eyes, seized Wang Tai and Xiangzi, who were ahead of him, yanking them back. Caught unawares, the two stumbled, their injuries causing them to collapse painfully onto the ground. After resting against the stone wall for a brief moment, Xiao Qingshui managed to regain his breath. The injury on his arm had reopened, blood seeping anew. Dizziness enveloped him as he swayed unsteadily before igniting a candle. He unfurled the dark silk cloth, revealing a somewhat yellowed and desiccated piece of human skin, intricately etched with various lines that, from a distance, resembled half of a Bagua diagram. His heart leapt with joy, yet he was acutely aware that lingering here was unwise. He tucked the human skin into his pocket, intent on making his escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, narrowly evading the ferocious grasp of the dark-haired beast aimed at his back. Ahead lay a coffin, and there was no room for retreat in this perilous moment. A spark of inspiration struck him. With a sudden force, He thrust his rear against the beast's thigh. The creature, unable to bend down, attempted to bite him but failed. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the beast's leg with his uninjured right arm, simultaneously stabbing his right foot into the back of its heel while pushing off the ground with his left foot. He managed to topple the beast, landing atop it. However, he dared not remain so recklessly sprawled upon the creature. He quickly rolled over, positioning himself face down, pressing his legs against the beast's chest. In the dim candlelight of the tomb, he beheld the beast's grotesque visage, its face a mask of fury, blood still staining its lips. A wave of nausea surged within him as he realized that Wang Ermatzi, who had been chased out, had likely met a gruesome fate at the hands of this monster. Gazing into the beast's hollow eye sockets, he pondered the nature of such a repulsive creature. Yet, to his dismay, the dark-haired beast possessed immense strength, and with a violent shake, it hurled him away. In a swift motion, it leapt towards him once more. In desperation, he flung 2 throwing darts at the beast, but they struck it without effect. The creature, undeterred, charged at him again, intent on tearing him apart. Xiao Qingshui found himself trapped in a relentless pursuit around the coffin by the monstrous creature. Several times he attempted to escape the confines of the tomb, yet the creature, with its extraordinary speed, rendered his efforts futile. He surmised that if he were to run in a straight line, he would undoubtedly be outpaced by the beast. In desperation, he seized a package from the ground, rummaging through it until he unearthed a hammer. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it at the creature's face, but the beast did not even flinch. The hammer struck it with no discernible effect. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he glanced down to see the explosives that had previously lain on the ground. Your hide is indeed tough, he thought. Let's see how you fare against an explosion. He swiftly picked up the explosives, but at that moment, the creature lunged at him. Xiao Qingshui was knocked to the ground, and the monster opened its maw, aiming to sink its teeth into his neck. With no means of evasion left, he instinctively raised his injured left hand in defense. The creature clamped down on his palm, and he inwardly lamented his fate, realizing that today might be his last. Had he not been previously shot by Wang Ermatzi, losing a significant amount of blood and left weakened, he felt certain he could have dealt with the beast, no matter how formidable it appeared. Suppressing a cry of pain, he gathered his strength and, bending his knee, thrust his leg into the emerging from the tomb chamber. A sudden roar echoed behind me, followed by a violent shockwave that hurled Xiao Qingshui, who had just reached the entrance, against the tomb wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his mind engulfed in a cacophony of sounds, blood streaming from his nose and ears. After a protracted moment, he regained the ability to move, though pain radiated through his palm. Upon inspection, he discovered his entire forearm was a deep shade of black, a clear indication of having been afflicted by corpse poison. Recognizing that he had no means to suppress the toxin in his immediate vicinity, Xiao Qingshui, a man of remarkable decisiveness, understood that if the poison continued to spread, he would meet his demise in no time. With resolve, he drew a short blade from his waist, gritted his teeth, and severed his entire forearm. Wrapping the stump tightly with his clothing, he cautiously navigated the tomb passage, stumbling forward in his escape. Chapter 6. I am Xiao He. Years later, I sat by the window, observing the child lying on the bed before me, and began to recount the long-hidden tales of yore. Xiao He, I cautioned, you must not present the exploits of the old master as fairy tales for the children. It would be rather strange if they didn't have nightmares after hearing them. A boisterous voice resonated from behind me. Recognizing the tone, I knew it was Biaozi who had arrived. With a hint of resignation, I replied, "There's no helping it. This child, Mo, insists on hearing these stories whenever he sees me." Biaozi's real name was Xiao Tianbiao, a disciple of my adoptive father, and we had grown up together as steadfast brothers. As for me, my name is Xiao He, a name bestowed by my adoptive father, who happens to be Xiao Qingshui. I once inquired of him whether my name held any particular significance. My foster father recounted that during his fishing days by the riverbank, he stumbled upon a large wooden basin floating downstream, within which lay me, accompanied by a note detailing my birth date and time. Thus my name, like that of many others, emerged from an unremarkable and ordinary origin. I gently caressed the child's forehead and remarked, "Uncle will return to tell you stories next time." Aramo, with a hint of joy, responded, "Then we have a deal. Let us hook our pinkies and promise 100 years without change." I smiled as we shook hands in farewell, then rose to leave with Biaozi. Biaozi inquired, "How is it? Is Aramo doing well?" I squinted, shielding my eyes from the piercing afternoon sun filtering through the leaves, and sighed softly, "There will always be a way." We made our way to a small eatery by the roadside, ordering a selection of cold and hot dishes. After a few glasses of beer, I turned to Biaozi and asked, "So, how was your trip south? Did you find anything of value?" My excitement surged as I pressed, "Oh, do you perhaps have news regarding that half-map?" Biaozi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I have some information, but it's rather uncertain. Hence, I wish to investigate in person next time." The tidbit I received came from an old trickster in the south, who mentioned that years ago, someone had sighted that half-map at Fengsha Mountain in Shaanxi. He then shrugged with a smile, saying, "Let us drink. I won't burden you with this anymore to spare you from worry. By the way, how is the situation at the orphanage?" Biaozi skillfully diverted the conversation. I sipped a beer and remarked, "Now that matters have settled, the relief funds have been successfully applied for, which provides a basic level of security. There's no longer a need for us to continually spend to sustain it." Biaozi chuckled heartily. "Indeed, that is splendid news." He added, "Didn't I tell you? In such matters you need not consult me. Simply make your own decisions." The Elisa I spoke of is a kind-hearted American who adheres to Christianity. Many years ago, she arrived in China to establish an orphanage, yet lacked sufficient funds. It was Biaozi and I who invested to create this sanctuary for children. Our motivation to partner with Elisa in founding this orphanage was twofold. Firstly, our elder often advised us that those of us in our line of work accumulate negative karma and should engage in more benevolent deeds. In his youth, he had spent countless nights in the graveyards. We wished to perform good works to accumulate merit on his behalf. Secondly, both Biaozi and I were once taken in by the elder, which granted us our lives. It was now our turn to extend a helping hand to others. After a moment of contemplation, I finally said to Biaozi, "The orphanage seems to have found its footing, and I no longer need to worry excessively. I've thought it over and have decided to join you in the venture." Biaozi appeared somewhat taken aback but quickly shook his head, saying, "You know, the reason the elder took me as his apprentice was due to your birth chart being inauspicious for this line of work. Have you forgotten what transpired during our past endeavors in the graveyard? I recall the old man once telling me that my fate was governed by the Yin, rendering me unfit for the perilous trade of tomb raiding. Initially, I dismissed his words as mere superstition and allowed my companion, Biaozi, to secretly guide me into several tombs. Yet, as the old man had foreseen, peculiar incidents invariably transpired during our ventures, whether it was an unseen force tripping me or strange whispers echoing through the ancient corridors. Consequently, I ceased my forays into the underworld and devoted myself to the old man, mastering the art of appraising antiquities and paintings. Thus, when Biaozi suddenly learned of my intention to accompany him in his tomb-raiding endeavors, he was understandably taken aback. I assured him, "I understand your concern for my safety, but you must realize that each time I close my eyes to sleep, the image of the old man in his final moments haunts my mind. I feel compelled to fulfill his last wishes by uncovering the half-map and unraveling the mysteries surrounding him. For years, you have tirelessly sought the truth behind the old man's demise, while I languish in comfort, relying on air conditioning as you brave the unknown." Biaozi, visibly moved, replied, "Xiao He, I empathize with your sentiments. Although the old man merely accepted me as a disciple, he never treated me with less regard than a son. However, Xiao He, this quest is mine alone. You need not involve yourself in it. I will surely uncover the true cause of the old man's passing." Shaking my head, I declared, "I have lived in ease for far too long. I cannot allow you to bear the burden of danger alone. I have made up my mind. I will accompany you into the depths from now on." With unwavering determination, I spoke firmly. "Ah," sighed Biaozi, "I know you well. You've always had that stubborn temperament since childhood. Once you've made up your mind, it is not easily swayed. I shall refrain from further persuasion." With a hint of resignation, Biaozi continued. After downing another glass of beer, he said, "Well, you should prepare yourself in the coming days. We shall embark on our journey shortly. After that incident, he resolved never to venture into the tombs again. Years later, by chance, he found me as an infant by the riverside and raised me to adulthood. As for Biaozi, he was once an unfortunate child himself. During a famine in his hometown, his family was scattered, and at the tender age of 6 or 7, he resorted to begging on the streets. My father, moved by Biaozi's plight, took him in. Eventually, due to my fate, my father's craft was not passed down to me but to Biaozi instead. However, Biaozi often slacked off and did not apply himself diligently, resulting in him only mastering a fraction of my father's skills. Yet, despite his lack of proficiency, he became remarkably adept at tomb raiding. After my father passed away, he bequeathed Wanbao building to me and the Changsha wharf to Biaozi. But those are tales for another time. 3 days later, Biaozi and I arrived at the orphanage, where we discussed matters with Director Eliza. I informed her that we would be taking a trip soon and requested her to care for the children diligently. Eliza assured us she would take excellent care of the little ones and advised us to stay safe on our journey, saying that the Great Lord would protect those with kind hearts. Biaozi and I could only exchange a knowing smile. The destination this time is Shangxi. Some of the items I brought cannot pass through the train security check, and since Biaozi's companion had prior commitments, it is just the two of us making the journey. Nevertheless, I have great confidence in Biaozi's capabilities. Thus, after packing our luggage, we rented a van and set off for Shangxi. My Wanbao building is situated near Sudong in Wuchang, so driving there, with potential delays along the way, would take us at least a dozen hours to arrive. We departed in the afternoon, and to alleviate our boredom, Biaozi and I engaged in a game of do-di-ju with one of the drivers, who was accompanied by another driver, alleviating any concerns about shift changes. It was only when night fell that we decided to halt, find a place to eat a little something, and then resume our journey. As we swayed along the road at night, fatigue began to set in, prompting Biaozi and me to recline in the back of the van and drift off to sleep. Sleeping in a vehicle, however, is seldom restful. Around 3 in the morning, the road grew rough, and the jolting of the van roused me from my slumber. Unable to return to sleep, I turned to glance at Biaozi, who was snoring thunderously. I lit a cigarette and began to smoke. The driver had changed to a young man about my age, who glanced at me through the rearview mirror and asked, "What brings you gentlemen to Shangxi? You don't seem to be on a leisurely trip." I thought to myself, isn't that an obvious question? Who would rent a van in the middle of the night just to go sightseeing? Nonetheless, having nothing else to do, I engaged him in casual conversation. The vehicle finally arrived at Baoji, Shangxi, around noon the following day. I settled the previously agreed fare with Biaozi, collected our luggage, and the car departed. Biaozi and I had changed into our hiking attire in the car, as it was the off-peak travel season, resulting in a scarcity of tourists. However, a few adventurous souls were still seen climbing some of the more desolate mountains. Gazing at the imposing peaks before us, Biaozi and I deliberated on our plan to pose as fellow trekkers and inquired about the specific location of our destination. Biaozi informed me that the locals from Nanjing had mentioned they had discovered an ancient tomb at a site called Saixia Mountain. Yet, after all these years, much of the area had been developed into tourist attractions, leaving us uncertain if Saixia Mountain still bore that name. With each of us shouldering a travel backpack nearly as tall as ourselves, we resolved to seek information from the nearby villagers and set off along the mountain path for approximately an hour. At last, we rounded a bend at the foot of the mountain and spotted a 2-story building. By this time, our stomachs were growling, and we pondered that if there were no restaurants, we could pay a local family for a modest meal to tide us over for the night. Approaching the building, we were greeted by a middle-aged woman, dressed simply, who appeared to be in her 40s. She smiled and said to us, "Are you two here for tourism? We are the closest accommodation available. It's already noon. If you walk further, you may not find another place to stay tonight. Would you like to stay with us and have a meal?" Upon hearing this, Biaozi and I realized that this establishment was specifically designed to cater to tourists. We followed the woman into a charming 2-story building. The interior was uniquely decorated, exuding a rustic charm reminiscent of a countryside inn. Once we settled at our table, the proprietress approached us with a warm smile and inquired, "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" Biaozi replied, "Madam, what are your signature dishes? Please bring me 3 or 4, as I am nearly famished." The proprietress, chuckling softly, went to the kitchen to prepare our meal. Before long, she returned with 3 delectable dishes and a bowl of soup. We were both ravenous, and without hesitation, we began to devour the food. Despite our robust physiques, Biaozi standing at a height of 1.8 meters and appearing lean, yet his years of martial arts training had sculpted his muscles into prominent lumps, we consumed a substantial amount. In no time, the plates were cleared, accompanied by bowls of white rice. As the proprietress collected the empty dishes, Biaozi seized the opportunity to ask her, "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about something. Have you heard of a place called Saixia Mountain?" The proprietress paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head. Our area was developed into a tourist destination many years ago, and numerous locations have been rebranded or renamed. I have not heard of any Saixia Mountain, but there are many delightful attractions here that I could recommend. Chapter 7. The disappearance of 9 individuals. Biaozi opened his mouth to speak, but I gently kicked him with my foot. True to his name, he could be quite boisterous at times, and I feared that he might inadvertently reveal something that would raise suspicion. I turned to the landlady and said, "It's nothing. We are simply travelers on our journey. We heard about a place called Saixia Mountain and wanted to gather together to take a look." Clearly, the landlady had some understanding of travelers. With a smile, she replied, "Oh, now I see. You are travelers from the city. My husband and I only moved here a few years ago. Tourism has really flourished in recent years, and many from our hometown have come to do business here." Upon hearing this, I quickly thanked the landlady and secured a room upstairs to settle in. I must say, although this small place may not compare to the hotels in the city, it is fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. I hadn't slept well on the bus, and after our long walk, we were both drenched in sweat. Thus, I took a warm shower and comfortably lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep. When I finally awoke, it was around 6 or 7 in the evening. Being the off-peak season, there were not many guests at the inn. Biaozi and I sat on the steps at the entrance, smoking. Suddenly, we noticed a white van approaching in the distance. It stopped right in front of us. A dark-skinned man in his 40s stepped out, followed by a girl of about 17 or 18 and an elderly man with a head full of white hair. I approached Biaozi, claiming to be guests at the inn, offering our assistance in moving some items. The male host, ever gracious, insisted that it was unnecessary, asserting that they could manage on their own. Undeterred, Biaozi and I each hoisted a bag of flour and proceeded indoors. The dark-skinned man, seeing our insistence to help, smiled and expressed his gratitude. Once we had finished moving the items, he handed us a cigarette, saying, "Thank you so much. Without your help, I would have truly exerted myself with all these things." Biaozi grinned, replying it was nothing, just a small effort. A timid voice interrupted, "Gentlemen, the meal is ready. Please come downstairs to eat." Upon opening the door, I beheld a girl of about 16 or 17. I was puzzled, as we had not ordered any food. However, feeling a pang of hunger, I followed the young lady downstairs. It was the off-peak season for tourism, and only Biaozi and I occupied the inn. Coincidentally, it was the elderly man's birthday that day. Grateful for our prior assistance, the dark-skinned man invited us to join their celebration, suggesting that a larger gathering would be more festive. As we settled in, he inquired, "Brothers, do you drink?" Biaozi replied, "Indeed, we can drink quite well." The man appeared elated, revealing his fondness for spirits. He continued, "You are in for a treat today. It is my elder brother's birthday, and I have brought 2 bottles of 10-year-old Huadiao from my hometown, a luxury I seldom indulge in." After several cups of wine, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and the conversation flowed freely. We learned that the man was named Shone, a rather down-to-earth individual. Fueled by the spirits, we engaged in lively banter. The feast laid before us was abundant, featuring many wild delicacies from the mountains that one seldom encounters in the city. Both Biaozi and I relished the culinary delights, while Shone proved to be quite the drinker as well. We exchanged toasts, each raising our glasses repeatedly. During this conviviality, I and Biaozi each offered Zhang Laozi a toast, accompanied by some congratulatory words, which brought him great joy. The drinking continued until past 10 in the evening, and as we opened the windows, the refreshing mountain breeze enveloped us, instilling a sense of contentment. Subsequently, The proprietress and a young girl cleared the table and returned to the kitchen to tidy up. I offered a cigarette to Zhang Shan and Zhang Laozi, and we continued our idle chatter. Sensing the moment was right, I inquired, Zhang Laozi, may I ask you something? Have you ever heard of a place called Kaisan Mountain? Zhang Laozi took a puff of his cigarette and, upon hearing the name, displayed a peculiar expression, asking, Kaisan Mountain, you say? That place has been known for some years now. How do you two youngsters come to know of it? Recognizing that Zhang Laozi indeed knew of this location, I seized the opportunity to respond, we heard about it from others. There is such a place, and we belong to an adventurers club. Our purpose in coming here is to seek out some remote mountain areas for exploration. Upon hearing this, the elderly man sighed, I am truly aging. I can no longer comprehend the thoughts of you young people. Tell me, why do you city dwellers not stay comfortably in your urban abodes, but instead come here to create chaos and endure hardship? Cannot fathom it. We, the villagers, yearn to break our heads just to step into the city, while you city folks frequently venture into these mountainous depths seeking discomfort, claiming the urban pressure is overwhelming, and that the mountains offer relaxation. In this day and age, with ample food and drink, what sort of pressure could there possibly be? I managed a sheepish smile. Observing our awkwardness, Zhang Shan interjected, Ah, old man, you fail to understand. City dwellers face immense work-related stress and a dismal environment. Coming to our mountainous region to breathe fresh air and indulge in leisure is indeed splendid. If you know of Saisha Mountain, do share your thoughts. The old gentleman, taking a puff from his pipe, replied, It is not that I, an old man, do not wish to converse with you. Rather, it is for your own good. Saisha Mountain is nestled deep within the mountains, seldom visited by anyone. There are no roads, and even automobiles cannot reach it. Only fishing boats occasionally pass by. Furthermore, the mountains harbor many large wild boars and beasts, which can be quite perilous. Moreover, Saisha Mountain is not merely home to wild creatures. There are. Noticing the old man's hesitance and his troubled expression, I inquired, Old sir, is there something more about Saisha Mountain that warrants caution? After sipping his tea, the old man slowly replied, I am not trying to frighten you young ones, but there are indeed some inexplicable matters concerning Saisha Mountain. Upon hearing this, I sensed that there must be more to the story. Old sir, could it be that you have heard something? The old man sighed, It is not merely hearsay. I have experienced it firsthand. We must venture into Saisha Mountain to retrieve something of great significance. However, when the troops arrived here, they naturally sought to establish contact with the locals. Upon seeing that the military had come to undertake a national mission, the village officials immediately pledged their full cooperation in aiding the troops to accomplish their objective. When the troops conveyed their intentions to the village leaders, they were struck by curiosity regarding what the army sought in Saisha Mountain. The locals are well aware that Saisha Mountain is essentially a mass grave. Many perished there during past conflicts. Over time, as it lies deep within the mountains, any nameless souls who succumbed to starvation were simply discarded there, leading to the formation of this chaotic burial site. Tales of hauntings have long circulated, rendering it a place that most would avoid. I was once the most familiar with the mountain paths in the village. Yet, upon our arrival with the main contingent, we found ourselves utterly unable to locate the other 9 scouts. Hearing this, Biaozi asked, They are missing? Could it be that they encountered some large wild beast in the mountains and met with misfortune? The old man sighed once more. Ah, that is highly improbable. Consider that these are soldiers. They are equipped with weapons and ammunition. Even if they were to encounter a large beast, it should not pose any real danger. Later, the leadership of the troops grew anxious and ordered a thorough search of the mountains. However, in the end, nothing was discovered. There were no signs of battle, nor any evidence of habitation. No campfires, no traces of encampment. Those 9 individuals seemed to have vanished into thin air, as if they had never set foot in that place at all. Soon, whispers circulated among us that perhaps the souls of the region had claimed those 9, having warned them of the area's sinister nature, which they had chosen to ignore. Yet, such thoughts were considered serious ideological issues at the time, and we dared only to discuss them in hushed tones. Ultimately, the troops remained in the mountains, mysteriously lingering for about half a month before withdrawing, leaving no one the wiser as to whether they had found the 9 reconnaissance soldiers, or what precisely they had been doing there. At this juncture, old Zhang turned to me and Biaozi, saying, "Heed my words, you must never venture to that place. It is far too ominous." Biaozi and I exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing this. Zhang Shan, noticing our discomfort, retorted, "Come now, what era are we in? You still cling to your superstitions to frighten people?" Nevertheless, he added, "Brothers, I must tell you, it is indeed perilous there. The mountains are quite deep, and vehicles cannot navigate them. If you happen to encounter some formidable beast or face other unforeseen dangers, it could truly be hazardous." After Zhang Shan spoke, old Zhang gave him a light rap on the back of the head, saying, "You ignorant fool, just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Some matters are better accepted as true than dismissed as false." I told Elder Zhang that we were merely going to scout the area, and if there were any genuine perils, we would retreat and simply explore the vicinity. Eventually, we managed to extract the precise location of Mount Saixia from Elder Zhang, along with the most direct route to get there. The following day, after settling our lodging expenses, Biaozi and I bid farewell to Elder Zhang and his kin and embarked on our journey. Before our departure, Elder Zhang implored us to exercise extreme caution and to withdraw immediately should we encounter any hazards. I reassured Biaozi, relaying to Elder Zhang that we would only be exploring the vicinity of Mount Saixia. Elder Zhang sighed, offering no further words of caution. According to Elder Zhang, the journey to the mountains would take 2 days on foot from our current location. Once in the mountains, vehicular access would be impossible, compelling Biaozi and me to traverse the terrain on foot to reach Mount Saixia. Biaozi and I resolved to forego renting a vehicle and instead proceed on foot, as this approach would not only shorten the distance compared to driving around but also attract less attention. After a day's trek, we erected a makeshift tent for the night. We consumed some canned goods along with dried noodles and compressed biscuits. As I was eating, I glanced over and noticed Biaozi extracting 2 packets from his bag. The sound of the packaging was familiar, and upon closer inspection, I realized they were instant noodles. I hadn't expected Biaozi to be carrying instant noodles in his pack. I glanced at Biaozi and remarked, "Biaozi, I noticed your bag was bulging earlier. You actually stuffed instant noodles in there? I'm truly amazed. You thought you didn't have enough items in your bag, didn't you?" Biaozi chuckled and replied, "Xiao He, you simply don't understand. This is what I call indulgence. Just imagine. Amidst the forest, a campfire flickers to life, casting a warm glow as I observe the instant noodles swirling in a pot, savoring a sip of Red Star Ergotu. How poetically exquisite this moment is. To my surprise, my companion indeed produces a small bottle of Ergotu, uncapping it to take a swig. I remark, "Alas, I cannot partake in this poetic existence you embrace." I watch as Biao devours his noodles alongside canned food, slurping with abandon, leaving not a drop of broth behind. We scattered insect repellent powder around the tent before retreating inside, fatigued from a day of trekking with our gear, and I succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Time slipped away in the embrace of sleep until I was roused by faint noises. I possess a peculiar trait. When not nestled in my own bed, I sleep lightly, stirred by the slightest sound. As I opened my eyes, I felt a dull ache in my legs and shoulders, a reminder of the muscle fatigue wrought by sudden exertion after a prolonged period of inactivity. I knew that in a few days my body would adapt, and the pain would dissipate. Chapter 8. The bald man lying within the confines of the folding tent. I gazed up at the teal fabric above, where the ethereal moonlight filtered through, casting shadows of leaves that danced upon the tent's surface. There is an inexplicable sense of security found in such cramped quarters. Yet, those who have camped in the wild understand the unsettling feeling invoked by the silhouettes illuminated by the soft moonbeams outside. In the stillness of the night, any sound in the mountain woods can provoke an undercurrent of unease, leaving one with an inexplicable sense of trepidation. I gently sat up, and by the dim moonlight, I turned my head to glance at Biaozi. He was still drooling and snoring, which brought a slight sense of reassurance. The feeling of dread can be amplified exponentially when one is alone in a forest at night. However, having someone nearby alleviates the fear. The intermittent thumping sound nagged at me, and I knew I wouldn't be able to rest until I identified its source, so I resolved to investigate. Judging by the sound, it wasn't too distant, so without rousing the slumbering Biaozi, I extracted a waterproof, high-intensity flashlight from my pack. I crept out of my sleeping bag and tiptoed to the tent entrance. Gently unzipping the tent, I bent low and stepped outside, refastening the zipper behind me, and proceeded in the direction of the sound. The forest was eerily silent, save for the occasional rustling of unseen insects in the undergrowth. The faint moonlight provided just enough illumination to navigate, so I refrained from using the flashlight, wary of alarming any large wild animals. Carefully listening to the direction of the sound, I advanced with measured steps, but the thumping abruptly ceased. I crouched down, peering around. The surroundings were inky black, save for the occasional swaying of branches in the treetops, their gentle rustling the only sound. Otherwise, there was nothing. A slight sense of unease began to stir within me, prompting memories of the courage-building techniques my foster father had once imparted. He had suggested that when confronted with fearsome entities, one might engage in a form of self-hypnosis, reassuring oneself of their bravery. Thus, I softly murmured to myself, I am Shao Daden, I fear nothing. Yet, scarcely had I uttered a few phrases when, from the open space to my left, an unexpected thudding sound reverberated through the air. The abruptness of the noise startled me, nearly eliciting a gasp, which I hastily stifled with my hand. Initially, the sound had seemed distant, but it suddenly resonated nearby, genuinely alarming me. I turned to face the source of the sound and, illuminated by the moonlight, I discerned a slope that faced away from me, barren and devoid of any features. I pondered whether the cause lay on the other side of the hill. As I contemplated approaching, I noticed something unusual at the midpoint of the slope. Rubbing my eyes for clarity, I discerned a round, pale object that remained unnervingly still. The longer I gazed, the more a chill crept down my spine. Strangely, the outline of this round object appeared eerily reminiscent of a human head, half a head, to be precise. It appeared as though a person was crouched down the slope, their eyes and nose peering out as if attempting to secretly observe me. Moreover, this figure seemed to be a bald individual. As I strained to listen, I realized that the sound emanated from the very direction of this bald figure. In this desolate wilderness, how could there be a person crouched there, secretly observing me? I pondered, I am hardly a captivating beauty. The thought alone sent a shiver down my spine. I found myself muttering, I am Shao daring. Yet, I soon realized that this self-affirmation proved ineffective, and my imagination began to spiral. I recalled the words of old Master Zhang about the 9 missing individuals. Could it be that this bald man was responsible for their demise? I pinched my thigh to dispel the errant thoughts, reminding myself that I might simply be scaring myself. Perhaps it was merely some object I had misidentified. Regret washed over me for not having brought Biao with me. I steadied my nerves and reasoned that it was unlikely to be a person. After all, who would remain motionless in such a remote area, staring at me while making that rhythmic thumping sound? However, if it were not a person, then what could it possibly be? I hesitated, contemplating whether to shine my flashlight on that figure. If I were to discover a person crouched there, staring at me, what would I say? Would I greet them with a casual, "Hi, what a coincidence, you're out for a stroll too"? Suddenly, the thumping sound quickened. Gritting my teeth, I recited in my mind once more, I am Shao daring, I fear nothing. I could not bear the uncertainty of what that thing might be, so I resolved to turn on my flashlight. If it were indeed some creature, then so be it. I would confront it. After all, Biao was not far away, and if I called out, he would surely come to my aid. Without hesitation, I raised my flashlight and directed it towards the entity. Instantly, I beheld a pair of slender, beady eyes, reflecting a greenish glow as they fixed their gaze upon me. Unable to contain my fear, I let out a piercing scream, my legs giving way as I collapsed onto the ground. In my mind, I cursed, incredulous that this bald figure possessed such unnerving green eyes. Surely it must have consumed too much cat food. I was certain that these were not the eyes one could naturally possess. Hastily, I switched off the flashlight and crouched down, reasoning that it would be best not to look at it any longer. Its appearance was far too jarring. Strangely, as I extinguished the light, the ominous thudding ceased as well, leaving me paralyzed with trepidation, caught in a standoff with the unknown. Before long, Biao hurried over, panting heavily. "What's the matter, Lao He? Why aren't you in the tent sleeping at this hour? Running into the woods alone, shouting like a ghost. Are you trying to summon spirits? I nearly thought that female ghost had taken you. The sight of Biao brought an immediate sense of relief, and I whispered urgently, "You're the one summoning spirits. Keep your voice down. There seems to be something over there." Biao regarded me with a puzzled expression. "What is it? You're not sleepwalking, are you?" I motioned for him to crouch down and pointed towards the source of the sound, lowering my voice to say, "Look over there." It appears there's a bald figure, crouched and staring at me. Biao's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at me as if I were deranged. "You're saying there's a bald person? Crouching there, watching you for a while? Are you dreaming? In this desolate wilderness? Who would be peeping at you?" I pointed in that direction again and lowered my voice, saying, "Look, can't you see it over there?" Biao followed my gaze and after a moment exclaimed, "Hey, it seems there really is a bald man, but it's a bit far to see clearly. Hand me the flashlight so I can take a closer look." I passed him the flashlight, and he raised it to shine towards the spot. I quickly cautioned him, "That fellow has a pair of green eyes, so brace yourself." Biao appeared somewhat unnerved by my words, yet he still directed the beam of light towards the area. Strangely, this time there were no green eyes, only a pale, oval object. Biao remarked, "Hey, Xiao He, where are those green eyes? And that doesn't look like a person at all. It resembles a tree stump. Did you make a mistake? A tree stump?" I replied, somewhat puzzled. Biao slowly advanced forward, turning back to gesture for me to follow him. When we reached the spot, it became clear that it was indeed a tree stump protruding half a foot from the ground, and I let out a sigh of relief. Biao chuckled heartily. "You really let a tree stump scare you like that? It's utterly hilarious." Just as Biao finished speaking, the thudding sound echoed once more. He was startled, looking down at the half-exposed stump. This time, being closer, we discerned that the sound was emanating from beneath the stump. Biao contemplated jumping down to investigate, but I grabbed his arm, saying, "I'll go with you. Be careful, for I truly saw a pair of glistening green eyes." Biao nodded in agreement. I leaped down the slope alongside Biaozi. At the bottom lay a tangle of thick, withered tree roots, intertwined and chaotic, remnants of a felled tree stump. Nestled among these roots, we spotted two creatures resembling oversized mice, their bodies distinctly larger than that of an ordinary mouse. Cloaked in a deep black hue, they possessed remarkably large ears and two enormous eyes that glimmered with a greenish reflection under the beam of my flashlight. I cast a resigned glance at Biaozi. So it was these little beings. Biaozi, clutching his stomach, erupted into laughter. "It's just a bald creature with green eyes spying on you. It's too amusing to think about. By the way, Xiaohe, do you think these creatures are edible? Perhaps we could try roasting one." He suddenly focused intently on the small creatures. I observed the two hefty guardians, who were continuously emitting a series of ominous huffing sounds in our direction. I replied to Biaozi, "Stop right there. With your peculiar tastes, you'll end up poisoning yourself. Don't even suggest it. I have no desire for rodent meat. Do you remember that time we stumbled upon a horde of rats gnawing on a corpse in the ancient tomb? I can't believe you managed to eat anything after that." Upon hearing this, Biaozi's face paled slightly. Our banter had extinguished any lingering sleepiness, and with dawn approaching, the mountain air was heavy with moisture. I rekindled the campfire in front of the tent, brewed some tea, and lit a cigarette. I turned to Biaozi and inquired, "Regarding the half-map that the old man is searching for in Saisha Mountain, how confident are you that it's genuine?" Biaozi shook his head, letting out a sigh. "To be honest, I am also uncertain. According to that old fellow from the south, 7 of them ventured into Fengsha Mountain, and only he managed to escape. He merely uncovered a fragment of a clue regarding the map, and I harbor little confidence in its authenticity. However, since there is a lead, it is imperative that we investigate it." Biaozi let out a bitter laugh. As we conversed, dawn broke. Biaozi retrieved some compressed biscuits from his backpack and offered me a piece. We accompanied our snack with some tea and resumed our journey. We startled a snake hidden in the grass. Although most of the snakes here are non-venomous, a bite could still be quite painful. The dampness in this area increases the risk of wounds festering, and while we do carry some medical supplies, we are far from any village or shop, let alone a hospital. In the event of a serious issue, it could prove troublesome, so exercising caution is advisable. Chapter 9. The submerged dragon Vane. Biaozi, walking ahead, attempted to check his phone for a location, only to discover a complete absence of signal, rendering the device useless except as a watch. He remarked, "Old Zhang mentioned that beyond this dark mountain lies a small river, and if we follow it, we shall reach Caixia Mountain. We have been walking along the river for quite some time now. I believe we are nearing our destination." I rubbed my shoulder, sore from the backpack strap, and recalled old Zhang's description of Caixia Mountain's distinctive feature: its peaks, curving like an eagle's beak. Thus, I suggested we scan our surroundings for any peaks resembling that characteristic, lest we inadvertently miss it. Biaozi glanced around and pointed towards a mountain peak, calling out to me, "Xiaohe, I believe I have spotted Caixia Mountain. Look at that mountaintop. Doesn't it resemble an eagle's beak?" Following Biaozi's, I indeed observed a uniquely shaped peak, partially collapsed at the summit, its remaining form resembling the curved beak of an eagle. Together, we embarked towards the towering mountain, where the underbrush grew increasingly dense, and the forest thickened with each step. After exerting considerable effort, we finally reached the foot of the mountain, both of us panting heavily. We collapsed onto the ground, resting while appraising the magnificent peak before us. I inquired of Biaozi, "This must be the base of Caixia Mountain. According to your information, the ancient tomb should be nearby, correct?" Biaozi replied, "According to that old fellow from the south, this tomb is quite substantial. We could first explore a few spots and use our shovels to try our luck and see if we might uncover something." I chuckled. "As for locating the tomb, isn't that your expertise? You should take the lead." The shovel, with its rounded, hollow head, contained a clever mechanism. When one pressed down on the steel handle, the head would unfurl like the petals of a lotus, and upon pulling it back, the petals would close, enveloping the soil for extraction. Thus, this tool is often referred to as the lotus shovel. I watched as Biaozi expertly assembled the lotus shovel head before commencing his excavation. However, grave robbing is no simple endeavor. It is not merely about digging a hole and descending. Such assertions are made by those who lack comprehension of tomb raiding. True experts in this craft begin by boring a hole with a hollow iron pipe, subsequently employing a lotus spade to excavate soil. This meticulous approach allows them to ascertain whether an ancient tomb lies beneath. Upon confirming the presence of a burial site, they proceed with successive excavations to identify the location, dimensions, and shape of the underground palace. With merely a few exploratory holes, seasoned tomb raiders can generally deduce the nature of the tomb, its scale, and its configuration. Furthermore, the term boring is a colloquialism within the realm of tomb raiding, also referred to as exploring or excavating. This entails the use of a specialized spade head to initiate the excavation. For instance, our lotus spade is one such tool, connected to threaded steel pipes, which creates a small hole of merely 10 centimeters in diameter. If a tomb exists below, an adept raider can assess the excavated soil by sight and touch, determining its significance. It is said that some virtuosos can discern the presence and type of a tomb simply by inhaling the soil's aroma. Yet, even the most seasoned veterans may lack such skill, leaving me uncertain of the method. After a brief interval, Biao lowered 7 or 8 steel pipes into the ground. With a vigorous pull, he extracted the spade head, causing the soil within to cascade down. He examined the soil clumps, kneading them thoughtfully before shaking his head at me. We circled around once more, alternating positions to excavate, yet yielded no results. Biao sighed, expressing that he had consulted with the elder Pugh from the south, who indicated that the tomb was not deep, likely no more than 8 meters from the surface, suggesting we had not located the correct site. We took turns shoveling, feeling quite fatigued, and with our stomachs growling, we decided to rest for a moment. Noticing the absence of any dry firewood, I retrieved a portable alcohol stove from my backpack and prepared a simple meal to accompany our biscuits. After our meal, we lit a cigarette and took a break. Suddenly, Biaozi had a thought and exclaimed, "Hey, Xiaohe, didn't the old man teach you the art of locating burial sites with the 5 elements? He encouraged me to learn it, but I found it utterly incomprehensible, like reading an ancient script. However, you seem to grasp it. Why not give it a try and see if you can pinpoint that ancient tomb?" I shook my head in response and said to Biaozi, "This art of locating burial sites is an exceedingly complex discipline within feng shui. While I can comprehend a portion of it, mastering it is an entirely different matter. Despite years of study, I have yet to put it into practice. The essence of this art lies in the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, utilizing the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as forms, and drawing upon the landscape's rivers and mountains as models, supported by the dragon veins of the earth. Its intricacies can only be truly understood by those exceptionally gifted in feng shui or those who dedicate decades to its relentless study. Furthermore, the old man never permitted me to delve into the practical aspects of tomb raiding, so I never had the opportunity to apply it. Asking a novice like me to assess feng shui seems absurd. I might as well be asked to appreciate the scenery. I offered a wry smile. Biaozi, however, remained unfazed and urged, just give it a shot. After all, we have yet to uncover anything, and who knows, perhaps you might succeed and save us a considerable amount of effort. Besides, the old man always praised you as a prodigy in feng shui. Perhaps you could indeed determine the location. I found myself with little to occupy my time, so I decided to give it a try. Rising to my feet, I discarded my cigarette but onto the ground, extinguishing it with my heel, and affected an air of a sage surveying the world. I gazed into the distance for a moment and remarked, according to the ancient art of burial site selection, one must consider not only the identity, gender, and life experiences of the deceased but also the principles of feng shui, which encompass the harmony of form and style, alongside the conditions of the dragon vein, and numerous other factors. One must take into account the 9 critical aspects of feng shui: the water, mountains, paths, soil, trees, orientations, enclosures, forms, and energies. If one can master these elements, one may indeed discover a treasure trove of earthly blessings. Observing the Fengsha mountain to the west, I noted the surrounding flowing waters, the morning sun rising from the east, and the lush greenery encompassing the area, indicating fertile land. Here, the mountains, water, orientation, and trees are all present. From a feng shui perspective, this location ought to be an auspicious burial ground. However, upon closer inspection, I observed that only the Kaihua Mountain stood as the dominant peak, with no other mountains in sight, suggesting a lone dragon head devoid of its body. In terms of feng shui, this is considered an inauspicious sight, commonly referred to as a decapitated dragon, fraught with peril and unsuitable for interment. Biaozi listened, perplexed. How can you say one moment this is a treasure site and the next a place of danger? Spare me these convoluted explanations. I just want to know if there is indeed a tomb here, and if so, where it lies. I urged Biaozi to remain patient and followed my observations of the terrain and the mountain formations as we walked. After traversing another high peak and surveying the surrounding landscape, I began to form a clearer understanding in my mind. I brought Biaozi to a high slope by the river at the foot of the Colorful Clouds Mountain. Pointing to the Eagle Beak Colorful Clouds Mountain, I remarked, although this place is a treasure of geomancy, it has unfortunately become a site of great misfortune due to the fact that this Colorful Clouds Mountain is the severed head of a dragon vein. Thus, it is no longer suitable for burial. Should one inter a body here, the descendants of the deceased would suffer an unbroken streak of misfortune. Those engaged in trade would face ruin, shopkeepers would find their businesses shuttered, and the unfortunate might even meet their demise from the simplest of missteps. Wealth and fortune, much like this severed dragon, would be abruptly cut off. Biaozi countered, "Are you suggesting that this place is indeed unsuitable for burial? Was I deceived by that old trickster to the south?" I chuckled softly. "He likely did not deceive you. There is indeed an ancient tomb here." I gestured towards the river we had followed, saying, "Observe how we arrived by this very river, and upon reaching the foot of Colorful Clouds Mountain, it splits into 2. These 2 rivers flow around the mountain, and their presence has completely reversed the unfavorable geomantic configuration of the severed dragon. This has transformed the Colorful Clouds Mountain into the head of a dragon, with the body and tail represented by the rivers, creating a favorable site for burial. In geomantic terms, this is what is referred to as a hidden water dragon vein, embodying the image of a dragon emerging from the water. Thus, this location has become auspicious for interment. While the descendants may start off unremarkable, as time progresses, they will undoubtedly attract fortune. Generally, only those who hold high hopes for their progeny would choose to be buried here, assuming the principles of burial site selection are correct. The most suitable position for burial, the true treasure spot, lies at the confluence of the dragon's head and the rivers. Right here. I pointed to the elevated slope beneath my feet, and Biaozi appeared momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting that the tomb lies right beneath us? He inquired. I nodded in affirmation, responding, if my deductions are correct. Then should there exist an ancient tomb in this vicinity, we are standing upon an optimal site rich in geomantic potential. Biaozi, characterized by his impulsive nature, burst into laughter as soon as I finished speaking. Well then, let us not overthink it. Let's take our tools and dig a few shovels worth to see what we can uncover. With that, Biaozi swiftly assembled the steel pipes, placing them one after another. Upon reaching the fifth pipe, as he lowered the shovel head, a sudden thrill coursed through him. He looked up at me and exclaimed, "There's an opening. Impressive, Xiaohe. You possess quite the skill. I sense there is much more to you than meets the eye. With your expertise, I would say you rival the abilities of our forebears." He continued, "If you join me in this endeavor, I shall save considerable effort. From this moment hence, I officially propose an alliance between us. With your talent and my proficiency, there shall be no tomb we cannot explore. You will take charge of locating the dragon veins, while I will focus on pinpointing the burial sites. We shall form a duo aptly named the Black and White Duo of Death. Together, we will unearth grand tombs for all to witness. Although our patriarch is no longer with us, we shall uphold the family's legacy and bring honor to our name." Upon hearing Biaozi's proposed moniker for our partnership, I nearly burst into laughter. Yet, as I glanced at Biaozi's dark complexion and then at my own fair skin, I couldn't help but think that the name was indeed quite fitting. However, to be candid, I have yet to comprehend how I managed to uncover this tomb. Could it be that my skills in feng shui have reached an extraordinary level? I merely applied the techniques imparted by the old master, interpreting the erratic formations of the mountains here, and yet I stumbled upon it so effortlessly. No, something feels amiss. An odd sensation lingers within me, as if this ancient burial site was intentionally revealed for discovery. It seems that even a modicum of knowledge in feng shui could unveil such a secret. Nevertheless, I maintained an outward facade of calm detachment, signaling to Biaozi to remain discreet. Let us keep a low profile. We are still a notch below the old master. That being said, since we have located it, let us proceed without delay. Shall we? Haisha? Biaozi rolled up his sleeves, spat into his hands, and declared, "All right, just watch how I delineate this subterranean palace." Observing his fatigue, I suggested he take a breather and instructed him on where to dig, allowing me to take over the task. Biaozi wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Xiaohe, I can't shake the feeling that there is something peculiar about this tomb." I too found it strange. Considering Biaozi's expertise, penetrating such ancient tombs typically requires only a few careful digs to ascertain the general layout. Chapter 10. Entering the tomb, Biaozi plopped down on the ground, mopping his brow as he said, "Xiaohe, this is indeed rather uncanny. I have already dug dozens of times and still have yet to reach the boundaries of this ancient tomb. No matter how far I looked, I found myself fixated on this ancient tomb. Logically speaking, an ordinary grave would typically consist of a single mausoleum and a few chambers. Could not possibly be this expansive. Even a grand tomb, when combined with the passageways and auxiliary chambers, would not reach such vastness. Upon hearing this, I immediately grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that beneath our feet lies this very tomb, and that even the slope we stand on might be a part of it? Such scale is inconceivable for an ordinary burial site unless... No, it simply cannot be. At this point, I shook my head in disbelief. Biaozi's voice quivered slightly. You don't believe it either, do you? Yet, the only plausible explanation for a tomb of this magnitude is that it could be an imperial mausoleum, or at the very least, the sepulchre of a noble. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, my hands involuntarily trembling. Not from fear, but from exhilaration, even a touch of euphoria. Biaozi looked up at me. In all my excavations, the largest I've encountered was merely a tomb of a general from the Qin dynasty. As for imperial mausoleums, I doubt even my old man had the chance to enter one. Though I hesitated for a moment, the thrill coursing through me clouded my judgment, and I hastily assembled the steel shovel. Biaozi and I chose a location at the center of the eye-hole and quickly began to dig downward. At this point, we disregarded any thoughts of structural safety, for based on past experiences, one could not ascertain the internal layout of a tomb of this nature. After all, who has the opportunity to frequently excavate an imperial mausoleum of such caliber. Therefore, there is essentially no experience to discuss. However, as we continued digging, our initial excitement gradually subsided. I remarked, "Biaozi, I have a feeling this isn't likely to be an imperial mausoleum. If it were, the old southerner who provided the information wouldn't have given up so easily. Even if he lost men last time, he would undoubtedly attempt to return if it were indeed a royal tomb." Biaozi concurred, having also regained his composure. "Indeed, I was somewhat overzealous earlier. As you mentioned, while this location is a treasure trove, it may not be suitable for an imperial mausoleum. However, the scale of this tomb is extraordinarily extravagant. If it isn't an imperial tomb, what kind of individual would possess the means to construct such a grandiose mausoleum?" Biaozi nodded in agreement, and we resumed digging in silence, replacing our initial enthusiasm with increased caution. Unless there is an emergency, the tunnel will generally take a zigzag shape. Each turning point can dig out a space of 2 people in size, which can not only be used for rest, but also facilitate the upward spreading of soil. I took a moment to observe Biaozi's progress. Biaozi truly lived up to his reputation as someone taught by the master himself. The tunnel he was excavating was oval and smooth, with each shovelful being meticulously placed. In contrast, my side resembled something gnawed by a dog, with uneven chunks here and there. However, the zigzagging path of the tomb does not pose much of a hindrance. If I were to excavate a horizontal tomb passage, and you were to lean over the uneven, makeshift pit I had dug, you would be in for quite a bit of discomfort, particularly since I was merely a teenager. Having secretly followed Biao on a few occasions out of curiosity, my expertise being rather limited. Biao remarked, "Just below lies the ceiling of this tomb. When we reach it, be gentle with the spade. Some individuals install anti-theft mechanisms at the tomb's apex, especially in grand tombs like this one. Countless inexperienced souls have met their demise there." I nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that I was aware of the potential dangers. After approximately half an hour of digging, I felt a sudden rebound beneath the spade, followed by a crisp snapping sound. Upon looking down, I discovered a slab of bluestone beneath the spade, realizing we had reached the tomb's ceiling. I motioned for Biao to continue the excavation while I observed, ensuring that my method did not inadvertently trigger any mechanisms. Biao possessed his own set of strategies for dealing with various ancient tombs. He instructed me to retrieve a gas mask from my backpack, explaining that this was necessary because, at the moment the tomb was breached, the long-sealed air would create a convection due to external pressure, releasing a mix of noxious gases, and in some cases, an extremely potent malevolent energy known as corpse gas. Certain chaotic gases, upon inhalation, can even induce fainting or death. Even if one survives, these toxins may linger within the body, leading to torment in old age from the effects of cadaverous energy, often resulting in a most tragic demise. This explains why many tomb raiders suffer from a myriad of ailments in their later years, a consequence of having inhaled too much of the miasma. Biaozi produced a flat pry bar, his customary tool for dislodging the ceiling stones atop tombs. He gently tapped the surface of the blue bricks at the tomb's apex, listening intently to the sound, sensing that it was solid without any voids. Following the seams of the azure stones, he inserted the flat pry bar, gradually widening the fissures. Observing Biaozi's meticulousness, I dared not interrupt. After laboring for approximately 10 minutes, he successfully extracted a complete blue brick. Once one brick was removed, the rest would follow with relative ease. He reached behind the brick to feel the layer of earth, for tomb roofs are typically reinforced with multiple layers for stability. Naturally, the materials and construction methods vary across different dynasties. Whether the tomb's apex is equipped with anti-theft mechanisms must be assessed based on one's prior experiences in excavation. Biaozi carefully retrieved a small shovel, no larger than a hand, and began to delicately peel away the layer of ceiling soil beneath the blue brick, excavating slowly and steadily downwards. He glanced back at me, remarking on the peculiar absence of any anti-theft mechanisms in this tomb roof. With resolve, he instructed me to step back, spreading his legs as he continued to dig. Before long, the entire mass of soil in the center collapsed, indicating that the passage had been breached. Biaozi, with a few vigorous shovels, enlarged the hole until it was wide enough for a person to pass through unobstructed, before finally pausing. He gestured for me to follow him as we ascended to the surface. Biaozi suggested that we should eat something and take a brief respite, noting that we ought to allow the air inside to circulate before venturing down again. Subsequently, Biaozi crawled over me, clearing a path ahead in the pitch-black tunnel. My heart began to race. Although I had accompanied Biaozi on several tomb explorations before, each descent still elicited a sense of trepidation within me. It is worth noting that even an ordinary person would feel a twinge of fear while walking alone at night, let alone entering an ancient tomb to pry open coffins and disturb the remains within. Frankly, if I were to find myself alone in such a tomb, the sheer darkness would likely drive me to madness before I even considered disturbing the corpses. Biaozi's voice jolted me back to reality. Brother, what are you thinking about? Are you pondering whether there are beautiful ghostly maidens in the tomb? Haha, do you remember when you were 16 and ventured into a tomb? Wasn't there a female ghost who wouldn't let you leave? I couldn't help but swallow hard and quickly interrupted Biaozi. All right, enough of that. You're trying to scare me before we even descend into the tomb? I'm no longer that naive young lad. Do you really think you can frighten me? I said, attempting to project bravado. Biaozi merely chuckled at my demeanor, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Upon reaching the summit of the tomb, Biaozi produced a length of rope, which he secured around the midpoint of a solid iron rod. He then affixed the rod to one side of the tomb's entrance and, after testing its stability with a firm tug, felt reassured. With that, he grasped the rope and slowly descended into the opening, and I followed suit. As I fell through the air for a distance of 2 to 3 meters, a resounding splash echoed below, prompting Biaozi to curse under his breath. Damn it, why is it all water down here? As I slid down, my feet were immediately met with a chilling embrace. It wasn't until the water reached my waist that my toes finally touched the ground. However, having been forewarned by Biaozi, I maintained my composure, raising my powerful flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. The area was eerily quiet, the surface of the water reflecting glimmers of light, accompanied by the pungent odor of stagnant sewage. Taking in my surroundings, I observed that this was a rather spacious burial chamber, devoid of any furnishings. In the corners, there were several humanoid stone sculptures, most of which were partially submerged in water. The murals on the walls had been rendered nearly indistinct by the water damage, and those areas untouched by water were obscured by dampness. Biaozi scrutinized the murals, repeatedly clicking his tongue in dismay. Ah, what a pity for these treasures. If only we could salvage them, they would fetch a handsome price. He continued, I suspect that the previous group of tomb raiders dug their tunnel nearby. With the incessant rain over the past few months, water has seeped in through their excavation. In this sunless environment, the moisture has nowhere to evaporate, leading to the accumulation of water over time. I nodded in agreement, my thoughts mirroring Biaozi's conjectures. Biaozi continued, let us first survey our surroundings to ascertain our location. Typically, tombs of this magnitude possess an underground chamber. Without clarity regarding our position, our movements will be severely hampered. We illuminated the area with our flashlights, discovering a pitch-black exit ahead, and thus waded towards it. In this dark tomb, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the impression that something lurked beneath the water's surface. As I directed my flashlight into the depths, all I could discern was a pool of dark water reflecting the light, with nothing else visible. As we proceeded, I felt a sudden obstruction beneath my feet. The sensation suggested a step, and as I followed it upwards, I gradually emerged from the water's embrace. It appeared that this was the lowest point within the tomb. All the water from surrounding areas had converged here, hence its considerable depth. Upon reaching the entrance of the burial chamber, we noticed what seemed to be an additional layer leading up to stone steps, reminiscent of the stairs from a home's basement to the surface. Biaozi led the way, with me trailing closely behind him as we ascended the stone steps. Just as Biaozi was about to proceed, I grasped his arm, cautioning, be careful. There might be traps here. Biaozi scanned the area and examined the neatly arranged burial bricks on the ground. It's fine. These bricks are whole. Traps are unlikely to be set here. Observing his confidence, I felt reassured. Chapter 11. The relief mural emerging from the lowly tomb chamber, I found myself in a rectangular corridor, its walls constructed from massive blocks of stone, meticulously arranged. It is a mystery how the ancients managed to stack these colossal stones to form the tomb's walls. The surfaces are remarkably smooth and even, with remnants of craftsmanship still visible, suggesting the handiwork of skilled artisans from a bygone era. Along the sides of the corridor, the tomb walls are adorned with intermittent relief sculptures. Upon closer inspection, the earlier carvings depict a sun, symbolizing the toil of the people laboring in the fields during daylight. The middle reliefs portray a moon, signifying the gatherings of these individuals at what appears to be an altar-like structure during the night. However, as I continued my exploration, I noticed that the reliefs abruptly ceased, leaving behind many signs of having been defaced, as if someone had deliberately destroyed this section of artwork, which struck me as peculiar. One of the remaining reliefs depicted a figure clad in a black robe, standing before the altar, raising a scepter with a flourish, which caused a dark chasm to open beneath it. She commanded a group of armored soldiers, who herded the worshippers towards the gaping void. The remaining fragments of the reliefs took on a more abstract quality. The individuals forced to the edge of the abyss had shadowy forms rising above their heads, drawn into the chasm. This imagery likely symbolizes the souls being consumed by the darkness, leaving the forsaken individuals as mere shells, subject to the will of the soldiers. The soldiers adorned these soulless beings in armor and led them into a strange canyon, marking the end of the reliefs. Biaozi turned to me, noticing my gaze lost in thought upon the wall. He approached with a grin and inquired, "Xiao He, what captivates you? Is it the depiction of ancient spring scenes on the wall that has you so entranced?" I waved my hand dismissively and shared with him the content that had caught my attention. Biaozi replied, "What did you expect? It is quite customary for ancient people to adorn their tombs with peculiar frescoes. I recall an occasion when I plundered the tomb of a Taoist from the Song dynasty. It was utterly barren, save for an array of alchemical furnaces and colossal cauldrons for concocting elixirs. The murals therein chronicled tales of ascension, suggesting that even in death, his spirit would persist in alchemical pursuits, and one day he would forge the elixir of immortality and ascend. Can such tales be taken seriously? I nodded and responded, "I do not claim to believe in the narratives depicted in these murals. However, it is evident that the ancients employed such art to document their lives or significant events of their era, albeit often with a tendency to embellish the truth. Yet, if we examine these murals, while they may exude an air of mystical mythology, certain aspects appear deliberately obscured by unseen hands. If these were merely records of mythological tales, there would be no need for concealment, which is precisely why I find it rather peculiar." With a grin, Biaozi remarked, "Never mind, don't dwell on it. Isn't it said that the secrets of the heavens must not be divulged? The ancients enjoyed indulging in such enigmatic matters. Let us hasten to find the main burial chamber and seek the whereabouts of that half-map, while also exploring if there are any other treasures within this ancient tomb." As Biaozi and I continued down the passageway, I noticed that the left wall was no longer a solid stone barrier. An unexpected tomb door had emerged between the walls. The appearance of this door was quite abrupt, and it was positioned lower than the passage itself. If I hadn't been vigilant, I might have easily overlooked it. I quickly grabbed Biaozi, who was about to proceed further, urging him to pause and observe the door. Biaozi glanced at it, puzzled, and said, "Strange. There's no underworld palace here, so why is there a burial chamber? Let's step inside and take a look." With that, he stepped forward into the chamber. I followed him inside. The chamber was not large, and there was another tomb door on the opposite side, presumably leading to other ear chambers or passageways. I raised my flashlight and surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the four corners where grotesque stone carvings of menacing demons stood, the chamber was utterly empty, devoid of any artifacts. Biaozi also circled the space, finding nothing of interest, and expressed his bewilderment. "This is truly bizarre. What purpose could there be in constructing such an empty burial chamber?" As he spoke, he settled himself in a corner of the chamber atop something, and I thought to myself how Biaozi seemed to disregard the decorum of the situation. I contemplated playing a little scare on him. I remarked to Biaozi, "Do refrain from idly sitting there. The furniture here is intended for the deceased. Perhaps there lies a spirit beneath you, and in your sitting, you might inadvertently merge with them. Who knows, they could be whispering a chill upon your neck." Biaozi, however, remained unfazed. "Xiaohe, you can't truly frighten me. Over the years, I have traversed countless ancient tombs and encountered numerous corpses. Nothing can instill fear in me. As he spoke, he nearly slipped from his perch. Couldn't help but chuckle. Biaozi, do not boast. Did you not just feel something pressing against your back? Look at you, unable to maintain your balance. Curiously, Biaozi stood up, mumbling, how peculiar. How did the ancients craft these chairs? The surface is not even. It feels akin to a slide. Upon shining his flashlight, I followed suit, and we were both taken aback. What we had presumed to be a chair was unmistakably a coffin. Approaching it, I examined the black wooden coffin closely. It exhibited numerous signs of decay, which was understandable given the dampness of the surroundings. It was tucked against the corner, and we had merely glanced over it earlier without realizing its true nature. I whispered to Biaozi, how could you sit without even a glance? If it were a black-haired corpse, it would have surely pulled you in. However, the way Biaozi thinks is entirely different from mine. Upon seeing the coffin, his immediate reaction was not one of fear, but rather a keen interest as he began to examine it closely. After a few glances, he exclaimed, this doesn't seem right, shall he? Given the grandeur of this tomb, doesn't this coffin appear rather meager? Could it be that the owner of this tomb possessed such elevated ideals that they opted for a modest burial with only a simple coffin? I pondered for a moment and concurred, sensing that something was indeed amiss. I took out my compass and remarked to Biaozi, this is highly improbable. According to the specifications of this burial site, the person interred here must have been someone of considerable status. How could they possibly settle for such a hastily arranged, flimsy coffin? I continued, moreover, I find it exceedingly strange that, despite my limited experience in tomb exploration, I have a basic understanding that a typical burial chamber would not be constructed adjacent to a passageway, nor would a coffin be placed in a corner. This violates significant feng shui principles. Biaozi, having explored numerous ancient tombs, have you ever encountered such an arrangement for a coffin in any of the others? Biaozi appeared puzzled, unable to grasp my meaning. I gestured towards my compass and said, observe the orientation of this coffin. Don't you find it peculiar? This coffin is not positioned at the rightful place where the tomb owner would have rested in life, but rather, it is oddly situated in the southeast corner of this chamber. This is utterly illogical. Could it be that the tomb owner harbored some unusual preference for sleeping in this specific corner? Biaozi pondered for a moment and remarked, logically speaking, the majority of tomb doors in this burial chamber are oriented towards the southeast, which signifies the auspicious arrival of purple qi, facilitating a better connection with the Earth's energy. If the coffin is positioned here, it essentially obstructs the flow of energy in this area, which is indeed quite peculiar. With this, Biaozi gazed intently at the coffin, puzzled by the rationale behind its placement in the southeast corner. Suddenly, a memory sparked in my mind regarding something the old master had once said. Biaozi, do you recall the tale the old master shared with us? He once ventured into a tomb of an ancient sorcerer from the southern regions in Frog Valley, only to discover it was a tomb of the corpse spirit. The coffin inside was situated in the southeast corner. Was it not? The old master mentioned that the most distinct characteristic of a corpse spirit tomb is the placement of the coffin in the southeast corner, which is considered a pivotal point in feng shui. The tradition among the tomb raiding sect has always been to place candles in the southeast corner before commencing their exploration. This is due to the fact that, in terms of the trigrams, the southeast corresponds to the wind trigram. Thus, the candle's remaining lit serves a dual purpose. Firstly, it indicates that the air quality is satisfactory, and secondly, and most importantly, the southeast corner serves as a wind eye within the tomb, also acting as a connection point between the realms of yin and yang. However, should the tomb owner be reluctant to part with the treasures within, they may extinguish your candles during your exploration, thereby manifesting to claim your life. Therefore, the southeastern corner is also considered the location where spirits ascend to the heavens. It is said that when a person dies, they should be reincarnated as soon as possible. However, blocking the coffin in this position prevents the spirit from ascending, which can generate malevolent energy. A corpse ghost tomb involves placing zombie poison insects into the corpse, and when the insects absorb enough malevolent energy, the corpse transforms into a corpse ghost. Do you think this coffin could be similar to the corpse ghost tomb of the old gu from southern Xinjiang that the old man mentioned? Upon hearing this, Biaozi shook his head and said, I think that's unlikely. You see, The old Gu from southern Xinjiang was rumored to be a madman in his lifetime, which is why he would use his own corpse to cultivate poison insects. Chapter 12. Corpse Ghost. I pondered for a moment and said to Biaozi, "What you said is that the tomb owner couldn't possibly turn their own corpse into a corpse ghost. But consider this possibility. What if the corpse in this coffin isn't the tomb owner? Look at the scale of this tomb. If it were the real tomb owner, how could they just be placed here like this without any mechanisms? Wouldn't tomb raiders be able to enter easily? And with a tomb of this scale, isn't it strange to use such a thin coffin for burial?" Biaozi seemed to have an epiphany and said, "Are you suggesting that this isn't the real burial chamber at all, and the contents of this coffin might just be a decoy set up by the tomb owner? And that the coffin might contain something like the old Gu from southern Xinjiang used to nurture ghosts, placed here possibly as a trap to lure tomb raiders into opening the coffin?" Upon observing Biao's exaggerated demeanor, I could not resist teasing him. "Are you not the one who often boasts about your audacity? How is it that you now appear frightened?" Biao instantly donned a disdainful expression and retorted, "Do you think I would be afraid? I am not exaggerating. Unless something within there leaps out to bite me, I shall be the one to open the coffin first and demonstrate my prowess." As he spoke, he forcefully slapped the coffin lid, producing a resounding clap. Immediately after, an echoing sound emerged from within the coffin, mimicking his earlier action. Initially, I thought I had misheard, but upon glancing at Biao, I noticed his complexion had turned ashen, his gaze fixated intently on the coffin. The entire chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sounds of our labored breathing. Just as I finished my thought, yet another soft thud reverberated from within the coffin, an unassuming sound that sent chills racing down my spine and raised the hairs on my neck. Biao instinctively leaped back 2 meters, clutching a crowbar from his backpack, while I too retreated several steps. Though I had previously encountered peculiar occurrences in tombs alongside Biao, those had always been intangible phenomena. This tangible reality was something I had only envisioned through the tales recounted by the old man. Witnessing it firsthand was undeniably exhilarating. My legs trembled with excitement, and it was only later that I realized my reaction was entirely due to fear. I observed as Biao adjusted the flashlight on his helmet with a remarkable calmness, devoid of any sign of panic, which momentarily eased my own anxiety. At that moment, a resounding thud emanated from the coffin, causing the entire lid to tremble violently. The subsequent series of knocks grew progressively louder and quicker, until with a final crack, a narrow fissure, wide enough for 2 fingers, abruptly appeared at one corner of the coffin. I stood transfixed, watching the coffin quiver intermittently, perplexed as to why Biao remained motionless. I contemplated whether to take the initiative or simply flee. The gap in the coffin widened, and it seemed as though something beneath was forcing the lid upward, creating a cacophony of creaks. Suddenly, a pale, hand-like appendage emerged through the crack, though the white hair and the 2-inch-long dark nails made it less than human. Half of it squeezed out, gripping the edge of the coffin. I noticed, under the beam of my flashlight, that the nails glimmered ominously, and I mused that if I were to be caught by that hand, it would be akin to being skewered on a skewer. Unable to contain myself any longer, I whispered urgently to Biao, "Hey Biao, have you ever encountered such a scene before? You ought to say something." I inwardly lamented my own inadequacy, while Biao, the seasoned veteran, exhibited remarkable composure in the face of such a spectacle, indicating his familiarity with these situations. I feigned calmness, eager to inquire whether he typically engaged in direct confrontation or employed any special tactics to counter such threats. I observed Biao leisurely zipping up his backpack. Then he took a deep breath and, to my astonishment, turned on his heel and fled. I was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. Just as I was about to curse him, I heard the coffin lid creak ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I abandoned my intention to scold Biao and sprinted after him with all my might. Upon hearing my shouts, Biao slowed his pace slightly, allowing me to catch up. As we dashed from the tomb chamber, I followed him closely, immersed in our frantic escape, losing track of time. It felt as though we had been running endlessly, and a sense of unease washed over me. I hastily grabbed Biao's arm, urging him to halt. Gasping for breath, I said, "Biao, why do I feel like we ran the wrong way? It seems we entered through the western tomb gate and exited through the eastern one." "Biao, resting his hands on his knees and leaning against the tomb wall, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Goodness! It appears we truly ran the wrong way. So, where on earth are we now?" I thought to myself, considering that he was the one who had led us here, how could he not know? After catching my breath, I replied, "Fortunately, there haven't been any traps along the way. Otherwise, we would have perished countless times." "And what about that creature we encountered? Was it truly the corpse spirit the old man spoke of?" Biao wiped the sweat from his brow and responded, "That must have been a corpse spirit. Your earlier speculation was indeed accurate. There are indeed people here, using corpses to nurture spirits." Biaozi might have felt a bit embarrassed earlier, clearing his throat a few times before declaring, "It's not that I'm afraid of what lies within that coffin. After all, what has Xiao Tianbiao not encountered? Dealing with such things requires little effort on my part. The main concern is that the crypt is rather cramped, limiting my movements. Moreover, this is not our territory. We ought to avoid trouble whenever possible." "Hey, what kind of expression is that? If you doubt me, what if it truly dares to pursue us?"
Assure you.
"I would incapacitate it, leaving it utterly helpless, as if it were to die anew." Biaozi's bravado was still unyielding. Suddenly, a narrow stone door on the wall behind Biaozi creaked open with a sharp sound, and a figure tumbled out, landing squarely on top of him, leaving Biaozi sprawled on the ground. Startled, he quickly reacted with a loud exclamation. "Hey!" Despite his imposing height of 6 feet, he was surprisingly agile, having trained in martial arts under the old master for several years. Pinned beneath the weight, Biaozi had no time to ascertain the nature of the object that had fallen on him. Instead, he instinctively grasped it and rolled to the side, pushing it away in the process. After a full revolution, he sprang up with the grace of a fish leaping from water. In one fluid motion, he drew a sharp spade from his bag, cursing, "Damn, you really did follow me. I was only boasting halfway when you lunged at me, nearly making me wet my pants. Today you'll see how I, Biaozi, will reduce you to pieces and dry your remains to create cured meat." Seeing as how Biaozi was genuinely frightened, anyone would be unnerved if something of unknown origin descended upon them unexpectedly in an ancient tomb. I promptly restrained the agitated Biaozi. "Hold your fire, that's no undead ghoul. It appears to be a living person." As I spoke, I illuminated the figure on the ground with my flashlight, ensuring Biaozi had a clear view, as I feared he might impulsively attack without discernment. Biaozi composed himself momentarily, approached and exclaimed, "Well, I'll be damned. It is a person. Where did this unfortunate soul come from, hanging from the tomb's apex? Was he attempting to swing from the rafters?" I was nearly scared to death. My legs are still spasming. Disregarding Biaozi's outburst, I knelt to inspect the prone figure, immediately assailed by an acrid stench that stung my nostrils. How long must one have abstained from bathing to exude such an odor? I surmised that even the most disheveled vagrants on the streets would possess a similar aroma. Observing the bloodstains and tattered clothing, I tentatively checked for signs of life and detected faint respiration. I assisted him into a seated position against the tomb wall. Noticing the bloodstains on his garments, I tore open his upper attire and was immediately repulsed. His torso was riddled with a dense array of more than a dozen lacerations, some already suppurating. Fortunately, none appeared to be excessively deep, mostly superficial wounds, with some even exhibiting signs of healing. Otherwise, the blood loss alone could have proven fatal. Realizing that the man's chances of survival were dwindling without intervention, I retrieved bandages and antiseptic solution from my backpack, cleansed his wounds, and applied rudimentary dressings. It seems that we are not the only ones who have descended into this ancient tomb. I glanced at the stranger and remarked to Biaozi, who was crouched nearby, intently observing the figure leaning against the tomb wall, seemingly oblivious to my words. "Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but up close, this fellow appears quite well-groomed. What could possibly bring him to this ancient burial site? Could he be a lunatic?" I shot Biaozi a disapproving look. "You think he's insane? Do you really believe the threshold for our profession of tomb raiding is so low that even lunatics can partake?" Biaozi pointed to the man's attire. "Just take a look. This individual descended into the tomb dressed in a full suit and is now hanging out at the tomb's apex. What else could he be if not deranged?" Chapter 13. The suit-clad man with memory gaps. Biaozi continued, "Look at him. He's dressed entirely in a suit, yet here he is, resting at the tomb's summit, which defies all logic. It's quite peculiar, after all, who wears a suit to raid a tomb. After Biaozi's observation, I finally noticed that he indeed wore a suit. I mused, how strange it is that someone would don formal attire for tomb raiding. Biaozi scrutinized the suited man for a while longer before commenting, however, despite his battered appearance and tattered clothes, his leather shoes remain impeccably polished. TSK, this suit-clad gentleman is undoubtedly a person of refinement. At this point, I no longer cared about the man's sense of style. I turned to Biaozi and said, "So what shall we do now? If we leave him here unattended, he certainly won't survive for long." Upon hearing my words, Biaozi immediately understood my meaning. He rose quickly, gesturing dismissively, "No need to elaborate. I grasp your intent. However, Xiaohe, we find ourselves in a graveyard at present. I recognize your compassionate nature, but typically that can be overlooked. Now, however, we face peril ourselves. Adding another half-dead individual would only be a burden." I acknowledged the validity of Biaozi's argument, yet I could not simply stand by and watch this person perish. Proposed, "How about this? I will carry him, and should we encounter danger and be unable to protect ourselves, we can abandon him then. Does that sound acceptable?" Seeing my determination to bring this individual along, Biaozi sighed in resignation. All right, the great and benevolent hero of the river, but perhaps you should refrain from carrying him. Let me take on that task instead. With your slender arms and legs, carrying this tall fellow in a suit will only lead to your demise when danger approaches." Recognizing that Biaozi possessed far greater strength than I chose not to dispute his claim. He tossed me the backpack and hoisted the suited man onto his back. Despite his height, he doesn't seem overly heavy, I remarked to Biaozi. I observed when I bandaged his wounds. His physique is composed entirely of muscle and bone, with little excess fat. Unlike you, who seems to be filled with water, weighing a ton, I jested. Biaozi, clearly irked, retorted, "What do you mean by filled with water? My muscles are the real deal." He then flexed his bicep, showcasing his strength. We casually chose a side path and ventured in. After walking a short distance, a low grave door emerged on the adjacent wall. Both Biaozi and I were taken aback, as the door seemed hauntingly familiar. With a somewhat pallid expression, I inquired, "Biaozi, could it be that we've encountered a ghostly wall?" Upon uttering this, we instinctively raised our flashlights to illuminate the southeast corner, and indeed, the coffin lay there, untouched and intact. Biaozi crouched down, propping the suited man against a corner of the tomb wall. We cautiously approached the coffin, scrutinizing it carefully. This coffin was markedly different from the one we had previously observed. Although the colors were similar, this coffin appeared to be in far better condition. While the surface bore some moisture, there were no signs of decay. Previously, we had witnessed the other coffin being violently torn open by a corpse spirit, yet this one remained remarkably intact. Biaozi gently lifted the suited man, whispering to me, "This is not the same burial chamber we were in earlier. We should leave for now." We slowly retreated, relieved that nothing untoward occurred. I expressed my astonishment, asking Biaozi, how could there be another corpse spirit's chamber here? Biaozi shook his head, replying, "I don't know. We must hasten our departure from this place." We then chose another side path to continue our journey, but after a few paces, we stumbled upon yet another low grave door beside the passageway. Biaozi and I exchanged glances, bewildered. Biaozi, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Damn, this is truly uncanny. Could there be a crypt of corpse spirits hidden within?" Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon me, prompting me to whisper to Biaozi, "I suspect that this entire place is filled with such corpse spirit coffins. We may have unwittingly triggered some mechanism, leading us into this area, or perhaps this is not a tomb at all, but rather a mausoleum for nurturing corpse spirits." Biaozi, taken aback, exclaimed, "That's impossible." To validate my hypothesis, we hoisted Brother Suit onto our backs and ventured into the crypt before us. Indeed, we encountered the same grotesque stone statues and identical layout of the burial chamber. However, this time, instead of a complete coffin in the southeast corner, there was a large gaping hole on one side. Cautiously, Biaozi and I approached, slowly directing our flashlight into the cavity. The coffin appeared desolate, housing only a few dirt-gray jars, strewn haphazardly within. On either side of the breach in the coffin, deep scratches marred the surface. As I gently traced my fingers over them, a chill ran down my spine. The texture suggested they were made by some creature's claws. I gestured for silence to Biaozi and pointed out the scratches for him to observe. As he leaned in to take a closer look, his expression shifted dramatically. Lowering his voice, he cautioned, "Be wary. There might be something alive." I swiftly raised the flashlight, scanning the entire chamber, which lay eerily empty, save for Biaozi and myself. Only then did I allow myself a sigh of relief. Biaozi, with a troubled expression, remarked, "It appears you were indeed correct. All the tomb chambers here are likely filled with corpse demons." I too sensed an ominous presence and urged Biaozi, "Let us hasten our departure. It seems the entities within have already emerged, and I shudder to think of their proximity." An unsettling feeling crept over me, as if the master of this tomb had constructed it specifically to lure grave robbers such as ourselves. Any tomb raider would be irresistibly drawn to a coffin, and should anyone disturb it, the corpse demons within would be unleashed. It felt as though a trap had been meticulously laid for us, sending chills down my spine. Biaozi, visibly shaken, suggested, "We ought not to disturb any more coffins. Let us find a way to escape and locate the original owner first." In agreement with Biaozi, I too resolved not to engage with any further artifacts of the ancient tomb. This place exuded an eerie aura. Who in their right mind would place a coffin of another within their own burial chamber? Such an act would surely violate the most sacred principles of geomancy. Our priority was to locate the old man's half-map, so we continued forward along the corridor. Suddenly, a muffled clattering sound echoed from a distance behind us, followed by several more faint noises resonating from further away. Though the sounds were subdued, they pierced the silence of the dark surroundings with remarkable clarity. I swiftly raised my flashlight, illuminating the branching paths behind us. Upon hearing the commotion, Biaozi's countenance darkened considerably, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to utter, "Xiaohe, have you ever encountered a corpse demon before?" I was somewhat taken aback by Biaozi's inquiry, as I had only ventured into tombs with him a few times during my adolescence, and had certainly never encountered any corpse demons. Thus I shook my head in negation. After uttering this, he affixed his flashlight to his mountaineering helmet, hoisted the suit-clad man he was carrying on his back, and with great strides hastened forward. Observing the gravity in Biaozi's countenance, I recognized the severity of the situation and promptly followed suit. Before long, a cacophony of sounds reached us from behind, growing ever closer. These were not the sounds of footsteps, but rather akin to the movements of quadrupedal creatures. As these sounds grew in intensity, a wave of gooseflesh washed over my arms. Suppressing my curiosity, I continued to run after Biaozi. The passageway was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by our flashlights, which cast an eerie, spectral glow. Despite carrying the suit-clad man, Biaozi maintained a brisk pace. With no clear destination in mind, we pressed onward, attempting to move in the direction of relative silence. I was acutely aware of the potential for hidden mechanisms within the passageway, and the burden that Biaozi bore as he forged ahead. Fortunately, fortune seemed to favor us, as we navigated the labyrinthine corridors without triggering any traps. It is also possible that the mechanisms had long since succumbed to decay. We had no time to dwell on such matters, and after running for some time, we had yet to reach the end of the passageway. This realization further expanded my perception of the subterranean scale of this ancient tomb. The sound of crawling has become distinctly audible just behind us, compelling me to bite my teeth and run with all my might. Although Biao possesses greater stamina, the burden of carrying the suited gentleman has left him drenched in sweat. Biao suddenly veered around a corner, ran a few steps, and then halted abruptly. I nearly collided with him and quickly inquired, "Why have you stopped?" At that moment, the suited gentleman behind him unexpectedly spoke. "Follow the pattern on the tiles. There are markings on the tiles before the tomb entrance. Take that path." After uttering these words, his head tilted, as if he were on the verge of fainting. Upon hearing this, Biao and I exchanged glances, pondering whether this young man truly knew the way out. We swiftly split up to search for the patterns he mentioned. At last, before the 9th tomb entrance in the corridor, I discovered a grayish flower etched into the bluish-gray tiles, so subtle that it would have been easily overlooked. I called out to Biao, "This way, over here, hurry." Upon seeing my discovery, Biao rushed over, and together we followed the path marked by the floral designs, twisting and turning as we ran. Suddenly, I came to an abrupt stop. Biao, panting heavily behind me, shouted, "Keep running. They are almost upon us." I pointed towards a sculpted stone wall ahead, urging Biao to look. With the sounds growing ever closer, I turned to him and asked, "Do you have any other options? If not, we must brace ourselves for a desperate fight." Just as Biao was about to respond, the suited gentleman on his back stirred momentarily, regaining consciousness. Biao immediately sensed the shift and turned to gaze at the suited man resting upon his shoulder. The man in the suit pointed towards the stone wall ahead and uttered in a faint voice, "Carry me to the stone wall. I have been here before." Biaozi glanced at me, and I thought to myself, a dead horse is better than a live one, so I nodded at him. Together, we assisted the man in the suit to the stone wall, where he caressed the stone carvings for a considerable time. Then, turning to us, he uttered a blood-curdling remark. "I'm sorry, I forgot how to activate the mechanism here." After speaking, his head tilted, and he fainted once more. Biaozi cursed, "Damn it, how can you lose your mind at such a critical moment?" Chapter 14. Captured, we both suppressed the urge to vociferously berate the man in the suit. Biaozi was so infuriated that he nearly hurled him to the ground. Instead, Biaozi shoved the man in the suit towards me and hastily rummaged through his backpack. Soon, he produced a small stone hammer and a trumpet-shaped listening device. I was aware that although Biaozi had not mastered the skills of the old master, he was exceptionally talented at deciphering mechanisms, a fact even the old master acknowledged. As I watched Biaozi strike the stone wall with the small hammer while carefully listening to the sounds emanating from behind the wall, I felt the crawling noise from behind was becoming increasingly distinct. Yet, I dared not urge Biaozi, fearing I might disrupt his focus. I leaned the man in the suit against the stone wall and retrieved a small shovel from my bag, preparing to fend off any incoming threats to buy Biaozi some time. Suddenly, Biaozi exclaimed, "Xiao He, there is indeed a mechanism. There's insufficient time. I could only discern the outline of the mechanism within. I have a rough idea of its operational trajectory, but I am unsure if I can unlock it. Come over and lend a hand." As soon as I heard the signal, I hurried over. "Xiao He, when I count to 3, you press down on the dragon I carved into the stone wall below, while I will press on the one above. Remember to heed my command, for otherwise, we may find ourselves impaled by the ground spikes beneath us, like candied hawthorns." Biaozi's expression took on an unusually grave demeanor. Upon glancing at the ground, I noticed that the surface was paved with blue bricks, and in the crevices lay numerous tiny holes, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. A chill ran through me as I imagined the sensation of sharp objects piercing my abdomen from below. Just as my fingers grazed the dragon eye that Biaozi mentioned, I heard something rushing towards us. Turning my head, I caught sight of a shadow darting around the corner of the corridor, followed by several more shadows lunging towards us. In a panic, Biaozi yanked the suited man over, propping him against the wall, and shouted, "There's no time. 333. As he spoke, he incessantly pressed the dragon eye sculpture on the stone wall. My heart jolted at his words. I thought to myself, isn't he supposed to count to 3? This is a betrayal of our teamwork. With the shadows nearly upon us, I dared not hesitate, resigning myself to fate. I pressed down swiftly. A cracking sound erupted as the wall trembled, dust swirling around us, causing me to cough uncontrollably. Suddenly, I felt the stone wall and the blue bricks beneath my feet rotate, and I found myself flipped over. I thought in astonishment, did ancient civilizations possess such advanced technology? In the moment of reversing the past, my flashlight illuminated a shadow that was nearly lunging at our faces. I instantly discerned the figure's semblance. It bore a skeletal resemblance to a human, yet its emaciated form was akin to that of a monkey. Its cheeks appeared as if they belonged to a mummified corpse, wrinkled and crumpled, reminiscent of clothes spun dry in a washing machine. However, its visage was adorned with a profusion of white hair. The sight of that ghastly, white-haired face mere inches from mine sent a jolt of terror through me, raising the hairs on my neck. Fortunately, that fear was fleeting, as we were swiftly ushered through the stone door. Before I could fully recover from my fright, I heard Biao beside me suddenly let out a loud cry, startling me. Just as I was about to question his outburst, I felt the ground give way beneath my feet, and I tumbled downwards, involuntarily exclaiming in alarm. I cursed the fool who had constructed this ancient tomb. Who would fashion a slope behind a door? As I and Biao tumbled down, in a moment of desperation, I clutched my backpack tightly to shield my head. My flashlight had slipped from my grasp, rolling away faster than I was, and I caught a glimpse of Biao diving into the embrace of Suits, covering his head. I thought to myself that Suits was surely doomed. If he survived the fall, he would surely lose half his life. The tumble did not last long, and it was not until half of my body collided with a stone wall that my descent came to a halt. The impact caused a sharp pain that nearly made me spit blood. I sensed that I was no longer on a slope. Lying on the ground, I glanced over at Biaozi, who was sprawled not far from me, and called out to him, "Biaozi, are you all right?" I watched as he gently raised his wrist and waved it, which brought a sigh of relief to my heart. At that moment, I heard a faint voice from the side, belonging to Suit Brother. I'm fine too. I could not help but feel a sense of helplessness as I observed Suit Brother lying nearby, barely clinging to life. I thought to myself, his resilience is akin to that of a cockroach. After resting on the ground for several minutes to regain my strength, I finally mustered the energy to rise. I picked up a waterproof flashlight nearby and adjusted its beam, discovering that aside from a few scratches from the tumble, it was completely unscathed. I lowered my gaze to the brand, which bore a string of English letters. I pondered why Old Wong had sold it for such a high price. However, upon noticing a small, inconspicuous label at the bottom that read "Made in China," I inwardly cursed Old Wong for deceiving me once again. I lamented that he would even cheat his own people, yet I had to admit that the quality was indeed commendable. As I contemplated Biaozi's prolonged silence, I began to worry that he might have sustained an injury during the fall. Rushing over to him, I was taken aback to hear him softly snoring. In that moment, I could not help but admire Biaozi. He truly was someone who could fall asleep anywhere. I gently nudged Biaozi, who then stirred awake. Upon rising, I inquired about his condition, to which he replied that he was merely experiencing body aches from his recent fall, and that lying down had been quite comfortable, almost lulling him to sleep. I mused to myself that almost was an understatement. He had been snoring quite audibly. However, I lacked the inclination to tease him further. I helped Biaozi to his feet, and together we raised our flashlight to survey our surroundings. At this point, I had lost all sense of our location within the ancient tomb, and attempting to retrace our steps through the thief's tunnel seemed unfeasible. After a brief discussion, we decided to investigate the situation below. The environment below was starkly different from above. The corridors here were not composed of stacked stone slabs, but rather meticulously carved square chambers. The floor was laid with closely set green bricks, each adorned with intricate, coarse floral patterns. However, looking upwards, it appeared as though we were in a naturally formed cavern, albeit one that had been shaped by human hands. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from ahead, suggesting a considerable number of individuals were present. Biaozi and I exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. With a hint of surprise, Biaozi asked, "Xiao He, should we sneak forward to investigate?" Listening to the gunfire, I found the coincidence peculiar. It seemed we were not alone here after all, and these newcomers had likely arrived before us. Cautioning Biaozi, I replied, "Let us refrain from approaching. They are armed, and we wouldn't want to catch their ire and end up as collateral damage. After all, in our line of work, it is not uncommon for those with murderous intent to eliminate witnesses and seize opportunities." Before I could finish my words, I felt something press against the back of my head. Biaozi, noticing this, swiftly retrieved a steel shovel and grasped it firmly in his hands. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind. "Don't move. Be careful or the gun may go off." I quickly raised my hands, saying, "Let us discuss this calmly, brothers. There is no need for impulsiveness." I signaled to Biaozi with my eyes, urging him to refrain from any rash actions, for the adversary was armed and stealthy, clearly not an ordinary foe. Engaging in a confrontation would be unwise. At that moment, Biaozi also gradually raised his hands. To our surprise, a middle-aged man clad in a black leather jacket had appeared behind him, brandishing a short-barreled automatic rifle pressed against Biaozi's lower back. The man snatched the steel shovel from Biaozi's hands and, with a clumsy command in broken Mandarin, instructed us, "You will move forward. Our boss wishes to see you." A sense of confusion overcame me as I inquired, "Do you know us? Who is your boss, and why does he wish to meet us?" The individual behind me shoved me forcefully, replying, "You will understand once you meet him." With guns aimed at our heads, we had no choice but to proceed. After a short distance, we noticed a flickering light around a corner and could vaguely hear voices ahead. Biaozi walked beside me, and with the illumination from the flashlights held by our captors, I caught a glimpse of his profile. He subtly gestured with his lips and blinked several times. Understanding his intent, I returned a slight grin, and Biaozi, looking back, winked his left eye. This is a secret code that Biaozi and I developed together since childhood. At times, a mere glance or expression between us can convey a multitude of meanings. However, this form of communication is born from years of mutual understanding, likely comprehensible only to the two of us, while others would find it impossible to learn. Suddenly, Biaozi clutched his stomach and let out a yelp, prompting the two individuals behind us to alertly glance in his direction. In the next moment, Biaozi violently threw his head back, striking the nose of the person behind him. He then swiftly clamped his hands around that person's arms and hurled him against the wall. The unexpected pain caused the individual to loosen his grip, allowing Biaozi to seize the short-barreled automatic rifle. With a swift motion, he swung the stock of the weapon forcefully against the man's head, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Biaozi then aimed the gun at the other person with whom I was grappling, rendering him motionless. We managed to pin him down, just as I intended to search him for any additional weapons. At that moment, I felt a tightening grip on my back, realizing that several more individuals had stealthily approached, now aiming their guns at Biaozi and me. We dared not make any further movements. The man we had previously subdued got back on his feet and delivered a fierce punch to both Biaozi and me, causing me to crumple to the ground in pain, while Biaozi struggled to stand upright. We were then dragged up by several others. It seemed that the man felt a sense of relief after hitting us, as he warned the others, "Be cautious. These two are quite cunning." Only then did I discern the individuals clearly. Oddly, though they appeared to be of Chinese descent, their accents hinted at Vietnamese origins, and their uniform equipment suggested a mercenary affiliation. We were ushered into a rather spacious cavern ahead, where 7 or 8 figures were occupied with various tasks. Spent bullet casings littered the ground, and several individuals were dragging away lifeless or severely wounded figures. Before a mountain wall, adjacent to an aperture with a diameter of 70 or 80 centimeters, lay an unidentifiable creature covered in black, scaled armor, its body mangled. The beast possessed a long, thick neck, akin to the girth of an adult's calf. Its face was adorned with steel-like bristles, and beneath its slender eyes were a pair of scissor-like mandibles. A needle-like appendage, half a foot long and finger-thick, protruded from its face, which was quite repulsive. I had never encountered such a creature before. It must be a unique subterranean species. Chapter 15. Subterfuge. Subsequently, several men carried the unconscious man in a suit into the cavern. Upon seeing him, the others initially expressed astonishment, followed by expressions of dread. They conversed in an unintelligible language, and ultimately retrieved ropes from their packs, securing the man in the suit tightly. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed again as 4 or 5 individuals emerged from another stone cave, their paths illuminated by flashlights. At the forefront was an elderly man, well beyond his 70s. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and slender, exuding an air of vitality as he walked with purpose. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and the pronounced temples hinted at a vigorous youth, suggesting he was once a formidable practitioner of martial arts. Upon spotting this group, Biaozi expressed his surprise with an exclamation. "How is it that you, the old master of Nanjing, are here?" It was only after Biaozi's revelation that I recognized this man as the old master. A moment of contemplation led me to understand that we had fallen into a trap. It was likely that the old master had deliberately disseminated information to lure us here. However, I could not immediately discern his intentions, so I maintained my composure while assessing the situation. The old man glanced at Biaozi and chuckled. "Young one, are you truly astonished to see me?" At that moment, Two individuals emerged from behind the old man. The one in the forefront, appearing to be in his 40s, had a fair complexion and wore a benevolent expression. He was incessantly fiddling with two white jade Buddhist beads, each the size of a walnut. The other person, somewhat darker-skinned and shorter in stature, bore a long knife at his waist, seemingly serving as the companion to the former. Upon spotting us, the fair-skinned man beamed and remarked, "Ah, is this not the younger generation of the renowned Shao family? I have heard much about you." The elder generation, notably the illustrious Shao Qingshui, has two descendants, one adept in treasure hunting and the other skilled in ancient artifacts and calligraphy. Among the younger cohort in our circles, they are indeed exceptional. I presume this unfamiliar young brother before me is the other of the Shao family S2 prodigies. It is a pleasure to meet you. Truly, the youth are formidable. His smile, though seemingly genial, concealed a hint of mockery as he glanced at me and Biaozi. Biaozi, feeling slighted by the condescension, remained unfazed despite the gun pointed at him. "Oh, the illustrious fifth master of Beijing recognizes us. I must say, I am quite flattered. But did you not retire from this life long ago? What brings you to accompany this elder from the southern frontier to this tomb? You ought to be cautious. Do take care not to inadvertently find yourself at odds with this venerable gentleman. At his age, he might be here to inspect the burial practices of his ancestors, preparing for his own eventual departure. You, sir, are akin to a tortoise. Your life is precious. At the very least, you should have another decade or so left to live." Biaozi retorted, equally unrestrained in his sarcasm. "Indeed, young man, you possess a certain audacity," the fifth master remarked, "to utter such words under these circumstances. However, those who are bold rarely enjoy longevity." With this pronouncement, his countenance shifted, and he tossed two jade orbs into the air. His hand then executed a swift, lightning-like motion, delivering a forceful blow to Biaozi's face. Biaozi grunted, but remained silent, glaring fiercely at the fifth master. The fifth master caught the descending jade orbs, resuming their manipulation in his palm, and fell silent once more. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, and fearing that Biaozi might provoke them further, potentially leading to our demise, I raised my gaze towards the elder chieftain of southern Xinjiang and inquired, "Venerable elder, since you deliberately disseminated information to lure my brother and me here, there must be a reason. As you are our senior, and we are at your mercy, perhaps we could dispense with the pretense and speak candidly. Even in death, we deserve to understand the cause." The wizened old man chuckled. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely stumbled upon information that your patriarch discovered half a fragment of a human skin map in southern Xinjiang. Refrain from denial, for I have ascertained that the map is in your possession. Your patriarch must have enlightened you regarding the inscriptions upon the dragon tortoise shell." Upon hearing this, my complexion paled. I wondered how this old scoundrel had come to possess knowledge of the dragon tortoise shell. In yesteryear, my adoptive father, Shao Qingshui, ventured far into the southern frontier. From a warring state's tomb, he retrieved, at great personal risk, a black gold treasure box. Within it lay a thumb-sized dragon turtle shell and a scroll of warring state's silk script woven with gold thread. Upon deciphering the secrets recorded on the silk script, Shao Qingshui unearthed a clandestine affair predating even the warring states period. The script chronicled a minor kingdom named Guifang during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Despite its diminutive size, Guifang possessed formidable power. It was eventually conquered by Emperor Wu Ding of Shang after a 3-year campaign. However, the rationale behind Emperor Wu Ding's assault on Guifang remains shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, a tomb raider unearthed another black gold treasure box from a general's tomb. The raider, presuming the box, placed intimately within the general's coffin, contained treasures of immense value, discovered only a small, thumb-sized black jade turtle. Although the tomb raider was ignorant of the turtle's significance, he sensed it held considerable value. Despite extensive inquiries, its nature remained elusive. Years later, by chance, he encountered an old Taoist priest in a Taoist temple. The priest revealed that the turtle was, in fact, a cryptogram inscribed with secrets. It was dubbed Dragon Turtle Shell because the dragon was revered as a deity at the time. Dragon implied writing comprehensible only to the divine, alluding to a complex, encrypted cipher. After years of diligent inquiry, the tomb raider, upon discovering the outcome, found his interest in the dragon-patterned tortoiseshell not diminished but rather intensified. His curiosity about the secrets concealed within the shell grew immeasurably. What mysteries could possibly be hidden within that would compel a general to not only wish to document them but also fear their exposure, going to great lengths to conceal them within this small jade tortoise, accompanying him in eternal rest underground? Ultimately, this individual became almost obsessed, dedicating his life to unraveling the enigma inscribed on the tortoise shell. Even as he approached death, no one knew whether he had succeeded in deciphering the inscriptions. All that remained was his request for future generations to record this matter, which he placed alongside the tortoise shell in his tomb. The tortoise shell later came into the possession of the master of a warring state's tomb, leading to the revelation of its secrets. The inscription recounts that the shell's original owner was a valiant general in the service of Emperor Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, who had led a campaign against the kingdom of Guifang. The true purpose of this campaign was known only to a select few, including the general himself. At that time, Emperor Wu Ding learned from a master of the arcane that the ruler of Guifang had acquired the fabled elixir of immortality, a revelation that filled Wu Ding with astonishment. Unable to resist the allure of eternal life, he swiftly dispatched forces to besiege Guifang, aiming to compel its sovereign to surrender the secrets of immortality. Although the battle resulted in the demise of the Guifang ruler, his two descendants managed to escape with the elixir and the treasure, burying them underground to await a future when their power could be restored, allowing them to resurrect their fortunes. Fearing the discovery of their treasure, the two conspirators murdered their confidant, etching the map of its location upon his back. They then divided the human skin map into two halves, each taking one piece. They vowed that should they fail to restore their kingdom, they would entrust the maps to their descendants so they might seek the treasure. Emperor Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, still yearning for immortality despite failing to obtain the elixir, relentlessly pursued the descendants of the Ghost Fang leader. Simultaneously, fearful of leaks, he annihilated all those privy to the matter. The general, our narrator, narrowly escaped this purge and dared to record these events posthumously. As you are aware of the dragon-patterned tortoise shell, the old man continued, I shall dispense with circumlocution. I am of advanced age and have lost interest in worldly possessions such as treasure. However, I still desire to witness the fabled art of immortality. The old man paused, then added, your grandfather, in his quest for the fragmented human skin map, somehow learned that one piece was hidden in our southern frontier. He scoured every ancient tomb, large and small. Only in recent years, through piecing together various clues, did I discover that your grandfather had already acquired half of the human skin map. Thus, I deliberately spread the news to lure you out. Will you surrender it willingly, or shall we take it by force? The old man fixed his gaze upon me. Seeing our lack of response, he displayed a gesture of impatience and signaled to a dark-skinned man behind him, who was nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. The man slung the gun across his back and approached us. Both Biaozi and I were thoroughly searched from head to toe, our backpacks rifled through as well. He then turned to the old man and shook his head. The old man took a pistol, pressed it against Biaozi's head, and looked at me. Listen, I'm not one for needless chatter. You'd best tell me where it is or I'll count to 3. Don't blame my age if my hand shakes and I put a hole in your brother's skull. The old man began counting slowly. 1, 2. I understood the nature of these people. For them, taking a life was trivial. As he approached the count of 3, I gritted my teeth and reluctantly said, Stop, I'll give you the map. The old man tucked away his gun and chuckled. That's right, a wise choice indeed. I reached into my clothing, pulled out a needle and thread pouch, and abruptly tore it open, extracting the half map and handing it to the old man. He carefully unfolded it, inspecting it, and moments later, a satisfied expression emerged on his face. Not bad, not bad. It's indeed authentic. At that moment, the dark-skinned man smoking asked in broken Chinese, Old Lu, I hope what you said about the treasure is true. I've lost several brothers this time. Otherwise, the old man smiled, though I, Lu Quan, cannot guarantee the treasure's discovery. I assure you, you won't leave empty-handed. Even if we fail to find it, I will double the agreed price for your troubles. The man extinguished his cigarette with his foot and coldly replied, Make it twice the amount. The old man was initially taken aback, his expression somewhat grim. However, After glancing at the fifth master beside him, he managed a reluctant smile. Well, since these trifles hold no value for me, if there are no gains this time, I shall offer you double the reward. I exchanged glances with Biaozi and then inquired of Lu Quan. Now that you possess only half of the map, how do you intend to enter the ancient tomb once you find it? The old man chuckled softly. That is of no concern to you. We have already obtained the other half of the map. At that moment, the fifth master produced half of the map from his pocket, aligning it perfectly with the old man's fragment. Chapter 16 Noodles? I queried in confusion. Since you were aware we had half of the map, surely there were numerous ways for you to acquire it directly from us, rendering this elaborate scheme unnecessary. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon me, and I asked, somewhat astonished, is it possible that this ancient tomb is the very location marked on the map? The old man, Lu Quan, replied, enough. Considering you have delivered the map to us, I have divulged what needed to be said. You may now proceed with peace of mind. The fifth master turned to the dark-skinned man and instructed, you shall handle them. We will first activate the initial mechanism. Remember to keep your distance when you act, as those damned creatures are exceedingly sensitive to blood. We do not know how many lurk in these depths. With that, he and Lu Quan departed from the scene. The dark-skinned man began speaking rapidly to those nearby before leading the others in the direction taken by the fifth master. Leaving only 4 figures, 2 lugged the bound man in the suit, while the other 2, with firearms, prodded us from behind, urging us into the cavernous depths. We were herded through a labyrinth of grottos, the artificial alterations gradually diminishing as we advanced. Our captors pressed on until we reached a partially enclosed cave, devoid of any semblance of human craftsmanship. The man in the suit was unceremoniously dumped onto the ground, and Biaozi and I were shoved forward. My mind raced, desperately seeking a solution, yet the gravity of the situation suggested an inescapable demise. As we reached the center of the stone chamber, a sharp click echoed behind us, the unmistakable sound of a bullet being chambered. A chill ran down my spine, and I braced myself for the end. But then, a gunshot reverberated, followed by a piercing scream. I instinctively checked myself for any sign of injury, finding none. I glanced at Biaozi, who seemed equally unscathed. Turning back, I beheld the man in the suit, who had somehow freed himself from his bonds. A dagger was buried in the throat of the gunman, while his other hand clutched the assailant's weapon, pointing it skyward. It was he who had diverted the shot, sparing our lives. The other 3 individuals quickly sensed that something was amiss and immediately raised their automatic rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the man in the suit. In a swift motion, he seized the dagger embedded in one assailant's neck with one hand, while the other arm encircled that individual's throat, using him as a shield. The bullets rained down, striking the unfortunate soul who stood in front of the man in the suit. Seizing the moment, he forcefully shoved the lifeless body towards the 3 attackers. As they recoiled from the corpse, he sprang into action, leaping upward and propelling himself against a nearby stone wall. Miraculously, he managed to take several steps along the vertical surface, evoking the illusion of running on the wall itself. The hail of bullets whizzed past him, yet he deftly evaded them all. With a powerful push off the wall, he descended, simultaneously launching the dagger towards the farthest assailant. The blade found its mark, plunging into the man's throat, who fell backward with a gasp. Without a glance at his fallen foe, the man in the suit executed a roll upon landing, coming to rest at the feet of another adversary. He seized the legs of this individual, yanking them forward with great force, causing the man to topple backward onto the ground. Just as another assailant aimed to shoot the man in the suit, a figure known as Biao lunged from behind, tackling him to the ground. Biao pinned the man down and, seizing a nearby stone, struck the assailant's head with unrelenting force. Within moments, the man lay motionless. At that moment, the man in the suit, lying on the ground, propped himself up with his hands, executing a perfect handstand, before abruptly collapsing onto the individual beneath him. The impact caused the man below to involuntarily lift his head. In that instant, the suited figure managed to clasp his legs around the other man's neck, preventing any attempt at resistance. The pressure was unyielding, and I could hear a sharp crack from a distance. The man's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, rendering him motionless. It was only then that the man in the suit released his grip, rolling onto his back beside the lifeless body, gasping for breath. Observing Biao still raining blows upon the fallen man's head, I seized his arm, urging him to remain calm. Steady now, if you keep this up, you'll turn him into a bloody pulp. With that, Biao ceased his assault, collapsing beside me, panting heavily. Damn it, old cat. Don't mistake my restraint for weakness, he exclaimed in frustration. Biao wiped the blood from his hands onto the ground, retrieving a flashlight that had fallen nearby, directing its beam towards where the man in the suit lay. I suspected they would resort to violence, Biao continued. Fortunately, I discreetly handed the suited man a dagger earlier. I never anticipated he would prove to be so formidable, despite his seemingly frail appearance. He truly defies expectations. Upon hearing Biao mention the dagger, I was intrigued and inquired, "When did you give him the dagger?" "I didn't notice." Biao replied, "Just moments ago, when that old fellow Lu Quan was conversing with you. I saw the suited man feigning death on the ground, his eyes subtly glancing our way. I quietly tossed him a dagger so he could cut the ropes binding him." The man in the suit gasped for breath, coughing as he spoke. "I feigned death to allow you to escape. Cough. Let me try this." Hearing his voice, which was devoid of strength, I approached to examine his injuries. As I pulled back his clothing, I was taken aback to discover that he was drenched in blood. Some wounds had even burst open. It was evident that the ferocity of the recent altercation had exacerbated his injuries. Observing his pallid complexion, I surmised that he had lost an alarming amount of blood, and given the lack of medical supplies in the vicinity, his condition was dire. I couldn't help but admire this man. Despite his grievous wounds, he still had the strength to defeat 3 adversaries. His eyes were barely open. Thus, I spoke to him, "Brother, we previously saved you, and now you have saved us. It seems we are even now." I lowered my head to offer some solace, saying, "In our line of work, we are well aware of the risks we face. The bounty on our heads is akin to a belt around our waists. Now, if you have any final wishes, please express them. If my brother and I manage to escape, we will do our utmost to fulfill them." Biaozi observed him closely, noticing his lips tremble for what seemed like an eternity. Yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Biaozi leaned down, straining to listen. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards me, his expression one of complexity. I pondered whether the matter at hand was particularly difficult. Biaozi, seemingly skeptical, leaned down again to listen intently. He then raised his head, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he said, "Damn it. I can't shake the feeling that he is expressing a desire for noodles." "Noodles?" I inquired, perplexed. Biaozi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, noodles." I pondered whether the man in the suit was not incapacitated but rather weakened from several days of hunger. I turned to Biaozi and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Where are your instant noodles? Hurry and bring me a couple of bags." It was infuriating to consider what we had left, as those were my last 2 packets of noodles. Biaozi, grumbling under his breath, rummaged through his backpack. I retrieved the bandages and Yunnan Baiyao from my bag and carefully redressed the man in the suit's wounds, wrapping several layers around his torso to staunch the bleeding. He grasped my hand, his lips moving faintly. I leaned closer to listen. "Hurry. We must leave this place. There are creatures below, and they are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. It is no longer safe here." After hearing this, I urgently grabbed Biaozi and said, "Forget the noodles for now. We need to retreat." We gathered our belongings, and Biaozi hoisted the man in the suit onto his back while I secured my backpack. We found a relatively low-lying area to pause, beside a gentle stream where small, unnamed fish darted through the water. Observing the flowing stream, I surmised that it was fresh and likely safe to drink. Biaozi produced a portable stove, filled a small pot with water from the stream, and tossed in several purification tablets, bringing it to a boil. He then turned to me and asked, "Xiaohe, should we catch a few of those small fish to cook and eat?" I observed the small fish, dark gray in hue, swimming in the water. Perhaps due to the conditions of this environment, they had never encountered the light, leading to a curious regression in their eyesight. Their eyes had seemingly vanished, leaving them with only a mouth that opened and closed awkwardly. Their bodies were enveloped in a slimy, mucus-like membrane, which rendered me devoid of the courage to consume them. I decided to let Biaozi refrain from unnecessary meddling, Who could ascertain whether these creatures were edible? The alcohol lamp emitted a high temperature, and before long, the water reached a boil. Biaozi added the noodles, and a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. Suit Guy lay nearby, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, he gradually propped himself up against a rock. Biaozi and I exchanged glances, bemused. Moments ago, he had appeared on the brink of death, inert upon the ground, yet now he seemed to have regained his vitality. Were it not for the wounds adorning his body, Biaozi might have suspected that he was feigning death, deliberately compelling him to carry him. As the noodles neared readiness, I served a portion into a bowl for Suit Guy, contemplating whether to feed him. To my surprise, he accepted it eagerly and began to consume the noodles with an insatiable appetite, seemingly unbothered by the heat. I urged him to eat more slowly and shared some compressed biscuits and canned beef with him. After he had satisfied his hunger, I helped Suit Guy recline once more to allow him to rest. When he awoke again, it was evident that he had made significant progress in his recovery. He was now able to move about independently. Inwardly, I couldn't help but mutter about this resilient creature as I finally mustered the courage to inquire about Suit Guy's true identity. The man in the suit seemed to have anticipated my inquiry, and with a calm demeanor, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Chun Feng. As for my purpose here, it is, of course, the same as yours, to delve into the tomb. I am not acquainted with the Fifth Master and his associates. I merely happened upon them during my descent, and, regrettably, they cast me into the lair of those subterranean creatures. Subsequently, I managed to escape." I expressed my skepticism, asking, "How did you ascertain the location of this ancient tomb? Do not claim it was mere coincidence that we all arrived here together." The man in the suit pondered for a moment before responding. "I inadvertently received word that the Fifth Master, having laid low for years in the capital, intends to take action personally. I surmised that this old fox must have uncovered something that piqued his interest, an enticing grand tomb. Therefore, out of curiosity, I quietly followed him here. As for you two, I overheard the Fifth Master mentioning your names, so you must be the renowned Shao family duo." With a light chuckle, he slightly diverted the conversation. When he alluded to my and Biaozi's identities, an odd expression crossed his face, suggesting he was concealing something from us. However, he appeared reluctant to divulge it, and I refrained from pressing him further. Notably, when Biaozi heard the man in the suit introduce himself as Chun Feng, his countenance momentarily shifted, though it quickly returned to its former state. I bowed my head in contemplation and said, "Biaozi, do not rush. They are numerous and armed, and confronting them head-on would be unwise. Let us allow them to scout the path ahead before we proceed. It is not too late. Although they have seized the map, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. After all, we sought the map not merely to discover its ancient tombs. Since they have already assisted us in locating it, we might as well reap the benefits, provided their intentions do not revolve around that particular item. We still have a chance." At this juncture, I cast a discreet glance at the man in the suit, choosing not to elaborate further. I harbored a certain wariness towards this enigmatic Chun Feng. His sudden appearance in the tomb raised questions about his true motives, of which we were entirely unaware. Biaozi grasped my meaning and, brushing off the dust from his trousers, rose to gather our gear. Once prepared, he surveyed our surroundings. Biaozi inquired, "Shao He, do you think this ancient tomb is truly sinister? We descended through a theft hole and found no clues, yet we encountered so many corpse demons and coffins. Although certain regions of the Miao culture do involve such corpse demons and curses in their burials, they are typically directed towards adversaries. Is it plausible that the tomb owner resorted to such measures merely for theft prevention? Or could it be that someone else has tampered with it?" At that moment, the man in the suit, having regained some vigor after a meal, gently flexed his hands and replied, "It is not a matter of tampering. Rather, this was indeed orchestrated by the tomb owner himself." "Why are you so certain?" asked Biaozi. "As someone who also delves into tombs, you must be aware of the implications of keeping these corpse ghouls in one's own tomb. It's a grave violation of feng shui, condemning the soul to eternal unrest and ensuring the extinction of descendants. If this wasn't done by enemies, such extreme anti-theft measures seem illogical." The man in the suit responded, "I am indeed cognizant of the feng shui implications of these corpse ghoul coffins. However, have you considered that the upper layer of the tomb might be a mere artifice? In that case, the feng shui concerns would be rendered inconsequential. I inquired with curiosity, an artifice? What do you mean by that? The man in the suit elucidated. Not entirely false, but the upper layer isn't the true burial site of the tomb's occupant. Consider it a security measure, a trap for tomb robbers. You've likely noticed the artificial modifications in these underground karst caves. If my deductions are correct, the tomb occupant's true sarcophagus should be on this level. Therefore, it wouldn't constitute a feng shui transgression. Chapter 17. The monster reappears. The man in the suit abruptly halted mid-sentence, his countenance shifting as he gazed upward. We followed his gaze, but discerned nothing. This place is also infested with those creatures. Gather your belongings and let's depart swiftly, he urged with urgency. I was somewhat taken aback, uncertain as to why the man in the suit had suddenly spoken in such a manner. At that moment, I was startled by a noise above me. Instinctively, I raised my flashlight and looked up, only to behold a massive shadow plummeting directly towards the position of Biaozi. He too had heard the sound, but having just risen to his feet, there was no time for him to evade the impending danger. In this perilous instant, the man in the suit delivered a swift kick to Biaozi, sending him sprawling away. The shadow barely grazed the top of Biaozi's head as it descended. Quick on his feet, Biaozi leveraged the force of the kick to roll backward, yet he could not suppress a cry of pain, undoubtedly due to the considerable strength behind the man's blow. Despite this, Biaozi's face was grazed by the descending object, leaving a gash that oozed blood. It was at this moment that I finally discerned the nature of our assailant. It was, astonishingly, the same type of creature that had been slain by Wu Yi and his companions earlier. Up close, the creature was covered in black, armored scales, resembling an enormous pangolin magnified several times over. Its size was comparable to that of a small wild boar, and beneath its two tiny eyes protruded an elongated mouth reminiscent of a mosquito's proboscis. Its face, adorned with black fur akin to that of a monkey, presented an appearance so bizarre that I had never encountered anything like it before. It resembled the very monsters one might find in a cinematic production. Its two forelimbs were likewise sheathed in armored scales, revealing only a few curved, obsidian claws that gleamed with an icy light. It was likely these very claws that had inflicted the lacerations upon Fatty's face. Upon its descent, the creature did not immediately assault us, but rather, its diminutive eyes ceaselessly scrutinized us. It seemed perplexed as to why its initial strike had not achieved its desired effect. Observing that the beast possessed a semblance of intelligence, a sense of foreboding washed over me. It is not the ferocity of a wild animal that is to be feared, but rather, the cunning of one that has become sentient. After a moment, its patience appeared to wane, and it turned its attention toward Biaozi, who was the closest to it, and lunged. Despite its seemingly ungainly appearance, the moment it moved, I knew that it was a formidable adversary. It unleashed its four stout and powerful legs, and with a series of leaps, it was upon Biaozi. Biaozi was compelled to brandish his steel shovel in defense, striking out at the creature. With the full force of Biaozi's considerable strength, the shovel made contact with a resounding clang, the head of the shovel impacting the creature's head with great force. The monster's head, too, was covered in scales, and Biaozi felt a violent recoil through the shovel, causing a tingling sensation in his hand. The monster, however, merely shook its head and extended its facial proboscis, attempting to impale Biaozi. Biaozi was left with no choice but to parry and retreat, using the steel shovel as his only defense. I too seized a shovel, and together Biaozi and I launched a coordinated assault on the creature. Alas, its hide was too thick to be penetrated by our shovels, while its claws could effortlessly dislodge chunks of stone. I surmised that the myriad of tiny stone burrows that riddled the area must have been the work of these creatures. At this moment, the man in the suit exclaimed, "This creature is of no use. Its skin is too thick, with only its belly devoid of scales. Do not engage it in a prolonged struggle. We must resolve this swiftly. Such beings rarely act alone. Surely, companions lurk nearby." After uttering this, he staggered slightly and brandished a dagger as he rushed forward. Upon hearing this, Biaozi and I instinctively raised our steel shovels, intending to jab at the creature's belly. However, the beast was exceedingly cunning. Upon noticing my intention, It flattened itself against the ground, effectively shielding its underbelly. Faced with this situation, we felt as if we were confronting a hedgehog, unable to strike. As I took a step back, my attention faltered, and I failed to notice the debris scattered across the ground, littered with small rocks and uneven crevices. Suddenly, I slipped, losing my balance as I stumbled backward. The creature, perceiving my vulnerability, lunged toward me with alarming speed. I could see its razor-sharp mandibles and realized I was on the verge of being impaled. Biaozi attempted to assist, but the monster was too swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Just then, the man in the suit leapt toward me, his dagger spinning through the air, transforming into a dark shadow aimed at the creature. At that moment, the beast was airborne, unable to evade the oncoming strike, and the dagger plunged into its belly. The creature landed before me. Its menace. The man in the suit lunged at me, using his shoulder to forcefully shove me aside. He then occupied the space I had just vacated, narrowly avoiding the creature's mandibles with a swift tilt of his head. He seized the dagger embedded in the monster's abdomen, executing a flawless iron bridge maneuver, causing the creature to narrowly miss his face. The monster landed, emitting a series of shrill, chirping cries. A line of blood appeared on its abdomen, followed by a sudden, gruesome expulsion of its steaming entrails. The creature staggered, uttering a few more piercing chirps before collapsing into a pool of its own blood, twitching momentarily before falling still. As I was about to express my gratitude to the man in the suit, he rose to his feet, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Quick, we must flee." It was signaling for help. I thought to myself, damn, do you even comprehend the language of beasts? Although I was unsure how the man in the suit discerned that the creature was calling for assistance, the subtle sounds emanating from the surroundings were undeniably growing closer. Dealing with a single monster was already a challenge, let alone a horde of them. The man in the suit had already sprinted into a nearby cave. I and Biaozi hastily slung our backpacks over our shoulders and pursued him. Just as we entered the cave, a cacophony of shrill, bizarre cries echoed from behind us. The man in the suit turned to us and inquired, "Do either of you possess any flares? These creatures have dwelt underground for an extended duration and are averse to bright light." While running, Biaozi retrieved a crude flare pistol from his backpack, loaded a flare, and fired it towards the cave entrance we had just entered. I heard only the sharp crack of the gunfire, followed by a blinding flash of light. A pungent aroma of burning magnesium and phosphorus surged through the thick smoke, illuminating the cavern in an instant. Due to the proximity of the shot, I could feel a wave of searing heat wash over me. The illumination round struck near the cave entrance, bouncing several times before igniting fiercely at the mouth of the cave. In that glow, I could discern pairs of glimmering eyes reflecting back from outside the cavern. Silent as shadows, Biaozi and I trailed behind the suited man. After navigating several twists and turns, we noticed that the path beneath our feet began to incline downward. We traversed through one cavern after another, losing track of just how deep we had descended or how many caverns we had passed. The suited man urged us to stay close, warning us not to fall behind, as the labyrinthine network of underground caverns was exceedingly complex. Without following his meticulously marked route, we would surely become lost in the depths below. Observing the suited man sprinting ahead without a hint of hesitation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism, prompting me to gradually slow my pace. I called out to him, inquiring, "Are you certain this leads to the entrance of the ancient tomb?" The suited man merely nodded in response. Despite his injuries and the distance he had covered, he took only a few deep breaths before regaining his composure, which led me to further overestimate his abilities. "Then tell me," I questioned, "how did you mark your path in this maze-like labyrinth of caverns?" The suited man, having finished his reply, disregarded my doubts and forged ahead, continuing his swift advance. At that moment, Biaozi lowered his voice and remarked, "It's all right. I trust him. He shouldn't harm us." Although I couldn't comprehend why Biaozi placed such unwavering faith in this individual, his confidence was palpable, and thus I refrained from further questioning. After traversing another fork in the path, we encountered a natural fissure in the rock face ahead. This crevice was even narrower than the previous cave, compelling us to squeeze through sideways. We advanced along the fissure for approximately 10 minutes when, quite suddenly, the space widened before us. I swept my flashlight from side to side, yet I was unable to illuminate the far end at once. Turning back, I realized the fissure we had emerged from was situated high upon an immense cliff. I directed my beam upward along the cliff's surface, but all I could discern was an impenetrable abyss of darkness. Adjusting the aperture of my light again, I shone it forward and involuntarily gasped in shock. Chapter 18. Dried meat and corpse. I readjusted the flashlight's aperture and peered ahead, only to find myself gasping in astonishment. Several hundred meters before us loomed a colossal rock face, littered with uneven boulders of varying sizes at its base. Above this massive wall, two grand characters were intricately carved, swirling with an air of majesty. Suit-clad brother pointed at the characters, declaring, "We've arrived. The true entrance to the ancient tomb lies there." Navigating around the disordered stones at the base of the cliff, I finally discerned the two characters, barely recognizing them as Ghost and Fong. Beneath these monumental characters stood two enormous stone doors, each towering approximately 7 to 8 meters and stretching over 2 meters wide. I find it hard to fathom how such a colossal stone door could have been crafted with the techniques of that era, and the sheer weight of it seems insurmountable to be moved by mere human effort. As I approached the stone doors, I noticed a substantial hole, over a meter in diameter, situated at the bottom of the crevice between the two doors, evidently created by explosives, resulting in a depression in the ground of nearly half a meter. It appears that it was the work of the fifth master and his crew, who likely had no alternative but to blast their way through this formidable barrier. Biaozi adjusted the flashlight on his helmet and, taking the lead, bent down to enter. I followed closely behind, with Suit Brother trailing after me. Inside, we were greeted by a long pathway paved with blue bricks, flanked by towering stone walls. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, escaping through the blasted opening, creating a soft, murmuring sound. As I lifted my gaze towards the expansive corridor ahead, my eyes were drawn to a magnificent statue, standing approximately 2 meters tall. The figure adorned a helmet and armor, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a longsword, and was mounted upon an extraordinary beast with the head of a tiger, the body of a horse, and the tail of a serpent, its wings unfurled as it faced the stone doors. Despite being ensnared by cobwebs and showing signs of significant wear, the statue emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation. Upon closer examination, I found it peculiar that regardless of the angle from which I observed the statue, it felt as though its gaze was fixated upon me, evoking an unsettling sensation that compelled me to avert my eyes. Biao tightened the straps of his backpack, took a few vigorous strides, and leaped onto the massive stone statue. He intended to knock on the armor of the sculpture, but I noticed his clumsiness and quickly called out to him, "Biao, do you even know what this is? You dare to jump up there? Don't touch it carelessly. Be cautious, there might be poison." Upon hearing this, Biao halted mid-motion, turning his head in confusion to ask, "What? Can this broken piece of stone actually bite me?" Despite his bravado, he hesitated to touch the statue. I approached the sculpture and said to Biao, "You see, ignorance can be quite frightening. I can't believe you, who frequently ventures into the pits, are unaware of this. This statue is quite significant. Perhaps you've heard of the Guardian General? The statue before us should represent one of those guardians. Generally, only individuals of royal status could place such a statue within their tombs. When a noble passes away, they would often have a valiant general, who had demonstrated loyalty and valor in life, sculpted into a statue to be placed at the entrance of their mausoleum. This serves two purposes. First, to ensure the general continues to guard the tomb even in death. Second, ancient customs held that one ascended to the heavens after death, a belief particularly strong among the nobility. This guardian general was intended to pave the way for the noble's ascent. However, to deter tomb raiders, some tombs were known to smear these statues with deadly poison. A mere touch could lead to swift and fatal consequences. Upon hearing this, Biaozi instinctively distanced himself slightly from the statue. "You mean to say that a diminutive ghost Fong Kingdom was capable of constructing such an extensive underground palace, and furthermore, had the means to erect a false tomb above it for protection? Could it be that, in those days, the ghost Fong Kingdom truly harbored a treasure?" I was uncertain as well, so I turned to Suit's brother, only to find him entirely absorbed in contemplation, gazing silently at the passageway behind the statue. I too circled around the statue to observe what lay beyond and discovered that there were 8 smaller passageways behind it. I beckoned Biaozi to descend and inspect these passages. He leapt down from the stone sculpture and surveyed the openings before us. Well, with so many tomb paths here, based on my experience, only one of these 8 passageways is safe. The rest are likely traps. Without a map, I reckon our chances of getting through are rather slim. I approached the passages for a closer look and suddenly halted before the second passage on the left. Biaozi, come over and see what this is. He approached. Observing the object I pointed to on the ground, and squatted to pick it up. Well, it's a Huangalu brand cigarette. I proceeded to examine the other passageways one by one but found no further discoveries. Biaozi glanced at me and inquired, "Are you confident? Can we ascertain whether this is a trap?" I lowered my head in contemplation, uncertain whether the cigarette, but was intentionally discarded by those individuals. However, from their perspective, we appeared to be deceased, rendering any further theatrics unnecessary. Moreover, I had previously observed one of the Vietnamese men with a cigarette of that very brand clenched between his lips. My scrutiny had led me to believe he lacked such cunning. After a moment of reflection, Biaozi found this reasoning plausible, concluding that we had no choice but to proceed with caution. The others, including old Piao, must have already entered, and if we lingered any longer, we would truly be lost. I pondered further. Biaozi was an expert in mechanisms. Although the likelihood of the cigarette but being a trap was slim, it was prudent to exercise caution. Thus, I suggested that he lead the way to ascertain if any traps lay ahead. As Biaozi moved forward, he meticulously examined the green bricks beneath his feet, pausing every few steps to crouch down and inspect the ground before continuing. Before long, we reached the end of the passage, only to find it diverging into 2 pathways on the left and right, leaving us momentarily indecisive about which route to take. At that moment, the man in the suit spoke up. "Look over there." He directed his flashlight toward the right passage. Biaozi and I followed suit, and to our astonishment, we discerned a figure lying motionless on the ground, clad in the attire of one from that group of Vietnamese individuals. Upon noticing an automatic rifle slung on the Vietnamese man's person, Biaozi's interest was piqued. The previous Vietnamese combatants we had neutralized possessed firearms, yet they were devoid of ammunition, a fact that had long vexed Biaozi. This time, however, he was determined not to let the opportunity pass. I cautioned him to exercise prudence, as the Vietnamese man's recumbent state suggested he may have succumbed to poisoning. Biaozi cautiously approached, prodding the prone figure with his foot. Receiving no response, and to avert any risk of intoxication, Biaozi donned rubber gloves and turned the man over, revealing a foot-long black dart lodged in his chest. After checking for a pulse, Biaozi shook his head in negation. Observing the ground around us littered with similar darts, I warned Biaozi to be wary of booby traps. Biaozi nodded in acknowledgement and relieved the Vietnamese man of his automatic rifle, along with several ammunition magazines. After reloading the magazine, Biaozi slung the firearm across his person. I scrutinized the deceased Vietnamese man, a sense of unease washing over me. Given their possession of a map, how could they have fallen victim to a trap? Had they deviated from the charted path, or had some unforeseen circumstance compelled them to traverse this perilous route? Biaozi inquired as to our next course of action, lamenting our ignorance of whether Master Wu and his party had taken the booby-trapped path or circumvented it. He deferred to my judgment, acknowledging my greater acumen, and sought my counsel on which path would be the more judicious to pursue. After careful consideration, I posited, based on the map, one of these paths must be secure. Given that this route is booby-trapped, the alternative should be safe. However, several points perplex me. Clarifying these will enable us to ascertain the correct path. Firstly, employing conventional logic. If the map is accurate, why did Master Wu's group deviate from it, opting for a perilous route? My conjecture is twofold. The simpler explanation is that, assuming the map's veracity, Master Wu's party encountered an unforeseen circumstance, compelling them to choose the hazardous path. What could have induced them to risk such peril? Alternatively, if Master Wu's group adhered to the map but encountered an unexpected event, the map may be spurious or deliberately misleading, designed by the tomb's architect to eliminate those who possess it. This possibility is remote, as the map's bearer is purportedly a descendant of the tomb's designer, who would have no motive to harm their progeny. Therefore, Master Wu's team likely discovered something significant. The sole allure for Master Wu would be the treasures of the Great Kingdom. Thus, Master Wu may have resolved to seek this treasure, leading them to select the alternative route. For now, this is our provisional hypothesis. We are few in number and lack any weapons. If we wish to reach the fifth master ahead without encountering them, I feel that taking an alternate path would be considerably safer. We sought the opinion of the suit-clad brother, who merely nodded nonchalantly. Having made our decision, we hesitated no longer, allowing Biaozi, the one most familiar with the ancient tomb's mechanisms, to lead the way, while I and the suit-clad brother followed behind. As Biaozi walked, he scrutinized the azure bricks beneath his feet. Whenever he came across a spot where he was uncertain whether a trap lay, he would toss the stones he had prepared in advance, one after another, into the passageway. He instructed us to tread only upon the bricks he had stepped on, cautioning us vehemently not to stray onto any others. Fortunately, we encountered no traps along the way. It seemed we had chosen the correct route. After several minutes of walking, illuminated by the beam of our flashlight, we discovered that our path had come to an end once more, splitting into two corridors to the left and right, just as it had before. We found ourselves hesitating again. Biaozi remarked, "No wonder a map is essential. With so many diverging paths, who knows where the tomb passages might lead if we take a wrong turn?" As he spoke, he approached an opening to a corridor to assess the situation ahead. "Wait, this doesn't seem like a fork. Come over here and take a look," he called out. Heeding his words, I hurried to join him. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the left passage indeed continued as before, leading toward a specific location, while the right passage appeared to have transformed into a burial chamber. After a cursory inspection, "This place is truly bizarre," Bayu remarked. "The construction standards here barely resemble an ancient tomb. I wonder which scoundrel built this. We've been down here for quite some time, and I believe this is the only chamber that even remotely resembles one. I'll venture in first to scout and see if there are any treasures inside." With that, Bayu nonchalantly strode into the burial chamber. However, he soon retreated. Just as I was beginning to wonder, I heard him shout into the chamber, "Listen up, you inside. You're surrounded. Anyone alive in there? If so, give a shout." I was taken aback by Bayu's actions, unsure what had gotten into him. I lowered my voice and asked, "What madness has seized you, Bayu? If there were living beings in this ancient tomb, it would truly be a ghostly encounter. Besides, if there were any survivors, what would you do? Discuss ideals with them, perhaps?" Bayu grinned. "Look, even though we're tomb raiders, we're still outsiders after all. Now that we've arrived on their territory, we should at least announce ourselves. We are civilized individuals, and this is a basic courtesy. Bah! When you rummage through corpses, you even extract the fecal matter from their posteriors. I've never seen you exhibit such politeness. Tell the truth. Did you see something inside that frightened you into babbling?" I retorted. Bayu chuckled. "Why don't you go see for yourself what's inside? But don't say I didn't warn you, Xiaohe. Be prepared, or you might just soil your trousers in fright." I observed Biaozi wearing a smug expression, prompting me to adopt a jesting demeanor, unperturbed by the prospect of danger. Nevertheless, I steeled myself for the unsettling scene that awaited me within, where coffins lay in wait. With determined strides, I forcefully pushed aside Biaozi, who stood at the tomb's entrance with a grin, and boldly stepped inside. By the heavens! It was indeed a thrilling experience. I was fortunate to have prepared myself mentally, for otherwise I might have been thoroughly startled. I swallowed hard to compose myself and raised my flashlight, illuminating the area to reveal a desiccated corpse with a rusted, blackened chain still coiled around its neck. Under the beam of my flashlight, the corpse I had just brushed against began to sway slightly, the chain producing a faint creaking sound as it moved. As I lifted my gaze, I was frozen in place. The ceiling of the tomb was densely populated with countless mummified bodies, their chains entwined in a chaotic embrace. Each motion sent them swaying as if they were on swings, a sight that sent chills down my spine and tightened the skin on my neck. I mused to myself that even if these were merely dead pigs hanging, I would still be unable to bear the sight. Drawing in a deep breath, my legs felt somewhat weak as I retreated from the tomb, turning to Biaozi and saying, "When it comes to dealing with this ancient, 1,000-year-old jerky that swings, I believe you are more adept than I. Please, Go inside and see if there are any living comrades to rescue. Chapter 19. The silent Canon Biaozi regarded me, seemingly unfazed, and remarked with a hint of humor, "You weren't scared by this? Impressive. Xiao He, your courage has certainly grown over these past 2 years." Having uttered those words, he entered and embraced the shriveled corpse's legs, intending to bring it down. Before he could exert any force, the cadaver's neck emitted a sharp crack, and its head detached, tumbling to my feet. The skeletal cranium, with its fractured mandible, faced me, seemingly grinning. Gazing into its dark eye sockets, a chill ran down my spine. I mused that since Biaozi had dislodged it, why was it staring at me? Feeling uneasy under its sudden gaze, I gently nudged the skull with my foot, attempting to direct its gaze toward Biaozi. However, after a few rolls, the eye sockets once again faced me. "Oh, you're being persistent, aren't you?" I exclaimed. I picked up the skull and carefully placed it in the corner, facing Biaozi's direction. Then, I approached Biaozi, who was squatting on the ground, seemingly examining something. As I reached his back, I realized that the skull was still facing me. I chuckled inwardly, dismissing it. I jestingly remarked to Biaozi, "What are you up to, Biaozi? Are you trying to determine if it's a male or female corpse?" Biaozi looked up at me and replied, "Why would I study that? I'm trying to find clues to identify who they were and why they were hanged here. Judging by the tattered clothing and the lack of burial objects, these individuals were likely either slaves or the artisans who constructed this underground palace." After saying that, Biaozi cast a strange glance at the suited man behind me. Biaozi observed the peculiar actions of the man in the suit and whispered to me, "See that? I've been studying whether this ancient corpse is male or female, but that's nothing. He might be researching whether this skull was once attached to a beautiful face, or if the eyes were large and striking." Ignoring Biaozi, I continued, "You mentioned earlier that these bodies might have been the craftsmen who built this underground palace. I think that's quite plausible. Often, after the completion of an ancient tomb, the descendants of the tomb's owner would want to keep its location a secret, and it was indeed common practice to kill the craftsmen after the construction. But what I can't understand is, why would they then hang and dry the bodies like sausages here?" Biaozi pondered for a moment and said, "My first thought was the same. In all my years of tomb raiding, I've seen many who were buried with the dead, poisoned, beheaded, or suffocated after the tomb was sealed. But I've never seen bodies hung like this before." Suddenly, Biaozi's expression turned serious, and he spoke with a sense of righteousness. "Every time I see these poor, oppressed laborers who died tragically at the hands of feudal rulers, my heart aches with pain. These brutal rulers deserve to have their corpses dragged out of their coffins, stripped of all their treasures, inside and out, to avenge the suffering of the laborers." As he spoke, he tugged at a dragon-shaped jade pendant that hung from the corpse's waist. The cord had long since decayed, and with a slight pull, he liberated it and tucked it into his bosom. I thought to myself, "You are indeed the first in history to frame the act of pilfering from the dead as a noble endeavor. If the tomb's owner were to discover your intentions, I dare say he would be the first to hang you up like a sausage." I expressed my disdain, saying, "If you seek to vindicate the toil of the common folk, why then do you covet their possessions?" Biaozi replied, "Ah, you simply do not understand. These items are the fruits of the laborer's toil. To leave them here would be a gross act of waste. Thus, I must take them away, allowing more people to appreciate the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans." Biaozi spoke with an unwavering demeanor. Suddenly, Suit Brother, standing behind us, rose with a grave expression and said, "That's not right. These individuals were not hung here merely as offerings. If I am not mistaken, these should be the corpse dust sorcery." Upon hearing Suit Brother's words, Biaozi's countenance changed dramatically. He threw the corpse aside and, gripping my arm, hastily retreated a few steps, incredulously asking, "Brother, can you be certain? That's impossible. Those things have been extinct for thousands of years." After speaking, Biaozi slapped his dark forehead, exclaiming, "Damn it, I had forgotten. This tomb must be several millennia old." "Look at the ground beneath your feet," Suit Brother pointed out. At that moment, Biaozi and I directed our flashlight towards the ground, having been previously captivated by the multitude of suspended corpses that had drawn our attention away from the surface below. Upon inspection, We were taken aback to discover that the entire ground was enshrouded in a dark crimson hue reminiscent of rust. Biaozi scooped up a handful of soil, inhaled deeply, and with a grim expression uttered, "Goodness! This earth has been soaked in human blood, and even after all these years, the stench of blood remains so potent. How many lives were sacrificed here?" I, too, was astonished as I gazed at the ancient soil beneath my feet, which bore a dark red visage after millennia. It was unfathomable how much blood could stain the ground in such a manner. The suited man remained silent, merely tossing a skull onto the rust-colored earth, where it rolled a few times before coming to a standstill. However, after a brief interval, the skull suddenly trembled, and a layer of visible, hazy black mist began to materialize above it. Subsequently, the headless corpse lying on the ground also began to emanate a similar black mist, which swirled and expanded, gradually spreading outward. I felt compelled to draw closer to observe this phenomenon. Yet, Biaozi seized my arm, retreating a few steps in urgency, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? That is corpse dust. You must not allow that ghastly thing to touch you. Otherwise, not even the ancestors could save you." I inquired, "Is it truly that formidable? What shall we do now?" Biaozi looked at me as if I were a fool, insisting, "Run, of course. What else is there to do?" As we were about to flee, we turned to see the beam of a flashlight held by the man in the suit, already swaying at a distance of over 20 meters from us. With a swift tug, Biao urged me to follow him as we pursued the suited man. I could hardly believe it. This fellow was utterly disloyal, having relied on him for so long, yet at the first sign of trouble, he dashed away faster than a hare. I inquired of Biao, "What exactly is this corpse dust goo? Is it truly that formidable? Is there no means to counter it?" I had heard that the creation of this corpse dust goo involved exceedingly cruel methods. The practitioner would often capture some unfortunate slaves, forcefully introducing a specific parasitic insect into them while they were still alive. From the moment these insects began to hatch, they were nurtured in a specially sealed black jar. Once they reached maturity, they would be inserted into the belly of a living person. After entering the abdomen, the parasitic insects would reproduce, laying eggs before perishing. However, these eggs would continue to develop, drawing sustenance from the host's flesh and blood until nothing remained. These eggs would enter a dormant state, yet upon contact with blood-soaked soil, they would awaken instantly, consuming all nearby living beings. Thus, the name corpse dust goo was derived. As for methods of dealing with it, some suggested that it might be averse to water or fire. However, no one had the opportunity to test this theory. Otherwise, one could simply urinate on it to see if it proved effective. I had no time to entertain Biao's ramblings, my thoughts racing with relief that only one desiccated corpse had been released. If several had been unleashed, our fate would have been sealed. I had not yet finished my thoughts when I suddenly felt a lightness beneath my feet. A piece of blue brick gave way with a sharp crack as I stepped on it. Above, a series of ominous clicking sounds echoed behind us, causing my heart to leap in alarm. It was clear that I had triggered some mechanism. I cursed my misfortune, realizing that indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Suddenly, a piercing noise of clashing chains assaulted my ears, and without needing to look, I knew that the mummified corpses hanging throughout the chamber had fallen to the ground. As we ran, Biaozi exclaimed, "Do you think this isn't thrilling enough? Are you trying to raise the stakes for us?" After sprinting for several dozen meters, I turned and swept my flashlight behind us, only to see that the tomb passage was enveloped in a thick, swirling black fog, rapidly advancing towards us. At that moment, Biaozi stepped on another blue brick, which also sank beneath his weight, revealing that a blue stone wall ahead was slowly descending. I shouted to Biaozi, "Good grief! I merely added a touch of difficulty, and you seem intent on making us restart entirely." Biaozi gazed at the stone wall slowly descending in front of us, his expression grim. As fate would have it, both of us triggered the blue brick simultaneously. Instantly, the walls of the passage began to shift, revealing a series of dark openings accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. I recalled from the old man's tales that this cracking noise was the sound of crossbows being drawn and arrows nocked. It seemed that, in mere moments, we would find ourselves pierced like hedgehogs by these deadly bolts. I said to Biaozi, "All right, brother, under the current circumstances, we are not entirely doomed. At the very least, We still have the option to either continue fleeing and face a swift demise by arrows, or turn back and succumb to the toxic embrace of the encroaching black mist. Biaozi replied, "Brother, I advise you to choose the swift death by arrows. It appears our dual venture into darkness has met with misfortune. It seems we may have to face our end here, and undoubtedly, we are destined to meet our Father in paradise." I retorted, "Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. With the misdeeds you've committed, do you truly believe you can ascend to heaven? When the King of Hell arrives to escort you, he might as well first immerse you in a cauldron of oil, frying you to perfection." At that moment, although I was still able to engage in banter with Biaozi, my mind was already a tumult of anxiety. Whether it was the stone door descending before us while the black mist pursued from behind, or the fear of being pierced by the powerful crossbow bolts within the tomb, both outcomes were equally dreadful. Lost in thought, I suddenly heard a series of clicking sounds emanating from the stone walls on either side. Just as I braced myself to close my eyes and await death, I realized that the sounds were merely persistent clicks, with no bolts being loosed. Chapter 20. Fellow disciples, what is meant by a misfiring cannon? This phrase is commonly used in the realm of tomb raiding. Ancient tombs are often rife with mechanisms, and the core components of such mechanisms typically include a trigger, a conduit, a mechanism, and a power source. The activation of these mechanisms is inextricably linked to the trigger. What constitutes a trigger? A trigger refers to devices designed to deceive tomb raiders into activating mechanisms. For instance, the blue bricks beneath my feet could be deemed a trigger. Triggers come in various forms, and the simplest ones are usually positioned along the path that tomb raiders must traverse, specifically within the tomb passage. There are indeed adept individuals who ingeniously set triggers on doors and statues. However, such triggers are quite commonplace. As for the more sophisticated triggers, they are those that activate unbeknownst to you, which we tomb raiders refer to as ghost triggers. What is meant by conduction? The iron lock that hung around the neck of the desiccated corpse, along with the golden silkworm thread, severed by Old Master Xiao Qingshui while deciphering the crossbow mechanism, exemplifies two forms of conduction. The mechanism itself is the critical component of the trap. For instance, the part responsible for launching the crossbow bolt is termed the mechanism. Power refers to the source of energy that enables all mechanisms to function successfully. Although the ancients lacked modern steam engines, some skilled artisans of old could harness the forces of nature to provide power for their devices. For instance, certain individuals would utilize the wind, water, or even the forces of thunder to supply a continuous source of energy for the entire mechanism. However, my understanding is merely superficial. To truly comprehend these intricacies, one must speak of the mountain-moving sect, known for their expertise in the various mechanisms within ancient tombs. Upon hearing Biaozi mention encountering a misfiring cannon, I opened my eyes to see that indeed no crossbow bolt had been released. Instantly, a surge of hope revitalized us as we recklessly dashed forward, for behind us loomed the fatal black mist. As the stone door loomed just 2 feet high, we finally reached the threshold. With the ominous mist now only mere meters away, Biaozi urged me, "Xiao He, you go first. I am broader in stature. If I become trapped, we shall both perish." I understood that hesitation was no longer an option. I swiftly tossed my backpack aside and scrambled up from below. As soon as I reached the top, I hurriedly pulled Biaozi's backpack over, hoping he would follow suit. At that moment, the distance between the stone door and the ground was reduced to less than a foot. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the row of dark holes closest to Biaozi, as if something had been abruptly severed. In an instant, I caught sight of a shadowy crossbow bolt shooting forth with alarming speed. The bolt was released so swiftly that I had no time to warn Biaozi. All I could do was shout in desperation. The bolt was already perilously close to piercing Biaozi's neck, and I felt a surge of tightness within my abdomen, my entire body tensing in response. As my heart raced with a thunderous beat, I recognized the sensation as the adrenaline coursing through my veins, a natural reaction in moments of peril. In such critical circumstances, one's reflexes often accelerate dramatically. Despite this, as I lay prone on the ground, I attempted to extend my arm in a futile effort to shield Biaozi's neck. However, the bolt was too swift. I could only watch helplessly as it drew nearer to my dear brother, poised to meet a tragic fate before my very eyes. Just at that moment of utmost crisis, a glimmer caught my peripheral vision. A pair of polished leather shoes appeared before me. I heard a muffled grunt as the suited man, in a split second, flexed his bulging right arm and seized the bolt with unyielding strength. I saw the crossbow bolt had pierced the surface of Biaozi's neck but did not proceed further. Biaozi, utterly terrified, collapsed by the stone gate. As Biaozi was on the verge of being crushed to death, the man in the suit kicked him fiercely in the rear. A sharp crack was heard from Biaozi's belt area, followed by a scream as piercing as a slaughtered pig. Biaozi was sent flying by the kick, sliding over and crashing into me, knocking me far away. I thought to myself, with such a kick, Biaozi might not die but would surely lose half his life. I hurried to check on Biaozi and was relieved to find only minor abrasions on his neck and back. The man in the suit, clutching his chest, sat silently nearby. I noticed blood on his chest and quickly unbuttoned his shirt to find his wound bleeding again. I fetched bandages from my bag, applied some medicine, and rebandaged his wound. It must have been from the excessive force he used to catch the crossbow bolt aimed at Biaozi, reopening his wound. Considering the close range from which the bolt was shot, the strength required to catch it with one hand must have been immense. I also treated the abrasions on Biaozi's back with medicine and wrapped them with bandages. "Why are you howling like a ghost? It's just a minor scrape, you won't die," I said, watching Biaozi moan in pain. Biaozi, clutching his buttocks, replied, "It's my dam, but that hurts. If it weren't for the ample flesh there, my tailbone would have been shattered by that kick." After lying on the ground for a while longer, Biaozi finally mustered the strength to light a cigarette and began to smoke. However, watching him constantly rubbing his buttocks was somewhat amusing. Seeing me tending to the other wounds of Suit Brother, he joked, "Comrade Xiaohe, I think you are undoubtedly the most beautiful medic in our team." After I finished changing Suit Brother's dressing, I also sat down on the ground and lit a cigarette. "Oh, really? With all this time, you should think about what you're going to do without a belt later." Biaozi, holding up his loose pants, said, "Ah, it's just a belt. No big deal." Then he took out a coiled climbing rope from his backpack, cut a piece with a dagger, wrapped it around his pants, and even tied a bow. See, problem solved. Our ancestors didn't have the luxury of belts and just tied a rope, didn't they? Biaozi said nonchalantly. Then he stood up, limped over to Suit Brother, and handed him a cigarette. "Brother, no matter what, you saved my life again. I, Biaozi, am not good with words, but I owe you my life." Suit Brother gently sniffed the cigarette under his nose. "You've saved me before too, so let's call it even. Besides, we're like brothers from the same sect. No need to stand on ceremony." Biaozi immediately responded, "No, being from the same sect is one thing, but saving a life is another. They're two different matters." Hearing this, I felt puzzled and immediately asked, "What do you mean by brothers from the same sect?" Speaking of this gentleman in a suit, or rather Chun Feng, he is indeed a figure of considerable repute in the underworld. Due to my absence from the field over the past few years, my only engagement has been in the trade of artifacts, which has left me somewhat out of touch with the newcomers in our domain. Chun Feng has only recently garnered fame. His origins and background remain largely unknown to many. If you were to inquire within our circle about who Chun Feng is, you would find that few are familiar with him. However, he is known by a nickname that, at the very least, has reached the ears of most. Each time Chun Feng embarks on a treasure-seeking expedition, he is clad in a sharply tailored black suit, descending into ancient tombs to negotiate with millennia-old mummies. Over time, he has been humorously dubbed the civil servant of the tomb raiding world. Yet, such jests are reserved for behind his back, as Chun Feng's formidable skills instill a sense of caution in most, who would hesitate to utter this moniker in his presence. While many remain oblivious to Chun Feng's true background, Biaozi is well aware of his identity. It turns out that during the time my late father figure, Shao Qingshui, was training Biaozi in martial arts, he inadvertently revealed a significant detail. Years ago, my father had studied under the renowned bandit, Whitebeard, in Jiangnan, who was not only notorious for robbing the rich to aid the poor but also possessed exceptional light-footedness akin to walking on snow without leaving a trace. Moreover, he was secretly adept in the art of tomb raiding, a master within the lineage of treasure seekers. Unfortunately, due to my father's affiliation with the FHO school and the ancestral rule of the Emogene school prohibiting the sharing of skills with peers, he only acquired Whitebeard's martial prowess without mastering the techniques of the Emogene lineage. However, let us set aside this discourse for the moment. Be that as it may, this Whitebeard, whose true name is actually Chun Tian, also has a brother named Chun Hai, who is also an adept of the tomb-raiding lineage. Chun Hai has a close disciple named Qin Feng, who has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood and learns everything quickly. At a young age, in his teens, he mastered about 70 to 80% of Chun Hai's skills. However, Chun Feng's personality has been somewhat eccentric since he was a child, so he doesn't have many friends, and not many people know him. However, since his debut, his skills have been well known in the Taoist world. Later, every time the old man saw Biaozi not practicing hard, he would scold Biaozi for not being as good as Chun Feng's fingers, so as to stimulate Biaozi to practice. So just now in the karst cave, when the suit brother announced his name, Biaozi knew that this was the senior brother he had always heard of but never met. And from Chun Feng's mouth, we also learned that the reason why he left first just now was because he knew something was wrong when he saw the corpse dust goo, and he was sure that there must be other mechanisms ahead. So he ran ahead to destroy the mechanism, but it was too short of time, and he only destroyed the crossbow mechanism. It's just that the last crossbow arrow should have been triggered by itself because the machine bracket was too old and had just been shaken. Hearing this, Biaozi and I realized that it wasn't that we were lucky, but that we really took a walk in front of the gate of hell. Chapter 21. Bronze giant chain. As I was about to ask some more questions, the man in the suit stood up, staring at the stone wall behind us with a rather unsightly expression. I found his behavior rather peculiar, so I approached to examine the stone wall. From the crevices of that wall, a sinister black mist began to seep forth slowly. It was evident that this stone barrier could not contain the malevolent essence of the deceased. Biaozi adjusted his trousers and, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, expressed his anxiety. I switched on my flashlight, casting light ahead. The area was shrouded in darkness, yet it did not appear to be a dead end. There was no choice but to steel ourselves and proceed onward. I hastily organized my backpack and remarked that although the toxic mist was encroaching, the stone wall provided some respite, slowing its advance compared to before. Thus, we were not as frantic and treaded with greater caution. Once again, Biaozi took the lead, meticulously checking for any traps that might lie ahead. I closely followed behind him, along with Brother Suit, ensuring we traversed a safe path. After a short while, Biaozi suddenly halted. I was so focused on his route that I inadvertently bumped into him. He quickly reached out to steady himself against the stone wall. Just as I was about to inquire why he had stopped, I heard Biaozi exclaim, "Oh my goodness! Xiao He, you nearly sent me plummeting." It was then that I raised my flashlight to illuminate the area ahead, revealing that we were no longer in a corridor. It seemed as if an invisible blade had severed the path before us. Before us lay an unfathomable chasm. I raised my flashlight, scanning both up and down, attempting to ascertain our current location. We now found ourselves on the face of an immense cliff. As I glanced around, I was astonished to discover that this colossal wall was riddled with numerous exits resembling the passageways we stood upon. These openings varied in size, and the sight before us left us all in a state of bewilderment. Where could this possibly be? I pondered quietly to myself. Having entered from the cliff of the ghost city, could it be that we were on the opposite side of the wall? I instructed Biaozi to step back, taking his previous position, and shone my flashlight downwards to inspect more closely. To my surprise, the beam of light failed to illuminate the bottom, suggesting a depth of at least several dozen meters. Below our entrance, a bronze chain, as thick as an arm, extended downwards into the abyss. The chain, worn and rusted over countless years, appeared fragile and decrepit. It was at this moment that I noticed, in front of nearly every opening nearby, lay a similarly corroded bronze chain, stretching downwards until it seemed to converge at a distant point. It was as if all the chains affixed to this cliff were reaching towards the same location below. Yet the end of the chains was too far away for the flashlight to reveal, shrouded in a veil of murky darkness. As the ominous black mist began to encroach upon us from behind, we found ourselves with little choice. Biaozi retrieved a nylon climbing rope from his backpack and fashioned 3 simple loops to serve as safety harnesses. Each of us secured one around our waist, fastening ourselves to the immense chain, and we commenced our descent along the rusted bronze links. I suggested to Biaozi and the others, "Let us don our gloves, for this bronze chain is encrusted with rust. Should we inadvertently cut our palms, we risk infection from tetanus, and without medicine at hand, it is prudent to exercise caution." Subsequently, I, along with Suit Brother, leaned over the chain and began our slow descent. While Biaozi and Suit Brother fared relatively well, my limbs soon grew weary after a brief period of climbing. I began to breathe heavily and, as I continued, my hands and feet began to tremble, growing weak. With no alternative, I resorted to resting by suspending myself in midair using the safety rope at my waist. Though Biaozi and Suit Brother possessed greater stamina, they too began to show signs of fatigue as we reached the halfway point. At that moment, we all noticed a flickering white light at the end of the chain, a telltale sign of gunfire as flames erupted from the muzzle. Before we could fully comprehend the situation, the bronze chain suddenly shook violently. I quickly gripped the chain tightly to maintain my balance, and soon, the iron chains beside us began to tremble as well. A cacophony of screeching sounds emanated from the rock wall behind us, resonating from the various crevices. Illuminated by the beam of our flashlight, we could vaguely discern numerous shadowy figures swiftly approaching along the bronze chain. Upon seeing this, Biaozi urgently exclaimed, "This is bad. Those monsters have heard the gunfire and are closing in. We must descend quickly." We, undeterred by the need for respite, commenced our descent with fervent urgency. Though our pace was steady, the monstrous entities behind us, propelled by their formidable front claws, advanced with greater swiftness. Before long, the grotesque visages of these creatures became discernible, their menacing mandibles clearly visible. It seemed they had also caught sight of us, for several had leaped from the adjacent chain onto the one we occupied, causing it to tremble violently. Suddenly, Biaozi shouted, "We are almost there. I can see the ground." As I glanced back at the man in the suit, I noticed a creature had already reached his rear, preparing to pounce. With a swift motion, the suited gentleman bent low and delivered a powerful kick to the beast, sending it plummeting over the precipice. However, almost immediately, several more creatures leapt onto our chain, one of which landed squarely on my face. Startled, I disregarded all caution and hastily drew my dagger, positioning it defensively in front of me as the creature lunged. In my panic, I could only sidestep, but its claw swiped at my backpack, producing a resounding thud. A curse escaped my lips. Damn it, my provisions are surely ruined. Despite my efforts to evade, the creature managed to grasp my arm, leaving 3 deep gashes that oozed blood. A cold sweat enveloped me as I realized that but for my backpack's timely intervention, my arm might have been severed. A surge of determination washed over me, momentarily dulling the pain that radiated from my injury. Seizing the blade, I plunged it into the creature's abdomen until the entire edge was embedded. Its grotesque face convulsed, emitting a piercing squeal. Ignoring its cries, I drew back my leg and delivered a fierce kick to its belly, sending it plummeting from the chains. Scarcely had I dispatched it when several more leaped forward, causing a tremor of dread to course through me. It seemed my demise, avoided by the traps, now beckoned at the hands of these brutes. Resigned, I brandished my knife, prepared to meet my end. One of the creatures advanced menacingly. Suddenly, a series of bullets whizzed past my ear, striking the creature before me and sending it reeling. I turned to see Biaozi, having scaled the opposite side, aiming his weapon in my direction. He bellowed, "What in damnation are you waiting for? Start climbing. I'll cover you. Shizhuang is almost across." I was perplexed by Biaozi's words. Shizhuang should have been behind me, yet the chains there were now swarming with creatures. Glancing at the adjacent chain, I saw Shizhuang had detached his safety rope and was sprinting across the iron links with astonishing speed. Even on solid ground, I doubted I could match his pace. I marveled at his audacious maneuver. Upon hearing the incessant squeaking behind me, my mind ceased its frantic wanderings, and I hastily continued my descent along the chain. The bullets from Biaozi's gun whizzed past my ears, striking down the monsters lunging toward me. I realized I was merely 3 or 4 meters away from safety and felt a momentary relief. However, at that juncture, the ominous sound of Biaozi's empty chamber echoed, revealing that his gun had run out of ammunition. Without his cover, a formidable creature, towering half a head above me, lunged forward. With no avenue for escape, I thrust my knife with precision, embedding it deep into the monster's neck. The creature writhed in agony, its claws flailing violently, and I clung desperately to the hilt of my blade, bracing against its force. At that moment, Two more beasts charged at me from either side. Chapter 22. Bloodvine flower. As I contemplated a strategy to confront my adversaries, the creature before me managed to snatch the safety rope. My descent was marked by the relentless laceration of my back, arms, and thighs as fractured branches clawed at my flesh. In a desperate attempt to arrest my fall, I flailed aimlessly, my hands grasping at the void. A violent collision against my head plunged me into momentary darkness. Yet in that instant, my fingers closed around a yielding, cord-like object. With newfound resolve, I clung to it with every fiber of my being, my body continuing its precipitous slide. The friction grew intense, threatening to shred my gloves, until finally, with a resounding thud, I crashed to the earth. The impact was akin to being struck by a colossal iron slab, forcing a mouthful of blood from my lips. A wave of numbness washed over my back, a small mercy thanks to the cushioning of my backpack, which likely saved me from instant death. My body recoiled instinctively, contorting into a fetal position in a futile attempt to alleviate the excruciating pain. I was utterly spent, devoid of the strength even to twitch a finger, finding solace only in this self-imposed confinement. I was acutely aware of the likelihood of internal injuries, the grim possibility of ruptured organs and internal bleeding. Realistically, I knew that immediate hospitalization might offer a chance of survival, but given my present circumstances, my prospects were bleak. Recumbent upon the earth, I dared only to breathe shallowly. Even a slightly deeper inhalation sent spasms of agony through my internal organs. After lying there for a dozen minutes, I finally mustered the strength to prop myself up on my hands. I gently tapped the flashlight affixed to my helmet, relieved to find it intact. It flickered a few times before illuminating, bringing a measure of solace in this unfamiliar darkness. I turned my head, casting the beam about, and discerned that I was at the base of a precipice. Beside me stood several desiccated trees of considerable girth, withered by untold years. I marveled at how such colossal trees could have thrived in this sunless abyss. Upon their lifeless trunks, a dense network of peculiar vines was entwined. These vines were remarkable not for their verdancy, but for their sanguinary hue. They resembled, for lack of a better simile, viscera ensanguined and draped upon the trees. The notion struck me as unsettling, and I chided myself for such a bizarre association. It must have been the sight of the monster's entrails that had conjured this grotesque image, I reasoned. I slowly rose to my feet, intending to approach the trees and examine the vines more closely. However, with each step, the vines proliferated, becoming increasingly dense until they carpeted the ground beneath the trees. Moreover, I detected an unusual scent, imbued with a rich and exotic fragrance, interwoven with a faint hint of bloodiness. This aroma, upon inhalation, felt oddly intoxicating. My body, though still in pain, began to numb while my head grew increasingly foggy. I sensed a foreboding realization of potential toxicity. However, it was too late. The alluring fragrance ensnared me like an addiction. My body moved forward mechanically, beyond my control, while my mind succumbed to a haze. Gradually, I found myself before a flower, resplendent and the size of a basin. Its petals were a vivid crimson, as though drenched in fresh blood, and at its center pulsated a bulb the size of a fist, rhythmically throbbing like a living heart. As I approached within mere feet of the flower, I felt warmth trickling from my nose, a stream of warm blood cascading down to my collarbone. A sudden gust of wind chilled my neck, momentarily jolting me awake. Upon opening my eyes to behold the flower before me, I was seized by terror and stumbled back several paces. My mind began to cloud once more, prompting me to swiftly draw my dagger and plunge it forcefully into my thigh. The sharp pain surged through me, reviving my senses. I hastily severed the nearby vines obstructing my path and began to scan my surroundings in a frantic search for escape. Legend has it that the bloodvine flower, also known as the soul-guiding flower, is said to only sprout in pools of blood under specific conditions after decades of cultivation. It is rumored that within this flower reside the souls of those who unjustly perished in the blood pools. It possesses the ability to lure any living creature that catches its scent, ultimately succumbing to its floral toxin and dissolving into a pool of blood to be absorbed by its tendrils. There is a belief that there is no antidote to this poison. Once its fragrance is inhaled, one's fate is sealed. However, the more distant one is from the flower, the fainter the scent becomes, While the closer one approaches, the more concentrated the fragrance becomes, accelerating the rate of dissolution. Despite its toxicity, it is often said that the most poisonous substances in the world have their antithesis. Legend has it that within 10 steps of this flower, its bane can be found, offering a glimmer of hope for salvation if discovered. Having taken only a few steps, I immediately felt blood gushing from my nose, and now even my eyes, mouth, and ears began to bleed. My vision started to blur, and I desperately searched for anything that could counteract its effects, but to no avail. Eventually, my legs began to weaken, and I could feel as if a fire was ignited within my body, causing me to vomit blood incessantly. My entire being felt as though it was on the verge of melting away, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. However, upon realizing that even without succumbing to this floral toxin, my days were likely numbered, I resigned myself to my fate. Just as I was preparing to endure the pain and close my eyes in anticipation of death, a thought flashed through my mind. What if Biaozi and the man in the suit were to come looking for me? If they were to descend here, they would surely fall victim to the wicked flower's poison. No, I thought, let me meet my end, but I must destroy this flower. Unable to consign Biaozi and the others to the grave alongside me, I expectorated 2 more mouthfuls of blood. My vision had completely faded. Staggering, I relied on my memory to reach the bloodvine flower. I held my breath, hoping to delay the onset of the flower's venom, but I could already sense my body beginning to dissolve. Without further hesitation, I gritted my teeth, mustered the last of my strength, and raised the blade in my hand, hacking wildly at the bloodvine flower. I lost track of how long I struck, before my body weakened and I collapsed powerlessly. Prostrate on the ground, I offered a wry smile. I had not anticipated such a demise. As my eyes were about to close, I vaguely discerned, in the periphery of my vision, what appeared to be some white, thread-like filaments, flickering momentarily. Then, darkness enveloped me completely. It seemed I had not died, but rather entered a dream, an exceedingly protracted one. In this dream, I found myself on a pitch-black meadow. I beheld a woman adorned in resplendent azure garments, her graceful figure standing silently at the cliff's edge, her back turned toward me. I opened my mouth to speak to her, but despite repeated attempts, I could not utter a sound. I touched my lips in terror, unsure whether my voice was gone or my hearing had failed. I began to run toward the woman, but no matter how I exerted myself, the distance between us seemed unchanged. I stood there, dumbfounded. When I looked up again, the woman had vanished. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my back. As I turned around, the woman stood abruptly before me, yet she remained with her back facing me. Just as I reached out to pull her, my hand met what felt like a transparent mirror. Gradually, the mirror turned a deep blood red, and the figure within became clearer, a woman adorned with a golden crown and her face veiled in golden gauze. Instinctively, I stepped back, and suddenly, the mirror before me shattered into pieces. The fragments coalesced once more, forming a dark red, crystalline blood coffin. The coffin trembled violently, and with a loud crash, it opened, revealing countless ghastly hands composed of blood, reaching out to drag me into the coffin. Startled, I attempted to flee, only to realize that behind me was now a sheer cliff. I found myself standing on the very edge where the woman had stood moments before. Losing my balance, I plummeted straight down into the abyss. In the darkness, I felt as though a light rain began to fall from the sky, with cool droplets continuously hitting my face. Suddenly, I heard a distant voice calling out, "Xiao He! Hey! Xiao He, wake up! Stop daydreaming." The voice sounded familiar, and then it struck me it was Biaozi's voice. I remembered thinking I had died. Could it be that Biaozi had also died and joined me in the underworld? Chapter 23. The Revivification Herb. With considerable effort, I pried my eyes open, only to be met with the grinning visage of a swarthy, heavily whiskered fellow brandishing a water jug. It dawned on me that he was the one who had been dousing my face. Tentatively, I raised my left hand, bracing myself for an onslaught of pain. To my astonishment, the anticipated agony never materialized. Glancing down at my arm, I observed that the lacerations had already scabbed over and healed completely. My body felt surprisingly comfortable. In a daze, I inquired of the burly man, "Did you heal my wounds?" He retorted, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Are you jesting? If I possessed healing abilities, would I be engaging in such clandestine tomb raiding? Upon closer inspection, it appears you're remarkably fortunate. I never imagined someone could survive a fall from such a height unscathed. When I initially descended, your face and body were covered in blood, leading me to believe you were deceased. However, upon examination, I discovered no severe injuries, not even a scratch. I'm perplexed as to where all that blood originated. I must admit, I was rather disappointed, as I had prepared to conduct your funeral rites. But you were incessantly shouting about a maiden and a coffin. Were you perhaps dreaming of a beautiful woman dragging you into a coffin for a nuptial ceremony? The burly man chuckled, his gaze tinged with lewd curiosity. My mind was in a state of disarray, and I disregarded his jesting. Suddenly recalling something, I seized his arm with urgency. What about the bloodvine blossoms? Did you suffer any poisoning? Startled by my abrupt action, he reached out to touch my forehead. Finding no fever, he clicked his tongue in bewilderment. At that moment, I witnessed the man in the suit leap down from a large rock, exclaiming, "You mentioned the bloodvine flower. Am I mistaken?" I quickly responded, "Indeed, there is a bloodvine flower here. Look at these vines." However, as I lowered my gaze and scanned the surroundings, I found the area devoid of any such vines, starkly barren. I then cast my eyes upon the few grand trees that had once been entwined by the vines, only to discover that these desiccated giants bore nothing but deep grooves, devoid of life. A sense of disbelief washed over me as I contemplated the scene before me. Could this truly be a mere figment of my imagination? No, it was unmistakably real. I glanced at the wound on my leg, inflicted by a dagger. Although it had healed, a layer of dried blood remained. The man in the suit scrutinized my expression, seemingly unconvinced by my demeanor. If it truly were the bloodvine flower, you would undoubtedly be facing certain death. Should you have been poisoned by its bloom, you would have been in a state of unconsciousness for several hours by now. Do you not perceive any signs of poisoning? He queried, his gaze fixed upon me with skepticism. Observing their disbelief, I recounted in detail the events leading up to my fainting spell to both Biaozi and the man in the suit, prompting them to exchange glances filled with uncertainty. Biaozi took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a few smoke rings before flicking the butt away into the distance. If Xiao He were unaware of your character, he would never jest about this matter. I can only surmise one explanation. You must have been disoriented from your fall, leading to some sort of hallucination, or perhaps you misremembered before losing consciousness. The bloodvine flower is merely a legend passed down through the older generation of tomb raiders. Whether such a thing truly exists remains uncertain. Noticing Biaozi and the others' disbelief, I felt a surge of urgency. An idea struck me, and I hastily rolled up my sleeve to reveal the well-healed scar on my arm. I realize my words may be difficult for you to accept. Look here. This was inflicted by that creature while I was chained. As Suit Brother mentioned, I was merely unconscious for a few hours, yet this scar appears fully healed. What could possibly allow such a profound wound to mend in just a few hours? Given our current technological capabilities, I doubt such a feat is achievable. Moreover, I fell from a considerable height, yet I seem entirely unscathed. Biaozi remained silent, staring blankly at my arm, while Suit Brother observed me with keen interest, then hurried to the ground nearby, searching for something. Moments later, he reached out to touch the few withered giant trees. At this point, I was utterly perplexed about what transpired after I severed the blood flower and fainted. Surveying the inky blackness that enveloped them, and then observing my own disheveled state as I grappled with perplexing thoughts, the man I knew as Suit offered a hearty smile, which did much to allay my disquietude. I considered that, having narrowly escaped death, I ought to be elated. Suit scrutinized me for a prolonged moment, his gaze intense enough to make me uneasy. I couldn't help but wonder if his inclinations were perhaps unconventional. Chuckling softly, Suit remarked that he had merely stumbled upon something of interest and beckoned us to follow him. We trailed him to the base of a large tree, which he gestured towards, prompting us to observe. Upon looking up, we noticed indentations, roughly the width of a finger, etched into the bark. Within these grooves were remnants of a dark reddish powder. Suit elucidated that his examination of the trees and the surrounding ground had revealed similar impressions, all containing the same crimson dust. Drawing upon his knowledge of the legendary bloodvine flower, he explained that it was said to thrive on pools of blood. Should its heart perish, the vines would rapidly wither and dissipate, leaving behind only a residue of reddish powder. He concluded that, if my earlier hallucination was genuine, there was a possibility that the bloodvine flower truly existed. Upon hearing this, Brawny inquired as to why River, if indeed afflicted by the flower's venom, had not already dissolved into a pool of blood, as legend dictated. Furthermore, he noted that there was no known antidote save for. Brawny paused, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he exchanged a knowing glance with Suit. In unison, they uttered the words, "Resurrection herb." Subsequently, Biaozi articulated with a hint of incredulity, "That seems implausible." The man in the suit responded with composure, "Nothing is implausible. Given the existence of the bloodvine flower, the existence of the rejuvenation grass, which is diametrically opposed to it, is not beyond the realm of possibility. Otherwise, how would you account for his survival?" I interjected, "Are you suggesting that my survival is attributable to the fortuitous discovery of the rejuvenation grass, which counteracts the bloodvine flower?" I then inquired of the man in the suit, "Does the ingestion of this rejuvenation grass entail any adverse effects?" The man in the suit, regarding me with a placid gaze, stated it results in death. I was taken aback upon hearing this. He continued, "However, you will not perish. It is purported that the rejuvenation grass is intrinsically a virulent substance, akin to the bloodvine flower. Although its consumption can ostensibly ameliorate any form of poisoning or severe injury, and even preserve one's countenance, the price is that the individual is fatally poisoned at the moment of ingestion, thus preserving the body in a state of incorruptibility for millennia. As for you, having been previously afflicted by the bloodvine flower's venom, and with the rejuvenation grass being its antithetical counterpart, the neutralization of these two virulent substances within your system has resulted in their mutual attenuation. Consequently, not only will you not perish, but the residual medicinal effects may confer upon you an immunity to toxic substances, and your recovery from non-severe injuries may be expedited relative to that of an average individual, contingent upon the extent of the residual efficacy within your system." Subsequently, Suit Brother shifted the conversation, stating, "Since we have found the resurrection herb, it stands to reason that we have also located the true coffin of the ghostly tomb's master." Biaozi, equally exhilarated, retrieved a shovel from his backpack. Observing their enthusiasm, I inquired in confusion, "How do you know the location of the coffin simply because of the resurrection herb?" Biaozi, brandishing the shovel, replied, "Do you know the origin of the name resurrection herb?" I shook my head in bewilderment. With a look of excitement, Biaozi explained, "Did not Suit Brother mention earlier that this herb can preserve the flesh of the deceased from decaying? The reason it has this miraculous property is tied to a legend. When a person is on the brink of death, they would place the dying individual into a coffin carved from a substance called ice marrow blood jade, then seal it and bury it within a blood pool. It is said that as the person draws their final breath, white tendrils emerge, which are the resurrection herb. It thrives on the blood within the pool, safeguarding the corpse in the coffin from decay. Legend has it that once these tendrils break through the earth and drain the blood from the pool, the individual within the coffin will truly resurrect and awaken once more. However, the precise method remains unknown to us. Thus, the presence of the resurrection herb indicates the location of the coffin." Upon hearing Biaozi's account, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, realizing that the herb I had inadvertently consumed was linked to such a macabre tale. The suit-clad man, the owner of this tomb, is indeed formidable. He not only possessed the knowledge to cultivate the legendary longevity herb, but also utilized a blood pool to nurture the bloodvine flower. This clever strategy ensured that even if someone stumbled upon this place, they would be unable to approach his true burial site. Had it not been for Xiao He inadvertently destroying the bloodvine flower, I suspect we would have fallen prey to its malevolent allure as well. Chapter 24. The true secret. Biaozi assembled the shovel, ready to dig, when suddenly an aged, cold chuckle echoed from behind a nearby tree. We turned to see that it was none other than the old leader, Lu Quan. However, his current state was quite pitiful. He was disheveled and filthy, his clothing tattered. Blood stained his left sleeve, and his left arm had mysteriously vanished. In his right hand, he brandished a handgun, gesturing threateningly at Biaozi. Biaozi, in a deliberate manner, slowly set down the semi-automatic rifle he had been carrying. Lu Quan coughed a few times, his voice weary yet commanding. I never expected that you few would still be alive, and without the map in my possession, you managed to locate the true coffin of this ghostly figure. You are quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, the suit-clad man let out a resigned smile, revealing a small, black dart no larger than a pinky finger in the palm of his hand before casting it to the ground. Observing the situation, I was taken aback by the suit-clad man's concealed prowess and felt a twinge of resentment towards Lu Quan, an old trickster. Indeed, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Such individuals are undeniably cunning and exceedingly difficult to contend with. I hastily tried to mediate the situation, as individuals like him are ruthless and capable of committing any atrocity. I feared he might resort to silencing us permanently. Isn't this the esteemed Lu Quan? Let us converse amicably. Surely we, as mere youngsters, have not offended you in any way. Yet it seems you have consistently shown hostility towards us. Moreover, we have indeed provided you with the map you sought. What has become of the treasure marked upon it? Upon hearing my words, Lu Quan's demeanor softened slightly. Treasure? Those fools know nothing. The treasure is merely a grand ruse left by the ghostly kingdom, designed to ensnare grave robbers like us. Were it not for my utter disinterest in such treasures, I would have long since recoiled and not followed their directions into that false crypt. My old man would have met the same fate as them, becoming a mere burial offering. Even so, he lost an arm in the process, barely escaping with his life. As for the others, I suspect they have perished within. Lu Quan then surveyed us, his eyes glinting with a cunning smile. However, it must be said that we harbor no deep-seated enmity against one another. Our line of work is solely driven by profit. A tremendous opportunity lies before us, and I believe you are all astute individuals. What say you? The old rogue from the southern frontier, noticing our lack of significant reaction, continued, I shall not conceal from you that my earlier mention of the art of immortality was no mere fabrication. My elderly father has long been engrossed in researching what truly transpired in the ancient kingdom of Guifeng. However, he discovered that all records pertaining to the rulers of Guifeng are remarkably similar. The monarch, hailing from an isolated realm, once stumbled upon a peculiar tribe. This tribe was perpetually governed by a female high priestess, who claimed to be a servant from another world, devoted to the worship of nothingness. Intrigued by this tribe, the ruler of Guifeng ordered his men to covertly observe them. Unintentionally, he uncovered a colossal secret hidden within the tribe. The high priestess possessed a method of achieving immortality, passed down through generations. Initially, I dismissed these tales as mere fabrications of ancient lore, as every emperor has some mystical legends recorded by posterity. It wasn't until I learned of a dragon-patterned tortoise shell, stolen from a descendant's tomb of Guifeng and deciphered, that I grasped the truth. At this point, Lu Quan glanced at me and continued. Of course, this tortoise shell is not the one that Xiao Qingshui had stolen. The shell bore inscriptions revealing a secret about the ruler of Guifeng. The tomb's occupant was originally a loyal subordinate of the Guifeng monarch, who, on his deathbed, secretly recorded the events of that era on this dragon-patterned tortoise shell and concealed it within his ancient tomb. Under the high priestess's bewitchment, the monarch constructed a vast underground ghost city as a sanctuary for her rituals and sacrifices. The high priestess, fearing the exposure of her subterranean ghost city, took great pains to keep it hidden. Consequently, the monarch decreed the execution of all those involved in the construction of the spectral city, their lives to be offered as a sacrifice within the blood pool. Furthermore, the news of the monarch's possession of the secret to immortality was disseminated, leading to the swift downfall of the ghost dominion. The high priest, along with her loyal adherents, clandestinely infiltrated the subterranean ghost city, where she proceeded to immolate her entire tribe within the sanguineous pool, sparing only her most devoted descendants and a sovereign scion whom she had beguiled. Soon after, the high priest entered into a prolonged slumber, having made a pact with her successors to awaken her at a predetermined epoch, whereupon she would once again grace the world with her presence, having achieved eternal life. At this juncture, the venerable chieftain of the southern frontier cast his gaze upon me, stating, to the best of my knowledge, The dragon script tortoiseshell pilfered by Xiao Qingshui should contain an account of 2 descendants, each possessing a fragment of the map that delineates the precise location of this subterranean ghost city. If a map genuinely exists, then it stands to reason that the High Priest's art of longevity, as inscribed upon the dragon script tortoiseshell, may also be genuine. I surmise that should the art of eternal life indeed exist, it must reside within the High Priest's sarcophagus. Upon hearing Lu Quan's narrative, we were all rendered speechless, lost in contemplation. We exchanged glances, uncertain as to the veracity of Lu Quan's assertions. Should the art of immortality, as he described, genuinely exist, then it is highly probable that the method of cultivating the immortal herb is what he was referring to, and that I may have already consumed the aforementioned herb. Should this revelation reach the ears of the venerable chieftain of the southern frontier, he might very well be driven to madness, resorting to gunfire to eliminate us all. Biaozi chuckled. It is not that I, Biaozi, speak harshly, but at your age, having consumed more salt than I have rice, how can you genuinely believe in the longevity methods spoken of by ancient sages? The old leader from the southern frontier snorted derisively. You young ones know nothing. Do you think the ancients acted without cause? Science may have advanced, yet there remain phenomena that defy explanation. You have not yet reached my age. When you do, you will understand. Life is but a fleeting moment, a mere few decades. As for me, with my years numbered, I might as well take a gamble. If this is all a farce, then perishing here would not be such a poor fate. Biaozi lit a cigarette and took a drag, saying, I cannot grasp your perspective, but I believe that life, aging, illness, and death are all preordained. I, Biaozi, have lived freely. I have indulged in all that life offers and have experienced far more than the average person. The challenges I have faced could form a formidable battalion, far surpassing the ordinary in terms of extravagance. I have long since made my peace with it. In our line of work, one never knows when the end may come. Death, to me, is simply the end of existence, and I harbor no fear of it. The old leader's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he fired his gun, sending Biaozi's cigarette flying. Enough of your ramblings. I have already heard that you have located the exact position of the coffin. Whether this tomb contains the secret to immortality, we shall soon discover. Biaozi and I ceased our conversation, exchanging a knowing glance. We each spat into our hands and grasped our shovels, delving into the earth. Not long after, the metallic clang of our tools resonated as they struck something solid. We exchanged glances once more and began to clear the shattered clumps of soil. With a touch, I discerned the underlying material to be stony, though its exact nature eluded me. We excavated laterally for a couple of feet, revealing a sizable, dark red stone surface, intricately adorned with a myriad of elaborate glyphs. Continuing our efforts, we expanded our excavation to over 2 meters in width. Yet the stone persisted, as though an immense monolith lay buried beneath the soil. Biaozi and I stared at each other, perplexed. How could we proceed? Were we to blast the stone apart? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Biaozi inquired, Xiao He, can you discern what the symbols on this stone signify? I surmised that the ancient sacrificial coffin must be concealed beneath this very stone. I examined the glyphs and replied to Biaozi, though I cannot decipher them entirely, they resemble symbols typically inscribed on altars. This does not appear to be an ordinary stone. It seems more akin to a complete altar. Biaozi pondered, what shall we do? We cannot possibly excavate the entire altar. Turning to Brother Suit for advice, I noticed him standing before a colossal tree, lost in thought as he stroked his chin. Abruptly, he posed a question. Xiao He, do you understand feng shui? Taken aback by his query, I nodded and asked, I have some understanding, but what do you sense? Have you discovered something intriguing? He gestured for me to approach and said, do you notice anything peculiar about the arrangement of these towering trees? Prompted by his observation, I scrutinized the trees and then shifted my gaze to the altar that Biaozi and I had been excavating. Suddenly, it dawned on me what the suited man had meant, and I inwardly chided myself for my folly. Such an obvious feng shui position had eluded my notice. These trees, seemingly haphazardly scattered nearby, were in fact strategically situated around the altar. As I compared the positions of the trees with the altar, I discerned a hidden significance. The trees, arranged from distant to near, formed a configuration reminiscent of the Big Dipper, comprising the stars Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang, each corresponding to one of the 7 celestial officials governing the 7 lodges. However, there were only 6 towering trees, indicating the absence of one. Thus, I recited the incantation associated with the stargazing technique in feng shui, stepping through the 7-star formation from the first tree to the last. As I chanted, Tianquan moves 4, Yuheng opens 5, Tianxian retreats 2. I completed the sequence of the 6 positions in feng shui, halting in a clear area and surveying my surroundings. I remarked to Biaozi, it appears there is an anomaly here. The Big Dipper comprises 7 positions, yet one is missing, and that missing one should be directly beneath my feet. Biaozi hoisted a shovel and inquired, "Are you suggesting there is something buried below?" I nodded affirmatively. Biaozi seized the shovel and began to dig at the spot I indicated. After delving merely 3 feet deep, he halted. I raised my flashlight to illuminate the depths below, and indeed something was there. Once Biaozi cleared the surrounding debris, a segment of a pitch-black chain, as thick as an arm, emerged, crowned with a massive copper ring shaped like a ghostly visage. Chapter 25. The red jade coffin. Biaozi glanced at me and remarked, "It seems this is where the mechanism lies. This chain must be the trigger." I nodded in agreement. Biaozi instructed me to step back, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and grasped the ebony chain. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it backward, and to my astonishment, the chain was gradually extracted by his sheer strength. The sound of the chain scraping echoed, and after a moment, the ground trembled. The surface soil began to crack in layers, and ominous thuds resonated beneath our feet. Biaozi, realizing he could no longer exert any force, finally released the chain. We hastily retreated to a safer distance, where we observed the site of our earlier excavation. The soil first fissured, then gradually swelled into a circular mound approximately 5 or 6 meters in diameter. As the mound expanded to over a meter in height, it ultimately split apart. A massive, blood-red stone altar emerged from within, rising approximately 4 meters above the ground before it came to a gradual halt. Surrounding the altar was a vast trench, filled with a viscous, crimson liquid that emanated a nauseating stench, pungent enough to be detected from a considerable distance. Biaozi squatted nearby, pinching his nose as he exclaimed, "What is that smell? It's several times worse than a filthy latrine. This must be some vintage from '82. I could hardly stifle a laugh and quietly replied, "Don't be ridiculous. This tomb has been around for at least a few thousand years. It's far more potent than your '82 vintage. If it comes to it, I shall take you for a taste." Biaozi, however, remained silent, gesturing towards the altar for me to continue observing. What unfolded next left me breathless. The altar, now elevated, suddenly split open in the center, revealing a gaping maw over a meter wide, from which a colossal azure sarcophagus began to rise, accompanied by a creaking sound. It continued its ascent until it tilted at an angle of approximately 45 degrees, at which point it gradually ceased its movement. The sight before me was profoundly striking, and I whispered to Biaozi, "Do you sense something amiss? That coffin appears rather unsettling, doesn't it?" I turned my head to glance at Biaozi, who was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, yet still found the audacity to boast. "You've certainly asked the right person. If it were anyone else, they might have been terrified enough to wet their pants at this sight. But encountering me, Biaozi, is merely unfortunate for them. It's just an ancient zongzi, after all. These old relics love to create a dazzling display, pretending to be mystical. If only they would remain quietly dormant, it would suffice, but otherwise Before Biaozi could finish, we heard a thunderous noise as the cover of the colossal coffin crashed down, sliding off to reveal a billowing cloud of white mist that obscured the interior. To describe it, it was akin to lifting the lid of a steamer after cooking buns at home. I quickly covered Biaozi's mouth and whispered urgently, "For heaven's sake, stop talking. You should consider whose territory we are in. Tread carefully or we might all meet our end here." Biaozi was sufficiently startled by the recent event. I could sense his back nearly soaked through. It wasn't that he lacked courage. Rather, the bizarre and mysterious aura of the altar overwhelmed our rationality. The sight of an ancient coffin, having endured millennia, slowly rising from the ground evoked not just fear but a profound sense of astonishment, a primal dread in the face of the incomprehensible unknown. After approximately 15 minutes, the mist had nearly dissipated, yet from a distance, the beam of our flashlight still failed to illuminate the scene adequately. I cursed the old relic under my breath, realizing it was expecting us to wade through the waters. You, old relic, despite your advanced age, still harbor a profound fear of death. Yet, under the relentless gaze of the gun, we, accompanied by Biaozi and the gentleman in a suit, had no choice but to approach the altar slowly, with the old pot-bellied man from the southern region trailing not far behind us. We could distinctly sense that as we drew nearer to the altar, the stench of blood emanating from the blood pool in the trench became increasingly pungent. Biaozi whispered, "Hey, do you think this ghostly underground kingdom of the Guifeng has been established for at least several millennia? Remarkably, the substance in this blood pool remains so well preserved and has not dried up. Truly bizarre." After contemplating for a moment, I quietly replied, "Even if this blood pool is perfectly sealed, after such an extensive period, it should have long since dried up. There must be something continuously replenishing the blood here. Do you recall what I mentioned about that bloodvine flower? It is quite possible that it has been incessantly absorbing various blood types and channeling them here. Notice the altar. Aside from those peculiar symbols, do those intersecting grooves not seem familiar?" Biaozi inquired, "Are you suggesting that while the bloodvine flower relies on the blood pool for sustenance, it simultaneously supplies fresh blood to it?" I gently nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, the old pot-bellied man shouted from behind, "What are you all whispering about? I warn you, do not attempt any tricks." Consequently, Biaozi and I fell silent. Upon reaching the altar, we ascended the crimson platform in succession, closely observing the massive azure sarcophagus before us. Biaozi possessed an unwavering mental fortitude. He swiftly approached the stone sarcophagus, and by the time he arrived at its forefront, the mist had nearly dissipated. Raising his flashlight, we beheld the interior of the sarcophagus, which housed a dark red jade coffin. The surface of the coffin still emitted wisps of white vapor. With a cautious hand, Biaozi reached out to gently brush away the vapor. "Goodness," he exclaimed, "it's still warm. This place is not only an ancient tomb but also quite peculiar. Even the coffin is eerily uncanny. With this altar and the wooden coffin layered upon the jade coffin, we are looking at a triad of layers. It seems almost alive. I reckon the high priest inside must be feeling quite stifled." As I gazed at the coffin, a thought struck me, and I inquired of Biaozi, "Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Don't you think this high priest's coffin bears a resemblance to the Three Calamities red jade coffin that the old man once mentioned?" Biaozi's expression grew serious. "So you noticed it too. Regardless of what this coffin is, we've come this far. We can no longer turn back." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Quan, who stood behind us. Biaozi produced a crowbar, preparing to pry open the coffin lid. I grasped his arm and cautioned, "Biaozi, if this truly is the Three Calamities red jade coffin, there may be something within. You must exercise caution." Biaozi nodded in understanding and began to prepare to open the coffin. Yet as he circled around it several times, he hesitated to take action. The red jade coffin is rather unique, not comparable to the conventional wooden lids of typical ancient tombs. Generally, coffins in ancient burial sites are predominantly made of wood. Even the finest timber, when pried with a crowbar, will eventually reveal gaps. One can simply insert a tool into these crevices and gradually pry open the coffin lid. However, this red jade coffin is entirely sealed with no visible seams, and its material resembles stone, making it impervious to force. Even when one strikes it with all their strength, only a faint white mark is left upon the lid. Observing my companion's restless movements, I inquired if they had previously encountered such coffins and how they managed to open them. He scratched his head and replied that while they had indeed come across similar coffins, those containing corpses that had begun to decompose prior to burial were often sealed with sturdier materials. Ancient peoples sometimes utilized more resilient wooden coffins, stone coffins, or even iron coffins to suppress the process of decomposition. Certain types of coffins proved particularly challenging to open. For instance, a wooden coffin secured with 49 copper nails soaked in black dog's blood presents a significant obstacle. Stone coffins and iron coffins are even more formidable. The former cannot be sealed with nails, and instead require unique adhesives to ensure a complete seal. Iron coffins, on the other hand, are constructed by pouring molten iron or copper directly into them. Given that the contents of these coffins often exhibit signs of decomposition, we collectively refer to these particularly difficult-to-open coffins as suppressive coffins. Then Biaozi suddenly shifted the conversation. I suspect this jade coffin is likely sealed in a manner similar to the stone coffin, but the material of this jade coffin is something I have never encountered before. Chapter 26. The key. At that moment, as we grappled with how to open the coffin, Biaozi abruptly exclaimed, "Hey, Xiao He, come over and take a look at this." Biaozi squatted before the red jade coffin, gazing intently at it as he spoke to me. I approached and shone my flashlight towards the spot he was indicating. The entire red jade coffin was enveloped in a deep crimson hue, resembling a sealed vault, and at the lower middle section of the coffin lid, there was a narrow indentation, approximately a few centimeters wide, which was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. I reached out to touch the fine crevice. The icy sensation of the jade against my fingertips sent a slight shiver down my spine. I requested Biaozi to hold the flashlight for me, and I leaned in closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of the interior through the small gap. I had mentally prepared myself for the possibility of encountering any horrifying sight, but upon peering in, I was met with nothing but impenetrable darkness. The flashlight revealed no reflections or signs of life within. Biaozi inquired, "So, did you see anything inside?" I gently shook my head, responding, "Nothing at all. However, this narrow gap feels oddly familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Do you feel the same way?" Biaozi chuckled and replied, "How could it not feel familiar? Just think about it. Doesn't our home's security door have a similar keyhole?" I furrowed my brow, and upon Biaozi's reminder, I indeed noticed that it resembled a keyhole. "Are you suggesting that this crimson jade coffin must be unlocked with a key?" Biaozi smacked his lips and, stroking his broad, dark face, replied, "I believe that is the case. You see, since this ghostly high priest left behind this map, it indicates a hope that one day his descendants would uncover this place to unlock the coffin for him. Perhaps a key was left behind as well." I sighed, stating that we lacked a key and would need to devise another method. However, Biaozi countered, "Knowing how to open it is half the battle. It is merely a lock after all. It is not some advanced technology. Let me give it a try." With that, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a slender wire, skillfully bending it into a loop. Observing his actions, it was evident he had engaged in such endeavors before, prompting me to inquire, "Biaozi, have you dabbled in lockpicking? Although we may be thieves, did we not agree to only touch the possessions of the deceased, leaving the living untouched?" Biaozi grinned, assuring me, "Do not worry. I have never stolen from the living. This is merely a skill I acquired inadvertently. As they say, a variety of skills never weigh one down, and it is bound to come in handy sooner or later." Finding some logic in his words, I felt a sense of resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. Yet, the old leader from the southern regions suddenly interjected, "It is not that I distrust you, young man, but have you considered what might occur if your method of unlocking fails?" Biaozi's expression shifted dramatically. "Should I fail, it would imply that we have not opened it in the correct manner, suggesting that we are not descendants of the high priest but rather grave robbers. What consequences might ensue from such a revelation, only heaven knows." I inquired of Biaozi, "How confident are you?" The rest of us stared at the eerie crimson jade coffin before us, our anxiety beginning to mount. After a moment's hesitation, Biaozi suggested, "Why don't you all step away from the altar? I can handle the unlocking on my own. Your presence here serves little purpose." I understood his implication. He feared that if he were to fail, our presence could spell danger. I chose not to leave. Observing my unwavering gaze, Biaozi seemed on the verge of saying something, but upon seeing my determination, he sighed and remained silent. Meanwhile, the old fellow from Nanjing stepped down from the altar and wandered a good distance away before coming to a halt. The man in the suit merely gazed at the coffin with indifference, choosing to stay put. After the old fellow from Nanjing departed, Biaozi muttered under his breath, "At his age, he fears death more than anyone." Biaozi, too, began to exhibit signs of tension. He rubbed his face vigorously with both hands to sharpen his focus. Then, with utmost caution, he slowly inserted the steel wire into the aperture. I noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and at that moment, a thought struck me. I quickly called out to him, "Wait, I might know where the key is." Hearing my words, Biaozi came to a halt. I descended from the altar and approached the old master of the southern frontier. "Lu Quan, I wish to inquire if the human skin map still resides with you." The old master, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Indeed, it is with me." "Why do you ask, young man? Are you concocting some sinister scheme again?" I replied, "Now that we are entirely at your mercy, what do you have to fear?" I merely had a sudden thought. Since this coffin requires a key for its opening, and this map serves as a guide for future generations seeking the ancient tomb, it is plausible that the human skin map may hold some clues. Upon sharing my thoughts with Biaozi and the others, Biaozi concurred, stating that locating the key's whereabouts on the map would indeed be far more reliable than his lockpicking method. Who knows what calamity might ensue from a misstep in opening the coffin? The old master of the southern frontier was gradually losing his patience. I could see his complexion growing increasingly pale, while the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. His injuries were grievous. Although the bleeding from his arm had ceased, the lack of medical treatment in such a place would inevitably lead to infection. I understood that his chances of survival were slim, and his only hope rested in the fabled elixir of immortality. Should that hope be extinguished, I harbored no illusions that he would refrain from slaughtering us to accompany him in death. "Do not delay me any further. If you continue to dawdle, I shall not hesitate to eliminate one of you first." He suspected we were playing some trick, intentionally stalling for time. With a face full of malice, he raised his gun and aimed it at me, knowing that at this juncture, the absence of one among us would matter little. At this moment, the man in the suit spoke coldly. "If you wish for us to open the coffin for you, do not act impulsively. If you kill any one of us now, the other two would rather die than assist you further." Although the old leader snorted disdainfully, he lowered his gun. He nodded coldly and said, "Ask your questions, but I hope they are pertinent. If I suspect you are deliberately stalling, I won't hesitate to eliminate all three of you and find another way myself." I nodded and said, "Very well. I ask you this. When you took the lead in the cave, were you following the correct route as indicated on the map?" The old leader replied, "Indeed, the mechanisms here are exceedingly complex. If not for following the map's route, one would almost certainly fall into a trap." However, his words trailed off. I continued, "Are you suggesting that despite following the correct route on the map, you still triggered the traps?" He nodded, somewhat puzzled. I added, "You followed the map and triggered the traps, whereas we took the opposite path and also triggered traps, nearly dying. This suggests that regardless of whether we follow the map or not, we encounter traps. This can only mean one thing: the map is flawed." Biaozi asked, perplexed, "Are you implying that the map is fake?" I shook my head. "It is both true and untrue. Our presence here is merely a consequence of my unexpected tumble into this canyon, while you have ventured here solely in search of me. One might say this is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, a mere coincidence. However, the fact that Lu Quan was able to locate this place using a map indicates that it was indeed left behind by the high priest for posterity. Yet, the routes documented on the map are entirely fabricated." I gestured towards the old map and said, "Biaozi, are you implying that the high priest deliberately left behind a false map to lead her descendants on a futile journey to their demise? Does that seem logical to you?" I urged Biaozi not to interrupt. I continued, "Since the legend speaks of the high priest's potential resurrection, it stands to reason that the map she provided to her descendants was not intended to guide them to their deaths. What I mean to convey is that if the map is genuine, yet the routes it details are erroneous, it suggests that her descendants need not follow the mapped paths to discover the high priestess sarcophagus. In this light, the map's true purpose appears to be one of deception. Should an outsider obtain this map and follow its routes into the ancient tomb, they would still meet their demise within its traps, thus preserving the secret. Therefore, I assert that while the map is indeed authentic, it is not meant to serve as a guide. This begs the question: why would the high priest intentionally bestow upon her descendants a map devoid of value? Exasperated, Biaozi ran his hand through his disheveled hair, protesting, "Can we dispense with the deductive games? Shall he? Just tell me where the key is. I'll drag that malevolent crone out and see if her brain is the same size as Einstein's. She's been dead for ages, yet she's still so calculating." The man in the suit comprehended my implication. You're suggesting that this map isn't merely for navigation, but serves another purpose. After a moment, he opened his eyes and remarked, "This place feels different from the others. There's something here." He indicated a specific area on the map. I inquired, "Can you extract it?" Without a word, he retrieved a spirit lamp from his rucksack and poured some of the alcohol onto the human skin map. I restrained him, asking, "Are you certain? Won't this damage whatever's inside?" He nodded and ignited the alcohol. The desiccated human skin, combined with the alcohol, burned intensely. Soon a pungent, acrid odor mingled with other scents filled the air. I recoiled at the thought of the burning flesh, but beneath the foul smell, I detected a faint, delicate fragrance. Shortly thereafter, I began to feel lightheaded. After an indeterminate period, a damp towel was pressed against my mouth and nose, and simultaneously, Biaozi's voice reached my ears. "Hold it tight." The suit guy said there's something like hallucinogenic blood vine in this human skin. Good thing we found it in time, but you were close and inhaled quite a bit. My head still felt heavy, but it was much better now. I saw the suit guy using a dagger to sift through the pile of black ashes, and sure enough, he pulled out 2 thin pieces. As I got closer, I could see they were 2 thin slices, only a few millimeters thick, with an ancient and peculiar shape. Biaozi took the slices, aligned them together, and compared them to the crack in the middle of the jade coffin. My goodness, there really is a key. Chapter 27. Opening the coffin. Biaozi carefully aligned the 2 thin slices and gently inserted them into the crack. We all held our breath, watching the jade coffin, waiting for what might happen next. After a long wait, there was no reaction. Biaozi scratched his head. Could we have guessed wrong? Maybe this isn't a key after all. But then again, in all my years of tomb raiding, I've never heard of a coffin that opens with a key. If ancient people had our technology, they might have even made a voice-activated one. Hearing Biaozi's words, my head twitched, and I involuntarily shouted, "Open sesame." The jade coffin showed no reaction, and I couldn't help but curse myself for being foolish. At that moment, the jade coffin trembled, and the thin slab inserted by Biaozi slid downward slightly. Shortly thereafter, the coffin lid began to quiver as well, gradually tilting and sliding down, revealing a narrow crevice. This gap steadily widened, accompanied by a billowing surge of crimson mist. We hastily leaped back to evade the ominous red vapor. Biaozi wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the old priest has been stewing in there all along?" I found myself momentarily bewildered by the scene before me. Though I had encountered corpse gas before, some coffins due to dampness cause the remains within to decay, resulting in visible black corpse gas. I had never witnessed such a phenomenon as this red mist. As the coffin lid descended halfway, it met the ground and ceased its descent. Yet the coffin's mouth continued to exude the crimson fog. Uncertain of what lay within the coffin, we dared not approach too closely, opting instead to wait quietly for the mist to dissipate. While we contemplated our next move, impatience brewed in one among us. The elder from Nanjiang raised his handgun behind us, commanding, "You lot, go take a look at what's going on inside." With no choice but to comply, Biaozi and I steeled ourselves and slowly climbed onto the altar. As we approached the coffin, a pungent scent of blood assaulted our senses, causing us both to frown. Biaozi took the lead, and I followed closely behind. By this time, the mist from the jaw as Biaozi approached the jade coffin. A sudden thud echoed through the air, and a pale hand emerged from within, gripping the side of the coffin. Startled, Biaozi stumbled backward, rolling several meters away, while I stood frozen in sheer terror, my mind blank. Just then, another resounding thud resonated, and a second pale hand grasped the opposite side of the coffin. My heart began to race uncontrollably, and I thought to myself, "Goodness, what ill fortune is this? Am I about to confront a millennia-old zombie?" Before I could react, a chilling, piercing scream erupted from the coffin. A sound reminiscent of a throat severed, desperately trying to cry out but producing only a strangled wail. The sheer horror sent shivers down my spine, and my legs weakened, causing me to collapse onto the ground. How could a human scream emanate from within the coffin? I was utterly astounded. Moments later, the scream ceased, and I watched in disbelief as the 2 pale hands clutching the jade coffin began to shrivel and darken at a visible pace. transforming into skeletal remnants as if they had been desiccated over a millennium. I took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Biaozi, instinctively swallowing hard. Biaozi quickly rummaged through his backpack and produced a square piece of black cloth, unwrapping it to reveal an ancient bronze seal, slightly tarnished with patina. Beneath it, in vermilion script, were the words "Heavenly Official bestows blessings, free from all taboos." Insky pondered, "If you believe you are capable, then why not take action? Why offer mere glances? You are the expert in dealing with the undead." Nevertheless, I retrieved a spade from my backpack, gripping it firmly in my hands, and my earlier panic began to subside. Slowly, I rose to my feet, stealthily approaching the jade coffin alongside Biaozi. The old man from southern Jiang was also visibly shaken, yet his seasoned experience allowed him to regain composure, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he raised his pistol towards the coffin. As Biaozi and I drew closer to the jade coffin, the crimson mist had nearly dissipated. Peering down at the desiccated hand resembling that of a corpse, I beheld a lifeless body enveloped in vapor within the coffin. The body wore a golden crown, and a veil of golden gauze obscured its true visage. The coffin lid had only partially fallen, preventing me from viewing the entirety of the corpse. A sense of familiarity washed over me, and suddenly it struck me. Was this not the woman I had encountered in my dreams? The old man from southern Jiang hurried over, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Quickly, you must lift the coffin lid." Biaozi and I, stifling the acrid scent of blood, spat into our palms and grasped the edges of the coffin lid. On the count of 3, we shouted in unison and exerted our strength to push it aside. With a resounding crash, the lid toppled to one side, revealing the true form of the coffin's contents. Inside the jade coffin lies a diminutive figure, faintly discernible as a female corpse. The body has shriveled and desiccated, resembling a mummified form. Strangely, a visible red mist emanates from the corpse, suggesting the presence of residual warmth, as if the entirety of its moisture had evaporated in an instant. The deceased, adorned in finery for burial, now has their garments reduced to mere ashes at the moment of the coffin's opening, leaving only tattered, decaying strips of blue fabric scattered beside the body. Curiously, apart from the disintegrated clothing, a delicate golden filament clings to the surface of the corpse, enveloping it entirely, reminiscent of an unhatched cocoon. Biaozi gazes at this peculiar corpse, momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness! Every day, they speak of encountering a grand Zongzi, yet this one hardly seems wrapped tightly. If we're judging by appearance, it resembles a ghostly high priest more than anything else. Observing the steaming body, he queries, "Biaozi, do you think this corpse could rise again?" Biaozi ponders, then replies, "I doubt it. Given its current state, it's unlikely to reanimate." After voicing his concern, he decided to place the bronze seal upon the stone forehead of the corpse and, noticing no change, he exhaled in relief. After all, just moments ago, 2 complete hands had emerged from the coffin, only to transform into a desiccated form in the blink of an eye. The old man from southern Xinjiang approached, and upon seeing the jade coffin lid overturned on the ground, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, a laughter imbued with a hint of madness. I mused silently, how can one be so jubilant without having acquired the secret of immortality? Should he truly uncover the elixir of life, I feared he might become overly ecstatic and meet an untimely end, a rather amusing thought indeed. The old man showed no urgency to disturb the ancient corpse. Instead, he crouched down to examine the overturned coffin lid with great interest. I too lowered my gaze to the lid, which, now on the ground, revealed intricate carvings on its underside. Symbols, inscriptions, and peculiar patterns adorned the surface, yet I found myself unable to decipher their meanings. Noticing the old man engrossed in his study, I decided to leave him to his musings and joined Biaozi in inspecting the body within the coffin. I adjusted the beam of my flashlight to diffuse its intensity and directed it towards the face of the corpse. Only the upper half of the body was visible, as the lower half was submerged in a thick crimson liquid that filled the jade chamber. Initially, I assumed this viscous red substance would emit a foul odor, reminiscent of the blood pools surrounding the altar. However, as I drew closer, I was surprised to find that it bore no overpowering scent, merely a faint metallic tang lingering in the air. Despite the lack of pungency, the thick liquid, reminiscent of blood, occasionally released bubbles under the flashlight's glow, stirring a wave of nausea within me. Struggling to suppress my revulsion, I delicately lifted the layer of golden gauze, eager to discern the true visage of the corpse. As I gradually lifted the golden silk, I was met with the withered visage of a face, utterly unrecognizable from its former existence. In my eyes, every desiccated visage bore a certain grotesqueness, devoid of beauty, yet this particular corpse emanated wisps of white vapor, a peculiar difference that caught my attention. I pointed to the skeletal hands clinging to the side of the coffin and inquired, "Biaozi, did you notice how these hands seemed to have instantaneously dried into this state?" Biaozi, equally perplexed, responded, "Indeed, I too am bewildered. Under the immersion of these crimson fluids, one would expect the body to become saturated or to swell and decay. However, it appears as though this corpse has instantaneously evaporated all moisture, transforming into a mummy. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would have believed this body had been desiccated for many years." Suit brother approached, gently touching the corpse and remarking, "This body still possesses warmth. It must have died not long ago." Biaozi and I stared at him as if he were mad. Chapter 28. The sudden assault of Suit brother. Biaozi scoffed. "Are you suggesting that this dumpling, which has been steaming in the coffin for millennia, has somehow remained alive?" Suit brother, while inspecting the corpse, interjected, "You all heard that scream, did you not? I cannot accept that such a cry could emanate from a dumpling that has been dead for thousands of years. Moreover, feel for yourselves. This corpse retains warmth. Do you truly believe a body that has been deceased for millennia could still possess a body temperature? If my conjecture holds merit, this jade coffin functions akin to a hermetically sealed vessel. The cadaver within is sustained in a state of suspended animation by a delicate equilibrium of internal atmospheric pressure, not unlike a vacuum. Any misstep in our procedure or breach in the vessel could precipitate a sudden alteration in this pressure, causing the desiccation and demise of the contents within." With a dismissive curl of his lip, Biaozi retorted, "Your hypothesis is excessively esoteric. Are we to believe we are characters in a science fiction epic? Even assuming the ancients possessed such technology, which is dubious, a vacuum-like state would merely retard decomposition. It is implausible that she could subsist without sustenance for millennia. I refuse to entertain the notion that she could remain alive within." The man in the suit continued, "Allow me to elucidate a matter that may shed light on the High Priest's secret to longevity. Has it not occurred to you that our presence here, and indeed everything we have encountered, resembles an elaborate ruse to lure tomb raiders such as ourselves?" Biaozi and I were perplexed by the suit-clad man's implication. He elaborated, "If the High Priest genuinely sought to conceal her final resting place, why construct this ancient tomb in such a conspicuous geomantic nexus? Does this not strike you as illogical?" I too have pondered this question. If even a dilettante geomancer like myself can locate this tomb, surely others would have discovered it long ago. The suited man continued, "We all descended from above, as you have observed. That upper layer is merely an illusory grave, filled with the restless dead, resembling a trap meticulously crafted for us tomb raiders, eagerly awaiting our intrusion. However, have you ever pondered a crucial question? Before our arrival, countless other tomb raiders must have ventured here, yet have you ever encountered a single remains of one among them? I find it hard to believe that all of them were as fortunate as we are, to have discovered a path of survival amidst peril. So, where have the bodies of those raiders vanished? Furthermore, I stealthily followed Master Wu and his companions, successfully locating the passage to the depths below. If the map is indeed a fabrication, who then guided Master Wu on how to navigate through the illusory grave above to reach this place? Subsequently, those strange creatures emerged in the cavern, and I too was discovered by them. Left with no choice, I revealed myself and engaged in combat with those beings. Upon discovering me, Master Wu and his companions subdued me. They then used me as bait to lure those monsters away by tossing me into their lair. It was within that lair that I stumbled upon a secret. At the center of the monster's nest lay a vast blood pool. I witnessed those creatures with a chilling awareness, dragging the bodies of the slain subordinates of Master Wu to the edge of the enormous blood pool, siphoning their blood with their appendages, and in the heart of the blood pool lies a robust crimson vine, incessantly drawing in and expelling the blood from the pool, as if it were continuously filtering the liquid and channeling it elsewhere. It is evident that these creatures are not mere predators. Rather, they resemble trained beasts executing the commands of their master. One cannot help but ponder the identity of the individual who trained these monstrosities. Eventually, I was discovered by these beasts, forcing me to flee, only to find myself ensnared within a cavern. At that moment, an odd occurrence transpired. The creatures seemed hesitant to enter the cave, instead lingering outside, pacing restlessly. I sensed that something within this cavern instilled fear in them, prompting me to conduct a thorough inspection. In a corner of the cave, I uncovered a concealed passageway. I squeezed through and descended along the narrow path, only to find that it led directly to the upper crypt. It was there that I encountered you all. It appears that this passage was likely intended for the descendants of the High Priest, allowing one to bypass the crypt and access this level directly. Now, do you understand? I summarized the words of Suit Brother. Are you suggesting that this ancient tomb was constructed to lure us grave robbers, akin to moths drawn to a flame? Furthermore, could it be that these creatures have been trained with the purpose of siphoning the blood of the grave robbers who perish here, infusing it into that immense blood pool? The suited man nodded. Indeed, if the High Priest's technique for immortality truly exists, it must be intricately linked to human blood. This explains why those creatures relentlessly extract blood from humans and inject it into the blood pool here. Furthermore, ever since we entered this ancient tomb, I have been plagued by the sensation of a pair of eyes watching us from behind, compelling me to question whether the descendants of the High Priest have truly perished. Otherwise, who has been training these creatures over the millennia? Who has lured tomb raiders into this place to supply the blood pool beneath the High Priest's coffin with a continuous stream of fresh blood? As soon as the suited man finished speaking, he unexpectedly hurled several darts at the old rogue squatting nearby. The suddenness of the attack left me utterly stunned, and I thought to myself that it would surely spell his doom. To my astonishment, the old rogue, who had been intently examining the coffin lid, performed a roll and evaded the onslaught. It seemed as though the suited man had anticipated this reaction. For the moment he released the darts, he lunged forward. Just as the old rogue stood up, he found the suited man already looming before him. He raised the firearm in his hand, too late to aim, and fired a shot with a swift motion. The man in the suit propelled himself forward, his left foot pushing off the ground powerfully, his shoulder twisting sharply as his body angled toward the right front. A gunshot echoed, and the bullet sliced through the inky darkness, leaving a trail of dark crimson sparks as it grazed the edge of the suit. He intended to fire again, but the man in the suit had already shed his black jacket, flinging it onto the face of his opponent, who was known as the Old Jar. With a swift kick, he sent the firearm from Old Jar's grasp flying away. The weapon rolled a few times on the ground before plummeting into the blood pool beneath the altar, emitting a faint splash. Seizing the opportunity while Old Jar was momentarily blinded, the man in the suit lunged forward and struck him several times. Old Jar, with his right hand, tore off the jacket of the suit and cast it aside as he retreated while exchanging blows. After a few exchanges, Old Jar suddenly leaped backward and crouched low. With remarkable agility, he overturned a piece of blue brick from the altar steps and pulled forth a dark iron chain, as thick as 2 fingers. Instantly, the ground trembled slightly beneath them, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal from below the altar. He swiftly dashed towards the area beneath the altar, while I and Biaozi had just arrived to lend our assistance. As the gentleman in the suit's expression shifted dramatically, he hastily tugged me and Biaozi backward. Just as we retreated a few steps, a series of iron spikes, each measuring over 1 meter in length, erupted from the ground where we had once stood. The spikes continuously retracted into the earth before extending once more, their range steadily expanding. We had no choice but to retreat further until we found ourselves before the blood-stained coffin, with no path left to escape. Biaozi shouted urgently, "Quickly, jump into the coffin." We all squeezed ourselves into the coffin. Biaozi continued to murmur to the decaying corpse, "You, revered elder, have already departed from this world. Your remains are merely a material possession. Please be kind and allow us to tread upon you a few times." I interjected, "Stop the nonsense, Biaozi. Seize this opportunity while old Piao is absent and quickly retrieve that item." Biaozi slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot the matter at hand." Chapter 29. The object beneath the corpse. I observed his face, illuminated by the flashlight, unwavering and motionless, as if he were intently scrutinizing us. In that moment, his visage appeared somewhat sinister and unfamiliar, bearing little resemblance to old Piao's countenance. The suddenness of his presence had raised my suspicions. If he held no interest in the treasures of the ghostly Fangua, he could have easily come here directly. Why accompany Fifth Master in the treasure hunt? Even if he were indeed intrigued by the treasure, Fifth Master was a skilled individual, and with so many Vietnamese alongside him, how could none have escaped? While he alone did, I had been observing his severed arm, which had been cleaved off by a single strike. Surely, you recall that Fifth Master seemed to have a subordinate skilled with a blade. This has led me to ponder whether Fifth Master and his companions had fallen prey to a trap or if they had been outwitted by the old trickster. However, my suspicion toward the old trickster remained merely a suspicion until, quite inadvertently, I detected a peculiar scent emanating from him. Though faint, it was perceptible to my senses. I previously recounted my escape from the lairs of those monstrous beings, pursued relentlessly until I found refuge in a cavern. The creatures lingered at the entrance, unwilling to enter, indicating that something within the depths instilled fear in them. Upon examining the cavern, aside from a concealed passage, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Yet, on the ground, I discovered a thin layer of black powder. This powder exuded a faint, foul odor, leading me to conclude that it was indeed this black substance that the monsters feared. Remarkably, I had also caught a whiff of this scent on him. Given that the cavern was a secret pathway left by the High Priest for future generations, I ventured a bold hypothesis. The old trickster might be a descendant of the High Priest. Upon hearing the tailored gentleman's account, I was struck with disbelief. A profound confusion enveloped my thoughts. If the old trickster were truly a descendant of the High Priest, why would he bring Fifth Master here? And why would he urge us to unseal the High Priest's coffin? No, there was certainly something amiss. I shouted at the old leader, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in doing all this? If you truly are a descendant of the High Priest, why go through such lengths to make us open the coffin?" At that moment, the old leader looked at us and suddenly burst into laughter. His voice no longer aged but sharp and somewhat hysterical, almost maniacal. Descendant of the High Priest? That lineage should have been extinct long ago. My true identity is that of a descendant of the Ghost Kingdom's ruler. For generations, we have guarded this enemy for thousands of years because of a damned curse. How ridiculous! Now that I have finally opened her coffin, the curse upon us is broken. And since you are about to die, knowing so much is useless. Better to die ignorant. I watched as countless monsters descended from the dense walls, rushing towards us, sending chills down my spine. I glanced down at Biaozi, who was still trying to pry a ring from a mummy's hand. I snatched it away. Damn it! What are you doing looking for these things at a time like this? Look around you. Biaozi looked up and was startled by the horde of monsters surrounding us. But he still muttered, "I've searched everywhere for what we need. If it's anywhere, it must be beneath her. But the High Priest's corpse is rooted to the coffin like it's grown there. I can't move it alone. I figured since she has so many valuables, it's a waste not to take them." I couldn't help but gasp in shock. However, upon examining the corpse, I realized it was thoroughly decomposed and would not rise again. I thought to myself, you should not fear her rising to snap your neck. At that moment, several creatures charged toward us, and the suited man leaped down to the altar. With a flourish, he produced a packet of black powder from his hand and rapidly circled the altar with it. The old fellow, noticing the suited man's actions, paled and hurriedly searched his pockets, only to find them empty. Cursing the suited man under his breath, he turned and sprinted towards the cliff behind him. The suited man observed the direction in which the old fellow fled and remarked, "This powder is identical to what was scattered on the ground in the cave. I believe it is the residue of these creatures' excrement, ground down after drying. However, this particular powder may belong to a larger entity. While these creatures are indeed fearful of bright light, their eyesight must have long since deteriorated, rendering them incapable of clear vision. They can only discern their prey through scent and sound. If I scatter the excrement of that larger creature here, it should buy us some time." I, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Where did you acquire this substance?" The suited man chuckled and replied, "Did I not mention? I detected that peculiar odor emanating from him just moments ago, and while engaged in combat, I discreetly extracted it from him when his attention waned. Suddenly, I recalled the scene when the suited man had thrown his clothing over the old fellow's face. He had indeed patted him down several times. I had foolishly assumed it was some sort of sophisticated martial arts technique. In truth, he was pilfering. He thought to himself, "It's a pity that someone with such skills would resort to tomb robbing." As the monsters rushed towards the black powder, they indeed hesitated and lingered, but none dared to charge forward. A wave of relief washed over him, yet the situation remained critical. He quickly called out to Biaozi, and they stashed away the fake seal. Together they lifted the high priest, one holding the head, the other the feet, and strained to pull him up. The corpse, soaked in coffin fluid, was slippery and repulsive to the touch. He avoided looking down at the body, focusing instead on the effort with Biaozi. As they pulled, he realized something was amiss. The desiccated corpse shouldn't have been this heavy. Despite their combined strength, it wouldn't budge. The man in the suit approached, examining the fluid beneath the corpse. "There's something growing under the body. You won't be able to pull it out like this." With a sudden plop, he yanked something free and pulled up a red, translucent, tube-like object from the fluid, resembling a skinned snake. The sight was too much, and he turned away, retching dryly, his stomach empty. Biaozi, equally disgusted, exclaimed, "Damn, could this old mummy have been sustained by these sausages?" The man in the suit glanced at the object in his hand and remarked indifferently, "This must be the vine stem of the bloodvine flower used to filter blood. However, this part should be non-toxic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived. Yet, whatever survives through such means might no longer be human." He gazed calmly at the corpse before him, his demeanor unperturbed as he spoke. Both Biaozi and I felt an uncanny sensation, even an impulse to discard the corpse we were holding. He then reached in again, methodically removing the roots embedded in the corpse. I couldn't help but admire his courage. Many, like me, would find it terrifying to reach into the unknown, grasping at unseen, slippery entities. In my memory, the man in the suit had a slight obsession with cleanliness, always maintaining his shoes to a mirror-like polish, as Biaozi often noted. Yet, when it came to plunging his hands into the coffin's fluids to retrieve those things, he showed no hesitation. His calm decisiveness was somewhat fearsome. After he had removed all the vines from the corpse, Biaozi and I turned over the desiccated body of the high priest. Except for the head, her entire body seemed encased in a cocoon-like substance, which appeared to have replaced her skin. On her back were numerous holes of varying sizes, which appeared to have been punctured by the sharp tips of the flowering vines. I remained uncertain whether any internal organs lay beneath this layer of chrysalis. Moreover, I lacked any inclination to investigate further, for merely gazing at those numerous orifices, continuously oozing a viscous substance resembling pus in shades of red and white, nearly induced a wave of nausea within me. Chapter 30. Escape. I was oblivious to the psychological fortitude of Biaozi and the suit man. However, their expressions, though somewhat pallid, suggested they exhibited little substantial reaction. I could not afford to appear overly distressed myself. Beneath the altar, an intimidating assembly of grotesque creatures had encircled us. Had it not been for the black powder previously scattered by the suit man, it was likely those monsters would have lunged at us, eager to tear us apart. Biaozi forcefully propped up the corpse of the high priest, and I noticed that his neck was nearly twisted off by Biaozi's actions. I quickly intervened, urging him, "Could you please proceed with a modicum of humanity? If the spirit of this high priest were to witness such treatment of her remains, she might very well emerge to snap your neck in retaliation." "Humanity must be contextual," Biaozi retorted, gesturing at the blood pool beneath our feet, a testament to the countless lives extinguished to fill it. "Today I have indeed rid the world of a menace." With that, Biaozi feigned indifference and lowered his gaze to inspect the dried corpse's back. I illuminated the area with my flashlight, allowing him to see more clearly. Upon closer examination, he exclaimed in surprise, "It seems there is something within the bloodied hole." Having spoken, he reached out and pressed down several times, and indeed, a piece of black semicircular jade was extracted by Biaozi. The jade was merely a third the size of a hand, and it was evident that it was a fragment of an entire jade disc, seemingly cut away with precision. Biaozi handed it to me, saying, "Take a look and see if this is what we seek." I received the incomplete piece of jade from Biaozi, vigorously shaking off the red bloodstains, then wiping its surface with my sleeve. The jade was adorned with intricate, delicate patterns, forming a series of grotesque faces. A surge of joy filled my heart, for I recognized this as the object of our quest. The reason Biaozi and I were scouring for the other half of the human skin map was to locate the tomb of the ghostly high priest. In order to possess this small fragment of ghostly jade, a treasure that had consumed the life of the old master, Shao Qingshui, the motives behind his relentless pursuit of this ghostly jade will be revealed in due course. At that moment, Suit Brother suddenly interjected. Now is not the time to examine this object. You can study it later when we are alive and safe. A formidable creature is approaching. I quickly tucked the jade fragment into my inner pocket. Our objective had been achieved, and now the priority was to escape. The suited man remarked, "We must devise a means to circumvent these obstacles and pursue the old fellow. He must possess knowledge of the way to depart from this place." At that moment, a monstrous creature, towering over 3 meters in height, emerged from the throng of smaller beasts behind us. All the diminutive creatures hastily parted, granting it a clear path. The colossal beast approached the altar and halted, sniffing the excrement that the suited man had scattered on the ground, while the smaller monsters incessantly surrounded it, chattering with agitation. I gazed at the giant creature, its maw measuring nearly a meter in length, and involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Biaozi swallowed nervously and exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, it seems their ancestors have arrived." Suited man, does this excrement still serve a purpose? The suited man, his expression unchanging, retorted, "Are you afraid of your own feces?" No sooner had he uttered these words than the creature leapt forward with alarming speed, charging in our direction, followed closely by the smaller beings, swarming like a horde of ants. I shouted urgently, "Biaozi, the flare gun! Quickly!" Biaozi, quick to react, pulled out the flare gun from his backpack and loaded it with swift precision. "Where should I shoot?" he asked, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. I thought to myself, what an absurd question. That monstrous being is about to land on us. Shoot it down. Biaozi raised his hand, aiming at the towering creature above us. "All right, Second Lieutenant. My Italian cannon is about to fire. You all better close your eyes. This flare has been modified and possesses a bit more power than usual." I pondered who this second lieutenant was, just as I heard a loud bang. With a sudden crack, Biaozi fired his weapon, unleashing a brilliant burst of light that pierced our vision. The illumination flare seared my eyes, prompting me to squint instinctively. Just 7 or 8 meters away, the flare collided with the approaching monstrosity, and a sense of dread washed over me. We were too close. We had to take cover. The flare, trailing a dazzling white light, struck the creature, sending sparks flying in all directions. After the impact, it spun and fell to the ground at our feet, erupting into a wave of heat accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. We swiftly leaped aside, yet the explosive sparks ignited our clothing. The creatures, akin to a receding tide, staggered backward, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Coughing and teary-eyed, I shouted, "I've told you countless times not to purchase these modified flares. A simple signal gun would suffice. The power of this is outrageous. It nearly obliterated us." Biaozi hurriedly extinguished the flames on his backpack, squinting as he replied, "Ah, you don't understand. This modified flare not only burns longer but also illuminates a broader area. This explosion was purely accidental." Suit-clad brother turned to us, instructing, "Stay close to me. When those monsters close in, fire an illumination flare." Biaozi, wearing a wry smile, lamented, "That last one was our final round." At this moment, suit-clad brother could not contain his exasperation, exclaiming, "Damn it!" The illumination flares continued to flicker violently on the ground, casting an eerie light as the creatures hesitated to advance. The man in the suit glanced at me, urging, "Strip." I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his request, wondering why he would ask such a thing. Without further ado, he removed my backpack and began to peel off my outer garment. I pushed him away, exclaiming, "What are you doing at a time like this?" He regarded me as if I were mad, insisting we need to ignite the clothes. Realization dawned upon me. I felt utterly foolish. Hastily, I shed my outer layer, and so did the burly man. We doused the fabric with some alcohol from our bags and set it ablaze. Seizing the moment before the creatures closed in, the man in the suit charged forward, brandishing the flaming garment. I quickly halted him, urging him to wait for the burly man. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Even as we fled, he still remembered his dilapidated gun. The clothing was soon consumed by the flames, and we had scarcely made any progress. The burly man extracted the remaining alcohol from the backpack and gathered a few sticks from the ground, fashioning makeshift torches from the remnants of our clothes. However, the feeble flames proved insufficient to deter the monsters, compelling us to draw our daggers and fight as we ran. Yet, the daggers lacked the necessary lethality, and before long, we bore numerous gaping wounds across our bodies. Had it not been for the man in the suit forging ahead, we would likely have succumbed long ago. As the ordeal progressed, Biaozi audaciously discarded his trousers, repurposing them as a makeshift torch, leaving him clad solely in a pair of oversized Hello Kitty boxers as he sprinted in the nude. Whenever a multitude of monsters besieged the suit-clad man, Biaozi would fire off a few shots to assist in repelling them, mindful of his limited ammunition. By the time we reached the base of the cliff, all the combustible materials in our backpacks had been consumed, leaving us with but a single layer of clothing. Biaozi had even lost his trousers. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and ascend the rocky precipice. Fortunately, the cliff was adorned with withered vines and uneven crevices, making the climb somewhat manageable. After scaling merely a few dozen meters, the creatures were already perilously close behind us. The suit-clad man was the swiftest, his hands and feet moving with extraordinary agility, his body light and nimble as he leaped upon the cliffside. Though Biaozi lacked such finesse, his years of laboring had endowed him with commendable strength and stamina, allowing him to ascend at a respectable pace. I, however, was at a disadvantage. Despite having learned a few martial arts techniques from my father in my youth and maintaining a regular exercise routine, I had spent the past few years immersed in the world of antiques and artifacts, seldom engaging in physical activity. Thankfully, I occasionally ventured into the mountains, yet this vigorous climbing was rapidly exhausting me. After a brief period of ascent, I found myself gasping for breath, lamenting the harsh reality of this undertaking. It was evident that this arduous task was not meant for the faint of heart. One required not only physical prowess but also exceptional skills and life experience to endure such trials. I lowered my gaze to the ground beneath me, where a dense mass of creatures had already begun to crawl. At that moment, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through my body, compelling me to continue my ascent. My mind was consumed by a singular thought: to surpass Biaozi. I could only numbly listen to the ragged sound of my breath, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows, as I climbed higher. Fortunately, the wounds on my body had begun to heal, and no blood flowed from them. Chapter 31. Time Bomb. Biaozi and Suitguy were not as fortunate as I was. I could not ascertain whether my injuries were merely less severe or if, as Suitguy suggested, the residual properties of the longevity herb within me facilitated a quicker recovery. During our escape, each of us had sustained varying degrees of injury, and as I climbed beneath them, I would occasionally look up to find a drop or two of blood falling onto my face. I could not tell if it was Biaozi's or Suitguy's, but the situation was undeniably dire. I paused to catch my breath and called out, "We should take a break. One of you has been dripping blood onto my head. At this rate, I fear you may succumb before I do." Biaozi, gripping a vine with one hand while adjusting his four-cornered underwear with the other, glanced down at me as I spoke. Just as he lowered his head, he exclaimed, "Damn!" and raised his gun, aiming it at me. Before I could comprehend the situation, I saw the muzzle flash twice, and 2 bullets whizzed past my back, so close that I could feel the searing heat as they grazed my skin. Before I could utter a word, a series of muffled thuds resonated beneath my feet, as if bullets had struck a solid object. I hastily glanced down, only to witness a dark creature tumbling backwards, plummeting down the cliffside. At that moment, I was startled to realize that creatures had already swarmed within a meter of my feet. I was taken aback by how close they had crept without my awareness of their approach. Had it not been for the 2 shots fired by Biaozi moments ago, my fate might have been sealed. Just then, Biaozi discharged a few more rounds, and I became acutely aware that not only were the creatures encircling my feet, but they had also infiltrated the cliff walls to my sides. At that juncture, Suit Brother shouted, "Hurry! We are almost there." I raised my gaze to see him nearing the vicinity of the colossal bronze chains, mustering every last ounce of strength to ascend. However, my legs trembled as if afflicted by a stroke, and my hands felt numb, rendering them powerless. The creatures had now completely surrounded me, and I witnessed one leaping directly towards me. Grasping a vine tightly, I delivered a feeble kick to its head. Fortunately, the creature found no purchase in midair and was sent sprawling downwards, though its claws still managed to rake across my calf, leaving several gashes. Suit Brother had successfully reached the area near the chains, where he discovered a rock cavity tall enough for a person to stand within. He located a stable foothold and retrieved a long vine, casting it down with a loud proclamation. "Biaozi, grab the vine. I will pull you up." Seizing the vine with a desperate grip, Biaozi was slowly hoisted upward by the man in the suit. At that moment, a sense of despair washed over me as a multitude of grotesque creatures, drawn by the scent of my blood, converged upon my location. I ascended with frantic haste, while simultaneously repelling the monsters that lunged toward me with desperate kicks. My body was now adorned with countless lacerations, my garments saturated with crimson. Raising my hand, I plunged my dagger into the abdomen of one of the creatures. Undeterred, it lunged, its maw aimed at my chest. I could only contort my body in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. A searing pain shot through my left shoulder, and my entire arm went numb, causing me to relinquish my hold on the vine. I plummeted downward, narrowly avoiding a fall into the abyss. My feet scrambled desperately for purchase and, by some stroke of luck, my left foot found a small, protruding rock. With a surge of strength, I plunged the dagger deeper into the creature's abdomen and kicked it away with all my might. My right hand shot upward, grasping a stone above me, which allowed me to maintain a precarious balance. Just then, a vine snaked down before my eyes, and I heard Biaozi's voice, "Grab the vine. We'll pull you up." I glanced at the ever-increasing throng of monsters surrounding me and mustered a wry smile. My right leg trembled uncontrollably, and I was utterly drained. My arms were devoid of strength. With a sigh, I rasped, "Go on. Get out of here. Can't make it. My left arm is useless, and even if you manage to pull me up, I won't be able to run. I'll only be a burden. Just go, leave me behind." "Hey! What preposterous nonsense are you uttering?" roared Biaozi. "If you don't leave, Biaozi, will stay here with you today. Quickly secure the vines around your waist. We'll hoist you up. There are explosives in your backpack, and once we pull you up, we'll detonate the cliff face." Upon hearing about the explosives, which were news to me, I hastily shouted upwards, "When in tarnation did you put explosives in my backpack?" Biaozi bellowed back, "I had intended to put them in my own pack, but I brought too many instant noodles and ran out of space." I was rendered speechless. However, I lacked the energy to argue with Biaozi at that moment. Knowing Biaozi's temperament, I was certain he wouldn't abandon me to die here. With a sigh, I wrapped the vines around my waist 3 or 4 times, tied a knot, and yelled, "I'm ready." Biaozi and the man in the suit, upon hearing this, immediately began to pull me upwards. Just then, the largest of the monsters leaped from the adjacent cliff face and landed beside me. Its enormous claws lunged at me, and I knew that if it caught me, I would be torn to pieces instantly. I paid no heed to the pain coursing through my body as I desperately clutched the backpack. If I were to lose these explosives, not just I, but even Biao and the others would be unable to escape. However, I lacked the brute strength of that monstrous creature. Seeing the backpack slip from my grasp, I glanced at Biao above. He was still bellowing, raising his firearm and unleashing a relentless barrage at the beast. Yet, the bullets merely pricked the creature's hide, proving utterly ineffective. I realized that I could no longer delay. Otherwise, none of us would make it out alive. Gritting my teeth, I cursed, "You ancient monster, do you fancy this backpack? Very well, I shall gift it to you." I thrust my right hand into the depths of the backpack, as it was in the midst of its descent that the flammable items were ignited or discarded. There was little left inside, and my hand reached the very bottom of the bag. To my surprise, I discovered several cylindrical objects nestled there. My mind raced with frustration at Biao's incompetence. I had distinctly placed the alcohol stove at the bottom, yet somehow I had ended up storing the explosives alongside it. What a ticking time bomb I had been carrying. I could no longer afford to berate Biao. Instead, I shouted upwards, "This ancient monster has likely taken a liking to me. I cannot escape. You all need to hurry. I am about to detonate the explosives, and if fortune favors us, perhaps you can manage to haul up half of my body and collect my remains." I gazed upon the formidable creature before me, clinging to the rock face at a height exceeding 3 meters, brandishing its enormous claws while incessantly chattering in an unsettling manner. With considerable effort, I raised my left hand to extend a rebellious gesture towards it, while my right hand swiftly retrieved a detonating fuse from my backpack. Summoning all my strength, I lifted my legs and delivered a forceful kick to the top of its head. My eyes followed the monstrous figure, now burdened with my backpack, as it swung its claws wildly, transforming into a dark silhouette plummeting towards the precipice below. I silently counted down 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flickered before my eyes, and then, in a spectacular display, the creature along the entire cliff was expelled by a discernible wave, akin to swatting away an insect. A searing gust of air accompanied by a thunderous roar surged forth, and I felt my legs, waist, and ultimately my entire body lifted into the air. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, almost halting entirely, as I looked down to witness my feet and body slowly tumbling through the void. My consciousness felt suspended, my mind a blank slate, and I could no longer hear any sounds nor feel any pain. My eyelids gradually descended, and I mused that perhaps departing this world without suffering was a favorable outcome for me. As my thoughts swirled in a whirlwind, a myriad of reflections flooded my mind, yet the only regret that lingered was my inability to fulfill the old gentleman's wishes, to care for the children sheltered in the orphanage. I was gradually pulled up by Biaozi, who laid me flat on the ground. He waved a finger incessantly before my eyes while spitting out words, though I could not hear a thing. With great effort, I lifted my hand and pointed to the vines around my waist. Suit brother untied the vines, and upon seeing my complexion improve slightly, he let out a sigh of relief. I was unaware of how long I had lain there, but I began to faintly hear their voices. I noticed Biaozi anxiously puffing on a cigarette, alternating between sitting and standing to check on me, contemplating whether to open a water bottle to give me a drink. Suit brother stopped him, cautioning that drinking water without knowing if I had injured my internal organs could potentially endanger my life. I gently moved my right hand, managing to lift it a little, though my entire body ached agonizingly. Thus I called out, "Biaozi, Biaozi." I intended to shout his name, but the sound that escaped my lips resembled a feeble mosquito buzz, raspy and weak. Fortunately, Biaozi had been attentive to me. Upon noticing my lips moving, he hurried to my side, crouching down and leaning in to hear me better. I said to him, "Check if I'm missing any vital parts. Do you think I won tea last long? Remember to find me a good feng shui spot nearby, so I can continue to watch over you after I pass." Seeing that Biaozi was less anxious, I allowed him to help me sit up. Chapter 32. Collapse. I leaned against a rock, managing to sit up and catch my breath, finally feeling a semblance of recovery. The man in the suit approached and inquired if I felt any pain. I gently shook my head, and he offered me some water. He scrutinized me, remarking with a touch of flippancy, "Look at these wounds. So severe, yet they've begun to heal after only a brief rest, without any bandaging. It's enough to make one envious. Truly extraordinary." He glanced ruefully at his own injuries, bandaged with strips of cloth torn from his garment, and shook his head. Abruptly, the man's countenance shifted, and he turned, poised to hurl something he held in his hand. A voice, aged and feeble, called out, "Hold, young man. I am no longer a threat." With some difficulty, I retrieved the flashlight and directed its beam toward the cliff's edge. There stood the old chieftain, his appearance utterly wretched. Barely a spot on his person remained unscathed. Previously, he had lost only his left arm, but now his left calf had been torn away, clearly by the creatures. He clung precariously to a rocky outcrop, barely wide enough for one person, clutching a vine, gazing up at us, seemingly on the verge of falling. A look of vindictive satisfaction spread across Biaozi's face. Well, if it isn't the scheming old chieftain of southern Xinjiang. It seems you've become a casualty of your own scheme, having lured out the monsters yourself. The old chieftain remained silent, his gaze fixed on something below the cliff, his expression tinged with bitterness. As I gazed upon the woeful figure of the old man, my heart ached with compassion. I propped myself against the stone behind me and rose to my feet, grasping the vine on the ground, intending to throw it towards him to pull him closer. However, my body was weary and aching, and despite several attempts, I could not cast it far. Biaozi, observing my actions, expressed his irritation, saying, "Xiao He, what are you doing? Such a person does not deserve your sympathy. Have you forgotten that he just attempted to kill us? He is in no position to threaten us now, and I have some inquiries to make of him," I weakly replied. Seeing my determination to rescue the old man, Biaozi sighed in resignation. All right, you rest for now. I shall take over." He approached me, assisting me to sit beside the stone, and took the vine from my hands, coiling it before tossing it upwards. The vine soared and wrapped around a massive protruding rock about 4 meters above us. It looped around the rock and fell downwards. Biaozi seized the dangling vine and hurled it again, repeating this process several times before tugging firmly, ensuring it was secure. He then wrapped the vine around his hands a few times, stepped back, and with a running leap, swung across to the opposite cliff face. I noticed the old man's face was ashen, and he appeared to struggle even while seated. Despite his injuries, his spirit seemed intact. As he watched Biaozi venture further, he squinted at me and said, "Young man, do you understand what you are doing? Are you not aware that mercy towards one's enemies is but cruelty towards oneself? Despite my current appearance, I assure you, from this proximity, I possess several methods to dispatch you." I regarded him with a calm demeanor. "Your condition suggests you haven't much time left. What advantage would my demise offer you? Furthermore, I recently rescued you. Surely you wouldn't betray me so readily." The elder scrutinized me from head to toe, as if reassessing my character. Observing his silent contemplation, I inquired, "Now, perhaps you could disclose your true identity, the genuine purpose of your presence here, the motivation behind your request to open the high priest's sarcophagus, and the nature of the curse you mentioned." Upon hearing my inquiry, he offered a poignant smile, tinged with melancholy. With a sigh, he slowly began, "I once stated that I am a descendant of the Ghost Country's sovereign, a truth I uphold. As for my purpose here, indeed, I seek to open the high priest's sarcophagus to acquire an artifact. If I am not mistaken, our objectives align. You, like Xiao Qingshui, are searching for the same object. As for the curse, you are likely more familiar with it than I am." He cast an eerie glance in my direction. My expression swiftly transformed, a sense of shock washing over me.
Impossible.
"Could it be that you are also among those afflicted by the curse?" His countenance grew grotesque. "If not, why would my lineage have guarded the tomb of our adversaries for millennia? Were it not for the curse, we would have long since opened her sarcophagus and claimed the artifact within." With a sense of urgency, I inquired, "What manner of curse could bind you here for generations? Why do those who face their final moments transform into such forms? Moreover, does the true lineage of the high priest not exist in this world?" As I pondered this, a sudden realization struck me, and I glared at the old man. No, you are deceiving me. You must be a descendant of the high priest. If you truly are a descendant of the Ghost Kingdom's ruler, cursed by the high priest, then when we opened the high priest's coffin, you should have transformed in an instant right here in this tomb. Yet you appear perfectly fine. The old man let out a cold laugh, saying, "At this juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. I once believed the high priest's descendants to be extinct, but now I realize we have all been misled. Do you think we truly opened the high priest's coffin? If that were the case, why does the curse still linger?" With that, he abruptly lifted the remnants of his trousers from one leg. I observed that his lower leg had turned a ghastly shade of gray, identical to the stones beneath us. A wave of fear washed over me as I stared at him. "Why are you only now beginning to petrify? This cannot be. We have clearly opened the high priest's coffin. If you were indeed cursed, you should have turned to stone instantly. How could this be happening now? Have we truly not opened the coffin?" My mind was awash with confusion. Old Lu Quan, the old ladle, chuckled again. Yet this laughter appeared so pallid and feeble. At that moment, a sudden crunch echoed beneath my feet, followed by a series of faint cracking sounds that resonated clearly in the pitch-black darkness. Abruptly, I felt small stones and dust cascading down from above. Biao Zi, rushing towards me, shouted, "This is bad. It seems the previous explosives have fractured the rock face. It may collapse at any moment." A surge of alarm gripped me. When I had previously tumbled down to the cliff's base, I had observed this rock face closely. Typically, a stable cliff exhibits a tapered structure, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, shaped by years of weathering from wind, sun, and rain. However, this subterranean cliff presented an anomalous form, wider at the top and tapering downwards, resembling a large inverted L. Normally, such a geological structure would be stable due to the absence of external climatic influences. Yet, the explosive force had violently disrupted the internal structure, rendering it susceptible to collapse. I was beset with countless questions for old Lu. Hastily, I urged him, "Come with me. I will lead you out. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, you might yet survive." The old man, pale and ghostly, glanced at me and shook his head, saying, "I have long since become a corpse. You should understand that those who are cursed cannot escape. None of us can evade our fate, and ultimately we shall all meet the same end." For some inexplicable reason, under the beam of my flashlight, his face appeared somewhat greenish, exuding an eerie aura. As I gazed at this visage, which seemed to have transformed from the familiar face of the old man I once knew, an unsettling sensation gripped my heart. At that moment, Biao shouted, "Get back! Watch out above!" Instinctively, I raised my flashlight and looked up. The massive rock overhead trembled ominously, emitting a cracking sound as it plummeted directly toward me. I realized that evasion was no longer an option. Staring blankly at the stone as it grew larger in my line of sight, I braced myself for impact. Just as it was about to crush me, I was forcefully shoved aside. I fell to the ground, disbelief flooding my senses as I looked at the old man before me. I could hardly fathom that he had saved me. The boulder had struck him from the chest down, and he gazed at me, his mouth stained with blood, yet he smiled, revealing teeth stained crimson, as if he had finally found solace, locking his gaze onto mine with an unsettling grin. Chapter 33. End? The tremors intensified, causing the bedrock beneath my feet to fissure open with a profound rupture. The entire stone formation before me disintegrated, cascading downwards into the abyss. One by one, the bronze chains anchored to the cliff face snapped, their massive weight tracing arcs in the air with a resounding whoosh as they plummeted into the chasm below. I lunged forward, grasping the elder guide, who was teetering on the precipice of the collapsing fissure. With a desperate grip on his collar, I hysterically demanded, "What do you mean we've been deceived? And why did you ask if we truly opened the high priest's sarcophagus? Didn't we open it?" The elder guide extended a blood-soaked hand, trembling as I reached out with my left hand to receive it. In his grasp was a thumb-sized, crimson-stained piece of black gold tortoise shell, a fragment of dragon script turtle plastron. With a rueful smile, he rasped, his voice barely audible, "We've all been deceived. This is not the end. It is merely the genesis. Unravel. Unravel the secrets inscribed on the plastron, journey to the 10,000 great mountains of southern Xinjiang, and seek the mysteries we all yearn to solve. They have been observing us incessantly. Look below." His words trailed off, choked by a torrent of blood, yet he tenaciously extended his arm, indicating the depths of the ravine. Having placed the tortoise shell securely in my inner pocket, I retrieved the flashlight and directed its beam toward the chasm's base, as indicated by the venerable guide. Instantly, my mind was overwhelmed, as if detonated by an unseen force, leaving me in a state of utter bewilderment. In the flashlight's illumination, I could barely discern a female figure upon the high priest's altar, adorned with a golden crown, her face veiled by a golden mesh, and her long hair cascading past her waist. She was regally attired in a cyan gown, reclining within a vermilion jade sarcophagus. Beside the jade coffin stood a figure cloaked in ebony robes. Though I could only vaguely perceive their blurred silhouettes, I distinctly sensed their gazes fixed upon me. I could even imagine the visage concealed beneath the golden veil, contorted in a silent, eerie grin directed at me. Paralyzed, I stood motionless as the venerable guide reached out and pried my fingers from his, one by one. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged as he appeared to say, "Go and release those." I watched as he plummeted into the abyss, gradually transforming into a petrified, ashen statue, vanishing into the darkness below. I beheld the ceaseless collapse of the rock walls, witnessing the utter blackness of this subterranean realm. The brawny man rushed over and tugged at me, exclaiming, "What in the world are you gawking at? I've been calling you, but you're unresponsive. We must leave immediately. This entire place is on the verge of total collapse." As if jolted by a sudden realization, I seized the brawny man's arm, exclaiming, "Look, quickly, look over there." I hastily directed the flashlight's beam toward the altar. As the beam of the flashlight swept across the darkness, it revealed nothing but an all-encompassing void. The light seemed to be devoured by some unseen force. I desperately twisted the aperture, attempting to concentrate the beam, yet it illuminated naught. I shouted, "This is impossible. She was right there. She was right there." My voice turned hysterical as I struggled against the grip of my companion, frantically scanning the abyss below with the flashlight, yearning to find what I had just seen. I pushed against him relentlessly, directing the light downward. It was unfathomable that I had clearly witnessed something moments ago. My mind began to unravel. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck the back of my head, causing my legs to buckle, my vision to fade, and I collapsed backwards, my thoughts echoing in despair. This cannot be. In my unconscious state, I was oblivious to the experiences that unfolded around me. I awoke with a parched throat and an aching body, vaguely hearing someone speaking, though the voice was indistinct. "This is the last bit. Let him drink." I slipped back into darkness. When I next stirred, I felt fresh wounds on my back, accompanied by pain. Damn it, there are still so many monsters here, I thought, relieved that my injuries were beginning to heal, though my head burned with fever. What now? The place was teeming with corpses and spirits. Escape seemed impossible. The last thing I vaguely perceived was a voice calling out, "Hey suit guy, Chun Fong, for heaven's sake, stop playing dead. Get up. I must get you out of here." My mind felt somewhat hazy, and a warm sensation spread throughout my body. Gradually, I realized that my fingers could move. At that moment, I heard someone shouting, "Hey, nurse, come take a look. His fingers are moving." Slowly, I opened my eyes, immediately greeted by the blinding sunlight filtering through the blinds. I blinked several times, gradually adjusting to the brightness, and noticed that my surroundings were entirely white. The first thing that caught my eye was a plump, cheerful face beaming at me. "Master, you're finally awake. I've lost a whole circle taking care of you these past few days," the familiar face said, and my heart instantly felt lighter. "Sanner, is that you?" Sanner was a trusted assistant at my shop. A few years ago, he had come from the mountains working as a coal miner. His real name was Li Dafu, the third son in his family, but we all called him Sanner, finding his given name too plain. I had met him by chance and discovered his sharp wit and honest nature, so I took him in as my assistant. He had been with me for many years, loyal and capable, truly my right-hand man. His only quirk was that he always called me master, saying he had picked it up from TV dramas, and over time, I grew accustomed to it. Seeing him now, I was quite surprised. "Sanner, where is this? And what about Biaozi and Shizhong? I mean, Qinfeng? Are they all right?" I suddenly recalled the events that had transpired and quickly asked. Threes observed my anxious state and assisted me to a sitting position, offering me a glass of water. "Proprietor, do not fret. Piao is unharmed in any significant way, sustaining only superficial injuries. The physician indicated that he is merely suffering from exhaustion and requires rest and recuperation. As for Chun Feng, the young man who accompanied you, his injuries are somewhat severe. However, the medical team has performed surgery which was successful. He remains in a critical condition, currently unconscious in the intensive care unit." Observing my silence, Threes cautiously inquired, "Proprietor, could it be that your injuries were sustained alongside Piao during your recent venture?" Upon hearing my affirmation, Threes nodded repeatedly, stating, "Indeed, proprietor, your priority should be recuperation. I have already provided a sufficient deposit, which should suffice for the time being. I have entrusted Hu Zi with the management of the establishment, instructing him to refrain from acquiring new merchandise and to focus solely on selling items with predetermined prices." Having unwavering confidence in Three's capabilities, I nodded in acknowledgement and remained silent. At that moment, A young nurse approached, pushing a small cart. Threes addressed her. "Nurse, my employer has regained consciousness. Could you please examine him for any potential residual effects?" The young nurse approached, illuminating my eyes with a penlight, and gently instructed, "Please look upward, then downward." After I complied, she inquired whether I experienced nausea, dizziness, or any other physical discomfort. I observed that the young nurse was quite fair and attractive, so I smiled and inquired, "Might I discontinue the intravenous infusion? I feel as though my body is in a stable condition. The continuous infusions have left my arm numb." However, the nurse responded with utmost seriousness, "That is not permissible. The infusion serves to combat inflammation and expedite the healing of your wounds. Although your injuries are not particularly deep, you have sustained several, and this is to prevent any bacterial infection." Puzzled, I touched my body and wondered, where exactly am I injured? Why do I not feel any pain? The young nurse sighed and approached me, saying, "Look at your chest, thighs, and the back. There are wounds where the bandages are applied. I truly do not understand how you adventurous souls possess such audacity or relish in thrills, venturing into the depths of the mountains. You are the luckiest among your group, having suffered the fewest injuries. Just look at your two companions. They are covered in wounds, evidently inflicted by some beast, particularly one whose injuries are so severe that bone is exposed in certain areas." The nurse spoke with a look of horror on her face. Upon hearing this, I grew increasingly concerned about my companion in the suit and asked the nurse, "What is his condition now? Can I go see him?" The nurse replied, "His surgery was relatively successful. However, he has lost a significant amount of blood and is facing an infection, necessitating further recovery in the intensive care unit. As for you, do not entertain the thought of visiting others. You too bear numerous wounds." "Oh, I am fine now," I declared as I attempted to rise. The young nurse quickly pressed me back down, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. With so many injuries on your body, you feel no pain?" I sighed and, ignoring the nurse's protests, unwrapped the bandage from my arm. As expected, the wound on my arm had already scabbed over and healed, with the stitches the doctor had sewn now embedded in the flesh. The nurse looked at me in astonishment. I smiled faintly and said, "I've always healed quickly since I was a child." After much insistence, the young nurse finally agreed to let me walk around only after finishing the current 4-drip. Once the infusion was done, Sanner helped me to my feet. Aside from some soreness, I felt no other discomfort and soon waved off Sanner's assistance. I tucked the cigarettes from Sanner into my pocket and suddenly remembered something. "Hey, Sanner, where are our clothes?" Sanner grinned and pointed to the cabinet beside my hospital bed. "They're all locked in there. This is a VIP room. No one usually comes in, so don't worry, they won't get lost." Relieved, I asked Sanner to go out and buy some food. Then I made my way alone to Biaozi's room next door. Chapter 34. The Great Flood. As I entered Biaozi's room, I saw a familiar figure standing with his back to me in the corner, whistling, with the sound of rushing water echoing around. I couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. "Hey, Biaozi, can't you show a bit of decency? How can you just start relieving yourself in the corner?" Hearing my voice, Biaozi turned around, shivered twice, and quickly stashed the urinal back under the bed. However, I noticed his gait was unsteady, limping as he moved. "Do you think I wanted this? I'm a patient now, and that kid-san has disappeared again. I can't just let myself die from holding it in, can I?" He sprawled out on the bed, but immediately clutched his back, grimacing in pain. I hurried over to help him lie down properly. Noticing the bandages wrapped around his torso under his clothes, I said, "You're in such a state and still trying to act tough? I remember there are orderlies in the hospital. Why didn't you ask San to get you one?" At this, Biaozi surprisingly blushed. Well, San did call a few orderlies, but they were all young girls. I felt awkward having a woman around, so I told him not to bother. I rarely saw Biaozi embarrassed and laughed. "Oh, now you're playing the innocent. Don't think I don't know about your past escapades in the red light districts." Biaozi, feeling a bit exposed, changed the subject. "Xiaohe, do you have any cigarettes? I've been dying for a smoke these past few days." I chuckled. "I knew you'd be craving. Here, I just got some from San." I handed Biaozi a cigarette and then closed the door. This was a VIP ward. Besides the nurses who came by at scheduled times, there was hardly anyone else around, so it was quite private. Biaozi opened the window, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. Biaozi, was it you who knocked me out back then underground? I inquired. Biaozi took another puff and glanced at me with a hint of disdain, remarking, indeed, you appeared utterly entranced at that moment. No matter how I urged you, you simply wouldn't budge. I sensed trouble. You were once again seeing something unwholesome. The entire place was on the verge of collapse, and I had no choice but to knock you unconscious. I fell silent for a moment and gradually recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing my account, Biaozi seemed genuinely astonished. After a brief contemplation, he posited, do you think it's possible that your heightened emotions or the shock from the explosion clouded your mind, leading to hallucinations? I shook my head, asserting that seems unlikely, for what I witnessed was so astonishing that it remains vividly etched in my memory. Cannot be mere illusion. Moreover, Lao Piabatzi also saw it. It was he who urged me to look beneath the cliff. If both of us witnessed it, cannot simply be a figment of imagination. Upon hearing my response, Biaozi's expression shifted to one of peculiar intensity. He scrutinized me for a considerable time before slowly declaring, no, what you say is incorrect. It was not two people who saw those things. It was only you. I couldn't quite grasp why Biaozi seemed to place such deliberate emphasis on the word you. I inquired about his meaning, and he proceeded to relate to me the events they experienced during my unconsciousness. At that moment, the entire cliff began to tremble, and stones of all sizes were rolling down incessantly. After rendering me unconscious, Biaozi carried me on his back and followed the suited man into the cavern. According to the conjectures of Biaozi and Suitgai, the caverns within the cliff face were likely excavated either by those monstrous entities or by human hands. Regardless of the origin, it was certain that they would lead to the other side of the precipice, specifically at the entrance of Ghost City from which they had arrived. Thus, the two of them, while evading the incessantly falling rocks, anxiously prayed that this cavern would not collapse too swiftly, crushing them into mere pulp. They dashed through the tunnel, which was succumbing to the landslide, with many sections barely allowing passage for a single individual. They squeezed through by crawling and wriggling, while I was dragged along by Biaozi, who pulled me through the narrower passages. Many wounds on my body were inflicted during that frantic escape, caused by the jagged rocks that tore and scraped against me. Fortunately, Lady Luck seemed to favor them this time, though they were oblivious to the duration of their flight within the crumbling cavern. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and they dared not linger any longer, immediately racing towards the colossal stone door. Just as they burst forth from the entrance, a substantial portion of the towering cliff behind them trembled and, with a deafening roar, collapsed to the other side. Dust and debris shot out in all directions, causing the earth beneath their feet to quiver incessantly, leaving them no time to reflect on their narrow escape. It was then that they beheld a fissure, several meters long, suddenly split open on the collapsing cliff face, from which a tremendous column of water erupted. Following this, more cracks continued to form, each unleashing jets of water in rapid succession. Biaozi exclaimed in dismay, realizing that the collapse of the cliff must have fractured the most vulnerable sections of the riverbed above. The waters of the river would soon surge back into this place. The two men observed the ever-increasing geysers of water erupting behind them, these jets growing larger, thicker, and higher, transforming into a torrential flood mixed with debris and dust, resembling a dam that had burst. Before the oncoming deluge, they felt as insignificant as ants, compelled to flee for their lives. At that moment, the unknown creatures lurking below also emerged, scattering in all directions, some charging towards Biaozi and his companion. Unconcerned with the approaching beasts, they raced back towards the cave from which they had come. The collapsed cliff revealed more and more fissures, with additional geysers of water bursting forth. It seemed the creatures sensed their impending doom, as they behaved like frenzied beasts, shrieking and darting chaotically about. Despite their frantic escape, Biaozi and his companion could not outrun the crazed monsters. It was not long before they were surrounded. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, a thunderous sound of massive chains clashing echoed from the distant city of Guifang. The noise resembled a giant, ensnared and struggling against its shackles, followed by a deep, resounding roar emanating from the depths of the cliff. All the frenzied creatures ceased their tumult, standing still for a moment before abruptly turning and sprinting towards the source of the sound. Like madmen, they dashed towards the cliff's base, even against the fierce current, as the floodwaters consumed them one after another. However, they soon recalled a crucial detail. Upon entering the ghost town, they had observed long, thick chains affixed to the cliffside before the caves. They had been too preoccupied with rescuing me, who had fallen into the chasm, to investigate what lay at the other end of those chains. At that moment, the water surged relentlessly toward the base of the cliff, and the clanking of the chains intensified. Suddenly, the remaining section of the cliff, riddled with cracks that were constantly erupting from the force of the water, finally collapsed once more, crashing down into the abyss and silencing the chains. There was no time for further contemplation. The collapse of the cliff instantaneously filled the chasm below, and the water swiftly began to spread in all directions. Biaozi and Suit Brother turned and sprinted back toward the cave they had initially entered. They finally reached the fissure, only to find that it had partially caved in due to the earlier tremors, rendering it impossible for them to squeeze through. Fortunately, the adjacent cave had also revealed numerous openings as a result of the collapse, allowing them to barely navigate their way inside. As they turned, guided by the faint glow of their flashlight, they glimpsed a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape behind them, as the churning black waters devoured everything in their path. Without hesitation, they plunged into the pitch-black cave. However, after traversing the passage for a short while, they began to realize their earlier assumptions might have been misguided. The cave was a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels, countless and chaotic, making the quest to locate their original entrance seem more daunting than scaling the heavens. Chapter 35. Desperation. This subterranean world of caverns is truly chaotic, with caverns of varying sizes and widths, capable of ensnaring a person alive. After a discussion, Suit Brother and Biaozi realized that although they could no longer find the path they had taken, the vastness of the underground caves provided some solace. Even if torrents of water were to rush in, they need not fear immediate drowning. Reflecting on their descent through the caverns, they concluded that moving upwards must surely be the right course of action. If they were to encounter obstacles, they might resort to the rudimentary method of seeking out the most fragile areas of rock to create a vertical escape tunnel. However, while this notion sounds simple, the reality of carving a passage through the rocky seams is far from easy. Thus, the two continued their search for an upward route through the dark caverns. As they navigated through the inky blackness, they lost track of time. It could have been a day or even several. Fortunately, Biaozi's backpack was mostly filled with provisions, and they still had a considerable supply left. If they rationed their food, they could endure for a few more days. However, they had completely run out of drinking water. While they might manage without food for a while, survival without water was impossible. Within the cavern, despite being above ground, small puddles and pools frequently materialized. However, these were formed by trickles from the rock fissures, laden with impurities and bacteria. Consumption without treatment, such as boiling, would not only fail to quench their thirst, but would also induce diarrhea, leading to significant fluid loss through bowel movements. In a place devoid of water sources, such an action would undoubtedly hasten their demise. Regrettably, their alcohol-burning stoves had been exhausted and discarded at the cliff's base. While Biaozi possessed a lighter, they lacked the necessary fuel to boil water. Ultimately, Biaozi devised a solution. They extracted the food from their backpacks, dividing it equally between himself and the suited man, carrying their portions with them. Essential equipment, such as the coiled nylon rope, the shovel head for digging tunnels, several steel pipes, and flashlight batteries, were also secured to their persons. Subsequently, they dismantled the backpacks, tearing them into strips to serve as kindling, which they ignited with the lighter. This allowed them to barely boil a small kettle of water. Whenever their thirst became unbearable, they would pour out a small sip to moisten their throats, enduring in this manner. When fatigued, they would rest. When weary, they would sleep. The two men trudged numbly through the pitch-black cavern. When Biaozi grew tired of carrying me, the suited man would take over. Initially, they exchanged occasional words, but as time wore on, faced with the endless darkness, the constant burrowing, and the persistent thirst, neither felt inclined to speak. The cavern was filled only with the sound of their footsteps and the intermittent patter of water droplets falling from the ceiling. Carrying the incessantly babbling me on his back, Biao gently touched my forehead and called out to the suited gentleman ahead. Wait a moment, brother. It seems that he has a fever. He keeps complaining of thirst, and his forehead is as hot as a kettle. Could it be that his wound has become infected and he has contracted tetanus? The suited gentleman approached, also feeling my forehead. His expression was far from pleasant as he unfastened my shirt, letting out a sigh of relief. Shouldn't be tetanus. Look, his wound has nearly healed. Just a little water should suffice. As he spoke, a drop of water fell onto his head. He glanced upwards, only to be met by another drop landing on his face, causing his countenance to darken. Raising his flashlight, he illuminated a nearby puddle, where the water was beginning to rise slowly. Although the ascent was gradual, the increase in water level was discernible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the suited gentleman shouted, "This is bad. Run." The cavern below was close to being inundated. Biao, realizing the urgency of the situation, swiftly hoisted me onto his back and followed the suited gentleman as they dashed towards the incline of the adjacent cavern. With every step, their hearts grew heavier. The stalactites above them, resembling sponges saturated with water, began to drip incessantly. After traversing several caverns, a thin layer of water had formed on the ground, producing a splashing sound with each hurried footfall. They understood that the lower cavern was already filling with water. Although it had not yet surged upwards, the water was seeping through the rocks. It was only a matter of time before it would inevitably rise. Beset by a rising tide of trepidation, the two men began to move with a disordered haste. This isn't right. This sloping cavern leads neither downward nor upward. We must retreat and seek another path. Inexorably, the water had risen to their calves, forcing them to navigate the submerged passage while clinging to the cavern walls. Soon, the water reached their waists, and the strain of carrying me became too much for Biaozi. He gently lowered me into the water, supporting my head so that only my face remained above the surface, using the water's buoyancy to pull me forward. However, progress through the water was painfully slow, and the water level continued to ascend relentlessly. Biaozi and the man in the suit soon found their feet leaving the ground, and they were floating in the water. After a brief struggle, their strength began to wane. They had been traversing the subterranean cavern for days, pausing only to rest when exhaustion became unbearable, relying on sheer willpower to persevere. Now, as the water threatened to engulf the cavern entirely, and with no upward passage in sight, a sense of despair began to creep into their hearts. It is often the case that physical exhaustion can be overcome by a strong spirit, but once that spirit wanes, the body succumbs. Biaozi and the man in the suit, faced with what seemed like certain death, felt their resolve crumble. The accumulated fatigue, weariness, and hunger of the past days washed over them, rendering them incapable of further action. Biaozi gently tapped the shoulder of the man in the suit ahead of him, smiling nonchalantly. "All right, brother, I think we've reached the end of the road. Let's not waste any more energy. It's better to save some strength and rest before the end. This time we're truly in a dire situation." The man in the suit didn't say anything more either, stopping his swim and giving Biaozi a resigned smile. Their powerful flashlights had run out of battery long before, and now only the faint yellow light from the headlamp on Biaozi's helmet was barely holding on, struggling to illuminate their surroundings. Biaozi found a slightly elevated spot by the cave wall where the rock jutted out a bit. He tested the submerged rocks with his feet, finding that he could just about stand on them. Due to the higher position, the water only reached up to his thighs. He gestured to the man in the suit, signaling him to swim over. Then, Biaozi pulled out a large transparent plastic bag from his waist, taking out chocolates, canned food, and biscuits from inside. He blew into the bag, filling it with air until it ballooned like a balloon. He twisted the handles into a bow and tied it around his neck, allowing his head to float with the buoyancy of the air in the bag, preventing him from sinking. Next, he wrapped a nylon rope around his waist, holding onto it with one hand as he gently pushed himself out. The man in the suit swam over and leaned against the rock wall beside Biaozi, watching his actions with some confusion but only smiling without saying a word. Biaozi opened a can of food for himself and turned to offer a piece of chocolate to the man in the suit, saying, "Here, have some. I've been rationing my food these past few days, and I'm starving. You must be famished as well." The man in the suit took the chocolate, took a bite, and smiled silently without uttering a word. Observing the man's bright white teeth and his innocent, composed smile, Biaozi asked, "On the brink of death, aren't you afraid?" The man in the suit adjusted his slightly disheveled hair and replied nonchalantly, "From the moment we are born, we are destined to die. Why should we fear?" Biaozi, taken aback by the man's earnestness, found himself at a loss for words and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother, this is the first time I find you quite endearing. To celebrate our impending demise, allow me to share with you a treasure I have been saving for several days." With that, Biaozi reached into his helmet and produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes, miraculously dry. He extracted the last 2 cigarettes, handed one to the man in the suit, and pulled a windproof lighter from his shirt pocket, vigorously shaking off the moisture inside. After lighting their cigarettes, Biaozi leaned against the rocky wall and took a deep, contented drag. As he watched me, fashioned into a fishing float, bobbing in the water, he sighed and said, "Ah, it's been ages since I fished by the river. I truly miss it. Every time I think of those young ladies in their underwear by the river, their figures were simply unforgettable." At this point, as if recalling something, Biaozi turned to the man in the suit and asked, "Hey, I had almost forgotten to ask you. What exactly is your purpose for being here? Please refrain from claiming that you merely followed Fifth Master and his entourage by chance. That excuse might suffice for Xiaohe, but not for me." The suit brother glanced towards the dark expanse above and slowly remarked, "What if I told you that I, too, am uncertain of my own motives? Perhaps I am simply driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover what lies hidden on the other side of this civilized world. Those secrets, those inexplicable and unfathomable phenomena. Perhaps that is the very reason for my presence here." Biaozi, observing the serious demeanor of the suit brother, replied, "Others venture into tombs either for wealth or for some ulterior motives, yet you descend into the depths for such an odd reason. It is no wonder that those in the know deem you peculiar. I would argue that you are not merely strange, but rather a madman." The suit brother chuckled lightly. "Humans are inherently peculiar beings. Do you truly believe that those who dare to engage in grave robbing are of sound mind? Yet, as we stand on the brink of death, do you think these ponderings hold any significance?" Biaozi took a drag from his cigarette, glancing at the water that now reached his chest, and sighed, "Ah, you have a point. We are nearing our end. What purpose does this discourse serve?" As Biaozi spoke, the suit brother abruptly covered his mouth. "Shoo, listen." Biaozi was taken aback by the suit brother's sudden action, unsure of his intentions, yet he fell silent and began to listen attentively. As silence enveloped the cavern, the only sound that echoed was the gentle murmur of water, devoid of any other noise. Just as I was about to inquire of the man in the suit, a series of high-pitched squeaks emanated from one side of the cave. A jolt of alarm coursed through Biaozi's heart. It resembled the cries of the subterranean creatures. Chapter 36. The corpse of the old gourd, the man in the suit remarked. "The presence of these monsters indicates that we are not far from the corpse ghost tomb above. If we follow them, they may very well lead us to an escape." Upon swimming further, they indeed spotted 2 creatures clinging to the ceiling of the cavern, slowly inching forward, seemingly terrified of the water. The man in the suit instructed Biaozi to extinguish the headlamp and follow closely behind. Biaozi trailed behind, slowly swimming after the man in the suit. It was a mystery how he managed to stay so close to the 2 creatures in the pitch darkness. The 2 men remained silent, gripping the stones along the sides as they navigated the water. They lost track of time, unaware of how long they had been swimming, only feeling the strain of their bodies nearing their limits, with their arms and legs on the verge of numbness. Biaozi instinctively pressed his feet downwards, only to feel the ground beneath him. A surge of vitality surged through him. He quickly grasped the man in the suit, informing him that the ground was within reach, and they need not exert themselves any longer. The 2 continued to wade through the water, sensing the path beneath their feet gradually inclining upwards, forming a gentle 30-degree slope, which they ascended with great effort. The water gradually receded until the 2 individuals finally emerged from the depths. They hauled me ashore, and we collapsed onto the arid embankment, gasping for air. Feebly, Biaozi murmured, "Damn it, I'm not moving. Even if the water inundates me, I won't budge. I haven't the strength to lift a finger." The man in the suit, equally prostrate, added, "We should be safe here. We're close enough to the surface that there shouldn't be a significant difference in water level. Even if the subterranean water continues to rise, it will do so at a more gradual pace, affording us a moment to recuperate. The two men lay there, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and drifted off to sleep, losing track of time. Biaozi awoke to a cold sensation on his face, a trickle of water coursing along his cheek. Every muscle in his body throbbed with pain. He fumbled for his headlamp and switched it on, relieved to find that it still held a modicum of power, casting a dim amber glow. He slowly sat up, realizing that the water had risen considerably, submerging most of his body. He frantically sought me, fearing that I had been swept away while unconscious. Turning, he discovered that both I and the man in the suit were missing. He scrambled to his feet, scanning the water's surface for any sign of us, but we were nowhere to be found. He hastily climbed up the slope, seeking to find us from a higher vantage point. After taking a few steps, he spotted me resting against a stone wall, while the gentleman in the suit squatted nearby. A sigh of relief escaped him, noticing the suited man intently gazing into the shadows ahead. He assumed he had uncovered something significant and approached to crouch beside him, peering into the darkness as well. However, all he could discern were merely a few stones, nothing extraordinary at all. Therefore, he quietly inquired, "What is wrong? Did you find something?" The suited man gently shook his head. Undeterred, he continued to ask in hushed tones, "Then what are you doing squatting here?" The suited man cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Polishing my shoes." Looking down, he indeed saw that the suited man had procured a piece of rag from somewhere and was diligently wiping the mud off his shoes. At a loss for words, he thought to himself, "What on earth is going on? It's a dire situation, and you still have the presence of mind to maintain your shoes?" He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "You're insane," before walking over to assess my injuries. Seeing that my breathing was relatively steady, he finally felt at ease. The suited man calmly remarked, "As long as I can walk, I should know how to proceed from here." Upon hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and weakly responded, "Are you serious? You're not just pulling my leg, are you? I made it clear from the start that if we continue to wander aimlessly in this cave, I will simply refuse to move any further. I would rather wait for death here than exhaust myself to death." Biaozi inhaled deeply through his nose twice, pondering the scent that pervaded the air. What other odor could there be here, aside from the foul stench of excrement washed out by water? Yet Suit Guy remarked, "Yes, that is precisely the scent. Do you recall when I mentioned that I was once pursued by that horde of monsters and took refuge in a cavern?" Upon hearing this, Biaozi's eyes lit up as he inquired, "Are you referring to the cavern with the secret passage?" Suit Guy helped me to my feet and, with a calm demeanor, said, "We've come this far. What's a few more steps?" Biaozi steadied himself against the rock wall, gritted his teeth, and declared, "Let us go." Following the scent, Biaozi and Suit Guy indeed arrived at a smaller cavern, where the ground was permeated with a nauseating stench. Biaozi pinched his nose and shouted, "It's absolutely foul. No wonder those creatures fear this smell. I could hardly endure it myself. Is this what you meant by the cavern that emits a faint aroma?" Suit Guy glanced at the dark, sticky feces on the ground and replied, "There was never such a strong odor here before. The dried feces would only emit a slight scent, one that an ordinary person would hardly notice. The reason for this overwhelming stench, I suspect, is due to water. When these droppings come into contact with moisture, they release a potent odor. This might explain why they were ground into powder in the first place. Biaozi, let us not concern ourselves with whether he is alive or deceased. Did you not mention that there exists a secret passage leading to the tomb of the corpse demons? We should hasten to unveil this passage and depart from this cursed place." The man in the suit approached the innermost corner of the cavern, tapping on a few stone tiles beneath his feet, which emitted a hollow thud. "Man in suit. Indeed, it is right here." Upon uttering these words, he rose and jumped, forcefully stomping the ground, which responded with a crack. A stone tile, measuring over a meter in length, sprang up by 3 to 4 centimeters. Biaozi, taken aback, glanced at the ground. The two of them grasped the lifted tile, exerting their strength to pull it upward. As Biaozi prepared to remove the tile, he had already envisioned various scenarios that could unfold beneath it. Perhaps a sloping slide, a staircase leading downward, or even a rope ladder or an elevator shaft. All possibilities had crossed his mind. Thus, when he finally pried up the tile, and a bloodied human visage emerged before him, he was utterly unprepared, collapsing onto the ground in fright. Biaozi extended his trembling hand, and after a moment, he finally steadied his breath and, with the aid of the flashlight above, discerned the identity of the horrifying visage. Biaozi gasped, Old Piao. Although the man in the suit was also startled by the sudden appearance of a corpse in the passage, he did not react with the same level of terror as Biaozi. He forcefully overturned the stone tile and crouched down to examine the body before him with keen attention. The corpse of the old gourd was sprawled upon the stone steps of the secret passage, its head tilted upward as if gazing towards above, hands raised in a desperate bid to push against the ground, yearning for escape. One could surmise only two possibilities. Either he had crawled over from the grave of the undead, or he had been cast within, confined to that dark place. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a flicker of bewilderment and astonishment. Finally, Biaozi remarked, Let us refrain from further speculation for now. We shall delve into this quandary once we have emerged alive. Otherwise, in a few years or perhaps decades, it may very well be archaeologists studying our remains. Thus, Biaozi and the suited man proceeded to extricate the old gourd's corpse, then ventured down the secret passage. Upon reaching this juncture in his narrative, Biaozi fell silent, merely lighting another cigarette and fixating his gaze upon me. Chapter 37. The vanished golden crown veil. After absorbing Biaozi's account, I remained speechless for an extended period. Though he glossed over certain aspects of the tale, I could still sense the perilous nature of their experiences following my collapse. Yet, what astounded me most was Biaozi's assertion of having discovered the old gourd's corpse within the passage. This notion was simply unfathomable. Who, then, was the old gourd in the ghostly city? Was it his spirit? I quickly dismissed that thought. It was impossible. Clearly, it was a living being, flesh and blood. How could it possibly be a specter? But if it were not the old gourd, who else could it be? I suddenly recalled the scene of my last conversation with the old man, who remarked that he had long since become a dead man. At the time, I failed to grasp the meaning of his words, but upon reflection, what could this statement truly signify? Was he implying that he had long been under a curse, living as though he were dead, or was he suggesting that he had indeed perished within the secret passage? Could it be that two identical individuals fortuitously found themselves in the same ancient tomb? Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is nearly non-existent. Outside of this scenario, I struggle to conceive of any other explanations that defy belief. Noticing my deep contemplation, Biaozi comforted me, saying, These matters are in the past. Regardless of the truth, they no longer concern us, so you need not dwell on them. I managed a faint smile, though my heart pondered whether it truly no longer mattered. One can only hope. Just as I was about to inquire about the events that transpired in the tomb, Sanner pushed the door open, drenched in sweat and carrying a heap of food and drink. Upon seeing both Biaozi and me, he paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Oh, so this is where you've been. I was wondering why I couldn't find you." Biaozi, now awake, laughed heartily at the sight of the food, flicking his cigarette butt out the window. "Just as I was feeling hungry, you've brought sustenance." He took the items, placed them on the table, and eagerly grabbed a chicken leg to devour. I, too, felt an overwhelming hunger. Despite receiving ample nutrition from daily glucose infusions at the hospital, my stomach still ached for food. I invited Sanner to join us in our meal. The three of us devoured our meal with remarkable vigor, and I too paused only after indulging to the point of satisfaction. Biaozi, noticing that I had finished, clamored for discharge, lamenting the tedium of hospital life. Upon hearing that I had encountered Suit Brother, he couldn't help but exhale deeply, stating that had it not been for him, he likely would have met his demise within those walls. I was curious about the events that transpired after they entered the corpse demon tomb, but he merely made an ambiguous phone call to San, requesting his assistance. When San arrived, Biaozi could no longer endure the strain and collapsed, only to awaken later in the hospital. His vague recounting left me with a distinct impression that he was concealing something, yet it mattered little to me. Their survival was sufficient solace. That evening, Biaozi stealthily entered my room, and I understood his intentions. Thus I called San to join us. Shortly thereafter, San arrived, and I inquired about the whereabouts of the key to the wardrobe. With a chuckle, he retrieved the key from his pocket, assuring me that he kept it close at hand. I instructed San to keep watch for any nurses who might come to check on us. I then unlocked the wardrobe, which was divided into 3 tiers. The first held clothing, the second contained undergarments, and the third was filled with socks and shoes. In truth, there were few garments left. During our time at the cliff's edge, our outerwear had all been burned, and Biaozi had even discarded his trousers. Within the confines of the garments, I found only my shirt, a long-sleeved autumn top belonging to Biaozi, a shirt from Suit Brother, and a couple of trousers shared between Suit Brother and myself. As for undergarments, shoes, and socks, they were deemed irrelevant. What perplexed me was the discovery of a lengthy piece of black fabric, stretching over 2 meters, intricately sewn with numerous small pockets of varying sizes. I gazed at it for a while, utterly baffled as to its purpose. Where did this black cloth come from? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. After inspecting it, San replied, "This piece of fabric was taken from your friend's waist. I am equally uncertain of its function." "Is this from Suit Brother?" I questioned, harboring doubts about its intended use. Could it be that Suit Brother harbors peculiar inclinations, perhaps utilizing it for some clandestine purpose? A chuckle escaped me, and I dismissed the thought. Biaozi, however, displayed no interest in the black cloth. Upon discovering that the items remained intact, he eagerly rummaged through the clothes. Yet, his delight soon faded as he turned to San with a furrowed brow. "Is everything still here?" San, somewhat puzzled, responded, "What's wrong? Is something missing? I certainly did not overlook your undergarments or socks. They were all included." Biaozi pulled out the garments again, scanning the cabinet, only to find it barren. He glanced back at San, who instantly changed his demeanor. "Biaozi, after all these years, do you not know who I am?" Biaozi nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand it cannot possibly be you. I must ask, aside from you, has anyone else handled our belongings?" San replied, "Oh dear, rest assured. My competence in this matter is beyond reproach. I personally divested you of your garments, ensuring that no other individual laid a hand upon them in my presence." A sense of perplexity washed over Biaozi as he persisted. "Did you happen to notice a golden coronet and a veil, secured to my waist with a cord, while you were removing my attire?" After a moment of contemplation, San responded, "Indeed, there was a cord, but it bore no golden coronet or veil. Instead, it was adorned with a jade pendant. Concerned about its potential loss, I prudently placed it within the inner pocket of Master's garment." Upon hearing San's account, I located my shirt and inverted its inner pocket, a compartment I had personally sewn to safeguard items of particular significance. I emptied the pocket's contents onto the table, producing a dragon-shaped jade pendant the size of a palm, an agate thumb ring of celadone and white hues, a diminutive obsidian jade turtle akin to a fingernail, and a fragment of jade bearing macabre visages. The sight of the jade fragment brought forth a wave of relief, signifying the attainment of my objective and the dissipation of the anxiety that had gripped my heart. Until that moment, I had harbored a nagging fear that this very fragment would be lost. However, the discovery of the minute golden turtle sent a chill down my spine. I turned to Biaozi, inquiring, "Do you recall my account of what I witnessed at the base of the cliff?" Biaozi responded with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. "Are you implying that we never actually opened the high priest's coffin? But how could that be? We opened it together, witnessed it with our own eyes. Could it all have been a fabrication?" Biaozi, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Are you suggesting that we have been beguiled by the scent emanating from the human aura map? Consequently, could it be that our subsequent attempts to open the coffin were mere illusions? Perhaps we have merely been treading in place, never truly approaching the tomb of the high priest? This is implausible, don't you think? What you are saying is rather far-fetched." Biaozi appeared somewhat unnerved by my words. "What sort of international joke are you making? Have you lost your mind? I am undeniably real. Hence, you cannot be hallucinating. If you doubt my existence, feel free to touch me. I am indeed a living being. Alternatively, let me slap you and see if you feel pain." As he spoke, he genuinely raised his hand as if to strike me. Understanding Biaozi's temperament, I knew he might actually follow through, so I hastily replied, all right, I believe you. You are not a figment of my imagination. Just don't really hit me." However, I was serious earlier. We are currently at an impasse regarding the crux of the issue, which necessitates bold hypotheses and careful validation. Otherwise, how can we explain everything that has transpired? Biaozi plopped down onto the bed, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and gestured for me to sit as well. I settled onto the bed opposite him, lighting a cigarette and gazing back. San glanced at us. Well, Biaozi tossed him a cigarette. You keep watch at the door. San quickly accepted the cigarette and moved a stool to the entrance to resume his vigil. I chuckled helplessly. You're so serious. I must admit, I find it somewhat disconcerting. Let us commence with the moment I plummeted from the precipice. I vividly recall witnessing the blood vine flower, and it is from that point that my memories began to blur. Subsequent events grew increasingly surreal, primarily because I remained oblivious to how I had procured the longevity herb and subsequently neutralized the poison of the flower after succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 38. Illusions and Reality. I had yet to conclude my thoughts when Biaozi interjected, stating, You need not ponder further. Although I cannot fathom how you came by the longevity herb, I distinctly observed tufts of white fuzz at the corner of your mouth when we found you. At that moment, I mistook it for mere dirt. However, it is now evident that it must have been the longevity herb. As for the notion you wish to express, that possibility seems implausible, for I am indeed real, and everything here exists in reality. Thus, your assertion that you remain ensnared within the illusion of the blood vine flower is untenable. I then responded, Very well, let us discard this hypothesis. If it were valid, then everything you utter would also be an illusion, rendering our discourse utterly pointless, a deadlock in logic. Furthermore, I refuse to accept that all that surrounds us is mere figment. If that were the case, the blood vine flower would have long since consumed me. Even within an illusion, I should have perished by now. Should death have occurred, the illusion itself would be rendered non-existent. Let us embark on the next hypothesis. However, I must first pose a question. Are you certain that, in your flight alongside the gentleman in a suit, you did not misplace the golden crown and veil you had taken from the high priest? I find myself pondering how, even in the face of impending doom, your mind could wander to such trivialities. Yet, I shall refrain from further commentary on him. The crux of the matter lies here. While you were in the ancient tomb, these items were in your possession, but upon awakening and seeking them, they have vanished. I can assure you that this affair is certainly not connected to San. As soon as I voiced this, San turned and remarked, It seems the master knows me well. Biaozi interjected, Silence. Do not disrupt my train of thought. San instinctively recoiled, returning his focus to the grand door before him. Now, let us discuss the second hypothesis. Should we consider that when the gentleman in the suit ignited the human skin map, we all fell under an illusion? In that case, our subsequent actions of opening the coffin and retrieving the crown and veil would also be mere figments of that illusion. Might this hypothesis hold merit? Biaozi nodded in agreement. It is indeed possible. Thus, if this hypothesis is valid, it leads us to an additional supposition. If we are all ensnared by an illusion, two scenarios could arise, which we shall denote with letters. We are ensnared in an illusion, believing we have opened the coffin and claimed the treasures, only to discover upon our escape that the treasures are absent. After we fell under the spell of the illusion, we never actually opened the coffin nor escaped. We are still circling around the high priest's coffin, and perhaps the high priest is seated within, observing our futile rotations. San turned his head and mimicked Biaozi's tone, asserting, Boss, this is impossible because I exist in reality. You cannot have failed to escape. Biaozi picked up a slipper from the ground and tossed it, exclaiming, Don't interrupt my train of thought. I replied to Biaozi, Of course, San could also be a figment of our imagination. You need not consider his words. Biaozi raked his fingers through his hair and said, So, are you suggesting that we might still be circling beside the high priest's coffin, while she watches us? How terrifying is that? I nodded, affirming this is merely a conceivable hypothesis. All right, now let us delve into the third supposition, which complicates matters further, as this hypothesis, akin to my initial one, is a dead logic. This notion has two scenarios. First, I might be ensnared by the illusion of the human skin map, and you all are mere figments of my imagination, leaving me unaware of your states. You could be entrapped by the illusion or perhaps not, and are attempting to awaken me. Second, It is possible that we are all collectively ensnared by the illusion of the human skin map. We can categorize this under the second scenario and disregard it. Before I could finish my thought, I noticed a sudden change in Biaozi's expression, startling me, and I wondered if I had indeed struck a chord. Were they all merely conjured by my imagination? Now that I've seen through your ruse, are you planning to strike at me? With a sharp crack, my face was struck with a forceful slap by Biaozi, leaving me momentarily dazed. He scrutinized me intently and cautiously inquired, "Does it hurt? Let me hit you back, and we can see who feels pain," I retorted, my teeth clenched in irritation. Biaozi chuckled awkwardly. "It's no big deal. If it hurts, it hurts. You were just going on about yourself." I pondered, and perhaps I am indeed lost in a delusion, and you might be a mere figment of my imagination. Then why not let me strike you and see if you're a product of my hallucination? I raised my hand, intending to slap Biaozi. He quickly restrained me, grinning, "No need to test it. When I slapped you, my own hand stung, which confirms our existence. Your hypothetical scenario of a shared delusion is indeed plausible." Biaozi continued, "After your analysis, I've contemplated a few questions. Hear us the first. If we might be trapped in a shared illusion, then perhaps we never even open the coffin. Consequently, my golden crown and veil could all be mere figments of our imagination. But look at this," he said, picking up the ghostly jade and the vibrant green gemstone ring from the table, waving them before my eyes. In discussing the matter at hand, one must ponder whether the old man we encountered, alongside Suit Brother, truly exists or is merely a figment of our collective imagination, especially given that we have all succumbed to an illusion. If he does indeed exist, then the corpse we discovered in the secret passage must belong to someone else entirely. What say you, Detective Xiao? Perhaps you could offer your deductions on this perplexing situation. Allow me to share my perspective, and I invite your analysis in return. Let us set aside the first matter, which is evidently a conundrum that defies explanation. However, regarding the old man, I firmly believe that the figure we collectively witnessed is indeed real. My reasoning is simple. When we encountered him, Suit Brother had yet to ignite the human skin map, and we had not yet fallen prey to the hallucination, suggesting that he could not have been an illusion of our minds. Furthermore, I lifted the black gold tortoise shell from the table, stating, "This was entrusted to me by the old man before his demise, and it was he who urged me to witness the reality at the cliff's edge." This indicates that he had already sensed the possibility of being ensnared by an illusion. Do you recall how, while trapped on the precipice, he continually gazed downwards as if searching for something? Thus, I surmise he must have discerned something significant at that moment or perhaps glimpsed something below. As I contemplated this, an image emerged in my mind. A woman adorned in splendid attire, crowned and veiled in gold, her fierce smile palpable even through the fabric. Could it be that the old man also beheld this woman, who was smiling at him in a similar manner? A shiver coursed through me, causing my scalp to tighten involuntarily. Seeing my pallid countenance, Biao inquired as to my well-being. I confided in him my conjectures, which left him momentarily speechless. After a pensive silence, Biao queried, "If you surmise that the old chieftain we encountered is genuine, then the apparition within the secret passage must have been a mere illusion, correct?" I demurred, "Nay, I believe the one within the secret passage to be the true chieftain." Biao, perplexed, responded, "But did you not assert that the old chieftain we encountered was the authentic one? Why then do you now claim the one in the secret passage is also genuine?" I sighed. I remain uncertain, yet harbor suspicions. Consider, the genuine old chieftain is of advanced years. Though seemingly sprightly, his deportment and mannerisms betray a sense of senescence. Now, reflect upon the old chieftain we jointly encountered. Despite their identical appearance and vocal timbre, subtle disparities exist in their intonation and demeanor. Recall his skirmish with the suited gentleman. I sensed an anomaly at the time. In retrospect, his agility and reflexes were incongruous with those of a man his age. Furthermore, on several fleeting occasions, the old chieftain's visage appeared strikingly unfamiliar, as if it were not his own. This sensation evoked a profound disquiet within me. It can be inferred that both individuals are indeed real, yet the corpse within the secret passage is likely the genuine old trickster. As for the identity of the other trickster, we may never uncover who he truly is. Perhaps he is merely a specter. I gazed at the black jade turtle on the table, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 39. Ghostly Waves. Biaozi examined the pale blue agate ring in his hand, then glanced at the small piece of ghostly black jade before addressing me. Now we are left with this final inquiry. If these items were not unearthed by us, from whence did they originate? I stared at the two objects before me, similarly entranced, and gently shook my head at Biaozi, indicating my uncertainty. Biaozi chuckled. If we cannot elucidate these two items through conventional reasoning or logic, we must abandon the constraints of rationality. Lighting a cigarette, Biaozi continued. Having listened to your logical discourse throughout the night, allow me to analyze what to do when logic fails to provide clarity. First, we must adhere to your hypothesis. Let us assume we were all ensnared in an illusion when we opened the coffin. However, let us not dwell on whether we truly opened it in reality. Instead, consider that we succeeded in opening it within the confines of this illusion. Does this hypothesis hold water? I nodded in agreement, affirming it does. Excellent. Since we have now opened the coffin in our hallucination, let us recreate the scene once more. Reflect upon that ring. I was the one who initially secured it, only for you to snatch it away. The golden crown and the golden gauze were not bestowed upon you. Instead, I tucked them away into my own bosom. The ghostly jade was also retrieved by me, which I then handed over to you, correct? Very well. Hence, everything was drawn forth by my hand, and it was I who granted it to you. Ultimately, the items that adorned my person have vanished, while those in your possession remain intact. This indicates that although I was the one to procure these items, they seem to have chosen you instead. Am I not right? I nodded, but suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quickly shook my head. Goodness, Biaozi, why does your statement feel so sinister? These are items belonging to the deceased. What gives them the right to claim allegiance to me? Why not suggest that precisely because I procured them, they refuse to recognize you? That is equally plausible. I observed Biaozi, who initially appeared serious in his analysis, but as the conversation progressed, it seemed increasingly absurd. Biaozi chuckled. I merely sought to lighten the mood. You know? I feared that if I spoke it outright, you might find it hard to accept and be frightened. I responded, isn't it said that one should reassess a person after 3 days of separation? You persist in viewing others through a lens of stagnation. Can that truly be effective? My courage has grown since then. Just speak, and I shall listen. Biaozi exhaled a plume of smoke and slowly remarked, have you heard of walking in the shadows? I pondered for a moment before replying. Are you referring to those who are born with ghostly eyes? It is said that such individuals possess the ability to traverse the delicate boundary between the realms of the living and the dead. Biaozi nodded thoughtfully. That's about right. But what you describe is merely one facet of the realm of shadows. I am aware of a certain type of individual born during the dark year, dark month, dark day, and dark hour. Although they lack the ability to perceive spirits with their ghostly eyes and cannot see apparitions in the realm of the living, these individuals possess an innate connection to the underworld. Consequently, when they enter spaces heavy with energy, they can, in an ephemeral moment, merge into the realm of shadows, hearing its sounds and touching its objects. After speaking, Biaozi regarded me intently. I felt a bit unsettled under his gaze. Come on, Biaozi, are you trying to frighten me on purpose? Even if I were a being of it couldn't be as mysterious as you claim. Biaozi replied, have you forgotten our past excursions into tombs? What did we encounter there? I was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, even if I am a being of what does that have to do with retrieving items from this illusion? Biaozi, with a knowing expression, said, in your perspective, what do you perceive an illusion to be? He nodded again. It's somewhat akin to that. In simple medical terms, an illusion is a sensory experience generated by your brain without external stimuli. For instance, if you drink plain water, which is colorless and tasteless, it does not stimulate your senses. However, an illusion may cause you to perceive that same water as salty or sweet, or even as red or green. However, the crux of this matter rests upon the existence of a single cup of plain water. Without having consumed that water, no subsequent emergence of sweet or salty experiences could occur. In simpler terms, even if it were merely an illusion, it does not spring forth from nothing. A foundational model must exist upon which we can build our fantasies. For instance, if one has never encountered a certain object, it is impossible to conjure that object from thin air. Am I making myself clear? In my view, Biaozi's expressive capabilities leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, I managed to grasp the essence of his message and nodded in acknowledgement. Good. If we can understand each other, the subsequent discourse will flow more smoothly. If our hallucinations were triggered by the scent of a burning human skin map, which influenced our senses and led us to believe we had opened a coffin, then what precisely stimulated our senses to conjure the imagery of the coffin being opened? In other words, what was that cup of plain water that induced our hallucinations? I interjected impatiently, urging him not to keep me in suspense. If I were to know the answer, why would I bother listening to you elaborate on illusions? Biaozi's expression darkened as he replied, I believe what induced our hallucinations was a form of ghostly electromagnetic wave. To put it plainly, it is as if a spirit is influencing our neural pathways, allowing us to momentarily traverse into the realm of the dead. Upon hearing this, I could not help but swallow hard, for I understood what Biaozi referred to as ghostly electromagnetic waves. In fact, the experiences people describe when they claim to have encountered a ghost, or when they speak of ghosts hitting walls, fall under the purview of these ghostly electromagnetic waves. From a scientific perspective, it is posited that after death, a person may generate a unique brainwave electromagnetic field. This electromagnetic field typically remains imperceptible to the average individual. However, under certain exceptional circumstances, such as in areas rife with heavy spiritual energy, like morgues or graveyards, some individuals with heightened sensitivity might be able to perceive it. Within the realm enveloped by these spectral waves, we might refer to it as the realm of shadows. Ordinarily, the average person cannot access this domain. Biaozi then elaborated, my hypothesis is as follows. We, a small group utilizing the scent emitted from burning a human skin map, entered a hallucinatory state influenced by these spectral waves. The vision we experienced is akin to the realm of shadows. Thus, the coffin we opened was a vessel of the shadow realm, which elucidates why we could see the contents within yet could not extract them. As a being of the shadow realm, you alone can genuinely interact with the entities therein, enabling you to retrieve them. Another possibility is that, under the influence of these spectral waves, we mistakenly believe we have entered the shadow realm, while in truth, neither I nor Suit Brother truly made that transition. However, you are different. You are inherently a being of shadows. It is plausible that we merely experienced an illusion of entering the shadow realm, while you may have genuinely crossed into it. Upon hearing this, I could not help but think that Biaozi's assertions were rather absurd. First hallucinations, then spectral waves, and now discussions of the dual realms of yin and yang. I remarked to Biaozi, surely this is far-fetched. It cannot be as mystical as you suggest. Biaozi retorted, mystical? You do not believe, do you? Fine. Let us momentarily set aside the past and the events we encountered in the tomb. Instead, let us focus on the matter at hand. When the cliff face collapsed, you claimed to have seen the high priest, veiled, seated within the coffin, gazing at you. How do you account for this occurrence? Have you not pondered why you were able to perceive such things while the rest of us could not? I wish to articulate further thoughts, yet find myself at a loss for words. Biaozi sighed, acknowledging that such an explanation might be difficult for you to accept. However, if it were not so, why were you the only one able to retrieve the ghostly jade and the ring from the high priest's coffin? Observing my troubled expression, Biaozi placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and chuckled, suggesting that it was all in the past and I should not dwell on it. After all, this was not necessarily a misfortune. Consider that in future expeditions, treasures others fail to obtain would rightfully belong to you. I recognized Biaozi's intent to comfort me. Although I was engulfed in confusion, I did not wish to burden him with my worries. I forced a smile and remarked, I am fine. I merely find solace in your improved reasoning skills. Biaozi playfully scolded me in response. As the night wore on, we found ourselves growing hungry. Biaozi declared, enough of this analysis. Regardless of the circumstances, at least we are alive, are we not? Why must we unravel every mystery? There are too many enigmas in this world. And what do they have to do with us? Discussing metaphysics at this late hour feels rather unsettling. Let us go out for a late-night snack and unwind a bit. Thus, Biaozi called for a taxi, and the three of us stealthily slipped out of the hospital. Volume 1. The Enigmatic Shadows of the Ghost Realm, End, Chapter 40. The arrival of Boss Chung. I sat at the counter, poring over the ledger in my hands. Who's he? Has your mother sold the wrong goods again? In less than 2 months, we are short by 30,000. Upon hearing my call, Huzi rushed down the stairs in a flurry, smiling as he replied, "No, absolutely not this time." Boss Chun took an item from here, paid 20,000 in cash, and wrote an IOU for 30,000. The note is tucked under the ledger. I turned a few pages of the ledger and indeed found a sheet of white paper tucked away. Upon extracting it, I saw it inscribed with the words, "A pair of Ming and Qing double-sided Buddha gilded jade pendants, 2,000 paid, 30,000 owed," with a red handprint at the bottom, signed Chan Dehai. I inwardly cursed. That old rascal hadn't settled his previous debts, and now he was back with another IOU. Huzi, from now on, if that old fellow comes again, no cash, no goods. Huzi nodded repeatedly, understood, boss. I'll get back to work. I waved my hand, off you go, and while you're at it, check the inventory upstairs to see how much we have left. Upon hearing this, Huzi hurriedly dashed back up the stairs. I closed the ledger with a sense of vexation. This year, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the antiques business has proven particularly challenging. I find myself nearly subsidizing my transactions. If this continues, not only will I be unable to assist Elisa in expanding the orphanage, but maintaining operations may soon become a struggle. I contemplated whether to part with the 2 funerary items procured by Biaozi, as a means to alleviate my current predicament. I opened the window beside the counter, allowing the mild warmth of the breeze to enter, and gazed at the bustling scene outside, letting out an involuntary sigh. I examined my arm. The wounds had long since healed, leaving no trace of scars. Were it not for the vivid memories that incessantly reminded me, I might have believed I had never ventured to Tsaisha Mountain at all. Brother Suit had lain in a coma in the hospital for nearly half a month before finally regaining consciousness. Yet soon after, he departed without a word, leaving behind a note that read, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." Biaozi, upon seeing the note, cursed and remarked, "This lad must be afraid we'll demand he cover his medical expenses." He slipped away without a word. However, this dock is not the sort we typically refer to as a mooring point. The trade of tomb raiding has also become arduous. The stringent laws and increased scrutiny have made it difficult. Although ancient tombs abound, generations of raiders have plundered them, and today, one must admit that there are not many genuine ancient tombs left. The ancient tombs that remain are either exceptionally well concealed or nestled deep within the mountains, or they lie in perilous, desolate locations that few dare approach. As for the archaeologists, once they uncover a tomb, it inevitably falls under the purview of the state, leaving no room for illicit endeavors. Given these circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging for tomb raiders to extract anything of value from ancient burial sites relying solely on their own skills. However, exceptions do exist. If one can locate smaller tombs, a couple of individuals might manage to handle the task. Yet, when it comes to larger tombs, even a duo would find themselves overwhelmed. Thus, the profession of intermediaries emerged, akin to a brokerage system, facilitating connections. For instance, if someone discovers an ancient tomb but cannot manage it alone, they will propose a price. This individual becomes the shipper, seeking out intermediaries to assemble a crew based on the offered price. The caliber of individuals recruited directly correlates with the amount offered. The higher the bid, the more skilled the crew members will be. Once the endeavor is successful, the shipper must compensate the intermediary with a fee that varies according to the intermediary's reputation and the quality of the crew provided. The more comprehensive the assistance, the steeper the fee. This profession is known as intermediary work, and Biaozi and his associates engage in this trade. However, it's important to note that this line of work is not accessible to just anyone. In days gone by, this dock was established through the tireless efforts of my late father. Although Biao is a disciple of my father, he bears no distinction from a son. Thus, one could say he has inherited the family legacy. Those familiar with our trade have collaborated with my father over the years, fostering a sense of trust towards the Shao family. Consequently, they often grant my father a measure of leniency, allowing Biao to continue managing the dock without interference. Lost in contemplation as I gazed out at the bustling crowd, a somewhat sharp-voiced man called from the entrance, "Is anyone here?" Accompanying him was a corpulent middle-aged gentleman wearing sunglasses. Though he appeared to be in his 50s, his complexion was vibrant and well-maintained. He donned a black silk jacket paired with loose-fitting black trousers, swaying slightly as he walked. The brash young man beside him remarked, "Boss, it looks sizable here, but I don't see anything of value." With a smile, I rose to greet them. "May I inquire how I should address you esteemed guests? I am Xiao He, the proprietor of Wanbao Building. Are you here to purchase some antiques for your collection?" The man in his 50s, upon noticing my approach, removed his sunglasses and, with a hint of a Beijing accent, greeted me with a smile, saying, "Mr. Xiao, what a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Chang. I've heard from friends that you possess truly exquisite items." As he extended his hand for a handshake, my keen eye inadvertently swept downward. With the touch of my fingers, I discerned the jade ring on his hand, and I realized it was indeed genuine, worth no less than 400,000 yuan. In the antique trade, one must not only be adept at appreciating distinguished artworks but also possess an understanding of human nature. Many who visit antique shops may not be inclined to purchase. Some merely seek to satisfy their curiosity. For such browsers, there is little need to waste extensive effort in elaborate explanations. Mr. Chang appeared to be a discerning client, and I thought to myself that business was on the horizon. I promptly responded with a cheerful smile. "Ah, Mr. Chang, you have certainly come to the right place. I cannot speak for others, but in this vicinity, the treasures we offer are unparalleled. What you won't find here, you need not seek elsewhere." The antique trade is not akin to selling fruits at a market. It is a realm where quality corresponds to price. This business thrives on allure. One must possess the art of persuasion. Even if one's shop were filled with nothing but tattered shoes, one must elevate them to the status of relics once worn by renowned figures of bygone eras. I invited Mr. Chang into a private room designated for esteemed guests. 3. "What are you doing? We have esteemed guests. Please brew a fine pot of tea." I called out to the back room. Before long, San entered, gracefully carrying an exquisite Zeton wood tray. He gently placed the tray on the table and then withdrew. With a smile, I turned to Boss Chang and gestured towards the 2 teacups resting on the Zeton wood. "Boss Chang, do sample my tea." These 2 cups were not mere vessels. They held significance. The cups themselves could be considered genuine antiques. Should the guest fail to recognize their worth, it would be a missed opportunity to capitalize on their ignorance. Upon seeing the cups, Boss Chang chuckled. "It seems my visit to Wanbao Building was not in vain. Ah Chang, please wait for me in the car. I have business to discuss with Boss Xiao." The young man, dressed in a rather casual manner, nodded in agreement and stepped outside. Boss Chang lifted a cup and took a sip. Then, seemingly casual yet deliberate, he traced the dark red patterns etched on the cup, remarking, "I am astonished by Boss Zhao's generosity. If I am not mistaken, this cup dates back to the Qing dynasty, specifically from the Tongji period. Remarkably, these 2 cups are a matching pair, suggesting their value may well appreciate further. It appears that your establishment is indeed exceptional." I responded with a faint smile, saying, "Boss Chang, you have a discerning eye." In my mind, I pondered that I had encountered a true connoisseur of antiques. Generally, someone with a modicum of knowledge about antiques might recognize that this teacup belonged to a pair of antiquities. However, to gaze upon it and expound upon its intricate details signifies a genuine expert. If he intended to take advantage of me, it would not be an easy task. Thus, I continued, "Since you, Mr. Chang, have graced my Wanbao pavilion with your presence, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. However, I am curious to know what particular items you seek." Mr. Chang took another sip of tea and, locking eyes with me, replied, "Mr. Xiao, I shall be forthright. I am in search of authentic local treasures." Upon hearing this, my expression shifted, but I quickly masked my surprise with a smile and said, "What do you mean by that, Mr. Chang? I find myself a bit perplexed. The term local treasures typically refers to items procured from clandestine sources. Yet, those who are well-versed in the protocols of the trade would seldom ask so bluntly, for such a person would not foolishly disclose, "Ah, I acquired this from a hidden stash," as such statements could raise suspicion. Who could ascertain whether one was a mere collector or an undercover investigator? Those brazen enough to ask such questions are often already entangled in legal troubles. Even if one genuinely possessed items from illicit sources, they would typically present them as inherited heirlooms or as objects acquired through serendipitous encounters. It is rare for someone to directly request local treasures in such an overt manner. The individuals who dare to make such inquiries typically fall into a few categories. Either they are acquaintances who share mutual trust, rendering the question innocuous, or they are novices lacking understanding of the craft, or they are seasoned connoisseurs attempting to deceive you. I surmised that Mr. Chung was certainly not a novice. Boss Chung chuckled softly. Don't be anxious, Boss Xiao. I understand the rules. To be honest, I was introduced by Old Chun. He informed me that you have connections here. I responded with a slight laugh. Old Chin? I'm afraid I don't know the Old Chin you're referring to. However, internally I thought, what a joke. Who knows if he is telling the truth? That scoundrel Old Chun is currently behind bars and has already implicated me. Boss Chung gazed at me with a knowing look. No matter, I comprehend the nuances here. You may not believe what I say now, so let me provide you with an address. The owner there is a friend of mine. Whenever you have something to offer, you can visit him. I can give you a bit of insight. I'm merely a messenger, but my superiors have made it clear that as long as you can bring forth valuable items, we are willing to accept them, regardless of what they may be. You can rest assured about the pricing. He then handed me a postcard, which I examined to find the words Jubao Pavilion inscribed prominently. Chapter 41. The curse. I stared at the address on the postcard, feeling a touch hesitant, contemplating whether to inquire further about the individual behind this proposition. Yet, when I lifted my gaze, Boss Chung had already disappeared. I hurriedly pursued him, only to see him driving away. I mused to myself, Jubao Pavilion. That name seems familiar, though I can't quite place it. I called out, Sanner, I need to step out for a moment. Keep an eye on the shop. Sanner acknowledged with a nod. Gazing at the jade turtle, no larger than a fingernail, I sighed and retrieved another identical small turtle from beneath the safe. As I held this piece of tortoise shell in my hand, I found myself plunged into contemplation. This dragon-patterned tortoise shell was pilfered by my adoptive father, Xiao Qingxue, from a tomb of the Warring States period, risking his life in the process. This dragon-engraved shell had once been deciphered by my late father, who explained to me that it contained the origins of 2 maps made of human skin. Until now, I had remained perplexed by the unwavering obsession and the singular purpose that compelled my father to devote his entire life to uncovering everything related to these human skin maps. My companion, Biaozi, and I had previously inquired about the reasons behind our father's relentless pursuit of these 2 maps, but he merely shook his head with a sigh, revealing nothing of his intentions. It was only before his departure that we began to unravel a portion of this mystery. One evening, prior to his passing, he summoned Biaozi and me to his side, calmly informing us that he was nearing the end of his life. Both Biaozi and I were taken aback, bewildered by such a sudden proclamation, for he had always been robust, showing no signs of imminent demise. Our confusion deepened, and we pressed him for the reason behind his fervent quest for the ghostly black jade. After a long moment of contemplation, as if he had reached a momentous decision, he let out a soft sigh, removed his shoes and socks, revealing his bare feet. Beholding the elder's feet, a sense of dread washed over Biaozi and myself. From the ankles down, his feet had metamorphosed into a ghastly blue-gray hue, resembling petrified stone. With a countenance ashen as death, Xiao Qingxue turned to us, uttering in a subdued tone, "It is the curse." Biaozi and I stood transfixed, unable to fully grasp the unfolding spectacle before our eyes. It was as though a scene from a fantastical realm had materialized in our very presence. The elder seemed to have aged precipitously, his voice heavy with resignation. "Now you comprehend my unwavering determination to seek out that artifact," he continued, "for I, like yourselves, am in the dark as to the precise nature of the malediction that will ultimately transform us into this grotesque state. My entire existence has been devoted to unraveling this enigma. Alas!" He cast a forlorn gaze upon his severed left arm. "Before long, my entire being will succumb to this transformation. And before that transpires, I must journey to a particular place. I had initially intended to keep these matters concealed from you, but I have come to realize that they are now aware of my presence. Given your association with me, they will undoubtedly turn their attention to you as well. I fear that upon my departure, they may seek you out while you remain oblivious. If, after my passing, no one comes looking for you, I implore you to refrain from delving into any matters pertaining to me. For all who have sought to uncover these secrets have met a grim fate. Should you detect that you are being watched, remember to locate the other half of the human skin map and acquire the ghost head ink jade. Only with that artifact in your possession will you find safety. At this juncture, he paused, gazing at us intently, and softly remarked, I may have been a tad too stringent with you, and in my pursuit of those secrets, I regret not having spent more time by your side. Yet, I take immense pride in you. Upon hearing this, both Biaozi and I felt a lump in our throats. It was unexpected that the old man, for the very first time, would commend us at such a poignant moment of parting. When he spoke of the curse, it implied that not only would he undergo such a transformation, but others would as well. Who, then, were these cursed individuals and what led to their affliction? Furthermore, who had taken notice of him, and what were their intentions? The old man mentioned that before he fully succumbed to this fate, he needed to visit a certain place. But where might that place be, and why was it imperative for him to go there? Biaozi and I were engulfed in sorrow and an array of unanswered questions. Yet, despite our relentless inquiries, the old man remained resolute in his silence. After urging us to keep today's events confidential, he departed with a sense of resignation, leaving us to bow deeply 3 times in the direction he had taken. As for where he went and what he ultimately became, we were left in utter ignorance. Subsequently, Biaozi and I resolved that regardless of whether the old man's claims held truth, that someone indeed had taken notice of us, we were determined to fulfill his dying wish. We would persist in our quest to uncover the reasons behind his transformation. In the ghostly tomb, I beheld the frail legs of the old man. I realized he, akin to the venerable elder, was among those afflicted by a curse. It became evident that he was not the sole victim of this malevolence. I yearned to uncover the identities of these cursed souls and discern the reasons behind their plight. With the demise of the old man, all that remained was a piece of dragon-engraved tortoise shell. Though I was unaware of the means to decipher the enigmas inscribed upon it, I was convinced that those who shared the curse must possess the knowledge to unveil its secrets. Thus, alongside Biaozi, I resolved to locate these individuals, for only through them could we grasp what the elder sought to conceal from us, and unravel the mysteries held within the tortoise shell. I retrieved the postcard from Boss Chung, studying the address inscribed upon it. Who might you be? Are you aligned with the elder, or? Driving towards the location indicated on the postcard, I arrived at 38th Street. From a distance, I spotted a quaint building adorned in an ancient architectural style, its entrance proudly displaying the character's treasury pavilion in a flourish of calligraphy. I found a parking space before the small edifice and alighted from my vehicle, striding towards the entrance. Before I could step inside, a young man clad in a sharply tailored suit approached, holding the door open and greeting me with, "Welcome to the Treasury Pavilion, esteemed guest." I surveyed my surroundings. The room was adorned in an antiquated style, with walls and floors crafted from exquisite redwood materials. Flanking the sides of the room were cabinets, displaying an array of fine porcelain and jade artifacts. As I approached and cast a cursory glance, I discerned that these were mere replicas, capable of deceiving the untrained eye but certainly not one well-versed in the art of antiques. At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 50s, approached with a genial smile. His slicked-back hair, accentuated with hair wax, shimmered under the softly glowing lights. "Ah, you seem unfamiliar here. It must be your first visit to our treasure trove. My name is Zhang, but you may call me Zhang Peng. May I ask your name?" I offered a slight smile. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, I am Xiao He. Indeed, it is my first time here." As Zhang Peng conversed, he discreetly sized me up. "I wonder what type of treasures you seek. We have an extensive collection of antiques and artworks, all of which are rare gems," he remarked with a smile. I responded with a faint smile, "I am curious if you accept items for sale, as I possess a few heirlooms I wish to part with." Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng scrutinized me once more. "We do. As long as the items are of quality, we are interested. Please, let us step into my office. It is not advisable to discuss such matters in public where prying eyes abound. In the world of antiques, it is customary to conduct such transactions in private rooms, both to safeguard your confidentiality and to ascertain the provenance of your items. Moreover, there was a fear of being seen by others. Should it be something valuable, and one fails to recognize its worth, it is inevitable that one would be taken advantage of. If someone knowledgeable were to witness this, it would undoubtedly be rather embarrassing. As I pondered this, I was led upstairs. Upon entering the room, I took a seat, and a servant promptly approached, preparing a pot of tea for both me and Zhang Peng. After I lifted the cup and took a sip, Zhang Peng, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Mr. Xiao, please share with us what you have brought, and perhaps its provenance, so that I may assist you in appraising it." I set down my teacup and replied, "What I possess is a heritage from my ancestors, a jade pendant and a finger ring." With that, I placed the jade pendant on the table. As for the finger ring, I hesitated and chose not to reveal it. Zhang Peng, stroking his slicked-back hair, did not rush to inspect my offering. He perceived my youth and modest attire, which led him to doubt I would present anything of significance. Suddenly, Zhang Peng's demeanor shifted. He lowered his voice in astonishment, exclaiming, This is indeed an artifact from the Warring States period? And the pungent scent of decay is so pronounced, as if it has just been unearthed." Only then did he scrutinize me more closely, saying, "My apologies, my friend. It appears you are well versed in the trade of pangolins." He then turned and called out loudly, "Xiao Yu, please bring more tea." Shortly thereafter, a young and lovely maiden entered, replacing my empty cup and presenting a freshly brewed pot of tea. Chapter 42. The unreachable Biaozi. I picked up the freshly brewed tea, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, then transitioned to a subtle sweetness, with a delicate aroma lingering in my mouth. I thought to myself, this is a fine tea guanyin. It turns out what I had earlier was merely the water steeped from the tea leaves. I did not acknowledge my identity, instead casually remarked, "Boss Zhang, do you dare to assess this jade pendant? What price could you offer?" Internally, I scoffed at the notion of him being hesitant to take it. If he truly had reservations, why would he engage in this conversation with me? His words were merely a tactic to negotiate a lower price. I raised my hand in a gesture of respect. "Boss Zhang, let us dispense with the formalities. This item was brought out by my brothers at great risk. To speak candidly, I have other avenues available to me. The reason I am here today is that someone referred me to you. Surely, you must be acquainted with Boss Cheng?" With that, I produced the postcard Boss Cheng had given me. Upon hearing my implication, Zhang Peng realized that I had seen through his ruse and offered an awkward smile. However, upon learning that I was introduced by Boss Cheng, he resumed his seat. "Oh, it turns out that you were introduced by Boss Cheng. Had you mentioned this earlier, we might have avoided this misunderstanding. Since you are indeed a person referred by Boss Cheng, I shall not beat around the bush. This dragon-shaped jade pendant you possess is indeed from the Warring States period, and the technique employed in the carvings indicates that it dates back to the pre-Warring States era. Although the material of this jade pendant is not of the highest quality, rather unfortunate, it is undoubtedly a genuine piece of Hetian jade. The reason this pendant appears dark and lacks luster is due to its prolonged burial underground. However, with regular handling, the jade will gradually take on a reddish hue, akin to the flicker of flames, transforming the entire piece into a burning dragon. Thus, in our trade, this type of dragon-shaped jade is colloquially known as crimson flame dragon jade. Moreover, this jade pendant held another significance in ancient times. Dragons were considered divine beasts, and a burning dragon symbolized an enraged deity. When used as a burial item, it was believed to suppress malevolent spirits, preventing the body from undergoing decomposition after death. Typically, such pendants were worn by those who suffered greatly or met a tragic end, serving to pacify their souls and avert decay, hence being regarded as an ominous jade. Consequently, collectors of such pieces are certainly rare. Nonetheless, even in this context, this jade pendant can still be deemed a genuine treasure in contemporary times. Upon concluding this explanation, Zhang Peng scrutinized me for a moment. Noticing my expression remained unchanged, he continued, "Since you are someone introduced by Boss Cheng, it signifies that anything you can present will certainly be of interest to us. I can offer you a fair price." As he spoke, he extended his hand and gestured the number 3 before me. I feigned a semblance of hesitation and nodded. In truth, I had already assessed the value of this jade pendant. I had long estimated its worth at home. According to the current market for antiques, this piece, while undoubtedly precious, is somewhat niche within the realm of jade artifacts, as not many collectors seek it out. I had initially estimated its value to be around 280,000, which seemed about right. Clearly, Zhang Peng had inflated the price for me. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Peng reassured me, "Rest assured, whether others would dare to accept this piece elsewhere is a different matter. You are welcome to inquire around. The price I offer is one that no one else will provide. It is only thanks to Mr. Cheng's recommendation that it holds such value." The decision to sell this ancient jade was motivated by two factors. Firstly, my finances had become somewhat strained, leaving me feeling restricted. Secondly, I sought to gauge the relationship between Mr. Cheng and the treasure house. From my observations, Mr. Cheng appeared to be a person of considerable influence, which piqued my curiosity about the forces backing him. Upon returning home, I transferred half of the funds from my bank card to Biaozi, intending to use the remaining amount to expand Eliza's orphanage. When I attempted to call Biaozi, I discovered his phone was turned off, which struck me as peculiar, as he was not the type to shut his phone off unless. A sudden thought crossed my mind. I quickly dialed one of Biaozi's associates, and after a few rings, someone answered, "Hello, Jensi here. Is Biaozi around?" "Why isn't he answering his phone?" On the other end of the line, Jensi was clearly taken aback by my call. He stammered, "Higu. Biaogu is away on business." I could discern that he was concealing something. Where has he gone? Why is his phone turned off? After I pressed him, he finally relayed the details of the situation. According to Jensi, Biao had been missing for nearly 2 weeks, and they had been unable to contact him, which caused them considerable distress. Otherwise, they would never have divulged this matter to me. Upon hanging up, I sensed something was amiss. Biao had taken on a job without informing me. Typically, he would always notify me when he undertook work independently. The fact that he chose not to disclose this indicated that the task at hand was likely quite significant, perhaps even beyond his control. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Had something truly gone awry? Unable to remain idle any longer, I boarded a train to Changsha's dock that very night. Upon my arrival, I met with Jensi and inquired in detail about Biao's circumstances. Jensi reassured me, stating that Biao was not alone. He had taken 2 companions, De Fei and Zhang Chong, with him. Hearing this alleviated some of my concerns, as these 2 were among the most competent under Biao's command. I wished to inquire further about their destination, but Jensi shook his head, saying, "Higu, you know the rules of our trade. Only those aboard the vessel are privy to the location." My anxiety intensified as I yearned to learn of Biao's situation, yet I found myself powerless to do anything but wait impatiently. Just then, a colleague hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Jensi Gu." The fellow did not finish his sentence, and upon noticing my hesitation, he chose not to continue. "Hey, what's wrong? What happened? You can speak freely. Higu is not a stranger," I urged. The man then replied, "A few individuals have arrived outside, claiming they are here to find Higu." I was taken aback. Who could possibly be looking for me? I instructed the man to lead me to them. Upon stepping outside, I noticed a Land Rover parked nearby. A person emerged from the vehicle and glanced at me. "Are you Mr. Xiaohe?" I nodded. "Hello. I regret that I have little time to explain. Mr. Xiao Tianbiao instructed us to find you if we were unable to reach them and to request that you accompany us. We can discuss the details en route," he said, his urgency palpable. Upon realizing it was Biaozi seeking my assistance, a sense of unease washed over me. Could something truly be amiss? Without further hesitation, I instructed Renzi and the others to keep a close watch over the dock while I entered the vehicle with them. As soon as I settled in, the car roared to life. I surveyed the interior, noting 4 individuals present. The driver was the same man who had just spoken to me. The 2 seated behind appeared to be in their 30s. One, a burly figure, exuded physical strength, while the other, slender yet possessing notably robust arms, seemed to be accustomed to laborious tasks. Upon my boarding the vehicle, the 2 individuals merely exchanged stiff smiles and offered a perfunctory handshake, leaving me with an unsettling sensation. A thought struck me. Were these indeed the henchmen sent to seek me out? I began to regret having declined Jensi's offer to accompany me. Given my skills, I realized that should these individuals intend me harm, I would stand little chance of resistance. The driver, perhaps sensing my unease, reassured me, "Mr. Xiao, there is no need for concern. We harbor no ill intentions. In truth, we are not fully apprised of the situation at hand. but those above have instructed us to locate you. Once we arrive at our destination, I believe they will elucidate the particulars. As my apprehension grew, I suddenly caught sight of a young man in a suit seated in the front passenger seat through the rearview mirror. His long hair was slightly parted, and his pale, slender face was turned slightly to the side as he gazed expressionlessly out the window. To my surprise, this was the man in the suit who had stealthily escaped from the hospital. However, at that moment, he chose to ignore me, feigning ignorance and continuing to stare outside. For reasons unknown, the presence of the suited gentleman provided me with a modicum of comfort. Finally, I had encountered someone familiar, which alleviated much of my trepidation in the face of uncertainty. I found myself feeling significantly more at ease. Having traveled overnight by train to this place, I had scarcely rested and was on the verge of exhaustion, my eyes barely able to remain open. Initially, anxiety had kept me alert, but as I finally relaxed, accompanied by the gentle jostling of the vehicle, sleep overcame me. When I next opened my eyes, it was already afternoon. A fellow passenger handed me a package containing food and drink. I expressed my gratitude and accepted it, for I was indeed feeling quite hungry. The vehicle had not made any stops except for a refueling midway, and after several hours, the landscape became increasingly desolate, with the road growing more uneven. Surrounding me were gradually rising mountains and expansive plains. At first, there were a few decent roads, but soon we were reduced to traversing dirt paths. With no signs of civilization in sight, only vast grasslands and towering mountains. Chapter 43. Chun Shui. The vehicle continued its journey until after 9 in the evening, when it finally came to a halt. Looking around, I could see nothing but the endless darkness, punctuated by the silhouettes of mountains looming ominously in the night. The driver exited the vehicle and walked a few circles, as if trying to ascertain his bearings. I wondered if he too was lost. After a moment, he retrieved a handgun from the vehicle, which sent a wave of apprehension through me. Indeed, this desolate place could easily serve as a site for sinister deeds. However, after a brief moment, I felt reassured. He was merely wielding a signal gun. He raised the weapon in his hand and fired a shot towards the mountainside. A brilliant red flare ascended, piercing the darkness of the night sky, before it gracefully descended at an angle toward the mountains. Before the flare had extinguished, another signal rose from the depths of the mountains. The driver, upon seeing the flare, exhaled in relief, stating, "All right, let us wait here. Someone will come to assist us shortly." Indeed, it was not long before an off-road jeep emerged from the mountains. A figure disembarked from the vehicle and informed the driver, "You are quite fortunate. There are no roads left here, only stones and muddy terrain. Driving recklessly would be exceedingly perilous." After speaking, the individual returned to the vehicle and executed a turn. The driver promptly followed suit, starting the engine and trailing behind the preceding vehicle as they ventured deeper into the mountains. I felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of my surroundings since I had dozed off in the car. By the time I awoke, we were already amidst the mountains, and I had not encountered any signposts or markers. Turning to the individual beside me, I inquired, "Where exactly are we now?" Without turning to look at me, he replied nonchalantly, "Shandong." After delivering his response, he resumed his meditation, and sensing his unwillingness to converse further, I refrained from pressing him with additional questions. A sense of confusion enveloped me. Had we truly arrived in Shandong? Could it be that Biaozi's intended destination was indeed in Shandong? The vehicle jostled forward amidst the relentless bumps, surrounded by wild grass that towered over half a meter, obscuring our view. We had no choice but to closely trail the car ahead, fixating on its tail lights. The continual jolting had left my backside somewhat sore, and it was only when the car in front came to a halt that I exhaled in relief. Accustomed to the smooth asphalt roads of the city, I found this rugged mountain path quite taxing. Indeed, it hardly resembled a proper road. I glanced at the two individuals beside me, their expressions mirroring my discomfort, while the gentleman in the suit at the front appeared unperturbed, calmly gazing out the window. One by one, we disembarked and surveyed our surroundings. I noticed a couple of off-road vehicles parked nearby. The individual in front also exited the vehicle, gesturing for us to follow him. We trailed behind him towards an elevated slope. Upon cresting the rise, sheltered from the wind on the opposite side, I beheld a cluster of tents, varying in size, scattered across the ground. Some tents were shrouded in darkness, while others emanated a warm glow. Our driver, without hesitation, made his way into one of the tents. The man led us to a larger tent situated in the center, indicating for us to enter. As I lifted the flap and stepped inside, I was greeted by the sight of a small table in the middle of the tent, around which sat a woman clad in a black leather ensemble. Under the glow of a battery-powered lamp hanging from the tent's ceiling, her lustrous black hair was simply tied back in a ponytail. She was intently focused on studying a map laid out before her on the table. The man spoke softly, "Shwejia, they have arrived." Upon hearing his words, the woman slowly lifted her head and gazed at us. She placed the map in her hand down and rose to her feet. At that moment, I could discern her features more clearly. Her skin was porcelain white, and her delicate features exuded a gentle charm, embodying the quintessential beauty of classical Eastern women. Yet, in her movements, there was an undeniable aura of vigor and competence. She gestured towards several small stools at the table, inviting us to take a seat, before settling down herself. "My friends," she began, "time is of the essence, so I shall not squander it. I am Chun Shui, your captain for this venture. I am aware that each of you possesses considerable experience in this field. Hence, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Our objective is to descend into the tomb, search for these individuals, ascertain their fate, and retrieve them." As she spoke, she revealed several photographs from beneath the map. A sense of intrigue stirred within me. This woman named Chun Shui referred to herself as the captain. Did this imply that we were all merely crew members assembled for this expedition? While I could not speak for the others, I questioned my own designation as an experienced expert, fully aware of my own limitations. However, I refrained from voicing my thoughts, still grappling with the current situation and the whereabouts of Biaozi and the others. We began examining the photographs laid out on the table. The first 4 depicted unfamiliar men, none of whom I recognized. Yet, as we turned to the last 3 images, I instantly recognized them: Biaozi and his 2 companions, Defei and Zhang Chong. Chun Shui continued, "The individuals in this photograph constitute our inaugural team, yet they have been entombed within the ancient tomb for over a week now, and we have completely lost contact with them. The primary objective of this expedition is to explore the tomb, locate the individuals depicted in this photo, and bring them back safely. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I am prepared to double the remuneration previously discussed." I felt a surge of astonishment. It dawned on me that Biaozi's team was indeed assembled by this woman. Although a myriad of questions lingered in my mind, the presence of so many individuals made it difficult for me to voice them directly. Chun Shui added, "Please rest well tonight. We shall embark on our journey first thing in the morning." Once the others had departed, Chun Shui unexpectedly called out to me, "Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment." I halted and turned to face her. She gestured for me to take a seat. "Mr. Xiao, I must apologize for not properly greeting you before bringing you here. However, Mr. Biao had instructed that if anything were to happen to them, we should reach out to you to guide us into the tomb." At that moment, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Biaozi, leaving me oblivious to the implications of her statement regarding leading them into the tomb. I inquired, "Miss Chun Shui, if that is the case, could you enlighten me on what exactly transpired with Biaozi and his team? Furthermore, what was the original purpose of your first team, and what role does our team play in this? Is it truly as simple as merely descending to seek the first team? Additionally, I find it hard to believe that Biaozi instructed you to seek my assistance." In my heart, I mused that, based on my understanding of Biaozi, if a situation arose that even he could not manage, he would undoubtedly prefer that I remain far removed from it. It was inconceivable that he would summon me to his aid. Chun Shui gently shook her head and said, "Mr. Xiao, to be candid with you, although the first team is indeed composed of our people, our responsibilities differ. I am not privy to their true objective in descending. I simply know that my mission is to rescue this first team and bring them back. The reason I sought you out is indeed at Mr. Biao's behest." She paused momentarily, then, adopting a serious demeanor, added, upon finishing her statement, a fleeting glimmer of cunning danced in her eyes as she regarded me. "Indeed, even if she were to request that I withdraw now, I would be reluctant to do so, for my trust in the individuals before me is tenuous at best. Should they be entrusted with rescuing Biaozi, They might muster some effort if there were no danger. Yet, in the face of true peril, I am convinced they would not risk themselves for someone entirely unrelated to them. Resigned, I nodded at Chun Shui and said, "Very well. I agree to participate in this operation." She promptly extended her delicate, fair hand to shake mine, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Excellent. We warmly welcome Mr. Xiao to our formal ranks." As I gazed upon the enchanting woman before me, whose smile radiated beauty and charm, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over me. The rapidity with which her demeanor shifted was astonishing, surpassing even the speed of turning pages in a book. Just moments ago, she bore an icy and stern expression, yet in the blink of an eye, she could illuminate the room with a radiant smile. I found it utterly perplexing, unable to fathom the thoughts concealed within her mind. My instincts warned me that this woman was far from ordinary. I emerged from Chun Shui's tent and proceeded directly to the tent that Chun Shui had assigned to each of us. The interior was enveloped in darkness. As I unzipped the entrance and lowered my head to enter, an uneasy feeling crept over me. I sensed a shadow flickering within the tent. Just as I was about to speak, a hand clamped over my mouth, and a voice whispered urgently in my ear, "Stay quiet. It's me." To my surprise, it was the voice of the man in the suit. Resigned to my predicament, I ceased my struggles as he released his grip on my mouth. He inquired, somewhat perplexed, "What brings you here and why is Biao appearing in the photograph?" Observing his apparent ignorance of the situation, I succinctly recounted the events involving Biao and clarified that I, too, had been summoned by them. After listening, the man in the suit pondered for a moment and remarked, "The woman named Chun Shui is quite extraordinary. I discreetly investigated their backgrounds, yet discovered nothing. Furthermore, the two individuals in the vehicle are top-tier experts in our field. To have engaged their services undoubtedly required a significant investment, which further underscores the formidable power behind these individuals." Chapter 44. Departure. After sharing some insights, the man in the suit took his leave, but before departing, he cautioned me that the grave we were about to enter was no ordinary one and beyond my capabilities to handle. If I had the option to withdraw, now would be the time to do so. The night passed in silence. The following morning, I rose early, donning the black tactical attire prepared in the tent. Along with my climbing boots, the fabric of this outfit had undergone special processing, offering remarkable elasticity and equipped with numerous pockets for carrying essential gear. I affixed the remaining equipment onto my person and stepped out of the tent, only to find that the man in the suit and the two individuals from the vehicle were already awake, gathered around the campfire, enjoying their meal. I approached and took a seat beside them, partaking in the food as well. Before long, Chun Shui joined us, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure. Her lustrous black hair was neatly tied back in a simple ponytail, exuding an aura of competence. She approached and sat down, glancing at Chen Feng, who was still clad in his suit. "Mr. Chen Feng," she remarked with a hint of amusement, "our upcoming expedition may require some climbing, and the depths of the mountains are not without their fair share of mosquitoes. Particularly, some insects have a penchant for crawling up pant legs, stealthily making their way to various parts of your body. Your attire seems rather unsuitable. Wouldn't you agree?" She regarded the suited gentleman with playful curiosity. The two men beside her chuckled softly but refrained from comment, well aware that no matter the circumstances, he would remain in his peculiar garb. They had long heard tales of this eccentricity associated with the suit guy. He said nothing in response, merely lifted the cuffs of his trousers to reveal an additional layer beneath. With deft hands, he pulled the two drawstrings on this inner layer, crossing them to tighten the pant legs, which effectively transformed the inner layer into a form-fitting garment. Next, he adjusted his shoes, pressing the heel gently. With a satisfying click, a multitude of small steel spikes sprang forth from the soles. Chun Shui observed this spectacle, momentarily at a loss for words. She then shifted the conversation. "All right, everyone, we are about to set off. I assume you are not yet familiar with one another. Please take a moment to introduce yourselves." The robust man seated beside her spoke first. "I am Wang Hai, skilled in mechanisms." The smaller, wiry figure chuckled. "I am known as Rat, adept at locating tunnels and digging." The suit guy offered simply, "I am Chun Feng, proficient in combat." The others raised their eyebrows at this declaration. yet chose to remain silent. When my turn came, I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Uncertain of my own strengths, I hesitantly stated, "My name is Xiao He, and I am proficient in." Before I could finish my sentence, Chun Shui interjected, "Mr. Xiao He, you need not elaborate. We have conducted our research and discovered that you are a descendant of Xiao Qingshui. It has long been known that he has two heirs, one excelling in excavation and the mechanisms of ancient tombs, and the other mastering antiques and calligraphy, skilled in divining and locating burial sites. In our upcoming expedition, we shall heavily rely on your expertise, Mr. Xiao He." I was taken aback. What did this imply? I instinctively inquired, "Do you mean to say that you are unaware of the specific location of the tomb?" Chun Shui nodded in affirmation. "Previously, our team operated independently and thus lacked substantial information, leading to a loss of contact with others. Consequently, we are only aware of the approximate location of the tomb. The precise details will depend on your insight." Upon hearing that I possessed knowledge of the art of divining burial sites, both Wang Hai and the rat were visibly surprised, their demeanor towards me softening as they exchanged smiles. Individuals who understand the intricacies of geomancy are invariably regarded as valuable assets, for in this profession, you may find yourself in need of their skills at any moment. After all, in the pursuit of treasure, one must first locate the site. Yet, finding such sites is rarely an easy task. Therefore, true experts capable of determining the locations of ancient tombs through their mastery of geomantic principles are afforded respect wherever they may go. A sense of foreboding enveloped me as I pondered the source of such unfounded information. When had I ever mastered the intricate art of geomancy? Even if I possessed a modicum of knowledge, it was merely that of an apprentice. A sudden thought struck me. I suspected it was that braggart Biaozi. The last time I inadvertently pinpointed the tomb of the ghostly Fangua, given his nature, he was indeed capable of boasting about it far and wide, perhaps even elevating my abilities to mythical heights. I hastily gestured and candidly replied, "Miss Chen Shui, you truly overestimate my skills. I cannot claim to be proficient in this art of feng shui. I merely grasped the surface. To assist you in identifying the specific location of the ancient tomb would be quite a stretch." Upon hearing this, Chun Shui responded, "Mr. Xiao He, there is no need for false modesty. According to the intelligence we have gathered, your brother himself spoke of your abilities. Subsequently, we dispatched personnel to Shangxi for an investigation, and indeed, we uncovered a grand tomb near Fengxia Mountain, surpassing our expectations. However, due to its complete collapse, our team was unable to gain entry. Yet, since you possess such talents, it is unnecessary for you to remain humble." I inwardly cursed Biaozi's loose tongue. Now, I understood why these individuals sought my assistance. They desired my help in locating the burial site. My curiosity about their identities intensified, as they had even inquired about our visit to Fengxia Mountain with such clarity. With a resigned sigh, I conceded, "Very well. I shall endeavor to assist you. When shall we commence our journey?" Chun Shui nodded and said, "Let us set off now." She immediately instructed her subordinates to prepare. It was evident that Chun Shui seemed even more anxious than I was. She had her team place our backpacks, filled with equipment and provisions, before us. The five of us donned our respective bags and exchanged glances, forming a collective of 7. Myself, the suit guy Wang Hai, the rat, along with Chun Shui and her 2 subordinates. After a final check of our gear, we embarked into the depths of the mountains under Chun Shui's leadership. As we set out as a rescue team, we marked our path along the way, ensuring that those who followed could catch up and be prepared for future assistance. In my heart, I silently prayed, "Biaozi, you must hold on. I'm coming to save you. Just wait for me." Chapter 45. The Art of Dividing Gold and Defining Locations. Shandong, historically known as the land of Qi and Lu, boasts vast expanses and a complex, ever-changing topography. According to Chun Shui, we currently find ourselves in the southeastern part of the Shandong Peninsula, within the hilly region of the Yiming Mountains. The landscape here is primarily characterized by low mountains and hills. Although these are not towering peaks nor are they continuous ranges, the mountains stand closely together, some lushly green, others composed of stark white stone. From our vantage point above, we gaze down to behold numerous mountains, both grand and modest, standing majestically. While the scenery may not be described as breathtakingly grand, it certainly evokes a sense of tranquility and wonder. We have traversed this hilly terrain for 2 days now. Had it not been for Chen Shui's continuous use of GPS satellite positioning to monitor our location, we might have long since lost our way. Chen Shui activated the positioning device bound to her arm once more, comparing it with the mountainous terrain before her. She took a sip from her water bottle, panting slightly as she remarked, according to the coordinates, we are quite close to the last known location where they activated the device. I believe they must be somewhere within this hilly expanse. With the sun blazing overhead, we trudged onward for another 2 hours, our fitted garments growing increasingly warm under the relentless rays. The hills ahead exhibited signs of mild desertification, with the once lush greenery dwindling to a mere whisper. Winds swirled, lifting the yellow sands from the ground in a swirling dance. I felt fortunate that my previous experiences had significantly enhanced my stamina, allowing me to keep pace with the group's momentum. At last, after scaling yet another modest hill, we discovered several tents nestled halfway up the slope. Quickening our pace, we made our way toward the tents. As we approached, we observed a thick layer of yellow sand accumulating atop one of the black tents. Chen Shui unzipped one of the tents and retrieved a GPS device, which was still connected to a charging apparatus. Letting out a sigh of relief, she said, "Fortunately, we arrived just in time. The GPS is nearly out of power. Had we delayed our arrival by another day, we likely would have been unable to locate this place." It was then that I comprehended why Chen Shui had been so insistent on urging us to hasten our steps. She had been anxious about this very issue. Indeed, without the GPS coordinates, finding our way to this spot amidst the undulating hills would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. For the past couple of days, we have been relentlessly on the move, and our bodies have begun to feel the strain. We huddled inside the tent, seeking refuge from the blazing sun. Upon noticing the presence of some alcohol lamps and various other supplies within the tent, we inferred that Biaozi and his companions had entered the tomb with minimal gear. We prepared a modest meal and paired it with some compressed biscuits, which allowed us to regain a semblance of strength. Over the course of these days, we had grown quite familiar with one another. Chen Shui remarked, "Xiao He, our current location should be where they last camped. The ancient tomb must be nearby. It will soon depend on you." Although I felt a twinge of apprehension, I knew I had no choice but to press on. After a brief rest, we all followed me out of the tent. This time was different from the last. With Biaozi, I had relied partly on chance and partly on luck, but now I was determined to wield the art of geomancy to locate the ancient tomb with precision. I retrieved the compass from my pocket, known as the 8 Treasures Yin-Yang plate. This artifact was an unexpected inheritance from my father, who had acquired it from the tomb of an ancient feng shui master. It was partly due to this 8 Treasures Yin-Yang plate that my father had gained renown in the realm of tomb exploration, enabling him to uncover numerous hidden ancient graves nestled deep within the mountains and return unscathed. The execution of the gold division and location technique necessitates the utilization of the Luopan compass as an adjunct, employing geomancy to discern the configurations of mountains, rivers, and the directional flow of the dragon's head. This places considerable demands on one's proficiency in feng shui, and my apprehension lies precisely in my aptitude in this discipline. Although I have long committed to memory the teachings imparted by the old master, I lament the dearth of opportunities for practical application. I remain uncertain as to the accuracy of my assessment of the dragon's head or the trajectory of the mountain range. The Luopan compass is divided into 360 degrees, with each 30-degree segment representing a mountain, further subdivided into 24 mountains. The so-called gold division involves dividing each of the 24 mountains into equal portions, totaling 120 segments. Each of these 120 segments corresponds to one of 4 types of fortune: auspiciousness, misfortune, blessing, and calamity. By considering the momentum of mountains and rivers, one can ascertain the location of auspicious burial sites, while the form of vegetation can determine the location of both yin and yang dwellings. The old master once remarked that mastery of this technique to the point of transcendence is tantamount to possessing a divine eye, enabling one to avert misfortune and transform adversity into good fortune solely by means of the Luopan compass. I stilled my mind and silently recited the incantations of the gold division and location technique, following the direction of the Luopan compass and continuously adjusting my position. In the realm of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams unfold. To the east lies the dragon's head, journeying westward. With the second turn, the 4 directions explore the void. where the submerged dragon resides, never bowing its head. The third turn solidifies the mountains and rivers, as the great dragon coils ahead, entangled in its roots. The fourth turn transforms the rivers into Yang's caverns. In this desolate place, the mountains stand empty, devoid of dragons. As I recited the incantation while surveying the undulating landscapes, I completed 81 steps. The needle of my compass oscillated uncontrollably. A conventional compass would feature 360 degrees, yet my 8-treasure Yin-Yang compass bore only 180 degrees. I compared it against all the esoteric feng shui techniques and remained convinced of its incompleteness. I pondered how the esteemed elder had once relied upon this compass to ascertain the fortunes and misfortunes of ancient tombs, thereby eluding certain death time and again. At last, the compass settled, and I felt a sense of clarity. Earlier, as I had drawn out the compass, others had murmured incantations, occasionally glancing at the surrounding mountains, stepping in peculiar patterns, sometimes forward, sometimes backward. Though their behavior struck me as odd, no one dared to interrupt. Now, seeing me come to a halt, they gathered around. Chen Shui inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" With a hint of resignation, I replied, "My skills are insufficient. I have only determined half." The others looked puzzled, and the mouse among them asked, "Half? What does that mean?" I gestured toward a high, bald hill ahead and said, "If my calculations are correct, that should be the dragon's eye, where all dragon heads converge. If there were an ancient tomb, it would undoubtedly be in that vicinity. Though it appears desolate now, it must have once been a landscape of verdant mountains and flowing waters, with the dragon vein extending endlessly." The rat then inquired, "Since you have already determined the location of the ancient tomb, why only reveal half of it?" I sighed and replied, "This tomb is truly fraught with peril. According to the compass and the divination, this place is, astonishingly, a site of great misfortune. This very spot seems to have ensnared the nearby dragon's head, and I even suspect that the surrounding environment is a consequence of this ominous sight. The reason I mentioned that I have only discerned half of it is that I can ascertain it is indeed a site of great danger, yet I cannot determine how we might navigate towards fortune and evade misfortune. Hence, I said I have only discovered half." At that moment, Wang Hai, who had remained silent, spoke up. "I have long heard that the art of dividing the scriptures to locate graves differs from the method of seeking dragons. It is said that masters of the art of dividing gold can, solely with a compass, not only pinpoint the tomb's location but also discern the pathways of life and death within. Your family's elder, Shao Qingshui, must have relied upon this skill to emerge unscathed from numerous ancient tombs. Initially, I did not believe such things, but if today you have indeed identified the location of this tomb, I, Wang Hai, must concede my respect." The rat chuckled. "Then let us proceed and see for ourselves, shall we?" With that, they began to walk towards the hill I had indicated. I was uncertain whether these individuals had misinterpreted my words, or if they truly possessed the audacity that comes with great skill. I feared that this time, Biaozi might genuinely be in grave danger. I walked at the rear, exchanging a glance with the suited man, both of us sharing a resigned smile. The suited man seemed to perceive my innermost thoughts as he walked beside me and whispered, "If you have come to delve into this trade, you must have long been prepared. If you were truly afraid, you would not have chosen this path." After speaking, he followed the others ahead. I was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon I managed a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, how many who embark on this line of work are not reckless adventurers? From the moment my companion Biaozi and I resolved to unravel the mysteries surrounding the old man, it seemed we had already embraced a certain awareness. Without further hesitation, I followed in their footsteps. We arrived at the hilly terrain and surveyed our surroundings. Chen Shui inquired, "If the ancient tomb is truly located here, then surely the previous team must have left a tunnel when they descended. Should we not search for it and follow their path?" I interjected, "Do not waste your efforts. I cannot speak for others, but if it was Biaozi who created the tunnel, he would have certainly sealed the entrance, disguising it to resemble a rat hole to evade detection. That is his customary method, and with such strong winds and sand, the entrance must have long been buried." Biaozi chuckled, "No worries, I shall handle the digging. If there is indeed an ancient tomb here, the process of locating the entry point will not take long." We removed the rebar pipes from our gear. To conserve space, we had divided the pipes among ourselves, each carrying 3 or 4. Housie took the pipes and skillfully assembled them on the ground, initiating the search for the entry point while we assisted him by clearing the excavated soil. It must be said that although the individual known as Mouse appears somewhat frail, his agility is indeed unparalleled. Moreover, the ground beneath us is composed of a layer of sandy soil, which is notably loose. In no time at all, he managed to excavate a hole several meters deep. Just as I began to question whether I had misjudged the location, Mouse lowered a steel pipe into the ground. When he hoisted it back up, he struck the soil against the earth, causing clumps of bluish-gray dirt to fall away. He grasped a handful of the soil, examined it closely, and with a gleam of joy in his expression, he exclaimed, "Ah, we have something." Chapter 46. The peculiar tomb top Wang Hai approached to take a look and gave me a thumbs up, declaring, "It's truly remarkable. After countless endeavors over the years, this is the first time I've witnessed someone skillfully determine the location of an ancient tomb using feng shui. I am genuinely impressed." I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "Please, spare me the flattery. This is merely a stroke of luck, coupled with the prior knowledge of the tomb's existence here. By using a compass to ascertain the direction of the dragon's head, one can approximately determine the location of the tomb." At that moment, Mouse suddenly inquired, "Now that we have located the ancient tomb, should we also ascertain its size and shape?" Chan Shui pondered for a moment before stating, "No need for that. Let us directly excavate a tunnel from here. After all, we have no knowledge of the true extent of this ancient tomb. If we aim to ascertain its full dimensions, it would consume an indefinite amount of time, and regrettably, we do not possess such luxury at the moment. Moreover, even if we pinpoint the location of the tomb, it is uncertain whether they are currently situated within the main chamber. We must descend and search for them below. Since we lack knowledge of their whereabouts, it matters little from which point we choose to descend. The outcome remains largely the same." Housie chuckled slyly. "You're in charge at the forefront. Your word is law. We are merely laborers, and we shall follow your lead." He inserted the shovel head into the steel pipe, which had a locking mechanism that would secure the shovel head upon insertion. Placing the shovel head at the pre-drilled hole, he turned the handle to activate the spring, causing the shovel head to rotate downwards and bore a hole. When the handle tightened the spring, releasing it would allow the spring to reverse the shovel head, expelling the excavated earth. It must be said that the shovel head designed by Housie was specifically crafted for the purpose of digging tunnels. In just a few hours, a tunnel several meters deep had been excavated. Observing that Housie had not taken a break, I, along with Chan Shui's two subordinates, relieved him, allowing him a moment of respite. Although our progress was not as swift as that of the monkey, through our alternating efforts, we managed to dig an additional 7 or 8 meters. As we approached the final few meters, Housie switched us out, and Wang Hai followed him into the tunnel. I understood their concerns. Some ancient tombs are designed with quicksand traps set within the layers of soil just a few meters above the tomb's entrance. As one approaches the tomb's apex, the walls of the excavation may not withstand the pressure from the quicksand on either side, leading to a collapse that buries the tunnel. Moreover, the quicksand conceals an array of sharp stones. When the quicksand rushes into the tunnel, a decrease in pressure within the quicksand pool can trigger a mechanism that causes a collapse. Even if tomb raiders manage to carve out a path through the quicksand, they may be fatally crushed by the stones that follow behind. As the sun gradually descended, the clouds to the west were painted in hues of crimson by the setting sun, while the wind, no longer scorching, carried a refreshing coolness. Chan Shui took the lead, gripping the rope and sliding down the tunnel walls, followed by myself, then the suited man, and finally Chan Shui's two subordinates. Upon reaching the bottom, we discovered a spacious area, likely expanded by the monkey moments earlier to accommodate our descent. Chan Shui glanced up at the tomb ceiling and addressed Wang Hai, saying, "Wang Hai, as an expert in mechanisms, do you perceive any anti-theft traps installed at the tomb's apex?" Wang Hai examined the ceiling beneath our feet, running his hand over its surface with a puzzled expression. He remarked, "I find it peculiar. I doubt there are any traps, as the ceiling lacks any seams and does not appear to be constructed of bricks. Instead, it resembles a singular entity." Wang Hai seemed momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a tomb structure. Typically, tomb tops resemble a dome-like architectural form, yet this one was as flat as a floor, a design that utterly defied convention. Upon reflection, it is indeed true that ancient tombs usually take on a yurt-like shape. At least, I have never seen a square-topped ancient grave. However, I suddenly recalled a piece of news I had heard at some point regarding the Archaeological Research Institute of Luoyang, Hunan. They discovered during their study of the Eastern Han imperial tombs in the Ming Mountain Royal Cemetery that the earthen mounds shaped like circular graves originated from the Eastern Han period. Before that, square tombs shaped like inverted bowls were considered more prestigious. The Eastern Han emperors deviated from the previously favored inverted bowl-shaped mounds, opting instead for round earthen tombs, thus establishing a new standard for burial practices. This significant shift in tomb design is largely influenced by the Eastern Han imperial tombs. Moreover, this discovery even called into question the accuracy of historical records, leaving a deep impression on me. Nevertheless, I remain uncertain of its veracity, yet aside from the one before me, I have indeed never encountered a square-topped tomb. Wang Hai scrutinized the tomb's apex and remarked, "It is quite peculiar. Let us not dwell on whether this tomb is square or round, but rather consider how this apex was constructed. You are aware that in ancient times there were neither steel bars nor concrete. According to the technology of that era, constructing a tomb's apex merely involved mixing bricks with clay and gradually building it up. Yet, this apex appears as a singular, cohesive entity. To describe it, it resembles a solid, unbroken stone, as if it were cast as a whole. This is indeed mysterious. If that were the case, such a structure, lacking any reinforcement from steel, should be incapable of supporting its own weight, let alone the substantial layer of earth above it." Upon hearing Wang Hai's observations, we too felt a sense of bewilderment. However, the rat casually interjected, "Since you are convinced that there are no mechanisms within this tomb structure, why concern yourself with its composition? You are not here to study ancient architectural techniques. Let us simply excavate through the apex, and you will discover its structure firsthand." With that, the rat rose, switched to a sturdier shovel, spat twice into his hands, grasped the handle firmly, and swung fiercely at the apex. The sound of scraping filled the air, yet the shovel's blade merely etched a shallow line upon the surface. The rat nearly lost his balance from the force of his strike, but I caught him just in time to prevent a fall. Regaining his footing, he cursed, "What on earth is this soil? It is harder than stone." I reached out to touch it and confirmed its remarkable hardness, yet it was indeed soil. I inquired of the rat, "Do you think this could be something akin to clay or mud?" The rat shook his head, asserting, "After years of burrowing, I can easily identify clay or mud at a glance. Moreover, do you truly believe that clay or mud could possess such hardness?" As he spoke, he rummaged through his bag, producing a hammer and a chisel, then forcefully struck the tomb's surface beneath our feet. A resounding clang echoed as the chisel was jolted upward. I raised my flashlight only to discover a shallow dent, roughly the size of a grain of rice, left on the tomb's apex. With a sigh, the rat remarked, "Though this material appears earth-like, its hardness rivals that of stone. Now, descending will pose quite a challenge." I asked him, "How did you manage when you encountered such hard layers of earth or stone in the past?" Leaning against the wall of the excavation, he settled down, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and slowly replied, "For those of us who toil in the earth year-round, we may encounter any variety of geological conditions. We have faced our fair share of stone layers. If the stones we encounter while digging are not excessively large, we typically opt to create a horizontal passageway, circumventing the obstruction before continuing downward. However, if we encounter a substantial boulder or an entire stone layer, we find ourselves at an impasse. In such cases, we must relocate and commence a new tunnel. Of course, if the ancient tomb is not buried too deeply, we need not worry about the risk of tunnel collapse. We can simply use explosives from the surface to blast through the stone layer." He took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "However, our current situation is even more complicated than what I previously mentioned. We are not merely encountering a layer of stone. Instead, the entire tomb ceiling is comprised of this structure. Therefore, no matter how we attempt to circumvent it, we inevitably have to confront this tomb ceiling. If we were to use explosives, given the considerable depth, the resulting blast would undoubtedly cause the looting tunnel to collapse, rendering our efforts futile." Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Every moment wasted increased the danger for Biaozi and the others, prompting me to anxiously inquire, "So, are we left with no choice but to wait idly?" Housie responded nonchalantly, "In my opinion, we are left with only two options. The first is to ascend and expose the main entrance of the tomb, allowing us to carve out a new passageway to enter through the main door. However, considering the ceiling structure, the main entrance likely won't be much different, and we can be certain there are numerous traps waiting for us there." After Housie finished speaking, he fell silent. I quickly pressed him. "Isn't there another option?" Housie extinguished his cigarette underfoot and chuckled. "The second option is for you to go up, find a spot with a decent signal, and order a stone crusher online for delivery." I felt a surge of frustration at his attempt at humor in such dire circumstances, but upon reflection, I realized that it was not entirely his fault. No one could have anticipated the tomb ceiling's formidable resilience. Chapter 47. Stone soil. At a moment when we were all at a loss, the man in the suit suddenly remarked, "Does anyone have vinegar?" Chen Shui, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What do you need vinegar for?" The man in the suit replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't necessarily have to be vinegar. Any acidic substance will suffice." We exchanged curious glances, unsure of his intent. With a spade, he scraped some soil from the ground and, cupping the powder in his hands, gently inhaled its scent. "Have you ever heard of stone soil?" he asked. We stared at one another, perplexed by the term he had used. The man in the suit elaborated. "Stone soil can be regarded as an ancient secret recipe, though my understanding is limited. To create this stone soil, one must grind stones into powder and mix it with soil in equal parts, then add glutinous rice juice and boy's urine, substances believed to ward off evil. This mixture is then simmered over a high flame, akin to concocting medicinal herbs. Once formed, this soil is not only as hard as stone but also possesses the power to repel malevolent spirits and still the dead." He paused, observing our reactions before continuing, "Moreover, this stone soil is also known as corpse soil. Although it is incredibly resilient, the ancients did not create it merely for its hardness to deter grave robbers. Its primary purpose was to suppress the ancient tomb, preventing certain entities from emerging from within." Upon hearing this, I could not help but swallow hard, pondering the implications of preventing something from escaping the tomb. The gentleman in the suit noticed our pallid expressions and remarked, "I cannot yet ascertain whether this is indeed limestone, so there is no need for undue anxiety. It is said that limestone is exceedingly hard, yet it is particularly susceptible to acid. Upon contact, it dissolves. Hence, I requested vinegar from you to determine the true nature of this substance." Upon hearing the mention of vinegar, a memory surfaced from the time at the Chen Shui campsite, where I had come across a packet of vinegar within a ration of field food. I had not discarded it and had tucked it away in my backpack. In a flurry, I rummaged through my bag and, to my delight, discovered the vinegar packet. The others regarded me with curious glances, particularly Chen Shui, bewildered as to why I was digging through my belongings for such an item. Holding the vinegar packet in my hand, I felt a flush of embarrassment, silently cursing the imbecile who had designed the packaging to resemble that of family planning products. I hastily offered an explanation, and their expressions conveyed that they had not entertained any improper thoughts. I stepped back as the others illuminated the area with their flashlights, and cautiously tore open the vinegar packet, allowing a few drops to fall onto the ground beneath my feet. Uncertain of the outcome, I hesitated to pour the entire contents at once. As those few drops landed on the earth, they were swiftly absorbed, leaving only faint shadows behind, with no other discernible reaction. Encouraged, I squeezed the entire packet, letting the vinegar drip onto the ground, which emitted a faint sizzling sound, yet nothing else transpired. Rats seized a chisel and, with a gentle tap of his hammer, effortlessly dislodged an entire chunk of earth. We were all left in utter astonishment. What lay before us was indeed a substance resembling soil. Suddenly, we recalled the words of the suited man, who had mentioned that the purpose of this earth was to prevent whatever lay within the grave from escaping. A chill coursed through us. We turned to gaze at the suited man, who merely chuckled and said, "I was merely jesting. Aside from the bones of the deceased, what else could possibly reside within this tomb?" Despite his casual demeanor, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped us. He continued, "You should contemplate your next course of action, for this small pouch of vinegar can only dissolve a mere fragment of this soil. The others turned their attention toward me, and I shook my head, replying, "Do not look at me. I possess only that single pouch." Chen Shui then turned to one of her subordinates behind her and instructed, "Chen Shan, retrieve that item." She rolled up her pant leg to reveal a leather sports pouch strapped to her thigh. Chen Shan carefully extracted a small glass vial from the pouch, which bore a syringe needle at one end. The vial was no longer than a pinky finger and about half its thickness, crafted from a notably thickened glass material that I surmised could withstand a considerable impact without shattering. Intrigued, I asked what is contained within this glass vial. Chen Shui abruptly pushed me back, warning, "Do not come too close. If you inhale this substance for even 10 seconds, your lungs will be incinerated." I hastily covered my nose and inquired, "Is this sulfuric acid?" Chen Shui smiled lightly. "It is more potent than sulfuric acid by at least 10-fold. Merely half a drop can dissolve an object the size of a cat. However, it is not as perilous as it sounds. This substance evaporates in the air, dissipating within 3 seconds. Theoretically, as long as you do not come into direct contact with it, there is little danger." I gazed in astonishment at the glass vial in her hand, perplexed as to why she would carry such a hazardous substance. As I raised my head, I caught a glimpse of suited man casting a meaningful glance at Chen Shui, but in an instant, he reverted to his usual demeanor, appearing as though he were merely an observer of the unfolding drama. Chen Shui instructed us to step back, then cautiously tipped the contents of her vial onto the top of the tomb, drop by drop. Immediately, a thick white mist began to rise from the ground, and the earth slowly cracked beneath it. By the time she had poured the entire vial of acidic liquid, a gaping hole had formed in the tomb's apex. Concerned that remnants of the acid might linger on the ground, we opted to remain vigilant. After a while, once we were certain of our safety, the monkey gently struck the corroded tomb's surface with a shovel, causing the entire structure to collapse into a dark abyss below. The rat continued to use the shovel to enlarge the opening until it was sufficiently widened for us to descend without obstruction. Chen Shui remarked, "Although we know someone has already entered, we remain unaware of the air quality inside. For safety's sake, we should measure it." She lowered an air quality testing device attached to a rope into the void and, after a brief wait, retrieved it. Upon inspecting the results, she gave us an approving thumbs up. I raised my flashlight and illuminated the area below, yet the light remained indistinct, shrouded by a veil of murky darkness that seemed to obstruct its brilliance. Chapter 48. The bloodied stone arm. We secured one end of the rope at the entrance of the tunnel and descended one by one. Upon reaching the bottom, I felt the ground beneath my feet was uneven. I swept the flashlight across the surface and discovered it strewn with fragments of stone and various-sized pits. Chen Shui crouched down to examine the ground, cautioning us, "Be careful, everyone. There may have been a battle here. These pits were likely created by explosives used by the last group that came through." Her words sent a shiver down my spine, igniting my imagination with troubling speculations about what the others had encountered that necessitated the use of explosives. I surveyed my surroundings and observed that the space was quite expansive, resembling a grand square hall. Under the beam of the flashlight, I could make out 4 robust stone pillars, one at each corner, which must serve as the hall's supporting columns. However, as we scanned the area, we noted that this hall appeared to stand alone, lacking any passageways leading to other rooms. Seemingly attuned to our confusion, Chen Shui remarked, "It is improbable that this is merely an isolated hall. Otherwise, how could there be evidence of a battle? Let us search thoroughly for any hidden passages that might lead to other chambers." We dispersed, surveying our surroundings and inspecting the corners and walls for any hidden passages. I noticed the gentleman in the suit had come to a halt at a particular wall, seemingly engrossed in the mural adorning it, so I approached him. Standing behind him, I gazed at the wall he was examining. Originally, it should have displayed vibrant frescoes, yet most had succumbed to oxidation, leaving behind only a few monochromatic patterns. I inquired about what had captured his attention. He pointed to a section of the mural and remarked, "Do you not find the subject matter of this mural rather peculiar?" I stepped closer, following the direction of his finger, and scrutinized the indistinct imagery. To my astonishment, it revealed a series of grotesque visages, portraits of malevolent spirits. A sense of bewilderment washed over me. Was this truly an ancient depiction of demons? It was my first encounter with such imagery etched within a burial chamber. I continued my examination of the subsequent murals, which diverged from the theme of demons and instead depicted narrative scenes. They illustrated a group of individuals ascending a uniquely shaped mountain, engaged in some sort of excavation within a cave halfway up the slope. Another mural captured the moment this group seemingly uncovered something within the cavern, as a throng of onlookers gathered around the cave entrance, eagerly witnessing the extraction of an object. However, the multitude of figures overshadowed the clarity of the item being retrieved, leaving it obscured in ambiguity. I hastily turned my gaze towards the next mural, which depicted a group of individuals gathered in an open space, kneeling before a rectangular object. Drawing closer to scrutinize this rectangular item, I was astonished to discover that it resembled a dark, colossal coffin. It seemed that this group had just extracted the ominous black coffin from the cave. A sense of bewilderment enveloped me. I could not fathom the reason behind their veneration for this unearthed sarcophagus. I continued to examine the murals further back, but those images had suffered severe erosion, rendering them almost indecipherable. The man in the suit was also fixated on the mural, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as if he possessed some understanding of the significance behind the depicted scenes. Just as I was about to inquire whether he had any insights, we were interrupted by Wang Hai, who called out, "Hey, come take a look at this stone carving. It's so lifelike that you can even see the fingerprints on the fingers." Upon hearing his voice, both the man in the suit and I turned to look in Wang Hai's direction, where he was approaching, holding something aloft in his hand. The others, having heard him as well, gathered around. Once we had all assembled, Wang Hai raised his flashlight to illuminate the object he was holding. "Isn't this stone carving exquisitely detailed?" He lifted it for our inspection. While most of us were unfazed, the man in the suit and Chen Shui turned pale at the sight of the severed stone arm. The man in the suit abruptly raised his hand, striking down the stone-carved arm from Wang Hai's grasp, leaving Wang Hai startled by this sudden action. The blow caused him pain, and he was bewildered by the man's unpredictable behavior. Feeling a sense of humiliation, he was about to erupt in anger when the man in the suit coldly remarked, "You would do well to refrain from handling that. It is no ordinary sculpture. Observe the area where the arm is fractured." Wang Hai's gaze fell upon the grotesque sight, and terror gripped him, causing him to collapse onto the ground, retreating several meters in fright. This stone is actually bleeding," he exclaimed, his face a mask of horror, pallid and stricken with fear. It was evident that he had been thoroughly unnerved. He turned to the man in the suit, asking, "What on earth is this?" I glanced up at the man in the suit, only to find him observing Chen Shui, who was crouched on the ground. However, upon noticing my gaze, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor and diverted his attention elsewhere. Despite the initial fright, Wang Hai, being a seasoned veteran in this realm, regained his composure and silently scrutinized the corroded severed arm on the ground. Haozi looked towards Chen Shui, inquiring, "Do you think there is no secret passage here? Perhaps this is merely an abandoned hall adjacent to the ancient tomb?" Chen Shui shook her head. "That is unlikely. If this were merely an empty hall, how would you account for the marks on the ground? These traces are quite recent, likely not older than a week. There should be a hidden passage leading elsewhere." The man in the suit suddenly gazed behind us and remarked softly, "I believe it no longer matters if we circumvent the mechanism. Just look behind you." Upon hearing his words, we instinctively turned our heads to see what lay behind us. There, illuminated by the combined beams of our flashlights, a tomb passage over 2 meters wide emerged before us. I was taken aback. As I descended via the rope, I had deliberately glanced back and seen nothing but a bare stone wall. In disbelief, we stared at the unexpectedly manifested dark passageway behind us. Slowly, we approached it, only to discover that not only had this cryptic tunnel inexplicably appeared, but even more alarming was the fact that the tunnel we descended through, along with the rope, had vanished without a trace. We hurriedly searched the vast darkness of the hall for the entrance we had created, but after a thorough inspection, we found that the ceiling above us bore no signs of damage whatsoever. Gathering in the center of the hall, we exchanged anxious glances, a chill creeping up our spines. Had we not descended together, we might have doubted the existence of the tunnel we had excavated, pondering instead if we had somehow burrowed down through the very stone above us. Our eyes unconsciously turned towards the man in the suit, the first to uncover this unsettling reality. With a resigned smile, the suited man remarked, "Like you, I am equally bewildered by the events that have transpired here." We were all captivated by that fragment of a stone-carved arm, and by the time I glanced back, this was the situation we found ourselves in. If there has indeed been a change, it must have occurred in that fleeting moment. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that none of us noticed the sudden emergence of this crypt. Although the rat and Wang Hai were seasoned in the ways of the world, they too found themselves at a loss in the face of such an uncanny circumstance. Just moments ago, we were in search of a hidden passage, and now, out of thin air, a tomb passage has manifested before us. Observing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Shui spoke up, "Do you think it is possible that this tomb passage belongs to a previous team that ventured here? Perhaps we inadvertently triggered some mechanism, resulting in the appearance of this passage. Personally, I refuse to believe that it materialized out of nothing. I am convinced there must be a reason behind it, one that we have yet to uncover. Let us not succumb to panic. Perhaps through careful analysis, we can discern the crux of the issue." I understood this was Chen Shui's attempt to steady our nerves. Who could remain composed in the face of such strangeness? Nonetheless, we must not allow ourselves to falter. To preempt any further odd occurrences, we retrieved some glow sticks from our backpacks, clashed them together a few times, and scattered them throughout the corners of the grand hall. This way, should any other changes transpire within the hall, I would be able to detect them promptly. We did not disregard the thought of entering the suddenly manifested tomb passage. Rather, its eerie emergence left us all in silence, gathered before the cryptic entrance. We crouched down to deliberate the bizarre occurrences unfolding before us. Chen Shui spoke up, urging everyone to share their perspectives. Noticing the stillness, she continued, "I'll begin. I believe there may be a mechanism at play here. Perhaps, while descending, we inadvertently triggered something that led to the abrupt appearance of this passage." The others remained silent, their thoughts veiled in contemplation. Recalling the events beneath ghostly Fang City, I interjected, "Do you suppose we might be trapped in some kind of illusion?" Chapter 49. The Eerie Tomb Passage. Housie, noticing my engagement, hesitated before responding, "I think it's possible we might have encountered something unclean." I understood his intention to allude to spirits, yet in the presence of poverty, one refrains from discussing wealth. Similarly, within the confines of an ancient tomb, one avoids the mention of ghosts, leading him to describe it merely as something unclean. He noticed that we were all looking at him, cleared his throat, and continued, "I mention this because it strikes me as exceedingly strange. I once heard a fellow who accompanied me on an expedition recount an experience. They stumbled upon an ancient tomb in the mountains quite by accident. After considerable effort, they managed to gain entry, only to discover that the coffin contained nothing of value. Disappointed, they retreated from the main burial chamber and continued their search in several side rooms, yet found naught. Just as they were about to exit the tomb, cursing their ill fortune, a passageway unexpectedly appeared in the main chamber. They distinctly remembered that there had been no such passage before. Hesitant, they debated whether to investigate further. Ultimately, driven by greed, they believed it might lead to a hidden corridor brimming with gold and silver, and they ventured inside. However, my companion, being of timid disposition, refused to enter, so they asked him to keep watch outside while they explored. As he sat at the entrance, he inadvertently fell asleep. At this moment, an air of somberness enveloped us as we all gazed into the depths of the passageway. Wang Hai suddenly remarked, "Let us not frighten ourselves any further." Did the figure at the bow not suggest the possibility of a mechanism? Allow me to share my perspective. I firmly believe it cannot be a mechanism. Even if we inadvertently triggered a ghostly lure while descending, the intricate workings of any mechanism necessitate a method of transmission and execution. Consider, if you will, the challenge of altering a portion of the tomb structure in that fleeting moment. Setting aside the nature of the alteration and the source of power, merely envisioning a mechanism activating instantaneously would surely generate a considerable commotion. No matter how adeptly soundproofed, even the slightest vibration would be perceptible. Yet, this passageway appears to have materialized out of thin air. Therefore, I can assert with confidence that this cannot be the work of any mechanism. Wang Hai is an expert on mechanisms, and if he is certain it is not the cause, It is highly likely that it is indeed not a mechanical issue. Chen Shui nodded in agreement and said, "Allow me to unravel Xiao He's hypothesis. If, upon our entrance, we unknowingly fell prey to an illusion, it implies that the passageway before us may be a product of our imagination." As she spoke, she picked up a stone and hurled it into the passageway. The stone is an inanimate object, devoid of any emotion. It cannot be affected by an illusion. The stone disappeared into the darkness of the passageway, its descent only marked by the sound of its impact against unseen objects. Chen Shui clapped her hands, declaring, "It is now possible to affirm the existence of this tomb passage. It has indeed manifested before our very eyes in such an abrupt manner." After her words, we once again fell into a profound silence. All of us raised our gazes towards the suit-clad man. He glanced at us and then at the tomb passage, rising to his feet with a somewhat distressed expression, stating, "Me? I believe this ancient tomb is alive." We were all rendered momentarily bewildered by his assertion. How could an ancient tomb possess life? The suit-clad man lowered his gaze towards me and remarked, "Xiao He, did you not mention when determining the tomb's location that the surrounding dragon veins appear as if something is ensnared here? If any issues arise, I sense it is due to the peculiarities of this tomb, hence my claim that it is alive." Chen Shui scrutinized him, asking, "Are you serious?" Haozi hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps we should temporarily retreat. At this juncture, we cannot even think of rescuing others. We ourselves are in peril. This ancient tomb truly feels ominous." We discerned a hint of retreat in Haozi's words. Chen Shui observed that if things continued in this manner, fear would surely take root in everyone's hearts. She turned to Qin Shan and Chen Shui, instructing, "Let us bring out our supplies." Upon her words, Chen Shan and Chen Shui placed their backpacks on the ground, unzipping them to reveal an array of items. As I directed my flashlight towards them, I was taken aback to find an assortment of firearms and ammunition. I couldn't help but be astonished, secretly pondering the true identity of Chen Shui, who was capable of acquiring such an arsenal. Chen Shui picked up a gun and a magazine from the ground, deftly loading the magazine and pulling back the bolt in one fluid motion, exuding an air of coldness. The sight of numerous firearms scattered on the ground alleviated half of the panic that gripped the onlookers. She engaged the safety and tossed a gun to Wang Hai beside her, then assembled another to throw to the rat and finally one to me. When she intended to offer a gun to the suit guy, he shook his head with a smile, saying, "I do not require one." Consequently, Chen Shui refrained from giving him a weapon. She distributed magazines to everyone and slung a gun over her shoulder, declaring, "Now, let us proceed. I must see what lies at the end of this tomb passage." Chapter 50. Is the tomb passage alive? I found myself momentarily entranced by the gun in my hand. Truth be told, this was my first encounter with a genuine firearm at such proximity. My previous experience was limited to the countryside, where I had only handled a double-barreled shotgun used for clay pigeon shooting. Suddenly, Chen Shui glanced at me and inquired, "Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you know how to use a gun? Would you like me to teach you?" Hearing a woman pose such a question made me feel slightly embarrassed, as if I appeared utterly incapable. I mused, have I not seen a pig run just because I have not eaten one? After all, I had watched several action films featuring gunfights. Thus, I rose and replied, "Are you jesting? I, Xiao, may not claim to be proficient in all forms of weaponry, but I am certainly no novice. I have handled my fair share of arms." With that, I pressed the butt of the gun against my shoulder, intending to fire a few rounds into the air. However, to my dismay, despite my efforts, I could not pull the trigger. I wondered if perhaps the gun I had been given was defective. Chen Shui rubbed her forehead and approached, pointing to the side of my gun. "You haven't even disengaged the safety. How can you fire it? Moreover, refrain from firing here. The noise is too loud, and we remain unaware of the situation around us. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid using weapons." I offered an awkward smile and slung the gun over my shoulder. The unease within us, sparked by the allure of modern weaponry, began to dissipate. After some deliberation, we decided that Wang Hai, who was well-versed in the mechanisms of ancient tombs, would lead the way, followed by the agile gentleman in a suit, then Chen Shui with myself and the rat bringing up the rear, while Chen Shan and Chen Shui would guard the back. Thus, We proceeded in this formation into the inky darkness of the tomb passage. Wang Hai moved cautiously, constantly checking for traps which caused our progress to be slow, and we advanced in a series of stops and starts. As I walked, I noticed my shoe felt loose. Looking down, I discovered that my shoelace had come undone. I stepped aside and crouched to fasten it, pondering how peculiar it was. I typically secured my laces with 2 knots. They rarely come undone, whether from walking or even with a firm tug. Yet I dismissed the thought. The others did not wait for me and gradually drifted further away. I watched as the beam of their flashlight receded into the distance, plunging the tomb passage into deeper shadows, causing a sense of unease to creep over me. I tightened my shoelace, just as I intended to rise, when suddenly, something soft pressed against my back. A jolt of alarm coursed through me, and I thought it was that scoundrel behind me playing tricks, unaware that startling someone could be fatal. Just as I turned to see who it was, I realized, to my horror, that my neck had inexplicably become immobile. At that moment, I felt a presence whispering in my ear, causing an unsettling itch. I found myself unable to move, and suddenly, something glided across my neck, soft, slick, and chilling, reminiscent of a tongue. A wave of goosebumps erupted across my skin, and I could feel the soft entity pressing ever closer against my back. This sensation. Could it be Chen Shui? A thought flickered through my mind, but I swiftly dismissed it. It was inconceivable. She had been in front of me just moments ago, and there was no way she would be lying on my back. If it wasn't her, then who could this entity be? My heart raced with dread. Had I inadvertently walked into the realm of the supernatural once again? As I wrestled with my frantic thoughts, a soft murmur and laughter reached my ears, imbued with an intoxicating allure. "Do you like me?" Ignoring the pain throbbing in my head, I hastily picked up the flashlight from the ground and shone it behind me, catching a fleeting glimpse of a bare-chested woman disappearing into the shadows of the tomb passage. Just then, Chen Shan and Chen Shui rushed over. Chen Shan inquired what happened. "I called out to you for ages, and I thought something had gone wrong." I opened my mouth, only to expel a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Chen Shan recoiled in shock and promptly signaled for those ahead to halt. Dazed from the impact, I sat on the ground, clutching my throbbing head, as the others gathered around me, pressing for an explanation. I recounted the events, but due to the pain in my tongue, my words came out slurred, leaving them bewildered and unsure of what I had said. Chen Shui handed me a water bottle, urging me to rinse my mouth. After doing so, I felt that while my tongue still ached, it was somewhat alleviated. I then recounted the recent events to them slowly. Hausi glanced at me, then affectionately ruffled my hair, teasing, "Are you sure you're not running a fever? Or perhaps you merely dozed off and had a rather vivid dream. You mean to say there was someone on your back, kissing your neck?" I swatted Hausi's hand away from my head and replied, "In such a brief moment, how could I possibly fall asleep? If you don't believe me, feel the back of my head." Hausi complied, touching the back of my head, which made me wince in pain. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Goodness, feels nearly as large as an egg." Annoyed, I retorted, "Do you think I would fabricate a story just for amusement? I assure you, every word is true." Chen Shui, still skeptical, believed I couldn't possibly deceive them at such a critical moment. She and Suit Brother raised their flashlight, illuminating the tomb passage behind us. To our astonishment, we discovered a tomb wall had materialized behind us, completely sealing off our path back. Suit Brother, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the stone wall, closed his eyes and reached out to touch it, glancing at the walls on either side, his expression shifting dramatically. He urgently called out, "We must leave at once. This tomb passage is alive and is closing in on us." Upon hearing this, we quickly sprang to our feet and felt the walls of the passage, confirming the unsettling reality that the tomb wall was indeed inching closer to us. Wang Hai remarked we need not concern ourselves with the mechanisms any longer. If the tomb wall is indeed mobile, then it is impossible for any traps to be set here. With that, he took the lead and sprinted ahead, prompting us to follow closely behind. After approximately 10 minutes of running, we were astonished to find that we had not yet reached the end. The passageway had constricted to less than half a meter from us, transforming from a rectangular shape into an irregular form that seemed to envelop us. Wang Hai forcefully thrust his spade to the side, only for the blade to sink several inches deep into the tomb wall. He attempted to extract the spade but found it utterly immovable. The wall clung to the blade like syrup, and only with the combined effort of Haizi and Wang Hai were they able to free the steel spade. In a state of panic, Wang Hai exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 51. The explosive theft hole. I observed Suit Brother crouched on the ground, his gaze fixated intently on the approaching tomb passage. Assuming he had devised a plan, I too crouched down to see what he was observing. However, after a lengthy period of scrutiny, I discerned nothing and inquired, "Have you thought of a solution?" He lightly shook his head. I pressed further. "Then what are you looking at?" He turned to me and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular. I'm just polishing my shoes." I looked down in disbelief, feeling a surge of irritation. How could he be concerned with shoe polishing at such a critical moment? Once he finished, he dusted off his hands and stated, "It's futile. We cannot escape. No matter how we run, this passage will continuously extend forward, following our every move." The gentleman in the suit nodded and remarked, "The reason this tomb passage can suddenly vanish and reappear is due to the fact that it is entirely constructed from a type of stone soil. This material possesses two distinct characteristics. It is sensitive to acid and vulnerable to high temperatures. Once the temperature reaches a certain threshold, the stone soil softens, resembling clay. For instance, when steel is heated to a sufficient degree, it can be molded into various shapes at will. If I am not mistaken, there must be a heat source behind this passage, providing intermittent warmth, causing it to undergo a continuous cycle of heating and cooling. When the passage softens, it compresses and fuses to form a tomb wall. When it hardens, it separates once again into a passage. I must say, this mechanism, though not a traditional trap, is indeed remarkably ingenious." The gentleman in the suit gazed upwards at the tomb passage and then touched the ground, stating, "There are methods available, but I cannot ascertain whether they can be executed." Upon saying this, he pointed towards the rat. The rat, upon hearing this, appeared puzzled, yet understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly replied, "Brother, please enlighten me on what method you have in mind." The gentleman in the suit tapped the blue bricks beneath his feet and said, "As you can see, we are surrounded by stone soil on all sides, with the exception of the layer of blue bricks beneath us and the normal soil below that. My proposition is, can you excavate a downward tunnel within a few minutes?" Upon hearing this, we felt a sense of despair at the prospect of creating a tunnel in such a short time. The rat paused momentarily, contemplating, and finally responded, "It is feasible, but the time frame is quite limited, and success is not guaranteed." Upon hearing this, we were all taken aback. To conceive of creating a tunnel in mere minutes, we could not fathom the source of the rat's confidence. With remarkable agility, the rat connected a steel shovel to a threaded steel pipe and began drilling downwards. He continued until he reached the sixth steel pipe, at which point the pipe suddenly plunged deeper, causing the rat to startle. "I can't believe it. It's empty down there," he exclaimed. Wang Hai, feeling anxious, interjected, "What does it matter if it's empty? Do you want me to dig with you? At this rate, you might not even manage a meter." The rat paid no heed to Wang Hai's concern. From his backpack, he produced a sealed thick plastic bag filled with a black powder, followed by a small scale with weights and some metallic pieces resembling aluminum. We were all astonished, uncertain as to why he carried such items. Curiously, I dipped my finger into the black powder and brought it to my nose, startled to realize that it was, in fact, explosives. He carefully weighed the black powder on the small scale, dividing it into several equal portions, and then wrapped the powder tightly with the metallic pieces, stringing them together with a long fuse. I could hardly believe my eyes and asked, "Are you making detonators?" The rat chuckled softly, replying, "This isn't quite a detonator. One could only say it is a relatively less potent type of explosive." As I gazed into the tomb passage, it felt almost as if it were pressing against the crown of my head, leaving us with scarcely any room to stand upright. I could even sense a searing heat emanating from the stone and soil, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. We had no choice but to crouch down to avoid contact with the scalding stone walls of the tomb. With a hint of curiosity, I inquired, "What exactly are you doing?" The rat, with a touch of arrogance, replied, "I am using explosives to create a passage for our endeavor." My astonishment was palpable as I asked, "Do you have confidence in this? Are you certain we won't be blown to smithereens?" He reassured me, "Fear not. This is a skill passed down through generations. In all of China, those who possess this talent can be counted on one hand." I had indeed heard whispers of individuals capable of calculating the precise amount of explosives needed to forge a tunnel, yet I had always dismissed such claims as mere fabrications. To my surprise, it appeared that this remarkable ability truly existed. As I observed the tomb passage drawing ever closer, I could only silently pray that he would not let this ancestral skill be lost today. The rat meticulously wrapped aluminum tubing around the rebar, gently lowering it into place before securing the steel pipe at the entrance of the hole. He addressed us, "Time is of the essence. I cannot attach each explosive individually to the pipe, so I will employ a quick fuse to ensure they detonate simultaneously. The outcome remains uncertain." At this moment, we had no choice but to lie flat against the ground, as the tomb passage had diminished to mere inches above us. I said to him, "Do what you must. Being blown apart by you is preferable to suffocating in this confining space." The rat responded, "Please step back a bit. I need to prepare the fuses." We all stepped back slightly, creating a retreat space for the rat. Observing our retreat, the monkey pulled out a lighter and cautiously crawled back a bit, extending his hand to ignite the lighter. The moment the flame made contact with the fuse, it flared up with a whoosh, releasing a plume of black smoke. The fuse, stretching over a meter on the ground, was nearly consumed in less than a second. Just as the rat had crawled back a few paces, a series of muffled thuds resonated from below, causing me to be jolted several centimeters off the ground as I lay on the blue stone bricks. Fortunately, the explosion occurred within the earth, and the aftershocks had diminished considerably. Even so, I still felt waves of tightness in my chest. The rat waved his hand through the thick smoke, coughing a few times, and crawled forward to peer into the tunnel he had just created. He exclaimed loudly, "It's done! It's done!" A surge of joy filled our hearts. It seemed that hope was not lost. We quickly began to crawl towards the rat, but before we could reach him, a thick, black tentacle emerged from the tunnel, covered in dark fur, ensnaring the rat's arm and pulling him down. We were momentarily stunned, and in that instant, Suit Brother drew the military dagger from Wang Hai's leg and crawled down into the tunnel after him. I looked up to see that the tomb wall was nearly touching my scalp. Chen Shui, behind me, nudged my leg, urging, "Hurry, crawl into the tunnel. The tomb wall is about to close." I quickly urged Wang Hai, Chen Shan, and Chen Shui in front of me to hasten their descent into the tunnel. They hurriedly crawled into the tunnel, which sloped downward. I found myself unable to illuminate the path with my flashlight while climbing, so I stuffed it into my backpack and secured it in front of me. Following closely behind them, I too ventured into the tunnel. As I descended headfirst, I could only brace myself against the walls with my palms, using the counterforce to anchor myself with my back and knees against the tunnel sides, lest I tumble and land on the individuals below. A surge of alarm coursed through me as I chastised my own foolishness for neglecting the fact that the space beneath the tunnel was empty. It implied that there was a considerable drop. I could potentially fall straight down. Time was of the essence, and I couldn't afford to ponder further. As I plunged downward, instinct took over. I wrapped my arms around my head and pressed my legs downward with all my might to alter my trajectory. Almost instantaneously, I found myself sprawled on the ground, yet the impact was surprisingly mild. At the moment of landing, I discovered that the surface below was unexpectedly soft, my hands sinking into sandy earth. Just then, I heard Wang Hai shout, "Get out of the way!" Before I could fully comprehend his warning, I noticed Chen Shui descending from above, her mouth clenching a glowing stick, plummeting down the tunnel. I silently berated myself for forgetting about her presence behind me. However, she did not fall directly. Instead, she executed a somersault in midair, landing feet first. As I watched her about to land on me, I instinctively gasped in alarm. With a sudden exclamation, Chen Shui seemed taken aback by the presence of someone beneath her. She hastily attempted to evade the situation, yet found herself devoid of any leverage in midair, forcing her to lean forward in a desperate bid to avoid stepping on me. In the next moment, she landed squarely on top of me. My backpack, laden with various hard objects, pressed against my chest, causing me to sink deeply into the sand. The weight of her body and the contents of the backpack nearly induced me to retch. Chen Shui discarded the glow stick she had been holding to the side, sat up, and rubbed her chest. Her voice tinged with irritation as she exclaimed, "Why didn't you move out of the way? Are you all right?" My stomach ached as if I had been winded, and it took a moment for me to regain my breath. I managed to grin, replying, "I was merely trying to spare you from a fall, thinking I could serve as a cushion. How's that for being a man?" Chun Shui shot me an exasperated glance before rising to survey our surroundings. I too gradually stood, switching on my flashlight, only to discover my hands smeared with a dark substance akin to the soot found at the bottom of a pot. I recognized it as the residue from an explosion, clinging to the walls of the tunnel. Raising the flashlight, I illuminated Wang Hai and the others, who were similarly covered in the same grimy ash. Chun Shui glanced around the dark abyss. "First, let us locate the rats and Chun Feng." Chapter 52. The black tumor ball. I surveyed the surroundings. It appeared we were at the bottom of a vast sandpit. The beam of the flashlight failed to illuminate any end, revealing only a thick, swirling black mist, continuously undulating under the light. I could only silently express my relief that we were fortunate enough not to have excavated the tunnel in the rocky terrain. I examined the sand beneath my feet, feeling it with my hands. It was somewhat cool yet not damp. I recalled that certain ancient tombs often incorporated quicksand traps, where stepping on specific spots could lead to being gradually engulfed, much like sinking into a marsh. Thus, I inquired of Wang Hai, "Do you think this could be a quicksand trap?" Wang Hai surveyed the environment and replied, "It shouldn't be. I already tested it when I descended. The sand here is quite solid, and there are likely no hollow quicksand pits beneath." Hearing Wang Hai's reassurances eased our minds considerably, even though we remained puzzled about the purpose of this place. Nevertheless, our primary concern was to swiftly find Suit Brother and the others. As I contemplated my surroundings, suddenly I felt a tightness around my ankle, as if something had ensnared me. Startled, I hastily directed my flashlight downward, revealing a thick, black tendril coiled around my ankle. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I felt a sharp tug, and the appendage yanked me to the ground, leaving me momentarily dazed. Almost immediately, my ankle tightened again, and I was dragged in a particular direction by that sinister appendage. In a frenzy, I began to claw at the ground, desperately seeking something to halt my movement. But despite my frantic efforts, I grasped nothing. Chun Shui, closest to me, witnessed my predicament and lunged forward, gripping my right hand with all her might. The tendril seemed to struggle under the weight of two, slowing its pull. "Chun Shan, hurry with the knife," Chun Shui shouted. Upon hearing her call, Chun Shan turned to assess our plight, swiftly unsheathing his knife and bounding towards us. With a decisive swing, he severed the tendril, producing a sharp crack as it snapped. A dark liquid gushed from the point of separation, and the severed portion of the tendril quickly retreated beneath the sand, leaving behind a dark stain. "What was that thing?" Chun Shui inquired. I shook my head, replying, "I couldn't see it clearly, but it must be the creature that dragged the rat away." With a vigorous tug, I yanked down the half-severed tendril ensnared around my leg. Chun Shui shone her flashlight upon it, and we discerned that it resembled not a tendril but rather the vine of some plant, adorned with a layer of fine black tufts. Before we could examine it closely, the sand beneath us trembled ominously. I wondered if Wang Hai had been mistaken. Could this truly be a quicksand trap? Chun Shui and I retreated cautiously, and gradually, we observed a small mound forming in the sand ahead. This mound swelled in size, causing the surrounding sand to cascade downward in a steady incline. We all directed our flashlights towards this peculiar spectacle, and the mound continued to expand until it reached approximately 5 meters in diameter. As the sand slipped away, skeletal remains, along with tattered strips of cloth, were unearthed. To our horror, we discovered that countless white bones lay concealed beneath the sand, eliciting gasps of disbelief from us all. As the sand continued to shift, the contents within the mound gradually revealed themselves. A massive black tumor-like sphere, approximately 4 meters in height and 5 meters in width. This grotesque orb was studded with numerous closed orifices of varying sizes. Beneath the sphere, long black tendrils sprouted, some as thick as an arm, while others were no thicker than a thumb, writhing and pulsating like sinister black maggots. Suddenly, Chun Shui pointed at a section of the sphere and exclaimed, "Look over T." We directed the flashlight's beam, revealing the man in the suit, his face masked by a cloth, his form coated in sand. He was prostrate over an orifice on the tumorous mass, endeavoring to extricate something. Upon closer inspection, it was evident he was pulling on Housie. One of Housie's legs had already been drawn into the aperture. Housie appeared to have lost consciousness, his body swaying precariously, suspended upside down from the opening. The suited man, while attempting to prevent Housie from being entirely consumed by the hole, was simultaneously wielding a long-bladed dagger, severing the tendrils that sought to ensnare him. Chun Shan and Chan Shui promptly opened fire upon the ebony tumor, the muzzles of their weapons spitting intermittent flashes of light. A volley of bullets impacted the mass, yet aside from causing it to exude a viscous, black fluid, the assault proved ineffectual. Despite the suited man's commendable dexterity, his attention was divided by the need to protect Housie. Caught off guard, the hand wielding the blade was seized by several tendrils. Reluctantly, the suited man released his grip on Housie and cried out to us, "Throw me the knife." Chun Shui swiftly hurled the blade towards the suited man, who caught it with his left hand and promptly severed the tendrils binding his right. In that brief interval, Housie's thigh had nearly vanished into the aperture. Chun Shan and Chen Shui, having expended a magazine of ammunition to no avail, drew their blades, intending to assist the suited man. Before they could move, the sand beneath our feet once more trembled, and several small mounds began to emerge. We hastily retreated, only to witness several smaller tumor-like spheres emerging from the sandy soil below. Unlike the black tumor spheres, these were devoid of any orifices and bore a deep purple hue, akin to the vines entwined around them. Moreover, the tips of the vines sported small, sharp thorns. Our intention was to circumvent these slender vines and rush to the aid of Suit Guy. He shouted, "Do not approach. It is perilous to become ensnared by these vines. And whatever you do, avoid those purple vines. They are toxic and contact with them could be fatal." Upon hearing this, we quickly distanced ourselves from the ominous purple tendrils. Suit Guy then urged, "Hurry, use fire. These creatures fear flames." The notion of igniting a fire struck me as problematic, for there appeared to be nothing flammable around. Would I have to resort to burning clothing once more? In a state of urgency, I swept my flashlight across the ground, seeking anything combustible, when suddenly, I noticed the remnants of bones and tattered cloth. An idea sparked within me. I extracted some alcohol fuel, gathered the bones from the ground, wrapped them in the torn cloth, and doused them with the fuel, fashioning several makeshift torches. I tossed them to Chan Shui and the others, setting aside any moral qualms, and murmured apologies to the bones, thinking that they were, in a sense, sacrificing themselves to illuminate the path for others. Indeed, as we brandished the torches, the vines recoiled. Dead air witnessing the vines' temporary reluctance to approach, we hastily brandished our torches and dashed towards the impeccably dressed gentleman. Upon hurling the torches at the colossal ebony tumor, we discerned that they merely ignited a diminutive area, proving ineffectual in inflicting substantial harm. Consequently, we opted to ignite the receptacles brimming with alcoholic fuel, casting them upon the tumor. With a resounding detonation, the vials shattered, engulfing a fraction of the tumor in flames. As anticipated, the tendrils convulsed wildly, with a vine of considerable girth lashing out in our direction. My companion, Wang Hai, and I, regrettably slow in our retreat, were propelled through the air by the impact. An excruciating sensation coursed through my ribs, compelling me to writhe upon the ground in a fetal position, seeking solace from the torment. Wang Hai, similarly afflicted, lay prostrate, emitting subdued moans. Desiring to ascertain his condition, I found myself incapacitated by the intense pain that accompanied any movement. Retrieving a fallen flashlight, I directed its beam towards the distinguished gentleman, endeavoring to provide illumination. My gaze fell upon him as he brandished a protracted blade and dagger, plunging them forcefully into the aperture resembling a suction cup. A torrent of inky fluid inundated the gentleman's visage, prompting him to haphazardly wipe it away. Then, grasping the dagger, he exerted a downward force, cleaving a fissure in the orifice, thereby facilitating the gradual extraction of the rodent. The gentleman, addressing Chun Shui and their cohort below, vociferated, "Brace yourselves." With that, he vigorously cast the rodent downwards, where Chun Shui and Chen Shan promptly intercepted it, retreating towards the rear. The man in the suit forcefully plunged the dagger into the tumor, then gripped the hilt with both hands and slid down, creating a long gash. A dark fluid gushed from the opening. Before he could slide halfway, several thick vines lashed out at him simultaneously. He kicked the tumor, using the momentum to propel himself to the side. Although he dodged several vines, one struck him on the back, sending him flying. He landed motionless on the nearby sand. The dark tumor, as if feeling pain, writhed madly. Suddenly, the man in the suit reappeared on the tumor, holding a flaming bottle of alcohol. He smashed it into the gash he had made. The bottle shattered, and blue flames erupted from the hole. The entire tumor convulsed violently, throwing him off again. He tumbled across the ground several times before leaping to his feet and running toward us. The vines on the tumor thrashed wildly, attempting to extinguish the flames, ceasing their advance in our direction. The man in the suit, having sprinted toward us, exclaimed, "Run! This large one is about to go berserk. Soon, all the Rakshasa vines here will awaken." We were momentarily perplexed, and as we were about to inquire further, we noticed protuberances swelling beneath our feet. The man in the suit promptly hoisted Wang Hai onto his back, exclaiming, "Run!" Sensing the gravity of the situation, I moved to assist Hausi, only to discover his lower leg partially dissolved, bone exposed, and blood pooling around him. Alarmed, I swiftly applied a tourniquet to his leg to staunch the bleeding, lest he succumb to exsanguination. Time, however, was of the essence, precluding any further treatment. As I attempted to carry him, a sharp pain shot through my ribs, thwarting my efforts. Chun Shan, urging me to desist, hoisted Hausi onto his back and followed the man in the suit. I trailed behind Chin Shan, with Chun Shui and Chan Shui bringing up the rear, brandishing torches to ward off any pursuers. Scarcely had we covered 20 meters when the sand erupted with a multitude of violet, tumorous spheres. We halted, uncertain of our next course of action, as these ominous formations seemed to surround us on all sides. At that moment, Wang Hai, feebly clinging to the man in the suit's back, pointed in a particular direction. His voice weak, "Flee that way." I observed the patterns in the sand. The terrain indicates the presence of a subterranean channel carved by water. If my conjecture is accurate, this area serves as a drainage basin, and that direction should lead to drainage trenches, potentially offering us an escape route. Devoid of any viable alternatives, we resolved to gamble on his suggestion, treating it as a last-ditch effort, and thus we proceeded in the direction he indicated. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my thigh. I glanced down to find a purple vine, which had inexplicably emerged from the ground, embedded in my leg. Chun Shui's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and she swiftly drew her knife, severing the sinister vine. There was an unusual glint in her gaze as she regarded me. In disbelief, I instinctively covered the punctured area of my thigh, questioning whether this was the end for me. I had not mentally prepared for such a fate, and within mere seconds, the sight of the injury began to tingle ominously. Chun Shui retrieved a bottle of alcohol fuel and poured it onto the sand surrounding us, igniting a barrier against the encroaching purple vines. She glanced at the suited man, hesitatingly inquiring whether there was any hope for rescue. He merely fixed his gaze upon me, remaining silent. I asked, somewhat resigned, if the poison would bring excruciating pain before death. The suited man scrutinized me for a moment, his expression tinged with something peculiar. Then, as if struck by a realization, he replied coolly, "The fact that you can still speak indicates you are not in grave danger." With that, he turned and sprinted toward the direction pointed out by Wang Hai. Although puzzled, I felt a wave of relief wash over me upon hearing his assertion that I was all right. I understood that now was not the time for hesitation. Chun Shui inquired if I could still run. Assessing myself, I noted that aside from a slight tingling and itchiness in the injured area, I felt no other discomfort, so I nodded affirmatively. We resumed our flight forward, propelled by a shared urgency. Indeed, under the beam of our flashlight, we beheld a colossal stone wall towering 7 to 8 meters high and extending over 10 meters in length. The wall was punctuated by numerous dark square openings, each less than a meter in diameter, which must be the drainage channels that Wang Hai mentioned. Below the wall, the ground transformed from sand to a series of stone steps. After ascending these steps, we finally caught our breath, reassured that we would no longer encounter those purple tumor-like entities. We sat exhausted on the steps, panting heavily. Chen Shui turned to the man in the suit and inquired, "What exactly are these things?" Upon hearing him mention the nation of Rakshasa, her expression visibly shifted. I asked the man in the suit, "You just stated that these are unique to the Rakshasa nation, so there must be a connection between this place and Rakshasa. However, I have never heard of such a nation in our history. What I understood about Rakshasa pertains to the Ming and Qing dynasties, where it was a term used by the Qing court to refer to the Cossacks from Russia who invaded our northeastern borders. Rakshasa refers to Russia, a unique designation employed by the Chinese during the early Qing dynasty. Nonetheless, I knew that the Rakshasa nation the man referred to could not possibly denote Russia. Although I have studied historical nations, I have never come across any mention of such a country in Chinese history. The term Rakshasa in Buddhism signifies malevolent spirits, and since Chinese emperors have historically placed great importance on national fortune, it would be improbable for them to adopt a name associated with evil spirits for a nation. Thus, I found myself in a state of profound perplexity. The gentleman in the suit remarked, "The so-called Rakshasa kingdom I mentioned is not a genuine nation, but rather a self-identified group known as the Rakshasa people. My knowledge of them stems from a bamboo scroll I discovered years ago in an ancient tomb, titled Chronicles of Strange Matters. This scroll documents various apocryphal tales from different dynasties, with the Rakshasa kingdom being one of them. However, the details regarding this Rakshasa tribe are rather obscure, as if the chronicler intended to conceal certain truths. Thus, the scroll merely presents a vague and simplistic overview of the Rakshasa kingdom, leaving me uncertain of its actual existence. It merely notes some potential evidence of the Rakshasa kingdom's past, and identifies it as a mysterious tribe that reveres the Rakshasa. Unfortunately, there is no record of when they existed or when they vanished." Upon hearing this, I found it peculiar. "Are you suggesting that the Rakshasa kingdom documented in that scroll might bear some connection to this place?" Just as I posed the question, the rodent lying on the ground suddenly coughed. We hastily raised our flashlights to investigate and were shocked to see the creature expelling a copious amount of purple liquid from its mouth, with even its eyes beginning to weep the same viscous fluid. It abruptly opened its eyes wide, its mouth distending grotesquely, emitting a whimpering sound. It appeared as though it wished to scream, yet as it opened its mouth, a torrent of purple liquid gushed forth. To my horror, I witnessed its eyes melting, a ghastly mixture of white and black interspersed with the thick purple liquid, cascading down from its hollow eye sockets. I nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. The rodent, to our astonishment, sat upright, its body convulsing violently. As I moved to restrain him, the man in the suit firmly held me back, cautioning, "Don't touch him. He's beyond help. He must have been pierced by the violet vines as well. His entire system is now saturated with venomous fluid. Contact will result in immediate poisoning." I averted my gaze, unable to bear witness to the rodent's agonizing contortions and disfigurement. His mouth was stretched to the point of tearing, and he was likely screaming in agony, yet only a pathetic whimper escaped his throat as he spewed forth a stream of violet liquid. Chen Shui, with a heavy heart, raised her firearm and delivered a merciful shot to the rodent's head, ending his suffering. Abruptly, the tendrils beneath the stone steps writhed once more, gradually creeping upward toward the staircase. We hastily retreated further up the steps, our hearts pounding in our chests. The vines advanced upon the rodent's lifeless form, ensnaring it and dragging it down into the abyss. We watched in grim silence as the rodent's remains vanished into the murky depths of the sandy darkness. None of us spoke, each lost in our own thoughts. We were acutely aware that from the moment we entered this alternate reality, this subterranean realm, any one of us could meet a fate similar to the rodents. Survival was not an indication of superiority but rather a testament to sheer luck. The favor of the goddess of death was impartial, and all we could do was implore that our good fortune would persist. Wang Hai, having recovered somewhat, rose to his feet and observed my dazed state. Without uttering a word, he offered a silent gesture of support, gently patting my shoulder. As we ascended the stone steps, it became evident that their construction was somewhat incomplete. Progressing further, we found ourselves without a path, necessitating a leap onto the adjacent steps to continue our ascent. According to Wang Hai's analysis, the structural design of the ancient tomb's roof is likely composed entirely of a material akin to stony soil, which we had previously observed. This substance resembles rock and exhibits minimal water permeability, if any. Consequently, during heavy rainfall, water seeping into the tomb's roof would cascade down its sides, inevitably leading to runoff along the tomb walls toward the foundation. Over time, this would result in the collapse of the tomb's foundation, an oversight that the builders surely would have anticipated. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that they would have considered constructing channels in the upper layers of the foundation to divert water flow. Chapter 54. Entering the water channel. If the builders of the ancient tomb did indeed create drainage channels, it follows that there must exist a container to hold the diverted water, which manifests as the vast sand pit below us. They excavated a section of the tomb and filled it with sand, a material known for its excellent water absorption properties, preventing the accumulation of water in the pit and thus safeguarding the tomb from corrosive moisture. The presence of the Rochacha vines likely serves as a deterrent against intruders attempting to access the tomb via the drainage channels. Observing the sand, Wang Hai noted signs of water erosion, which led him to deduce the existence of the drainage system, ultimately preserving our lives. We could not help but admire Wang Hai's meticulous thought process. He shook his head and remarked, "We, the practitioners of the Shifting Mountains sect, primarily dedicate ourselves to the study of ancient tomb mechanisms. In order to delve into the intricacies of these mechanisms, one must first comprehend the fundamental structure of the tomb itself. Members of our sect have explored the structures of countless ancient tombs, which is a prerequisite for us to embark on our ventures. Thus, deducing the basic layout of certain tombs is merely foundational. It is not as impressive as you might believe." We were taken aback to learn that he identified himself as a member of the Shifting Mountains sect. For within the realm of tomb raiding, it is the factions of the mysterious gold and the burial mound that are most commonly encountered. Generally, those who form teams for excavation predominantly hail from these two sections. Firstly, it is easily understood that throughout history, the numbers of practitioners from the mysterious gold and burial mound sects have vastly outnumbered those from the Shifting Mountains and Unloading Ridge sections. The Shifting Mountains sect focuses on mechanisms, while the Unloading Ridge is primarily composed of exceptional talents, such as those skilled in treasure concealment, talisman drawing, and armor crafting. Therefore, these two sects can be deemed as specialists in technical and operational skills, which are not abundantly found across various industries. Secondly, individuals from the mysterious gold and burial mound sects possess the secret art of dragon seeking, enabling them to venture into smaller tombs independently. When they encounter larger tombs that are beyond their capacity to manage alone, they will form a team for excavation. In contrast, practitioners from the Shifting Mountains and Unloading Ridge sects rarely engage in such endeavors unless it involves substantial tombs. Upon discovering a significant tomb, they collaborate with fellow sect members to establish a base at the site, often working for years without interaction with outsiders. This reality is succinctly captured in a popular couplet within the industry. Mysterious gold and burial mound roam the land. After 3 months of searching, they feast for half a year. With the mountains moved and the ridges unloaded, one must not act hastily. Yet, should one take action, it may take 3 years. I inquired of Wang Hai, "In your profession of mountain relocation, do you not all act as one cohesive unit? How is it that you have ventured into shipbuilding?" Wang Hai smiled wryly, acknowledging the changing times. This is no longer an era where old practices thrive. The methods of the past have become obsolete. Nowadays, it is remarkably easy to locate ancient tombs, and furthermore, the number of practitioners in our field has dwindled significantly. Those remaining have largely opted for solitary endeavors. Reflecting upon his words, I realized the truth in his statement. Even among the contemporary treasure hunters, those truly skilled in the art of tomb raiding were few and far between. After a brief respite, our group resumed our ascent along the stone steps, arriving at the entrance of a drainage channel. We deliberated and concluded that Wang Hai's suggestion was indeed feasible. Since the drainage system was designed to expel water accumulated near the foundation of the ancient tomb, it must have been constructed in proximity to it. Thus, if we followed the channel to its end, we would be nearing the tomb's foundation. Without further hesitation, we resolved to enter the waterway. The channel was scarcely a meter high, making it a challenge to crouch within. It would be more prudent to crawl. The suit-clad brother led the way, and I followed closely behind. As I observed the stone-paved conduit beneath us, I could not help but marvel at the craftsmanship of the ancient artisans. If one did not pay close attention, the meticulous seams between the stones would remain imperceptible. However, it was not long after we began our ascent that my sense of wonder dissipated, for the conduit was paved with bluestone. As we crawled along its surface, my hands and legs soon began to protest, and I found myself repeatedly massaging my painfully aching elbows. Those who have experienced the arduous trek through a pipe may understand this sensation. When traversing in the dark, leading a group, an inexplicable sense of dread envelopes you. One can never be certain of what lurks just beyond the bend, waiting in the shadows. Conversely, those at the rear often feel an unsettling presence trailing closely behind, while those in the middle remain blissfully unaware of such sentiments. As we continued our arduous journey, the channel gradually inclined upward. After approximately 5 more minutes of strenuous effort, it finally leveled off once again. Suddenly, the gentleman in a suit came to an abrupt halt. Noticing his pause, I signaled to those behind us to wait. Observing him, I saw him touch the stone wall on one side, as if he had discovered something. He quickly resumed his crawl, crouched down, and turned to Wang Hai, who was behind me, inquiring, "Have you ever encountered any mechanism set within a water conduit?" Wang Hai, caught off guard by the question, hesitated before responding. "That seems unlikely. Generally, a water channel serves merely as a drainage passage. Installing mechanisms here would be futile, as they would succumb to erosion from moisture in a matter of years. Moreover, such channels are typically sealed to prevent backflow into ancient tombs. If mechanisms were indeed installed, it could inadvertently allow water to enter the tomb. Thus, it is not a practice anyone would undertake." Observing the solemn expression of the man in the suit as he gazed intently at the pipe wall, I sensed something was amiss. I instructed Wang Hai to crawl over me and investigate further. He complied, positioning himself behind the suited man, both of them adopting a crouched stance with heads bowed, scrutinizing one side of the pipe wall. Wang Hai's eyes widened in surprise as he remarked, "It indeed appears to be a mechanism." Their intense focus piqued my curiosity, prompting me to crawl over as well. I mirrored their crouched posture and gazed at the spot they were fixated on, discovering a protrusion the size of a thumbprint on one side of the pipe wall, its color nearly indistinguishable from that of the pipe itself, easily overlooked if not observed closely. Upon noticing the protrusion, Wang Hai began to delicately trace his fingers along the nearby pipe, conducting a careful examination for any hidden spikes or crossbows that could be triggered by mere contact. After a thorough inspection of both sides of the pipe, he found nothing unusual and turned his attention to the ground beneath him. Moments later, his expression darkened as he stated, "Indeed, there is a mechanism beneath our feet, but it is not akin to a crossbow trap. It resembles a concealed door that opens downwards. I cannot ascertain what lies beneath just yet, but typically, such downward opening mechanisms are associated with traps featuring spear points or similar hazards." He expressed his confusion, however. This shouldn't be the case. If such a mechanism were set within a drainage channel, the flow of water would inevitably traverse through it, potentially flooding the ancient tomb. Could it be that I am mistaken, and this is not a drainage channel at all? The man in the suit remarked, "You should not be mistaken. This indeed appears to be a drainage area, albeit not the one we are traversing." Upon our entrance, I contemplated the presence of drainage channels, which is quite normal. However, there are no subterranean rivers, nor any visible streams above ground. The existence of so many drainage channels here seems rather peculiar. The effort expended in constructing these waterways could not be without purpose. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's expression darkened considerably. "Are you suggesting that the channel we are in might be a ruse, and potentially a trap?" The man in the suit nodded, shining his flashlight ahead to inspect the pipes. Under the beam of light, several similar structures came into view. I, having overheard their conversation, inquired, "What should we do now? Are we to retreat?" Wang Hai responded, "Since this is not a legitimate drainage channel, it would be futile for us to proceed further. Moreover, there may be other mechanisms lurking behind us." As he spoke, we turned to retrace our steps. Just as I pivoted halfway, a sudden snap echoed from behind. Wang Hai cursed under his breath. I turned to see him also halfway through his turn. However, the cramped space caused his backpack to inadvertently press against a protrusion. His face went pale, and my heart sank as I silently lamented the dire situation. In the next moment, I felt the blue bricks beneath my feet flip downwards, and I plummeted into a state of free fall. A sense of dread washed over me as I thought I might be pierced by the spears below. Instead, I landed abruptly on a slope, my body involuntarily rolling downwards. As I tumbled, I noticed others had also fallen, and the beams of our flashlights swayed chaotically across the slope, rendering it impossible to discern our surroundings. I shouted, "Be careful! There are obstacles ahead!" Yet, before I could finish my warning, my head collided violently with something, and darkness enveloped me as I lost consciousness. Chapter 55. The brute. I cannot ascertain how long I had been unconscious. All I felt was a throbbing pain in my back. Gradually, I opened my eyes to an impenetrable darkness. Instinctively, I reached for my flashlight, only to realize it was no longer in my possession. A wave of panic surged within me as I slowly attempted to rise, my hands frantically groping the ground. Suddenly, my fingers brushed against a wall. A memory flickered in my mind. My backpack contained several glow sticks. Hastily, I reached inside, retrieving one of the glow sticks. With a firm snap, it emitted a soft green luminescence. Gazing at the gentle glow in my hands, I felt a sense of relief wash over me.
Yassure-you.
The sensation of being alone in the darkness of an ancient tomb is an experience one would not wish to endure. I gradually stood up, raising the glowing stick to survey my surroundings. It soon became evident that I was situated within a burial passage, 2 meters wide and approximately 2.5 meters high, flanked by smooth burial walls, with an arched ceiling rising above. With the eerie glow of a green fluorescent stick resembling a ghostly flame in my hand, I gazed upwards and noticed a slanted dark door on one side of the tomb's ceiling. It seemed likely that this was the very point from which I had tumbled down. I contemplated attempting to climb back up, but given my current state, it appeared exceedingly improbable. I endeavored to maintain my composure, reminding myself not to succumb to panic, yet my mind uncontrollably conjured horrifying images. I directed the light downwards and was relieved to find my flashlight lying not far from me. Approaching it, I picked it up, only to discover it was extinguished. Tapping it gently, it flickered momentarily, indicating a possible connection issue. With renewed determination, I struck it a few more times, and at last the flashlight illuminated once more, allowing me to exhale in relief. Though fear lingered within me, I understood that I could not remain in this dismal place indefinitely. Thus, I ventured forward along the tomb passage, which was not particularly lengthy. Before long, I reached its end, where a downward opening tomb door awaited. Before this door lay a stone staircase descending into darkness, and I carefully stepped onto the steps, making my descent. Upon entering the tomb, I lifted my gaze and beheld an expansive hall. Surrounding me were numerous colossal black stone sculptures, each towering at least 5 or 6 meters high. As I illuminated them with my flashlight, I was taken aback to discover that these statues depicted grotesque and sinister deities. Some were fearsome demons with 6 arms, while others portrayed strikingly beautiful women whose upper bodies were human, yet their lower halves morphed into that of a centipede or serpent. The craftsmanship of these sculptures was remarkably lifelike, evoking a chilling sensation within me. As I gazed at the sculptures within the grand hall, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, as though they were all casting their gaze downward upon me. Fortunately, for reasons unbeknownst to me, these statues possessed only chiseled visages, devoid of eyes, or perhaps it could be said that all the figures were in slumber, their eyes firmly shut. Otherwise, I surmised that merely being scrutinized by these figures would have sent me into a state of sheer terror. Yet, even in their silent repose, the eerie presence of those statues sent a chill creeping down my spine. I found myself whispering fervently within, "Fear not. These statues are mere inanimate objects. I am Shao Daden, fearless and undaunted." At that very moment, the abrupt sound of footsteps echoed within the vast hall, startling me into retreating to the side of the stone edifice. With my flashlight, I hastily scanned the statues above, finding no strange occurrences. Listening intently, I discerned that the footsteps emanated from a stone door on the opposite side of the hall. A flicker of hope ignited within me, as I presumed it to be my companions in suits arriving. Just as I prepared to call out, a stranger's voice reached my ears, though the distance rendered his words indistinct. In a flurry, I extinguished my flashlight and concealed myself beside one of the statues, crouching low. Suddenly, An unsettling realization washed over me. What lay behind me was disturbingly soft, as if someone were standing just behind me. I recalled the bizarre woman I had encountered in the earthen tomb passage and thought, for heaven's sake, she couldn't possibly be clinging to me again. My scalp prickled with dread, and disregarding the identity of the approaching figures in the tomb passage, I hastily prepared to rise and scream. Before I could utter a word, a powerful hand firmly covered my mouth. Silence. It's me. Upon hearing that familiar voice, my heart soared with joy, and my entire body relaxed. It was indeed Biaozi. He whispered in my ear, "Stay quiet and follow me." I placed my hand on his back and cautiously trailed behind him toward a hidden tomb entrance behind a stone sculpture. It was evident that Biaozi had been here for quite some time, as he navigated effortlessly through the darkness. After a while of weaving through the shadows, we arrived at a small burial chamber where he finally paused to light a candle. The dim, flickering light illuminated the chamber, and he picked up a shard of broken pottery from the ground to shield one side of the candle, ensuring the glow only brightened half of the room, leaving the outside shrouded in darkness. As I gazed at Biaozi sitting on the floor, his hair disheveled and face adorned with stubble, a pang of sorrow welled up within me. It became clear that Chen Shui had deceived me. Biaozi had never informed her of my whereabouts. However, the sight of him alive brought me immense relief, restoring a sense of reassurance. Since entering the ancient tomb, I had come to realize that this place was far from the typical tombs we were accustomed to dealing with. I had even mentally prepared myself for the grim task of retrieving Biaozi's remains. Yet now, witnessing his vitality, my heart felt significantly lighter. I exclaimed, "Good grief! You ventured here without a word. If something had happened to you, who would have retrieved your body if I, as your elder brother, hadn't come?" Upon seeing me, Biaozi, though somewhat reproachful, could not conceal his delight. He suddenly inquired with a hint of urgency, "Do you have any food? I can't remember the last time I ate. I've been subsisting on nothing but air here, and my muscles have shrunk considerably." I retrieved a box of field rations from my backpack, which contained lime powder. A bit of water and a quick heating would render it ready for consumption. After 5 minutes of waiting, Biaozi, unable to bear his hunger any longer, began to eat voraciously. He finished the ration, devoured a few pieces of compressed biscuits, and sipped some water before comfortably leaning back against the tomb wall, letting out a satisfied burp. I offered him a cigarette, which he accepted, igniting it with a candle. Taking a deep drag, he slowly remarked, "You, my friend, truly baffle me. What on earth are you doing here? This place is beyond your capabilities." I shrugged dismissively. "Spare me the theatrics. Tell me, why did you assemble this crew? I know your temperament well enough. You wouldn't undertake such a precarious venture solely for monetary gain." Leaning against the tomb wall, Biaozi regarded me, his brow arching slightly. "Before you question me, why don't you explain how you found this place?" I sighed and recounted my journey to Changsha Dock, how Chen Shui had located me, and the subsequent events that unfolded. Biaozi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. He never anticipated that Chen Shui would deceive me into coming here in search of an ancient tomb. Later, when he learned that I had been ensnared by the Rasha vine, he was taken aback, hastily attempting to remove my trousers. I urged him to remain calm, assuring him that I was perfectly fine, standing here without any issues. With a perplexed expression, Biaozi recounted, "One of the fellows who descended with me was also pricked by those purple vines. Yet, within less than a minute, he began to melt away, ultimately transforming into a puddle of mud, dragged off and devoured by that dark creature." I was astonished by his words. After some contemplation, we concluded that I had previously been exposed to the venom of the bloodvine flower and perhaps ingested the longevity grass, which might have granted my body an immunity to toxins. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for me to remain unscathed. Biaozi cautioned me to keep this matter confidential, lest it be leaked and attract the attention of certain biologists who might wish to capture me for research purposes. I nodded in acknowledgement. After sharing my predicament with Biaozi, I inquired about his reasons for coming here and what transpired upon his arrival. He sighed deeply, lighting a cigarette as he slowly replied, "Initially, I believed this was merely a routine expedition. At first, I paid little attention, only hearing that they intended to search for something within the ancient tomb and retrieve several corpses from inside. In our line of work, it is quite common to seek out various items. Just the other day, someone organized an expedition, explicitly requesting to retrieve an exquisite Baifeng glazed furnace from a Tang dynasty tomb. However, demands to extract a corpse are rather rare. Hence, I paid close attention. They provided several photographs, and to my astonishment, I discerned several remarkably lifelike stone-carved human pupae within them. Yet, I recognized that these were not mere stone carvings. One can surmise their true nature. Surprised, I inquired, could it be a curse? My words trailed off. Biaozi nodded, continuing, upon seeing those photographs. I was profoundly shocked. Although I suspected a connection to the curse, I could not dismiss the possibility that the items depicted might have been fabricated. After all, I had not witnessed them firsthand. I maintained a calm facade, intending to stall them by claiming we were short-staffed and asking if they could afford to wait a little longer. My true aim was to extract information from them, to conduct my own investigation, and subsequently organize a covert expedition. To my surprise, these individuals were not only tight-lipped but also exceedingly anxious, immediately doubling the previously agreed price. Their demeanor suggested an acute fear of any information leaking out and falling into the wrong hands. I am aware that if I sought alternative excuses, they might resort to other docks. Although I cannot ascertain whether this matter is genuinely connected to a curse, I am reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, I resolved to accompany them in person. I had already contemplated that if I were to discover an ancient tomb, I would discreetly inform Gensi to come and assist us when the time was right. However, upon arriving here, I realized that we had underestimated this ancient tomb significantly. Despite our numbers exceeding a dozen, we had not even truly entered the tomb, and nearly half of the skilled individuals aboard our vessel had already perished. Furthermore, we found ourselves trapped here, unable to send you any messages. As if that were not enough, shortly after our descent, a second group of individuals followed us down. It appeared they were intent on concealing something, and upon encountering us, their immediate intention was to eliminate us to silence our voices. A few among us have already fallen victim to their ruthless actions, compelling us to scatter and hide. As of now, I am uncertain how many of us remain alive. Upon hearing this, I was utterly astonished. Could it be that those individuals were indeed the second group who descended with you? Biaozi nodded in affirmation. I now find myself increasingly concerned for Suit Brother and Chen Shui, who remain completely oblivious to the circumstances within the ancient tomb. Should they encounter this other group, the consequences could be dire. I brushed Biaozi's hand away. Biaozi, your mindset is fundamentally flawed. How many times must I reiterate? You must not always scrutinize me through a lens of stagnation. A person should be viewed with fresh eyes after a mere 3 days apart. Do you truly believe that the He Gu you know today is the same as the one you knew yesterday? Perhaps you may find yourself relying on me this time. Biaozi listened to me and, after a hearty laugh, suddenly regarded me with a somewhat lewd expression, exclaiming, "All right, He Gu, today I, Biaozi, wish to see just how much you have changed after these 3 days apart." Observing the jubilant smile on Biaozi's face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, an ominous feeling surged within me. Biaozi continued, "I have discovered a treasure here that I have been eyeing for quite some time. However, acquiring it alone poses a certain degree of peril. Yet, with your unwavering assistance, I believe it will be effortlessly within our grasp. What say you?" I hesitated and inquired, "Do tell me more about this treasure and the nature of its dangers." With an air of mystery, Biaozi replied, "Of course, it is indeed a remarkable treasure. Do you truly think I, Biaozi, would covet anything less? The danger is somewhat present, but I have meticulously devised a plan. While it is somewhat challenging to execute alone, if we collaborate effectively, I assure you that no mishap shall arise. So I must ask, do you dare? If not, consider it as though I, Biaozi, have merely let out a trivial remark, and we shall speak of it no more." He then leaned in with a darkly playful grin, as if to suggest he knew I would not dare to decline. Feeling provoked by his audacity, I tossed my cigarette butt to the ground and extinguished it with my foot. "Listen here, Biaozi, do not provoke me. I am not merely boasting. I would not shy away from seeking treasure, and should I encounter a Zongzi, I would dare to touch its rear. Today, I shall join you." Let me show you the spirit of our family. Having said this, I felt a pang of regret, realizing that I had actually entertained the possibility of believing Biaozi's words. Who knows what schemes he might have concocted? Biaozi immediately broke into a smile, raising the candle in his hand, and then guided me to a corner of the tomb chamber. There, I beheld a stone pedestal more than half a meter in height, atop which rested several black earthen jars. He instructed me to hold the candle while he removed the jars, leaving only the central one. With both hands, he gripped the jar and twisted it forcefully, resulting in a sharp crack from beneath the pedestal, which suddenly sprang upward. Biaozi informed me that he had inadvertently discovered a hidden passageway, with treasures concealed below it. He gently lifted the pedestal, revealing a sloping passage leading downward, the destination of which remained a mystery. Biaozi was the first to crawl inside, urging me to follow. As I gazed into the pitch-black corridor, I could not help but swallow hard. Gritting my teeth, I too ventured into the darkness behind Biaozi. Chapter 57. The passage inclined downward, just wide enough for one to crawl. I handed my flashlight to Biaozi and followed him as we descended. After approximately 15 minutes of crawling, I sensed the passage beginning to slope upward. We continued for a while longer until Biaozi came to a halt. He pointed to a stone slab above his head, indicating that we had arrived. Gently, he pushed against the slab, which creaked in response, creating a narrow opening. Biaozi pressed his head against the slab and peered through the gap, but the outside remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view. He covered the flashlight with his palm, allowing only a sliver of light to escape through his fingers, casting it outward. I whispered to him, "Biaozi, what exactly lies above us?" Before I could finish my words, Biao made a gesture for silence. Noticing the seriousness etched on his face, I refrained from speaking further. After observing the stillness around us for a moment, he gradually pushed aside a stone slab, crawled out and pulled me up as well. With his flashlight, Biao scanned the surroundings as if searching for something elusive. He glanced around, visibly relieved, and remarked, "Let us move swiftly while that thing is absent." Curiosity piqued, I whispered, "What exactly do you mean by that thing?" Biao, fixated on the pile of bones in the pit, replied, "It's best if you don't ask. I refrain from telling you for your own good, to spare you from being so frightened that you might soil yourself." After uttering this, he strode towards the large pit. Feeling defiant, I challenged, "Come on, tell me. I want to see what could possibly terrify me to that extent." Biao reached the edge of the bone pit and leaped down. I followed suit. I inquired. Gi Biaozi remarked, "I previously believed this was a burial pit. These individuals may have been killed to accompany the deceased. However, upon inspecting the bodies, I discovered that they appear to have taken their own lives. Come, observe their final postures." After listening to Biaozi, I lowered my gaze to examine the skeletal remains nearby. Indeed, I noticed a skeleton lying on the ground, maintaining the position it held in life. Its skeletal hands were tightly grasping a dagger embedded in its chest. It appeared as though this individual had wielded the dagger with both hands, plunging it directly into their own heart. Biaozi produced a cigarette, took a puff, and inquired, "You likely possess more knowledge on this subject than I do. How familiar are you with the practice of sacrificial burial?" I pondered for a moment before responding. As far as I know, the ritual of sacrificial burial was quite prevalent during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, particularly within the slaveholding society. Nobles, seeking to continue enjoying blessings in the afterlife, would have their descendants slay their slaves for burial alongside them. Even favored women of the deceased were often sacrificed for this purpose. Generally, those being sacrificed had already encountered various forms of unnatural death before being interred in ancient tombs. This was to prevent any potential disturbances caused by these sacrificial victims. Typically, they would be executed prior to sealing the tomb, or confined within a sealed chamber where toxic gas would be employed to end their lives. However, this practice of mass sacrificial burial diminished after the Qin and Han dynasties, often replaced by wooden or clay figurines, with human sacrifices becoming increasingly rare. During the Liao dynasty, the abhorrent practice of human sacrifice was revived. Following the death of Emperor Taizu Yel Abaoji, Shulping even compelled over 100 ministers to be buried alive alongside him, an act of utmost cruelty. Subsequently, the Jin, Yuan, and early Ming dynasties exhibited varying degrees of this sacrificial custom, which did not truly cease until the reign of Emperor Ingzong of Ming. In the early Qing period, due to the customs of the Manchu tribes, this practice re-emerged in the Central Plains. Although the forced sacrificial burials of the royal family ended during the Kangxi era, the practice continued clandestinely among certain nobles. I paused briefly before continuing, however. I have never heard of this collective suicide form of sacrifice. After all, who among the sane would willingly accompany another to the grave? Biaozi took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, "You wouldn't believe it, would you? But if I were to say that this group of individuals were madmen, you might understand." I was somewhat perplexed. Biaozi chuckled. "Come, let me show you the treasure I found here, and then you will comprehend what I mean." With that, he began to clear away the skeletal remains beneath his feet. I inquired, "The treasure you speak of isn't buried beneath this pit, is it?" Biaozi nodded. Indeed, at that moment, I was being pursued by another group of people with no escape route. Upon discovering this burial pit, I had a sudden inspiration that I could hide down there. I cleared away the pile of bones and concealed myself, and it indeed allowed me to evade capture, while also uncovering the treasure beneath. Upon hearing Biaozi's account, I could not help but admire his audacity. While an ordinary person would be terrified upon encountering a pile of human bones, he boldly dared to sift through them. What kind of mindset allows one to engage in such an act? Nonetheless, as he spoke, a sense of relief washed over me. It seemed that his earlier claims of something lurking here were likely mere attempts to frighten me. Perhaps what truly terrified him was the thought that those pursuing him were still nearby. Thus, I crouched down alongside Biaozi, and we began to clear away the bones scattered on the ground. Though I repeatedly reminded myself not to regard them as human remains, but rather as mere pork ribs, the sight of the grotesque skulls and skeletal forms caused my hands to tremble involuntarily as I touched them. Chapter 58. The strange corpse I fought to suppress my inner dread as Biaozi and I continued to sift through the white bones beneath our feet. We cast the remains aside, and I noted that some bones were severely decayed. A gentle nudge caused entire skeletons to shatter, scattering fragments across the ground. Thankfully, the bones were not particularly heavy, so the task required little effort. However, the stench emanating from the pit was absolutely revolting. As we unearthed more bones, the foul odor intensified, becoming nearly suffocating. I had no choice but to hold my breath while continuing to sift through the chilling white remains. I believe that aside from the mechanisms within the ancient tombs, the most daunting challenge for grave robbers lies in confronting the foul stench of decay that has festered for centuries upon lifting the coffin lid. I can scarcely fathom how Biaozi managed to navigate beneath those human bones. Once he had meticulously cleared the skeletal remains from beneath our feet, I took the flashlight from his hand, eager to uncover the treasure he had alluded to. However, when I directed the beam downward, all I beheld was a dark wooden plank at my feet. The entire surface of the plank was pitch black, but it was intricately inscribed with symbols resembling tadpoles. Under the flashlight's illumination, these peculiar characters glimmered with a vivid, eerie red hue, as if etched in blood, sending a chill down my spine. At one end of the plank, there was a large, dark hole, its shape suggesting that something had emerged from beneath it. Curiously, I inquired of Biaozi, "Surely, you do not mean to say that this plank is the treasure you speak of?" He extinguished the cigarette but he held, flicking it aside, and lit another before responding. "Of course not. The treasure I mentioned lies beneath this plank. Did you not recognize what this plank is?" As he spoke, I too began to sense a familiarity with the wooden surface beneath me. It was not flat but rather resembled a cylindrical shape, laid horizontally, revealing only one side. As I examined the surroundings closely, a sudden shiver coursed through my body, and I realized, to my dismay, that this was indeed a coffin lid. I hastily kicked away the skeletal remains encircling the wooden board, revealing the dark visage beneath. Indeed, it was a coffin, entirely shrouded in ebony. I quickly leaped atop a nearby heap of bones and urged, "Be cautious and come over. There might be something inside that could pull you in." Biao chuckled. "I knew this would frighten you. Rest assured, I have already inspected it, and there is nothing alive within." His confidence eased my initial trepidation. It wasn't that I lacked courage, but rather the recent harrowing experiences had kept my nerves taut. Thus, Upon discovering that I stood atop a coffin, an instinctive fear arose within me. I inquired of Biao, the treasure you mentioned, it isn't hidden inside the coffin, is it? He nodded affirmatively. At that moment, I regained my composure. Wait, it seems you haven't opened the coffin either. How can you be certain there is treasure within? Biao crouched down, running his fingers over the crimson inscriptions on the coffin lid, and with a spark of excitement, remarked, Do you know what these tadpole-like red characters signify? I gazed at him, puzzled, for Biao was not one known for his vast knowledge. Hey Biao, you claim you've never been here. How do you know all this? He scratched his head awkwardly and pointed to the murals on the grave wall, explaining, Actually, I learned it from those wall paintings. He then gestured towards the malevolent statues surrounding the tomb chamber and remarked, At first, I couldn't comprehend why these individuals chose to end their lives in this place. However, upon seeing those sinister idols, the realization dawned upon me. Although I am still uncertain of the identity of the tomb's master, I surmise that he must be a formidable charlatan or perhaps the leader of some malevolent cult. This would indeed explain why his fervent followers willingly sacrificed their lives to partake in this nefarious ritual. The murals here depict the sacrificial process, seemingly aimed at resurrecting some monstrous entity. At this juncture, I couldn't help but recall the tales recounted by Suitgai regarding the realm of the Rakshasa. I briefly relayed the story Suitgai had shared with me to Biaozi. After a moment of contemplation, Biaozi responded, Perhaps Suitgai's words hold truth. This might indeed be the burial site of that so-called Rakshasa clan. Yet he didn't dwell on it for long, quickly returning his attention to the coffin beneath his feet. I noticed his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he fixated on the coffin, leading me to sigh in resignation. This seems to be a common affliction among tomb raiders. Faced with a coffin, the allure of opening it often outweighs the potential dangers. Biaozi urged, Stop dawdling. Let us open this coffin swiftly. We need to seize the treasures and then find Defei and Zhangchong. Upon hearing this, a sense of concern washed over me regarding the plight of the two individuals. The surroundings were perilous, and their fates remained uncertain. However, from Biaozi's demeanor, it was evident that he was resolute in retrieving the contents from the coffin. Thus, I had no choice but to assist him promptly, extracting the items from within the coffin. Biaozi seemed to discern my apprehensions and reassured me. Rest assured, those two little rascals are quite alert. Unless they succumb to starvation, they are undoubtedly hiding somewhere nearby. Most of our provisions are strapped to their backs, so we should be safe for the time being. His words alleviated my worries. Biaozi continued, Previously, I lacked the tools to lift this coffin lid by myself, but now with your help, opening it should pose no challenge. I retrieved a crowbar from my bag and handed it to him. The coffin lid, likely weakened by the passage of time, was not as sturdy as I had anticipated. With just a few deft movements, Biaozi managed to pry open a gap, and soon enough, he had lifted the lid entirely on his side. With a triumphant clap of his hands, he declared, All right, now let us both exert our strength and push this coffin lid aside to unveil what lies within. As we were both tasked with carrying the coffin, we found ourselves unable to illuminate our path with a flashlight. Thus, Biaozi ignited a small fragment of candle wax. From the heap of bones, he retrieved a skull with a missing jaw and placed it atop a higher vantage point in the southeast. He then dripped the candle wax onto the skull and pressed the candle into place, muttering, Brother, I borrow your cranium for a moment. This shall serve as a perpetual light for you. I ask for nothing more than a treasure to be unveiled when we open the coffin. After uttering this, he even feigned a bow. I stifled a laugh and remarked to Biaozi, You must be joking, treating someone's skull as a lamp holder, and if it were to spring to life and bite you, you should consider yourself fortunate. And to expect it to bless you with fortune is simply absurd. Why entertain such fanciful notions? Biaozi, with a dismissive curl of his lip, responded, You see, you may accuse me of being naive, yet it's essential to utter such pleasantries, whether to the living or the dead. Who knows, if they overhear, they might deem us decent fellows. Should any other spirits harbor ill intentions towards us, they may come to our aid. Perplexed, I inquired, But why position the candle in the southeast? You are not even of the tomb raiding sect. Biaozi replied, While it's true that we are not of the tomb raiding clan, we are indeed colleagues in this endeavor. Since we have borrowed their candle, we must adhere to their customs, lest they perceive us as lacking decorum. Recognizing that Biaozi's reasoning was rather far-fetched, I chose to refrain from further debate and urged him to hasten the opening of the coffin. Together, Biaozi and I positioned ourselves at opposite ends of the coffin. With our hands firmly pressed against the lid, we synchronized our efforts, counting down 1, 2, 3. With a concerted push, the coffin lid emitted a series of grinding sounds as we gradually slid it open. Despite my mental preparation, the sound of the lid scraping against the coffin sent shivers down my spine, causing my skin to prickle with goosebumps. My legs felt unsteady, and my mind conjured images of a hand suddenly emerging from within the coffin. Fortunately, nothing of the sort occurred. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid was thrust aside, landing atop a pile of bones, causing several to tumble down. I directed the beam of my flashlight into the coffin's depths, revealing a desiccated corpse. Having steeled myself for any eventuality, I was not as startled by the sight of the cadaver, though its appearance was undeniably unnerving. It appeared to be the remains of a female. Patches of her hair had fallen away, clinging to the shrunken, wrinkled skull. Her eyes were wide open, but the orbs had long since vanished, leaving only empty, black sockets. Her mouth was agape at an unnatural angle, the withered, wizened features contorted in what seemed like a silent scream. One could only imagine the inhuman suffering she must have endured in her final moments. Noticing the scratch marks etched into the coffin walls, I realized they were made by fingernails, desperately clawing at the wood. Chapter 59. The apparition. I found myself unable to bear the sight of her face any longer. It was simply too terrifying. Thus, I directed my gaze down her neck, where I observed that her garments had long since been tattered. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that in place of her, there existed nothing but 2 scars the size of bowls. The sight of the desiccated skin on her chest, marred by wounds that appeared as though some entity had savagely torn away her, evoked a deep sense of dread within me regarding the malevolent practices of those cultists. A chilling sensation coursed through my being. Biao nudged me, his countenance pale, and gestured toward the corpse's abdomen. "Look, the contents within are missing." I lowered my gaze and was horrified to see a gaping wound in the dry corpse's belly, where the organs had long since decayed. Surrounding the abdomen, the coffin bore patches of desiccated dark red stains, the unmistakable hue of congealed blood. In that instant, the meaning behind Biao's words crystallized in my mind. This woman had likely been a pregnant mother, cruelly entombed alive within the coffin. There should have been a fetus within her womb, yet now that innocent life had vanished. My head felt heavy as I turned to glance at Biao. He sighed deeply. Alas, at long last, the genesis of that entity is unveiled. It was, in fact, gestated within her womb. You have persistently inquired about the nature of the presence here, a truth I hesitated to disclose, fearing it would incite dread within you. However, witnessing the spectacle, I now comprehend the purpose behind these sacrificial rites, ostensibly to nurture the emergence of this impish entity. These individuals, in my estimation, are a collective of lunatics, daring to employ such a multitude of living souls to foster such a terrifying being. As he spoke, Biaozi continued to rummage through the cadavers, his hands never pausing. I thought to myself, despite your verbal expressions of horror, your hands remain ceaseless in their activity. Even with the corpses in such a state, you dare to touch them. With practiced ease, he palpated the necks and wrists of the corpses, as well as areas where jewelry might be concealed, yet he discovered nothing. He then examined the cracked lips of the female corpse, hesitating before refraining from reaching inside. He muttered to himself, with the corpse in such a putrid state, it's unlikely there's a corpse-anchoring pearl or similar treasure within its mouth. After determining that the female corpse bore no valuable adornments, he was momentarily disheartened. Reluctantly abandoning the search for funerary artifacts on the female corpse, he commenced his quest for the treasure used to suppress the corpse within the coffin. Finally, beneath the head of the female corpse, Biaozi unearthed a jade carving of a piccio, approximately 3 centimeters in height and 5 centimeters in length. This palm-sized jade piccio was sculpted with unparalleled ferocity and power, its lifelike appearance startlingly realistic. At first glance, it appeared as though one were witnessing a ferocious beast roaring at the heavens. He raised the flashlight towards the jade sculpture, gazing at it with a satisfied expression before handing it to me with a sense of pride, exclaiming, "Well, what do you think? I told you it's a treasure. As an expert in antiques, why don't you appraise it and see how much it's worth?" Reluctantly, I accepted the jade sculpture, feeling as though it had just been extracted from a corpse, which left me somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, I began to examine it. The jade felt incredibly smooth to the touch, akin to the soft skin of a woman, leading me to believe it was indeed fine jade. Just as I was about to lift it for a closer inspection, I noticed the candle beside us suddenly extinguish without a sound, startling me. I thought to myself, how could the candle burn out so quickly? Hastily, I directed the flashlight towards it. The beam illuminated the extinguished candle, revealing wisps of white smoke still lingering above, while about 10 centimeters of wax remained unburned. How could it have gone out so abruptly? I glanced at Biaozi, hesitating to ask, could it be that we encountered something supernatural? Biaozi's expression was equally grim. He gestured for me to remain silent and cautiously approached the candle. I illuminated his path with the flashlight as he reached the pile of bones, picking up the candle from the skull and inspecting it closely. I found the candle somewhat peculiar but refrained from voicing my thoughts. Biaozi relit the candle, intending to conduct a final examination of the coffin to ascertain whether any other funeral items were present, and squatted beside me to rummage through the corpse within the coffin. I genuinely lacked the courage to continue confronting that ghastly body. With my flashlight illuminating the surroundings, I continued to scrutinize the jade carving in my hand. After a while, I felt I had a rough understanding of its quality and intended to share my insights with Biaozi. However, as I turned my head, I was met with the sight of a ghastly pale face, staring intently at me. My sudden movement nearly brought my face in contact with its own. Its eyes, devoid of whites, were fixed on me with an unsettling intensity, reflecting a sinister green light under the beam of my flashlight. A surge of terror coursed through me, causing my heart to race as I instinctively leaned backward, shouting in fright. Biaozi, startled by my reaction, turned to observe my expression of sheer horror, seemingly perplexed about my distress. I frantically pointed at his right shoulder, attempting to communicate that something was amiss behind him. Yet, my tongue felt numb, rendering me voiceless. Noticing my frantic gestures, Biaozi's complexion turned ashen. He slowly turned to inspect his shoulder, and to my horror, the pale face gradually shifted to gaze at him, their faces mere centimeters apart. Sweat began to bead on Biaozi's forehead. The two faces remained frozen in a grotesque tableau until, suddenly, the white face opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of unnaturally thin and densely packed teeth, resembling toothpicks. Its jaw unhinged to an almost right angle, the flesh of its face tearing apart to expose the pulsating, blood-red sinew beneath the skin. After Biaozi knocked that creature away, he swiftly rolled over, one hand shielding his head while the other pressed down on the gun in my grasp. Damn it, with such a fine weapon, why didn't you bring it out earlier? But don't waste bullets on this thing. I've tried, and no matter how you shoot it, it won't die. As the small demon on the ground lunged towards us once more, Biaozi urged, "Run. This thing is too sinister for us to handle." With that, he dashed towards the narrow passage we had come through, and I hurriedly followed. We struggled to claw our way out of the bone pit, racing towards the tunnel. While running, I turned my head and illuminated the pit's bottom with my flashlight, only to discover that the small demon had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, I heard a noise above me. Looking up, I was startled to see the ghastly creature inverted, rapidly crawling on the tomb's surface above us, almost directly overhead. I was taken aback by its astonishing speed. It noticed I had stopped and leaped down towards me. In a panic, I raised my gun and attempted to pull the bolt back, but since one hand was occupied with the flashlight, I struggled and failed to do so. Biaozi remained fixated on the motionless small demon on the ground. Believing it to be defeated, I was about to catch my breath when, unexpectedly, the small demon began to rise again. Underneath its skin, pulsating lumps emerged, resembling writhing worms beneath its surface. The bullets that had struck it oozed out of the holes created by the gunfire, as if being squeezed out one by one. Biaozi's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiao's creature has grasped my foot. Quickly, pull me up." I hurriedly yanked at him, yet to my astonishment, I found it quite difficult to budge him. I pondered internally how such a small entity could possess such immense strength. After several attempts yielded no success, coupled with Biaozi's feet thrashing below, his struggles rendered me increasingly powerless. I shouted, "Stop flailing about. Climb forward with all your might. Your incessant wriggling makes it nearly impossible for me to hold on." Biaozi retorted, "It's easy for you to say. Try it yourself. If I don't kick at it, what if it bites me?" Chapter 60. The corpse poison left with no choice. I gripped Biaozi tightly with both hands, glancing around for anything to leverage. I managed to pull Biaozi up. His hands finally reached the edge of the stone platform. He flipped over, grasping the edge of the stone slab, lying on his back at the entrance of the dark passage. With a powerful kick, he struck downwards into the passage, and a series of crashing sounds echoed from within. Judging by the noise, the creature must have been sent flying by Biaozi's forceful kick. He quickly scrambled up, replacing the stone slab, and then lay flat on top of it. Biaozi urged, "Hurry, find something to weigh down the slab." I scanned the empty tomb chamber, realizing there was nothing in sight. Just then, a resounding thud erupted from below, jarring Biaozi's entire body. Pointing anxiously to a nearby statue with his chin, he exclaimed, "The statue! The statue!" I hurried over to move the statue, but it must have weighed several hundred pounds, making it impossible for me to lift. I estimated the distance and believed that if the statue were to topple, it would precisely crush the stone platform. I exerted myself to push it, feeling confident that it could be toppled, and said to Biaozi, "I am going to push the statue over. You need to be careful and dodge." Biaozi shouted, "Hurry, I can barely hold it anymore." Just as he spoke, the ground trembled again, nearly lifting him off his feet. I quickly pushed with all my might, sending the statue crashing down towards the stone platform. Biaozi swiftly stepped aside. Although the statue landed on the platform, it also shattered the stone slab above, revealing a ghastly pale face peering through the crack, ominously staring at us. Immediately, that ghastly being rammed its head against the fissure, widening it further. I could see its skull was crushed, exposing pulsating veins of blood within. The object continued to collide a couple more times before it came to a halt. It was uncertain whether it had ceased due to an inability to move further or if it had stubbornly met its demise through sheer force. Exhausted, both Biaozi and I leaned against the stone platform, gasping for breath. My hands trembled slightly as I retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag. I couldn't help but reflect on the grave nature of this venture into the tomb. It truly required a fortitude beyond that of ordinary individuals. Setting aside the lethal traps that could ensnare one, merely encountering the various malevolent entities within this ancient mausoleum could frighten someone with a fragile psyche to their end. I glanced at Biaozi, who was also panting heavily. "So, Biaozi, is this what you meant by a little danger? What on earth is that?" Just as Biaozi was about to respond, he suddenly clutched his ankle and cried out. Observing the beads of sweat rolling down his face, I hurriedly inquired about his condition. I quickly rolled up his pant leg, revealing a small black claw mark on his ankle, with some areas already beginning to rot and sprout hair. I was taken aback and asked, "Biaozi, how long has it been since you washed your feet?" "They've grown moldy." Biaozi grimaced at the sight of his ankle. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I hadn't washed my feet in a year, they wouldn't rot like this. I've been poisoned by a corpse, most likely from that little ghost that wouldn't die." Suddenly recalling the old man's severed arm, I looked at Biaozi in astonishment. "What should we do? Are you really considering amputating your calf?" Biaozi remarked, "That is not the case. I was merely grazed by that little demon and was not bitten. The effects of the corpse poison do not manifest so swiftly." "No me, do you have any glutinous rice on you? Can neutralize this poison. I brought some in my backpack, but it's with Defay." I thought to myself, where could I possibly procure glutinous rice now? Suddenly, a realization struck me. Wait, I actually do have glutinous rice. I hurriedly rummaged through my backpack, spilling its contents onto the ground. After a thorough search, I unearthed a piece of compressed biscuit. Biaozi observed my prolonged search with curiosity and asked, "Are you suggesting that I should eat and drink, becoming a glutton before embarking on my journey?" Ignoring his comment, I scrutinized the ingredient list on the packaging and, to my relief, discovered that it indeed contained glutinous rice. I sighed in relief, thinking it fortunate that I had saved a piece of this otherwise unpalatable biscuit. I informed Biaozi, I do not possess glutinous rice per se, but I do have a piece of biscuit infused with it. I am uncertain if it will be effective when cooked. I retrieved the small alcohol stove we used for cooking and placed the biscuit inside. After pouring some water from my flask, I let it soak for a while until the biscuit swelled. I stirred it with my finger and then glanced at the dark mark on Biaozi's leg, saying, for the moment we cannot acquire glutinous rice, so I hope this concoction proves beneficial enough to sustain us until we locate Defei and the others. However, I am uncertain about the effects of applying this, so I leave the decision of whether to use it to you. Biaozi nodded. Come on. Can't get worse than this. I meticulously spread the whitish substance from the pot evenly across Biaozi's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. I then retrieved a bandage and wrapped it around his leg several times. After a while, Biaozi's complexion improved slightly. Hey, I must say, this paste of yours works wonders. I'm not in as much pain now. I replied, we should hurry and find Dafei and Zhang Chong. I suspect this remedy won't last long. We wouldn't want the poison to take effect, or we might really have to amputate your leg. After resting a little longer, Biaozi and I began to walk towards the entrance of the tomb chamber. I noticed that the structure of the tomb was quite intricate. From what I understood, the tombs of ordinary but affluent individuals typically mirrored the layout of their residences, consisting of a main chamber, a rear chamber, and several side rooms. The coffin of the deceased was usually placed in the center of the main tomb chamber, which was generally considered sufficient. In contrast, the tombs of nobles were often more complex and grandiose. The tomb chambers could be divided into 3 sections: front, middle, and back. The entrance was typically secured with a heavy, anti-theft gate. Upon entering through the gate, one would first encounter a bright hall, commonly referred to as the Ming Hall, designed to reflect the layout of the deceased's home. Various pieces of furniture and decor were arranged here, known as Mingqi or spirit objects. Further inside lay the central tomb chamber, known as the sleeping hall, where the coffin was placed. Behind it was the accompanying hall, specifically designated for the burial items of the deceased, along with several symmetrical side rooms. As for the scale of the royal tombs, it is indeed quite intricate. Chapter 61. Another team. However, the structure of the tomb before me appears somewhat chaotic, which is entirely inconsistent with typical burial arrangements. Biaozi advised me not to be astonished, stating that he had been trapped here for nearly 2 weeks and still had not comprehended the nature of this burial structure. Apart from discovering a secret passage leading to the pit of human bones, he had not located the accompanying halls of the underworld, nor had he found those stone-carved human cocoons depicted in the photographs we had brought. I inquired, do you have any discoveries? Biaozi hesitated for a moment and replied, in any case, your mind is sharper than mine. I can't figure it out alone. Perhaps you could analyze it and shed some light. From what I gathered from your earlier descriptions, you should have noticed that the tomb ceiling is made of a material known as stone soil. I nodded in agreement. Biaozi continued, in ancient times, stone soil was also referred to as corpse soil. It is said that this soil is crafted through a secret formula, incorporating various elements to ward off evil and malevolent spirits. Not only is it as hard as stone, but it also serves to restrain the dead. However, it is said that within such tombs. Here, Biaozi paused momentarily, then pronounced each word deliberately. Generally, those interred within are not human. I was taken aback and retorted, not human? Then what are they? Biaozi chuckled. Who knows? Could very well be a monster. Biaozi, are you trying to frighten me again? I must insist, spare me the fanciful tales. There is no need for such theatrics to intimidate me. I am not afraid in the slightest, and I even find myself stifling a laugh. After uttering this, I managed a forced chuckle. It is indeed absurd. In a pitch-black ancient tomb, you suggest that the coffin may not contain a mere mortal, but rather a malevolent creature. Who could remain unfazed by such a notion? Even if the coffin were to hold something as benign as a rice dumpling, I would still feel a twinge of unease, let alone the prospect of a monster. Yet, I cannot shake the recollection of what the suited gentleman had said. He mentioned that the very earth of this grave is designed not only to thwart grave robbers but also to prevent whatever lies within from escaping. If indeed, this tomb does not house the deceased, could it be that it truly harbors a creature of the night? The more I ponder, the colder a chill creeps up my spine, and I find myself questioning whether something in the darkness behind me is watching me intently. I quickly pinched my thigh to dispel such errant thoughts. Noticing my silence, Biaozi chuckled and asked, "Are you truly unafraid?" However, what I have conveyed is merely hearsay, and I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Nevertheless, it seems to me that this is largely a manifestation of the feudalistic ideologies of the ancients. In their era of civilization, when confronted with phenomena beyond their comprehension, they often sought solace in the supernatural. Surely, there are no monsters in this world. Even if they did exist, would they not have perished by now? My perception that this place does not resemble an ancient tomb stems from two considerations. Firstly, there are no accompanying burial chambers such as the Hall of Ancestors. And secondly, the presence of these malevolent deity statues raises questions. Who would erect such grotesque figures in their own sepulchre? This leads me to ponder that this may not be a tomb intended for human interment. Moreover, do you not find these malevolent deity statues eerily familiar? Biaozi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I recall that you insisted on accompanying me to a grave dig, yet instead of unearthing a tomb, we stumbled upon that tower of demons. I was taken aback and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this may not be an ancient tomb, but rather a tower designed to suppress malevolent entities?" Biaozi replied, "I cannot say for certain. It was merely the striking resemblance of the malevolent deity statues here to those within that tower that triggered my recollection. Do you remember the inscriptions etched behind those statues?" Biaozi affirmed, "Precisely. It is these very phrases that elude my understanding. Your mind is agile. Ponder them quickly. If we can decipher their meaning, it may lead us to some vital clues." However, my mind was in utter chaos, leaving little room for contemplation of such trivial matters. I said to Biaozi, "Let us not search for any clues now. We must hasten to find a Fey and get you antidote from the corpse poison." Before I could finish my sentence, Biaozi pressed a hand over my mouth and whispered, "Do not speak. Someone is coming." Heeding his warning, I strained my ears and indeed heard the sound of footsteps. Moments later, several beams of flashlight pierced through the entrance on the opposite side of the hall, indicating that there were quite a number of them. Biaozi and I shrank further behind the statue, wary of being discovered. The group entered the hall and paused, seemingly surveying the surrounding statues of the malevolent deity. I noticed they were clad uniformly in black tactical jackets, equipped with gear, and some even bore firearms. Among them, one individual was hoisting a woman over his shoulder. Though the distance was considerable, I instantly recognized her figure. It was, astonishingly, Chen Shui. At that moment, a burly bald man standing at the forefront addressed a lanky companion with a somewhat gruff tone. "Why doesn't Master Wu simply eliminate this woman? Carrying her is nothing but a burden." The slender man replied slowly, "This woman is from the Chen family. She still holds some value for me. Let us take her for now, and when she is no longer needed, I shall dispose of her." The bald man seemed inclined to protest further, but Master Wu interjected with a cold snort. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Clearly, the bald man harbored some trepidation towards this Master Wu and refrained from uttering another word. Wu Yi continued, "I didn't expect the Qin family to dispatch a second group so swiftly. It seems we must act promptly. Have your men discovered the secret passage?" The bald man replied, "Our team has nearly searched this area, yet we have uncovered no hidden passages." Wu Yi fell silent for a moment before stating, "You have yet to inspect the grand hall here, have you?" The bald man nodded. "It appears this is the last area remaining." He hesitated and inquired, "Should we not search for those who are concealed?" Wu Yi responded, "Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste it on them. Let us locate the secret passage first." Upon hearing this, the bald man retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew 2 sharp notes. Within a matter of moments, a dozen individuals entered from outside. I was taken aback as I observed this group in the grand hall. There were at least 20 of them. I couldn't help but speculate about their identities and the purpose of their presence here. Could they also be in search of those stone-carved figures? The bald man addressed the newcomers. "Why are there so few of you? Where are the others?" He glanced at Wu Yi, who replied calmly, "If they are missing, then they are missing. You should examine these statues to see if there are any concealed mechanisms." Instantly, everyone dispersed, rushing toward the nearest statue. Biaozi nudged me and gestured toward the top of the statue, implying that we should climb up. I nodded in agreement, and together with Biaozi, we began to scale the statue. As we ascended to the neck of the statue, we suddenly heard a sound emanating from a nearby statue. Upon turning our heads, Biaozi and I were astonished to find two individuals perched atop another statue. To my surprise, it was Dafei and Zhang Chong. They gestured to us in sign language, inquiring about our next course of action. The individuals below appeared to be well-trained, executing their inspections with remarkable efficiency, swiftly examining each statue in turn. However, it seemed they uncovered nothing of significance. Master Wu, observing the statues from below, appeared lost in thought. As the inspections concluded without any discoveries, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. This shouldn't be. Could I have misjudged? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. Two of you, ascend and investigate. Immediately, two individuals emerged from the crowd, each wielding a crossbow, and retrieved a bolt from their backpacks. They removed the ropes coiled around them and affixed them to the bolts. Raising their crossbows, they aimed at the apex of the grand hall, and with a couple of resounding twangs, the bolts, tethered by ropes, soared upward, embedding themselves into the ceiling. The two individuals tugged at the ropes, ascertaining their security before beginning their ascent. Chapter 62. The Jade Stone Carving. The two climbers exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly reaching the summit of the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, one of them called out, "Master Wu, it seems there is something up here." With a sudden resounding crack, the grand hall trembled slightly, and a square fissure appeared in the floor tiles. Everyone instinctively retreated, accompanied by the mechanical sounds of gears turning. From the gaping crevice, a statue began to rise slowly. It was a captivating figure of more than 2 meters tall, exquisitely carved from jade, embodying a beguiling woman. The craftsmanship was remarkable. As the flashlight illuminated the statue, it reflected a soft luminescence akin to her jade-like skin. Her features were finely detailed, and her attire was strikingly scant, draped only in a sheer veil that hinted at her alluring form beneath. Aside from her immobility, she resembled a living being standing before them. The onlookers gazed with rapt fascination, their breaths becoming slightly labored. In terms of value, this jade sculpture could undoubtedly be considered a priceless treasure in the world. The figure exuded a voluptuous grace, her eyes sparkling with vitality, one arm gently raised, pointing ahead, while her delicate feet rested upon a circular pedestal. Mr. Wu approached, circling the statue to appraise it. He crouched down to examine the pedestal beneath the woman's feet and remarked lightly, "This must be the mechanism to unlock the hidden passage." The bald, burly man walked around the jade sculpture several times, his sidelong glances occasionally lingering on the statue's concealed areas. "How could I have missed that this jade sculpture is the key to the hidden passage?" he questioned. Mr. Wu replied calmly, "Did you notice the pedestal beneath her feet? It likely serves as the trigger to open this passage, though I remain uncertain about the correct method to activate it." Upon hearing Master Wu's words, he began to survey the surrounding statues, his mind engaged in contemplative thoughts. At that moment, he heard the bald man inquire, "Is it true that rotating this jade sculpture will activate a mechanism?" Master Wu absent-mindedly murmured in agreement. However, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Do not turn this jade sculpture," he exclaimed loudly as he swiftly turned around. Yet it was too late. He witnessed the bald man pressing his face against the jade maiden's bosom, gently twisting her waist. As he did so, the jade maiden, along with the pedestal beneath her, emitted a faint cracking sound, shifting slightly in position. Master Wu, realizing he could no longer intervene, hastily retreated. Unbeknownst to the bald man, he continued to embrace the figure, remarking, "This jade sculpture is astonishingly lifelike. It even carries a subtle fragrance. If only it were a real person." As he lifted his gaze, the bald behemoth, caught unawares, was drenched in the viscous, ebony fluid. A harrowing shriek tore from his throat as his hands feebly clawed at his face. His visage, akin to putrid flesh, peeled away in its entirety, as if dissolved by the liquid, revealing the crimson musculature and nasal bone beneath. Gradually, the flesh upon his head, hands, and torso disintegrated, cascading to the ground in a macabre spectacle. He bellowed in anguish, imploring those nearby, "Aid me! I beseech you, aid me!" He lunged toward the throng, only to be met with a terrified retreat. Soon, his tongue, too, succumbed to the corrosive substance, silencing his pleas and leaving only guttural cries. He stumbled forward, his leg flesh entirely consumed, leaving only bone in its wake. A leg bone fractured, and he collapsed, his body contorting in agony upon the earth.
Moments later.
His entire being was reduced to a steaming pool of black liquid, forever erased from existence. Simultaneously, the jade sculpture had been wholly transmuted, morphing into a grotesque specter. Its skull-like visage and spectral form bore no semblance to its former beauty. All present recoiled in horror from the effigy. Abruptly, I felt a subtle tremor emanate from the statue beneath me, and my heart clenched with trepidation. Unsure of what was to transpire, I knew it boded ill. The grating sound of scraping metal echoed from the statue beside me. I turned toward the sound's origin and beheld the statue's eyelids, gradually ascending. A shiver of goosebumps surged through me, and I could no longer afford to conceal our whereabouts. I turned to the statue beside me and shouted to Defei and Zhangchong, urging them to descend and vacate the statue. The others, upon realizing our precarious position atop the statue, were taken aback and hastily rushed towards us. I grasped Biaozi and slid down the statue, quickly beckoning to the approaching figures of Defei and Zhangchong, who had already descended nearby. We turned and sprinted towards the exit of the grand hall, when suddenly, I heard a thunderous noise behind us. Turning around, I saw that several doors at the rear of the hall had been completely sealed by enormous stones tumbling down from above. Observing the doors across from us, I noted with relief that the stone walls did not collapse simultaneously. Rather, they fell one after another. Glancing at the door before us, I estimated that we could just make it out in time. I called out to Defei and Zhangchong, urging them to hurry, lest we be trapped here. Without delay, Biaozi and I dashed towards the door ahead. The relentless sound of the massive stones crashing down echoed behind us as I silently counted down the fifth, fourth, and third falls. At that moment, Biaozi and I were nearly at the entrance, but another door beside us had been sealed shut. Defei and Zhangchong had caught up closely behind us, and as I gazed at the door before me, a surge of hope filled my heart, feeling that escape was within our grasp. Just as we were about to dash out of the palace doors, I caught sight of a shadow rushing towards us from outside. As it ran, it shouted, "Get down!" With a sudden leap, it tackled all four of us to the ground. I thought to myself, this is the end. Which unfortunate soul has run into this mess, dragging us down with him? Just as the stone door of the palace was about to slam shut, another shadow swiftly darted in behind the first. It moved so quickly that I barely registered what it was before. With a resounding thud, the door was completely sealed. The shadow leapt over us without pausing, charging straight for the person pursuing us. The closest individual was instantly brought down, his throat viciously bitten through. It was then I realized that this shadow was the little demon we had encountered in the secret passage. As I scrambled to my feet, I finally recognized the one responsible for knocking us down. It was the suited man. Breathing heavily, he remarked that Rakshasa infant is indeed quite fast. I nearly got caught. I thought to myself, isn't it you who is fast? I glanced at him helplessly and said, you might have survived this, but now we all might perish here. The suited man evidently still had not grasped the gravity of the situation unfolding around us. Unfamiliar with the man in the suit, both Dafei and Zhangchong were incensed and ready to confront him for our predicament. I swiftly intervened, assuring them he was an ally, though the full story would have to wait until we were out of this alive. By now, pandemonium had erupted within the hall, the imp having already claimed 3 lives. The towering effigies of the malevolent deities had fully awakened, their eyes now hollow, abyssal voids. In an instant, a torrent of ebony fluid gushed forth from the eyes of every statue. Several unfortunate souls, unable to evade the onslaught, were drenched in the viscous liquid, their agonizing screams echoing as they writhed on the ground, before dissolving into pools of black ichor. Ascend to the apex of the hall, Wu bellowed. Immediately, everyone retrieved their crossbows, launching a volley of arrows towards the ceiling, each carrying a length of rope. As people began to ascend, Some were struck mid-climb by the black jets from the statue's eyes. Their screams turned to silence as they plummeted to the floor, dissolving into the same dark puddles. We were petrified by the macabre spectacle, huddling against the walls for protection against the deadly spray. The beams of flashlights and the flashes of gunfire illuminated the cavernous hall in flickering patterns. Bullets ricocheted wildly off the statues, posing an additional threat as we crouched low to avoid the stray rounds. The floor was now nearly entirely covered in the horrifying black liquid, leaving us without refuge. The suited man detained us, gesturing towards the jade sculpture that had risen from the depths below. "Go to that statue. It is safe there." I directed my flashlight towards the jade figure and, indeed, noticed that all the malevolent eyes seemed to avoid that particular area for reasons unknown. However, the ground of the grand hall was now covered in a corrosive black liquid, rendering any attempt to reach it impossible. Suddenly, Biao pointed at the ropes ahead and exclaimed, "Grab those ropes. Perhaps we can swing across." I assessed the distance. While it seemed feasible to swing over, a sense of unease lingered. The ropes lay beneath the shadow of the statue, and unless we climbed above, we risked being struck by the ominous black water. Yet, attempting to ascend might lead us to be riddled with bullets by that group. A heavy silence enveloped us as Biao stared at the encroaching black liquid, now nearly at our feet. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared, "Staying here guarantees death. It is better to take a gamble. I will go first. If all is well, you can follow." With that, he took several steps back, then launched himself forward, leaping over the black liquid and seizing a rope to swing across. Before I could intervene, he had already taken the plunge. It is uncertain whether it was by sheer luck that Biaozi managed to navigate the path where the eyes of those statues lay in a blind spot, but he indeed swung across safely. Chapter 63, A Life and Death Situation. Dafei observed the black liquid on the ground drawing ever closer, and fearing that he might not have sufficient distance to leap over it, he insisted that I go first. After I swung across, Biaozi grasped my hand to pull me over. Soon after, Dafei followed suit. At that moment, a peculiar transformation occurred among the statues. The eyes of the malevolent deities ceased spewing forth the black liquid, instead gradually releasing a visible haze of dark mist. As the mist emerged, it swiftly spread towards the upper reaches of the grand hall. One of Master Wu's subordinates happened to be directly above the statues, and the black mist quickly enveloped him. Before long, he was heard screaming as he plummeted to the ground, landing in the black liquid, where he rolled a few times before becoming motionless. The black mist continued to envelop the ceiling of the hall, and intermittently, individuals would find themselves surrounded by the mist before falling from above. At that moment, Zhang Chong, standing opposite us, attempted to join us. He sprinted a few paces and leaped, grasping the rope to swing over. I watched in horror as people continued to plummet from above, and I shouted urgently, "Wait!" However, Zhang Chong had already suspended in mid-air, perhaps destined to be unable to evade his fate. Suddenly, someone fell directly from above, crashing down upon him. In that instant, he had no means to avoid the impact, and the force caused him to release his grip on the rope, sending him tumbling down. After several futile attempts to grasp the rope mid-air, he landed directly into the pool of viscous, ebony fluid. Remaining stationary, he exhibited neither struggle nor cries of agony, but rather observed with stoic resignation as his feet gradually dissolved. He lifted his gaze towards us, his countenance etched with anguish, and offered a rueful, melancholic smile. With considerable effort, he removed the pack from his back and hurled it in our direction. Biao caught the pack, his gaze filled with sorrow as he looked upon Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's feet had completely disintegrated, rendering him incapable of standing. He collapsed to his knees, offering Biao a faint, silent smile, before gesturing a pistol to his temple with his hand. I felt compelled to restrain Biao, yet observing Zhang Chong's expression of suppressed agony, I comprehended that delivering a swift end would be the most merciful course of action. Biao raised his firearm, aiming at Zhang Chong's head, his hand trembling slightly. He bellowed towards Zhang Chong, "May you find peace, brother." A gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing Zhang Chong's skull, and he slumped forward into the black liquid. I was uncertain of my emotional state and could scarcely fathom Biao's feelings, having personally terminated the life of a comrade of many years. Biao lifted his head, concealing the moisture welling in his eyes. I attempted to console Biao, but he merely sighed, stating, "I am unharmed. Those engaged in our line of work have long accepted such possibilities." At that moment, Wu's voice descended from above. "Beware, descend swiftly, and avoid contact with the black mist. It is toxic." However, there seemed to be no refuge below. We were acutely aware that if Master Wu and his companions descended, they would inevitably come to our location. Biaozi readied his firearm, bracing for the potential circumstances that might unfold. Yet we understood that their numbers were overwhelming, all armed, and we had prepared for the worst possible outcome. I glanced at the jade sculpture beside me. At that moment, it had transformed completely into a visage of a vengeful spirit, its hands now resembling bony claws, pointed ominously ahead. A sense of curiosity washed over me. Prior to its transformation, that woman had also seemed to extend her arm forward. What was she indicating? Following the line of the statue's arm, my gaze fell upon the grotesque idols of the malevolent deities, their eyes wide open, gazing downwards. A shiver coursed through me as I recalled the ominous phrase. The evil gods would eternally watch over the demon coffin, and the day they opened their eyes would herald the coffin's reemergence. At that moment, Master Wu and his crew had descended on ropes, realizing that apart from our position, there was no other place to land within the Grand Hall. With a calm demeanor, Master Wu commanded, "Eliminate them all." Instantly, everyone raised their weapons, poised to execute us. I urgently shouted upwards, "Do not fire. I know how to unlock the secret passage and locate the demon coffin. If you shoot, we shall all perish together." Upon hearing this, Master Wu's expression shifted, and he urgently called out, "Wait, hold your fire." Everyone lowered their weapons. Master Wu gestured with his flashlight, prompting those suspended on the ropes to nudge one another with their feet, causing their ropes to sway towards us. Master Wu was the first to descend, followed closely by the others. With his hands clasped behind his back, Master Wu approached me, coldly stating, "Speak your mind. If you are deceiving me, you are well aware of the consequences." I observed the dark mist creeping downwards. Without hesitation, I replied, "The malevolent deity will eternally gaze upon the cursed coffin. The moment the deity opens its eyes will signal the resurrection of the coffin." Upon hearing this, Master Wu's expression shifted, yet he questioned with some confusion, "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to waste my time with riddles?" I moved closer to the statue, causing everyone to immediately raise their guns in my direction. Master Wu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. He cannot conjure any tricks at this moment." Ignoring the surrounding individuals, I gently embraced the statue. While I appeared calm on the surface, I was internally frantic, uncertain if my conjecture held any truth. Should I be mistaken? My fate would likely be no better than that of the previous bald man. Biao approached and whispered in my ear, "Do you have any confidence?" He forced a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. I grasped the statue with both hands, only to find it immovably heavy. Realizing I needed assistance, I beckoned Biao to help me. Both of us grasped the statue from either side, and I turned to Biaozi, saying, "Biaozi, we will rotate the statue clockwise. Remember, I won't allow us to stop. We must not relent. If we do, we shall surely perish." Biaozi nodded in agreement. I counted to 3, and together we exerted our strength. The statue emitted a resounding crack as it trembled slightly and began to be pushed forward by us. However, I could not fathom why this time the statue felt astonishingly heavy. It was simply inconceivable that it could be so burdensome. I recalled that the bald giant was able to rotate this stone carving alone, yet now I had no time to ponder such thoughts. Under our combined effort, the statue gradually began to turn, and I occasionally glanced at the jade arm, assessing the angle in relation to the eyes of the malevolent deity statues. To my dismay, the statue grew increasingly heavy, and Biaozi and I found it increasingly difficult to continue. Observing our struggle, Wu Yi waved his hand, and 2 others hurried over to assist us in moving the jade carving. I focused on the jade arm, realizing we were just a fraction away from the position directly beneath the eyes of the malevolent deity. At that moment, the black mist above us was encroaching perilously close to our heads, forcing us to bend down, and our strength was waning. I shouted, "Hold on a little longer. We cannot stop now. We are almost there." Just then, a shadow suddenly leaped from a nearby malevolent deity statue towards my back. I focused my gaze and was taken aback to discover a fearsome undead creature, which must have been lurking on the nearby stone sculpture, poised to ambush us. Now that it had found an opportunity, it aimed to deliver a lethal strike. I pondered why this vengeful spirit bore such a grudge against me, choosing to leap in my direction. As I watched its grotesque maw snap open, ready to bite, I felt paralyzed, unable to evade its advance. The four of us had reached our limits. If I were to release my grip, the three of them would undoubtedly be unable to continue pushing the jade sculpture. If the jade sculpture were to halt now, I could scarcely fathom the horrific consequences that might ensue. At that moment, the suited gentleman shouted, "Shao He, remain still and focus solely on moving the jade sculpture. I will handle this." The man in the suit, having preemptively shrouded his face with cloth, sprang into action. With a nimble leap, he unsheathed a long dagger, cleaving the imp's neck as he descended. Their paths intersected, and with a forceful kick, he propelled the creature into the viscous, ebony fluid nearby. Landing behind me, he watched as the seemingly immortal imp's severed neck writhed with sanguinary tendrils, desperately knitting the wound. However, the encroaching black liquid rapidly corroded and dissolved the imp's form, rendering the regenerative blood vessels futile. As the creature thrashed, attempting to reach us, a fusillade of bullets erupted from our weapons, obliterating the imp. Fragments of its body splashed into the black liquid, swiftly dissolving into oblivion. At that moment, I noticed the arm aligned precisely with the gaze of the idol's eyes. I swiftly commanded, "Halt! Release it!" Instantly, we relinquished our hold on the effigy, retreating slightly, our eyes fixed on the statue, bracing ourselves for the impending unknown. Chapter 64. The unveiling of the secret passage. At this moment, the black mist had fully enveloped us, forcing everyone to crouch down. We gazed upward at the hazy darkness, which gradually advanced towards us, instilling a sense of despair within our hearts. Death itself is not terrifying. Rather, it is the anticipation of death that proves to be the true horror. Just as we teetered on the precipice of life and death, a sudden crisp sound emanated from the statue. To our astonishment, the statue, along with the revolving platform beneath it, began to rotate autonomously, producing a series of clicking noises reminiscent of winding a mechanical toy. After completing a few slow revolutions, the statue came to a halt. We held our breath, fixated on the statue with unwavering intensity. However, it did not remain still for long. It soon began to spin in reverse, the speed increasing with each rotation, and as it did, the entire statue gradually descended into the ground. Concurrently, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoed from above us, resonating through the hall-less floor. Suddenly, the black mist above us appeared to be stirred by an unseen force, slowly forming a swirling vortex. The entire mass of darkness spiraled upward frantically, as if a colossal exhaust fan were wildly whirling, drawing away the black mist. Simultaneously, the dark liquid beneath our feet began to seep downward into the earth. In an instant, both the black mist above and the liquid below vanished without a trace. The jade sculpture beside us came to a halt, gradually descending beneath the ground. The fissure on its surface closed with a thunderous sound, sealing completely. We all stood, bewildered, gazing at the unfolding spectacle before us. Just as we were momentarily stunned by the scene, two massive slabs of bluestone flipped over to either side of the ground, under the watchful gaze of all the malevolent deity statues. We instinctively recoiled, wary of impending danger. However, once the stones had turned, no further anomalies occurred. It was only then that we emerged from the shadow of recent death. Yet, our peril loomed ever closer. Master Wu approached us and calmly instructed, "You should take a look." I noticed the dozen or so men behind him brandishing firearms in our direction, compelling me to cautiously advance. Observing my approach without incident, Master Wu led his subordinates closer. He inquired, "How did you come to know the method to open the secret passage? What else do you know?" I feigned composure as I replied, "Master Wu, you are a seasoned veteran. If I divulged everything, I fear that none of us would survive here for long." Wu's expression darkened. "Oh, so you mean you choose not to speak? Since you are of no use to me, I would not hesitate to eliminate you all right now." Upon hearing this, I realized that Master Wu was indeed a formidable character, one who was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Yet, I suspected his words were primarily intended as a means of intimidation. He still needed us, and it was unlikely he would truly dispose of us just yet. I spoke softly. If you wish to avoid the cursed coffin, then act decisively. Although I suspected that my adversary would not eliminate us outright, the unpredictable nature of this individual left me with no choice but to intimidate this old fox for the time being. Upon hearing the mention of the cursed coffin, Lord Wu's expression shifted. Ah, it appears you possess some knowledge after all. I shall spare you for now, but as for them. At this point, he gestured for his men to aim their weapons at Biaozi and the others. My countenance changed. Lord Wu, if you dare to harm them, I assure you I will never lead you to the cursed coffin. Without me, I can guarantee you will never find it. Hearing my words, Lord Wu waved his hand, signaling his men to lower their guns. His demeanor transformed instantly, a smile gracing his lips. Alas, how foolish of me. We are on the brink of an alliance. How could I possibly turn my weapon on my own? He continued, rest assured, as long as you guide me to the cursed coffin, sparing your lives is certainly within the realm of possibility. He instructed his men to seize the weapon from Biaozi. Internally, I cursed Lord Wu, the cunning old fox. He needed me for the moment and had no true intention of harming Biaozi and the others. His actions were deliberately crafted to remind me that my companions were in his grasp, a warning to refrain from any tricks. Then, he assured me of our potential survival, a classic case of striking first before offering a sweet reward. If I were to trust his words, that would indeed be a grave mistake. We were held at gunpoint by Lord Wu and his men, serving as reluctant scouts as we approached the descending passage. Lord Wu followed closely behind us, not far away. Biaozi whispered behind me, "Do you truly know how to locate the demon coffin?" I lowered my voice in response. Not a clue. I've only fought alongside you twice. How could I possibly know about this so-called demon coffin? I was merely bluffing that old fellow. Otherwise, we would have perished by now. Biaozi inquired further, what if you can't find the demon coffin later? Should we seize the opportunity to eliminate him now? I gently shook my head. There are too many people around him, all armed. Subduing him is not a trivial task. Although I am unaware of the demon coffin's whereabouts, I am certain the phrases we encountered in the demon suppression tower are relevant to this situation. Do you recall that line? The evil god will forever gaze upon the demon coffin. Since this secret passage aligns with the direction of the evil god's gaze, I deduce that the demon coffin is likely at the end of this tunnel. Biaozi remarked, if that Wu finds the demon coffin, he will undoubtedly eliminate us. At this point, whether we find it or not, death seems inevitable. We might as well confront him. I cautioned, do not act impulsively. Let us observe the situation. If there is indeed a demon coffin here, who knows what may transpire? We might still have a chance. Biaozi sighed and suddenly turned to Suit Brother, asking, Suit Brother, given your skills, how confident are you that you could overpower that old man if you were to act suddenly? Upon hearing this, Biaozi scoffed, oh, so according to you, we are merely a burden? The man in the suit wore an expression of undeniable incredulity. Chapter 65. Entering the secret passage. Mister, who called out from behind us, what are you whispering about up there? If you keep dawdling, be wary of my men. An accidental discharge could lead to unfortunate consequences for you. Upon hearing this, we fell silent, wishing to avoid arousing Mr. Wu's suspicions. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the staircase gradually leveled off, eventually transforming into a smooth expanse of floor. The passage before us widened from its initial 3 meters to over 6. Along both sides of the corridor, a row of meticulously crafted statues emerged, each carved in proportion to that of an ordinary person. However, these were not the grotesque idols of malevolent deities but rather a series of diverse, nude figures. The material from which these statues were fashioned was unknown, yet they possessed a strikingly lifelike, alabaster hue that resembled human skin. The expressions of the statues varied, and their poses were audacious, evoking a mixture of embarrassment and exhilaration. Nevertheless, due to my earlier experiences above, I felt no appreciation for their beauty. Instead, an undercurrent of fear lingered within me. Biao, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed, smacking his lips and nodding enthusiastically while offering his commentary. At that moment, my flashlight inadvertently illuminated the front, and I suddenly noticed something peculiar about one of the statues. As the beam of light swept over it, I could have sworn that one of the figures seemed to shift ever so slightly. A sudden surge of adrenaline caused every pore on my body to prickle with heightened awareness, leaving me frozen in place. Behind me, oblivious to my sudden halt, Biaozi, who had been leisurely admiring the statues lining the corridor, inadvertently collided with my back. His face momentarily pressed against the back of my head. He quickly regained his composure, rubbing his face with a sheepish grin. "Hey, no offense, Xiao He, but why did you suddenly stop? Are you so captivated by the nude statues that your legs have become rooted to the spot?" Biaozi's words barely registered in my consciousness, my heart still pounding erratically. Imagine, if you will, being in a pitch-black tomb passage, flanked by rows of uniquely sculpted female nudes. The scene itself is inherently eerie. If you've ever experienced visiting a sculpture gallery at night, you'll likely understand the feeling. But just now, as my flashlight inadvertently swept across the statues, I caught a glimpse of one of them moving. It's a sensation difficult to articulate without experiencing it firsthand. I even began to suspect that, once we passed these statues, they might secretly turn their heads to watch us, a thought that sent shivers down my spine. Hastily, I directed my flashlight towards the statues nearest to us on either side. The nude female sculptures continued to smile at us as before, but now, in my eyes, their smiles seemed to possess a more sinister quality. Seeing me standing there motionless, the man in the suit inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss here?" Biaozi, noticing my pallid complexion and the way I was staring blankly at the statues, also grew curious. "Hey, what's wrong? Did you see something?" he asked, in a hushed tone. I cautioned, "Be wary. I just noticed a statue ahead that seemed to move." Upon hearing this, Suit Man and Biaozi exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why I had made such a remark. Biaozi quietly inquired, "You must be mistaken, right?" Initially, I felt confident in my observation, but Biaozi's question instilled a hint of doubt within me. Wu Yi and his companions, noticing our sudden stillness, assumed we were concocting some scheme and approached us. We relayed our discovery to him, and his expression shifted, indicating he had sensed something amiss in that area long before. With a decisive gesture, he instructed his men to halt and proceeded to inspect the statues flanking us, though he refrained from allowing them to touch the sculptures, wary of triggering any traps. We too approached several statues to examine them, yet they appeared to be mere realistic carvings, devoid of any peculiarities. Wu Ye's men conducted a thorough inspection and reported no issues, prompting a collective sigh of relief from us. After scrutinizing several statues, Biaozi shook his head and leaned against one he had just examined, declaring, "It's nothing. Perhaps the oppressive atmosphere here has made us all a bit paranoid, causing us to perceive threats where there are none." Observing Biaozi leaning against the statue, I furrowed my brow and cautioned him, "Biaozi, it would be wise to refrain from touching these statues. If we inadvertently trigger a mechanism, we would find no refuge in this corridor." Biaozi nonchalantly remarked, "Do you doubt my eyesight? I have already scrutinized these statues, and I can discern any traps with a mere glance. Each statue stands alone. There is no possibility of a mechanism here. In my opinion, aside from their remarkably lifelike carvings and somewhat pliable bodies, there is nothing peculiar about them." After he uttered these words, nearly all of us instinctively took a step back, gazing at him with expressions of bewilderment. Biaozi paused, sensing the sudden silence enveloping us, all eyes fixated on him. Just as he was about to inquire about our unusual behavior, a sudden realization dawned upon him. How could stone sculptures possibly be soft? I noticed the face behind Biaozi gradually contorting and deforming, as if the very bones and skin were parting ways. The features of that face were being grotesquely compressed by an enormous gaping maw, and even from my distance, I felt a shiver run down my spine. How much more terrifying it must be for Biaozi, who was nearly face to face with it. Despite his audacious nature, he was startled into exclaiming in terror. Almost instinctively, he swung a punch at the creature's mouth, and it was uncertain whether it was Biaozi's strength or the fragility of that face that caused it to cave in under the impact, distorting those already twisted features further. Chapter 66. Skin peeling at this moment, we finally reacted, drawing our daggers and charging towards Biaozi. In that instant, a subordinate of Master Wu behind us emitted a blood-curdling scream, plummeting to the ground, only to be seized by a spectral white figure. It dragged him into the depths of the passage, where he vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, several statues lining the corridor sprang to life, lunging at Master Wu's entourage. His men, unable to discern the authentic statues from the animated ones, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon all nearby effigies indiscriminately. Biao, having landed a blow squarely on the entity's face, executed a swift roll forward, creating distance between himself and the creature. We surged to Biao's side, forming a fan-like formation, effectively cornering the entity against the wall. The man in the suit was the first to pounce, plunging his blade into the entity's form. Yet, it appeared impervious to pain, displaying no reaction, nor did any blood flow. It retaliated with a grasping motion towards the suited man, while simultaneously warning us, "Be cautious. This entity is likely a Rakshasi. It will not be easily vanquished." A Rakshasi? A sense of bewilderment washed over me. My prior encounters with the concept of Rakshasas were confined to cinematic and literary realms. I knew them as malevolent spirits, characterized by their barbarity and predilection for human flesh. Female Rakshasas, in particular, were reputed to possess captivating beauty, employing their allure to ensnare victims before devouring them. I was uncertain whether the Rakshasi to which the suited man alluded bore any resemblance to the beings described in ancient texts. Meanwhile, chaos reigned behind us among Master Wu's ranks. Perhaps owing to their numerical superiority, the Rakshasas had converged upon Master Wu's faction. Beholding the Rakshasa before me, its visage was marred by fissures where its maw stretched the very fabric of its skin. The flayed fragments of its countenance hung loosely, inspiring a primal trepidation within me. A man in a suit, positioned in its wake, exhorted, "Assail its head. Decapitation is the sole means of its demise." With these words he surged forward. Observing their advance, I too endeavored to unsheath my dagger, yet met with resistance, as if the blade were ensnared within its scabbard. Defay, witnessing my struggle, interjected, "Brother, perhaps it is best we take the lead. Your role shall be to illuminate our path." He then thrust his flashlight into my grasp and hastened into the fray. A sense of vexation stirred within me at this perceived assessment of my capabilities. Though I harbored resentment, I conceded that my martial prowess might prove more of a hindrance than a boon. The man in the suit, in concert with his two companions, launched a concerted assault upon the Rakshasa. The creature, discerning the threat they posed, eschewed direct confrontation, opting instead to evade their advances with gaping maw agape. Despite the suit-clad man's repeated stabs, the Rakshasa remained unscathed. Its celerity was remarkable, and the trio found themselves unable to subdue it swiftly. Seizing an opportune moment, it burst from their encirclement and, with disconcerting alacrity, scuttled towards me on all fours, its fragmented skin flapping grotesquely. A surge of apprehension mingled with indignation welled up within me. By what right, I inwardly exclaimed, "Do you deem me an easy target?" Summoning a courage from an unknown source, I found myself unfazed by the Rakshasa, perhaps a manifestation of the adage that extreme fear begets fury. Devoid of weaponry, I seized my flashlight and charged, leaping towards the Rakshasa and managing to pin it beneath me. It immediately began to writhe. Consumed by a surge of adrenaline, I disregarded the creature's nature and unleashed the ferocity of childhood brawls, focusing my aggression on this singular foe. Upon contact, its skin proved remarkably slick, eluding my grasp. As it squirmed on the ground, I, with unrelenting resolve, brought the flashlight down upon its head, chanting a bizarre mantra in my mind. I hammered at its head with the flashlight until the beam flickered once more, then paused to catch my breath. The Rakshasa beneath me seemed dazed by the assault. The struggles diminished. However, my respite was short-lived, as it suddenly arched its back, throwing me upwards in a bid to escape. I, emboldened, attempted to seize it, but its bare, slick skin offered no purchase. Astride its back, I was jostled about, on the verge of being unseated. I was suddenly reminded of my childhood, fighting naked in the rain, never able to catch my opponent, then picking at their noses. I recall reaching up under its face with my left hand, and though I'm not sure exactly what I grabbed, it was enough to make him struggle, so I threw my flashlight to the ground and dug in with my right hand as well. I held onto the creature's face, determined to wait for the man in the suit and the others to arrive. Abruptly, the Rakshasa beneath me arched its upper body upwards, causing me to slide off its back. It was now kneeling on the ground, and I was still clinging to its face from behind. To prevent it from breaking free, I pressed my knee hard into its back. It continued to struggle, lunging forward suddenly, and there was a tearing sound, like fabric being ripped. The Rakshasa in front of me shot away, but its skin had been peeled off from head to toe. I stared at the crimson, bloody figure in front of me as it let out a piercing scream. It turned its mangled face towards me, glared venomously, and fled into the depths of the passage. I stared blankly at the slippery human skin in my hands and swallowed hard. Startled, I hastily threw the skin on the ground. Still trembling, I heard Piaozi whisper to me, "Xiao He, don't be stunned. While Master Wu and the others are dealing with those Rakshasas, let's run." I turned my head and saw that Dafei and the others were engaged in a fierce struggle against the approaching Rakshasas, gradually making their way towards me. Chapter 67. The Demon Subduing Well. I noticed that Suit Guy and his companions were advancing in my direction, prompting me to hurriedly pick up the extinguished flashlight from the ground. After a few taps, it flickered back to life. Once Suit Guy had repelled 2 of the Rakshasas, he called out to us, urging us to flee, as the number of these creatures was still unknown. We hastened down the corridor, and after a while, the sound of gunfire echoed behind us, only to fade away after a resounding explosion. Time seemed to stretch as we ran. The corridor appeared endless. Just as I was on the verge of exhaustion, I shouted to Suit Guy and the others, "Hold on. I can't run anymore." Upon hearing my voice, they finally paused. Suit Guy suggested we take a moment to rest, assuring us that the danger had likely passed. We glanced around, realizing that the grotesque statues of the Rakshasas had vanished from both sides of the corridor. Dafei approached, slightly breathless, and remarked, "You've really surprised me. Usually, the mere mention of Zongzi makes you pale, yet today you managed to skin a Rakshasa." I gestured for silence, too weary to engage in conversation, and sank down onto the ground to catch my breath. Once I had regained my composure, I turned to Suit Guy and inquired, "What exactly are these Rakshasas? How is it that even without their skin they can still move?" The suit-clad man. I previously mentioned a collection of extraordinary records I had come across, which detailed the enigmatic realm of the Rakshasa Kingdom. Among these accounts were tales of the Rakshasa King and the female Rakshasa. The naked women we encountered earlier must be these female Rakshasas, said to be the subordinates of the Rakshasa King, tasked with luring humans. Those ensnared by their allure would meet a grim fate, sacrificed to the Rakshasa King for his consumption. They possess a peculiar penchant for collecting human skin, meticulously peeling it off, then donning it themselves to assume the identity of the victim, continuing their hunt for new prey. As we absorbed this chilling narrative, an unsettling sensation enveloped us. In disbelief, I inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Rakshasa King was indeed a real entity, and that this tomb could very well belong to him?" After I posed my question, the suit-clad man gazed around uncertainly before responding, "Perhaps." At that moment, Piaozi suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot and crying out in agony. I rushed to his side, asking what was wrong. Piaozi, his face pale, replied, "My leg suddenly aches terribly, as if insects are gnawing at my flesh from within." Realizing that he might be suffering from the effects of corpse poison, we hurried to his aid. Dafei supported Piaozi and anxiously asked, "Biao, what happened to you?" I hastily rolled up Piaozi's pant leg to discover that his entire calf had turned an ominous shade of black. The suit-clad man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Corpse poison. Were you bitten by a Zongzi?" After a succinct explanation, I inquired of Dafei about Piaozi's rucksack, specifically if it contained glutinous rice. Dafei promptly retrieved the pack and began rummaging through its contents. Upon unwrapping Piaozi's leg, the previously applied glutinous rice poultice had darkened considerably, and the sinister handprint on Piaozi's leg had begun to fester. I scraped away the viscous, blackened remnants of the rice, and as Dafei handed me fresh glutinous rice, I prepared to apply it. However, the man in the suit intervened, cautioning against immediate application, asserting that the cadaveric poison had already permeated his system, rendering a simple poultice ineffective. He insisted on the necessity of exsanguination to expel the toxins. Unfamiliar with the process of neutralizing cadaveric poison, I deferred to the man in the suit. He produced a spirit burner, ignited it, and sterilized a dagger in the flame. Securing Biaozi's calf, he warned, "Brace yourself, brother." Biaozi, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, leaned against the tunnel wall, lit a cigarette, inhaled, and nodded faintly. "Proceed without hesitation. I can endure the pain." The man in the suit made 3 small cruciform incisions on Biaozi's calf, from which rivulets of black blood emerged, cascading onto the ground. Gradually, Biaozi's complexion improved, suggesting the black blood was the source of his agony. Once the flow of black blood ceased and the discoloration of Biaozi's leg diminished, the man in the suit applied additional pressure, eliciting a grimace from Biaozi. "Suit brother, very well, let us now apply the glutinous rice to his wounds, including the incision we made. After a couple of changes, the glutinous rice should suffice for his recovery." I gently spread the glutinous rice across Biaozi's leg and secured it with several layers of bandage. I inquired of Biaozi, "How do you feel? Is there any improvement?" His ashen face nodded slightly. "I feel much better. The pain has lessened significantly." Hearing this alleviated my concern. I had genuinely feared that Biaozi might succumb to the corpse toxin and ultimately transform into a large rice dumpling. Noticing his pallor, I was uncertain whether it was due to the toxin or the bloodletting performed by Suit Brother, so I suggested he rest for a while. I retrieved some field rations from my backpack and warmed them in the alcohol stove, distributing a portion to each of us. After our meal, our strength was considerably restored, and Biaozi's complexion improved markedly. After a brief respite, we resolved to continue our journey. Uncertain of the situation concerning Wu Yi and his men, we knew that if we encountered them, a fierce battle was inevitable. I instructed Defei to assist Biaozi while Suit Brother and I forged ahead, slowly making our way forward. After walking for what felt like the duration of a cigarette, we arrived at a dead end, where a square ancient well stood before us. The well's mouth was covered by a stone slab, upon which 3 ancient characters were inscribed, surrounded by an intricate array of symbols resembling ghostly drawings. Biaozi asked if I could decipher the 3 characters. I scrutinized them closely, discerning that one of the characters appeared to resemble the symbol for well in pictographs. The man in the suit gazed at the well and sighed, saying, "This is the demon sealing well, a place said to imprison malevolent spirits." I exchanged glances with Biaozi and the others, wondering if there truly was a creature lurking here. With no other path available, I, along with the man in the suit and Dafe, exerted our strength to push aside the stone slab. As the slab was moved, it echoed with a sound and was cast aside. The man in the suit retrieved a nylon rope from his backpack, wrapping it around the well's mouth several times before tossing it down into the abyss. I pulled out a few glow sticks from my bag, bent them a few times, and tossed them down the well. Shortly after, the glow sticks fell to the bottom, bouncing a few times. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the well wasn't too deep. Chapter 68. The steel we peered into the well, relieved to find it shallow. Suddenly, Dafe pointed behind us, near the corner of the wall, exclaiming, "Look, it seems someone is lying there." Following Dafe's indication, we turned and indeed saw a figure lying at the end of the corridor. The man in the suit and I exchanged glances, drawing our daggers as we approached cautiously. As we drew near and illuminated the figure with our flashlight, it appeared to be clad in a black outfit, which struck me as peculiar, resembling our own attire. I leaned closer to check Wang Hai's pulse and found he was still breathing. I quickly signaled to the man in the suit to help lift Wang Hai. However, it seemed as if Wang Hai were in a deep stupor, unresponsive to our calls. At present, I remain uncertain about the fate of Wu Yi and his companions. Should they manage to break free from the encircling demons, they would undoubtedly hasten to our side. Time is of the essence. Yet I cannot abandon Wang Hai in this desolate place. Thus, I resolved to carry Wang Hai on my back while Defei tended to Biaozi. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Defei's agility surpasses my own, enabling him to assist effectively. With this decision made, we no longer hesitated and prepared to descend into the ancient well. First to descend was Suit Brother, followed closely by Defei, who supported Biaozi, and lastly, I descended with Wang Hai on my back. Finally, we reached the ground, and as I directed my flashlight upward, the gaping black mouth of the well vanished from sight. I swept the beam around our surroundings, discovering an expansive space. Beyond the ceiling, both sides stretched endlessly into the darkness. The area was littered with rubble and mounds of earth, as if the original builders had neglected to remove all the stones and soil, leaving a portion of the debris heaped in this place. Raising my flashlight, I illuminated the area behind us, revealing an enormous wall. As I directed the light towards the upper reaches of the wall, I was astonished to find no discernible end. It towered as high as the space we occupied. Standing before this wall, we felt as diminutive as ants, an indescribable sensation of awe washing over us. If this were a mountain or a skyscraper, I might not have been as overwhelmed, yet it was merely a wall, and I found it incomprehensible how such a structure could have been constructed with the technology of that era. I leaned Wang high against a nearby mound of earth. Then, alongside Suit Brother, we approached the wall, with Defei supporting Biaozi as he followed. As we approached the wall, we were met with the sight of 3 skeletal remains seated on the ground. Beside them stood a stone tablet, towering at a height of 1 person and spanning 2 meters in width. The gentleman in the suit moved closer to the 3 skeletons, scrutinizing them with great intensity. Suddenly, he fell to his knees with a thud, startling both Biaozi and Dafei as well as myself, leaving us bewildered as to his actions. There he knelt, murmuring a language that was entirely foreign to us, seemingly offering prayers to the skeletal figures. We were utterly astonished. I pondered whether the gentleman in the suit had some connection to these remains. Yet, it seemed implausible, as this tomb had been entombed for thousands of years, making any familial ties exceedingly distant. We called out to him several times, but he remained unresponsive, lost in his fervent supplication. I whispered to Biaozi, questioning what had come over him, fearing that he might be possessed. Just then, I resolved to pull him up from the ground. However, Biaozi stopped me, insisting quietly, "Don't move. He must have his reasons for this. Consider your own constitution. You are unharmed, so how could he possibly be afflicted?" Upon hearing his reasoning, I found it compelling and decided to leave the gentleman in the suit undisturbed. Biaozi then tugged at my sleeve and said, "Hey, Xiaohe, you have knowledge of ancient script. Come and see what is inscribed on this stone tablet. Who knows what connection these 3 skeletons might hold?" Upon hearing Biaozi's words, my curiosity about the inscriptions on the stone tablet was piqued. As I turned my gaze towards the tablet, I found that while some characters eluded my understanding, the majority were still decipherable. I began to elucidate the content of the stone tablet to Biaozi and Dafei. However, when I explained it to Biaozi, he too was unable to comprehend. Thus, I continued to elaborate on the parts one could approximately understand. We are the 7th generation, tasked with concealing ourselves until their emergence. I explained to Biaozi. The they referred to here likely does not denote humanity, as this pronoun is the one adorned with a cover. Biaozi, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, "Forget about that they for now. Just tell me what the rest of it says. You've only provided a glimpse, and I'm left in suspense." I urged Biaozi to refrain from hurrying me and proceeded with my narrative. They have indeed manifested, and we are tasked with investigating the reasons behind their emergence. We have suffered numerous casualties and uncovered a secret. Whether they entice us into war or operate through their own means, they do not appear to be solely intent on the annihilation of humanity. Rather, it seems they are in search of something inherent to human existence. Ultimately, we have reason to believe this quest is connected to the cessation of life, leading us to speculate that they seek certain remnants of human existence post-mortem, a notion that eludes our comprehension. The high priest of the ghost realm has vanished, and our efforts to locate him have proven fruitless. He may be dead or in hiding, but his significance has diminished. However, the Rakshasa king has awakened, revealing a terrifying ability to petrify humans, enslaving them to his will. We remain uncertain of the means by which he accomplishes this, yet the sheer magnitude of this power compels us to confront him. I have been ordered to wield the Shenyuan Xiaoyu sword. After exhausting half of our 7th generation's forces, we have ultimately succeeded in vanquishing him along with a majority of the petrified individuals here. Yet, to our astonishment, although he lies dead, his corpse remains animated. We are left with no choice but to construct this triple stone wall to thoroughly seal him away, and I am tasked with guarding him. Until the end of my days, I understand that his demise may not be absolute. I can only hope that the passage of time will gradually diminish his strength, allowing future generations to obliterate him entirely. Chapter 69. The Shenyuan sword. Upon reaching this point, I discovered the text below to be entirely blank, as if deliberately erased. Biaozi inquired, "Is that it?" I nodded in response. Biaozi, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Goodness, is what is inscribed here truly authentic? And what about those petrified beings?" He trailed off, unable to complete his thought. Noticing Suit Brother glance his way, Biaozi deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Today, I have truly witnessed what it means to be formidable. If the records here are to be believed, then this stone wall serves as the tomb for the Rakshasa king. And if that is indeed the case, it is ensconced in a triple seal. Who exactly is this Rakshasa king? I believe it would be wise for us to refrain from provoking it. A mere exhalation from within could spell our doom." Dafei interjected, "I can't shake the feeling that the inscriptions are overly fantastical. Could it be that the tomb's owner deliberately etched these tales to instill fear?" A heavy silence enveloped us. At that moment, Suit Brother ceased his prayers, kneeling before the skeletal remains, and began to excavate the ground before him. Before long, he unearthed an elongated object from the earth. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a sword, albeit one of modest length, approximately 2 feet in size. The scabbard was heavily tarnished with verdigris, giving it an air of dilapidation. The gentleman in the suit grasped the hilt of the sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. This was a yellow blade, which, unlike its scabbard, though somewhat tarnished and lacking luster, bore no trace of rust. With a firm grip on the sword, he struck down upon a stone, roughly the size of a human head. The stone split with a resounding thud, cleaved effortlessly by the sword. I found myself questioning whether, with a bit more force, he could have shattered the stone entirely. Both Biaozi and I stood in astonishment, our jaws nearly unhinged. What material could this be? It seemed utterly absurd. We exchanged disdainful glances, for if the inscriptions on the steel were indeed true, this short sword might very well be the legendary Shenyuan sword. Yet, this fellow appeared rather unsatisfied, as if he were merely putting on an act. We suspected that he must have some knowledge of the matter, so we inquired further, but he feigned ignorance, refusing to utter a single word. I asked him, "What shall we do now? If what is inside truly resembles what is recorded on the steel, there may very well be a formidable monster sealed within." The gentleman in the suit regarded the immense stone wall before us and replied nonchalantly, "This place has been sealed for at least several millennia. Even if the entities contained within were once formidable, they are likely now but a shadow of their former selves, perhaps long dead within. Within my heart lies a profound contradiction. On one hand, I am filled with trepidation at the prospect of uncovering what lies beyond the stone wall. On the other, I am irresistibly drawn to the truth of whether the inscriptions on the steel truly reflect reality. Should the steel's accounts prove accurate, it would imply the existence of a clandestine group of enigmatic individuals who, shrouded in anonymity, have hidden their identities across generations, serving as the guardians of this world, silently awaiting the emergence of malevolent beings. I can scarcely fathom the nature of such individuals, nor can I ascertain whether these creatures of myth truly inhabit our realm. If not for the silent vigilance of these mysterious protectors, would our so-called civilization endure? Contemplating this notion sends a chill coursing through my veins and tightens my heart. Yet even if we wish to venture inside and seek the truth, the stone wall before us remains impenetrable. With a sigh, I recalled the words of my adoptive father, Xiao Qingshui, spoken before his departure. "Do not attempt to uncover anything related to me, for those who seek such knowledge ultimately meet a grim fate." A bitter smile crept upon my lips as I pondered my own worthiness to grasp such truths. Am I truly deserving of this knowledge? I silently questioned myself. It seemed that Biaozi sensed my turmoil. He placed a reassuring hand upon my shoulder and remarked, "Do not dwell on it too much. Take each step as it comes." As I gazed at Biaozi's expression, a haunting memory resurfaced in my mind. The last glance my adoptive father cast upon us before his departure. That look of helplessness, confusion, powerlessness, and despair lingered in my thoughts like an indelible shadow. Clenching my teeth, I resolutely tightened my fists, vowing silently to unravel the enigma of my father's curse. Just as I was about to reassure Biaozi not to worry, my eyes inadvertently swept past him, and I suddenly realized something was amiss. My heart raced. Wang Hai was nowhere to be found. I stared at the mound of earth behind Biaozi, which now stood desolate, devoid of Wang Hai's presence. I quickly beckoned Biaozi and the others to investigate. We approached the mound, circling it in search of clues, but Wang Hai seemed to have vanished into thin air. Defei speculated, could it be that he has awakened and left on his own? I shook my head, asserting that it's unlikely. We were so close. If he had awakened and seen us, he would have come to find us. It's impossible for him to have wandered off, especially in this darkness without any means of illumination. Biaozi pondered for a moment and then suggested, could it be that something else is here, something that took advantage of our distraction to abduct Wang Hai? A shiver ran down my spine as I instinctively recalled the Rakshasas. Was it possible that they had stealthily descended while we were preoccupied with the stone tablet? The thought of Wang Hai still unconscious, potentially falling into the hands of the Rakshasas, filled me with dread. The prospects were grim indeed. The gentleman in the suit and I ventured towards the southeast, while the robust figure and Defei headed northwest. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, we ensured not to stray too far apart, lest we fall prey to a surprise assault by the malevolent spirit. The terrain here is rather intricate, characterized by towering mounds of earth and heaps of stones, haphazardly scattered, obstructing our line of sight. We navigated around these obstacles while seeking the whereabouts of Wang Hai. My flashlight, having been previously employed to strike the malevolent spirit, may have suffered from a jolt, causing intermittent flickering and occasional power outages. Previously, in the company of the gentleman in the suit, I remained unaware of its flaws. However, traversing alone amidst these dark heaps of stone and earth has instilled a sense of unease within me. Fortunately, I spotted the beam of the suitwearer's flashlight not far from my side, offering a modicum of reassurance. Suddenly, I heard a deep, mournful voice emanating from behind a nearby stone pile. It sounded distinctly like that of a man, seemingly caught in the throes of agony. Ah! Chapter 70. Half a face I was startled by the male voice that echoed ahead, a sound that resembled a lamentation of suffering. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through me, and instinctively, I thought of Wang Hai. I took a few steps forward and raised my flashlight, illuminating the pile of stones ahead. Aside from that stone heap, there was nothing else in sight. Just then, my flashlight flickered ominously and extinguished. In a panic, I struck it a few times, but to my dismay, it refused to light up. I couldn't believe my misfortune. At that moment, I seemed to hear it again, the agonizing moans emanating from what felt like a very close distance. Terror seized me, sending chills down my spine. I frantically struck the flashlight once more, and at last, it illuminated again. I directed the beam toward the source of the sound and was met with the sight of half a human face peering out from behind the stone pile. The pallor of that visage was strikingly ghastly in the glow of my flashlight, as it remained motionless, devoid of any expression, simply staring at me with an unsettling stillness. Startled, I nearly gasped aloud, momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to make a single move as I stood transfixed, gazing at that half-revealed face. We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, until the sweat on my back began to cool. It dawned on me that I could not remain in this silent stalemate. While it lurked behind the stones, perhaps taking a moment to rest, I could not afford such luxury. Holding the flashlight aloft, I stood there, immobile and weary, feeling my body grow stiff. The most disconcerting aspect was my uncertainty about whether that visage truly belonged to a human. If this continued, I sensed my nerves would soon reach their breaking point. I desired to call out to Suit Brother, believing he could not be too far from my location. Even if my voice startled him, he would surely arrive in time to aid me. Just as I was about to vocalize my plea, a half-face suddenly emerged from behind a pile of stones. He opened his mouth and emitted a soft, breathy sound, placing a finger over his lips in a gesture that seemed to implore me to remain silent. His expression suggested that I should refrain from speaking and quietly approach. I pondered whether he had already discovered the presence of the demon and was now hiding from it. Though hesitant, his persistent beckoning encouraged me to slowly advance towards him. I was now merely 3 or 4 meters away, yet curiously, he continued to reveal only his face and one hand, the majority of his body concealed behind the stones. Just as I intended to inquire about his odd behavior, the beam of my flashlight illuminated his visage, revealing a disturbing distortion in his skin. It appeared as if his once taut face was now marred by deep creases, and the skin beneath his chin sagged grotesquely. Alarmed, I instinctively recoiled a few steps and exclaimed, "You are not Wang Hai. What are you?" In an instant, Wang Hai's face contorted hideously, as if something beneath it writhed. Moments later, his facial features smoothed out, becoming indistinguishable from Wang Hai himself. He gradually emerged from behind the stones, declaring, "Who else could I be but Wang Hai?" His voice was jarring, as if something obstructed his throat. I recoiled in trepidation, exclaiming, "You are not Wang Hai. You are a Rakshasa. You merely wear Wang Hai's guise. Behold your legs." It lowered its gaze, beholding Wang Hai's diminutive legs dangling from its own, or rather, the integument of Wang Hai's legs, resembling untethered pant legs loosely draped over its shanks. Its own legs, flayed and sanguinary, stood starkly upon the earth. Abruptly, its countenance twisted into a ferocious grimace, and it lunged toward me. I unsheathed my dagger from behind, thrusting it into its abdomen. The blade plunged in with a sickening squelch, yet the Wang Hai simulacrum remained unfazed, merely leering at me with malevolent amusement. It seized my shoulders with both hands, and I felt as though my shoulders were ensnared in vices, the pain eliciting an immediate torrent of perspiration. It opened its grotesquely fissured maw, lunging to bite my neck. I desperately braced my elbows against its jaw, but its strength was overwhelming, and I watched in despair as its horrifying mouth inexorably approached my throat. Just then, I espied the man in the suit atop a mound of earth behind the Rakshasa, brandishing a golden short sword. He leaped from the 3-meter-high pile, cleaving the Rakshasa from crown to sole with a single stroke. The Rakshasa immediately shoved me to the ground, crawling forward over me. I frantically grasped at it, seizing only the empty integument of Wang Hai's lower leg. With a final convulsion, the Rakshasa shed Wang Hai's skin, which remained clutched in my hand. The Rakshasa darted into the darkness, and as I rose to pursue it, the suited man restrained me, assuring me that pursuit was unnecessary. Though he hadn't cleaved it entirely, its mind had been irreparably damaged, ensuring its demise. I stood transfixed, a sense of profound dread washing over me as I gazed at the human skin in my hands. Behind the pile of stones, we discovered Wang Hai's corpse, flayed and resembling a heap of decaying flesh. The sight triggered an uncontrollable wave of nausea, and I vomited until my nasal passages were filled, finally ceasing with a fit of coughing. Biaozi and the others arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, they could only shake their heads in resignation. After I had regained some composure, we located a low-lying pit and laid Wang Hai's skin and body within. The suited man added the 3 skeletal remains, and we filled the pit with earth, creating a makeshift grave. Biaozi, squatting before the mound, lit 4 cigarettes and offered them, saying that it was a meager offering in lieu of incense, but at least they had someone to bury them, unlike themselves, who might perish without anyone to collect their bodies. A pall of silence descended upon us, and no one spoke. Our respite was short-lived. The suited man suddenly gazed upward and instructed us to extinguish our flashlights, sensing someone's approach. We looked up to see the beams of flashlights overhead, and we swiftly turned off our own lights, retreating into the shadows behind the stone heaps. Crouching there, we watched as figures descended the ropes, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. I counted once more, and there were a total of 8 individuals. It appeared to be the group led by Master Wu, though they now numbered merely 8, suggesting that they had endured significant losses in the passageway. I remained uncertain of Master Wu's true intentions for being here, yet it undoubtedly pertained to the cursed coffins that lay within. I quietly inquired of Suit Brother, what if they possessed the means to breach the stone wall? Should we attempt to thwart them? Suit Brother shook his head, replying, venturing out now would be tantamount to courting death. The distance is considerable, and they are surely on high alert for us. We cannot approach them at this moment. Let us first observe the situation. Chapter 71. Breaching the stone wall, we concealed ourselves amid a pile of stones, not far from the immense stone wall, allowing us to faintly overhear their conversation. A burly figure approached Master Wu and queried, "Master Wu, I believe they must be nearby. Should we not eliminate them first? Master Wu raised his flashlight and scanned the surroundings, prompting us to instinctively retreat further behind the stones. After surveying the area, Master Wu calmly remarked, "Just a few rats. Do not waste any more time. We cannot predict when the Qin family may send someone down. Our time is running short." Upon concluding his words, Master Wu instructed his subordinates to maintain vigilance around the perimeter while he advanced toward a stone tablet. As he reached the back of the tablet, he began to gently caress its surface, as if searching for something. Suit Brother's countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing Master Wu's actions, exclaiming, "It cannot be. How could he possibly know?" We were all puzzled, unsure of the cause of Suit Brother's intense reaction. Wu Yi held a flashlight in one hand while the other was busily exploring the area behind the stone tablet. His hand eventually came to rest on a particular spot beneath the stone, prompting him to pause. From his backpack, he retrieved a crowbar and thrust it toward the tablet. Our view was obstructed by Wu Ye's form, leaving us unaware of his precise actions. Suit's brother observed Wu Ye's silhouette and coldly remarked, "Prepare yourselves. The stone wall is about to be opened." Surprised, we exchanged glances, wondering if Wu Yi possessed knowledge of how to unlock these stone barriers. No sooner had Suit's brother spoken than I felt a slight tremor beneath the pile of stones. Although the vibration was subtle, it was perceptible to us all. Almost immediately, the entire ground, and, it seemed, the very space around us, quivered, filling us with dread as we pondered what might transpire next. A series of 3 cracking sounds emanated from below the ground. The noise resembled 2 colossal gears slowly interlocking, initially resonating at a leisurely pace, approximately once every 10 seconds. Gradually, the frequency increased to every 7 seconds, then 4, and finally once per second. Suddenly, the towering stone wall ahead emitted a distinct thud, accompanied by a slight tremor. Wu Ye's associates swiftly raised their flashlights to illuminate the wall, revealing a visible layer of dust shaken loose, cascading gently downward. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The colossal stone wall gradually fissured, creating a widening chasm that emitted a resounding creak. The gap expanded until it reached approximately 3 meters, finally halting its ascent. Master Wu beheld the gaping stone wall and erupted in laughter, exclaiming that the legend of how to breach the wall was indeed true, and that the ghostly jade must surely rest upon the corpse of the Demon King. Upon hearing Master Wu mention the ghostly jade, Biaozi and I exchanged a startled glance, our hearts racing with the thought that perhaps remnants of the ghostly jade lay within the coffin of the Rakshasa. However, we had little time to ponder this, for Master Wu had already strided forward, leading his men into the crevice. Biaozi leaned in and whispered, "What should we do now? Should we quietly retreat, or follow Master Wu and the others inside?" My mind was in turmoil. Retreating now would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Yet, the ghostly jade was undoubtedly intertwined with the curse afflicting the old master. If we were to leave now and miss this opportunity, the thread of our investigation might sever, and Biaozi and I had fought so hard to uncover everything related to the old master's curse. Gritting my teeth, I declared, "We must obtain the ghostly jade." "Biaozi, are you prepared for the possibility that we may not return?" Biaozi chuckled and replied, "Isn't that a question you should be asking me? De Fei need not be concerned. He would undoubtedly stand with us through thick and thin." We turned our gaze toward the suited man, who simply uttered a single word, "Go." He then descended from the pile of stones. Biaozi, De Fei, and I drew our daggers and followed suit. As we approached the gaping fissure in the colossal stone wall, which measured over 3 meters in width, it appeared merely as a minuscule crevice against the grandeur of the wall. We cautiously peered into the opening and observed 2 flashlights scanning back and forth just beyond the crack. Evidently, these were the sentries established by Master Wu to deter any intruders. We conferred among ourselves on how to neutralize these 2 guards. The men behind the fissure were quietly conversing while smoking. Suddenly, we noticed an individual approaching from outside the crack. The guards immediately raised their weapons, aiming them at Biaozi. He quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. I am unarmed and have urgent matters to discuss with Master Wu." As he spoke, he gradually advanced toward them. As Biaozi drew closer, one guard shouted, "Take another step, and I will shoot." Biaozi quickly replied, "Please, don't fire. I truly have important information for your boss. He took 2 more cautious steps forward. The guards were ready to pull the trigger. In a sudden twist, Biaozi shouted behind the guards, Master Wu, I genuinely have something to convey. Tell your subordinates to lower their weapons. In an instant, both Biaozi and the suited man pressed their fingers against the triggers, yet the guards found themselves unable to pull them. Before they could react further, they were struck on the back of the head by Biaozi and the suited man, rendering them unconscious. Biaozi, nursing his injured finger, muttered, Damn it, I nearly crushed my finger. He turned to me and asked, What should we do? Should we eliminate them both? After some contemplation, I proposed, No, we can use the 2 of them as hostages. That way, if we encounter Wu and his men, they will surely exercise caution. Otherwise, should we cross paths, a direct confrontation is inevitable. They outnumber us and possess superior firepower. We would undoubtedly suffer losses. Hence, it is prudent to avoid conflict whenever possible. Biaozi nodded in agreement, calling out to Dafei as he secured his firearm and ammunition onto his person. Together, they hoisted the 2 unconscious individuals onto their shoulders. Observing Biaozi's injured leg, I took over the weight of one of the hostages from him, slinging the burden across my own shoulders. Brother Suit, he remarked, the 2 stone walls ahead can be easily breached, but the last one is sealed shut, lacking any mechanism for access. There is no need to rush. We can stealthily advance and observe how Wu and his men manage to open that final stone barrier. We were all astonished, uncertain as to how Brother Suit possessed such knowledge. Reflecting on the ancient sword he had discovered and his various actions, we harbored a bold hypothesis. There must exist an unimaginable connection between Brother Suit and the enigmatic figure responsible for the construction of this place. Chapter 72. Demolishing the wall. The space beyond the stone wall was vast. We swept our flashlights forward, and at a distance of approximately 20 meters, another stone wall came into view. This wall was notably less imposing than the first, standing roughly 10 meters tall, allowing us to barely glimpse the pitch-black ceiling above. On this stone wall, there exists a fissure, slightly smaller than that of the first wall, measuring approximately 2 meters in width. We extinguished our flashlights and stealthily approached the crack. Peering inside, we could discern a few beams of flashlight glimmering in the depths, swaying intermittently, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Biaozi inquired, What shall we do now? Should we seize the opportunity to ambush them? They would never suspect that we have silently incapacitated the 2 guards. I replied, Let us wait a moment and observe whether they can breach the final stone wall. The inscription on the tablet speaks of the Rakshasa king, who, despite being vanquished long ago, appears to retain the ability to act. My conjecture is that although the Rakshasa king has perished, its corpse may have undergone a transformation, allowing it to continue its movements. Even after all these years, the remains may have disintegrated entirely, yet we must tread cautiously. Let us refrain from rash actions and allow Master Wu to scout the path for us. Upon hearing this, Biaozi chuckled mischievously and nodded. However, he suddenly exclaimed. I inquired about his sudden outburst. He whispered, I can't shake the feeling that there is something solid beneath my feet. The shape feels somewhat like. His voice quickened as he urged me, Hand me a glow stick. Although I was uncertain of his intentions, his demeanor suggested he had uncovered something significant. I retrieved a glow stick from my backpack and handed it to him. Biaozi took the glow stick, shook it twice, and a pale green luminescence emanated forth. He brought the glow stick close to the ground, illuminating the area beneath him, where we were astonished to discover numerous bluish-gray stone fragments scattered at his feet. In his hand, he held a stone arm resembling a human limb, which left me in a state of shock, for the break in the arm was not clean. Within the core of the stone, there lay a layer of dark red rock. I realized this was no mere stone sculpture, but rather the petrified form of those cursed, with the dark red layer representing the desiccated remnants of blood. Suddenly, Defei tapped my shoulder and pointed towards the ground behind us. Turning to look, we were taken aback to see that the ground between the first and second layers of stone walls was densely covered with these bluish-gray fragments. A shiver ran down my spine as I comprehended the grim possibility that these might be the remains of all those who had been petrified. Could it be that all those who had been cursed came here in their final moments? And who was responsible for the destruction of these stone figures? Defei gestured towards the stone wall, urging us to look. As we turned, we noticed several relatively intact bluish-gray stone figures leaning against the wall. Biaozi appeared initially surprised, then remarked, "These stone figures are identical to the ones in the photograph Chen Shui showed me. It seems they were taken right here." A sense of unease crept over me as I sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck me. "Biaozi, can you confirm that these stone figures are indeed the same ones from the photograph you saw?" Biaozi nodded, stating, "I have a vivid impression of that photograph. I cannot be mistaken. Moreover, these stone figures, both in appearance and arrangement, are identical to those in the picture." I replied to Biaozi, "If your memory serves you correctly, it implies that someone had accessed the stone wall and entered here before us. Otherwise, such photographs could not exist." Upon hearing this, Biaozi seemed to comprehend the implications, his expression shifting. "We have fallen into a trap." At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the crevice of the first stone wall, advancing directly towards us. The brightness of their powerful flashlights was blinding, making it difficult for me to keep my eyes open. As they drew nearer, we could discern their appearance. There were approximately a dozen of them, all clad in gray tactical jackets, equipped with sophisticated weaponry and ammunition. Biaozi attempted to raise his gun, but I swiftly grasped his hand, shaking my head in disapproval. We had little chance against these individuals, and we merely observed their approach in silence. When they reached us, a young man, seemingly of a similar age to mine, stepped forward from the group. He possessed a strikingly delicate and fair complexion, appearing somewhat slender, adorned with a faint smile that resembled that of a neighborly boy, evoking an instinctive sense of harmlessness. However, I dared not underestimate him, for I recognized he was likely the leader of this assembly, and he would not be as uncomplicated as he appeared. He extended his hand towards me with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Zhang Hao, you must be Xiao He, right?" I was taken aback internally, yet outwardly remained composed, extending my hand with equanimity as I inquired, "Do you know me?" He offered a courteous handshake and replied, "No, I don't. I've merely seen your photograph before. This is our first encounter in person." I responded with a nonchalant, "Oh." Zhang Hao cast a look of surprise in my direction, chuckling softly, "I didn't expect you to surmise that. It seems you are quite astute." Biaozi approached, fixing Zhang Hao with a stare, and demanded, "What exactly is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do to us? Speak plainly and cease this dilly-dallying." Zhang Hao, unfazed by Biaozi's words, maintained his gentle smile. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I could have simply eliminated you all just now." Observing the mirthful expression on Zhang Hao's face as he spoke these words, a chill ran down my spine, and I inwardly acknowledged that this individual was undoubtedly a ruthless character. Zhang Hao continued, "However, you need not fret. I genuinely won't do anything to you, and who knows, we may even have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." He regarded Biaozi and me with a meaningful gaze. After addressing us, Zhang Hao made his way towards the man in the suit, approaching him and inquiring, "You must be Chen Feng. I am intrigued as to your true identity. My men have scoured every lead connected to you, yet they have been unable to unearth your genuine persona." The man in the suit, remaining unperturbed, merely polished his golden short sword, replying without lifting his head, "I am but an ordinary individual. There is nothing of note to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao maintained an innocuous demeanor and remarked, "I hope you are one of us. That way, we would be friends rather than foes." The man in the suit merely smiled faintly, refraining from uttering a word. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated from within the second stone wall. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, and he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect you to blow up the third stone wall, Wu Lao Lu. This could prove interesting." Chapter 73. The Rakshasa King. We all felt a tremor beneath our feet, prompting us to peer towards the second fissure. Zhang Hao approached the crack and addressed us, "Shall we proceed? Do you not wish to discover what lies within this Rakshasa coffin?" With that, he disregarded our hesitation and strode directly into the crevice, accompanied by his companions. As I watched their flashlights gradually fade into the distance, a wave of uncertainty washed over me. Who exactly were these individuals? The old man had previously mentioned that certain people had already set their sights on us. Could Zhang Hao and his companions be among those the old man referred to? What could their intentions be? Were they also after the ghostly head of ink jade? I found myself utterly bewildered by the situation at hand. However, the mere thought of the ghostly head of ink jade dispelled my doubts. It was the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding the old man, and I could not afford to abandon it. Perhaps only by obtaining the ghostly head of ink jade could we decipher the enigmas that lay before us. I glanced at Biaozi and the others. Biaozi nodded in affirmation. Resolutely, I led Biaozi and the rest into the depths of the second fissure. However, we were not particularly close to Zhang Hao and his group. Clearly, these individuals had conducted prior investigations into us, as they possessed information about our activities. Although he did not directly eliminate us, it does not necessarily imply that Zhang Hao is a virtuous character. It is plausible that he harbors ulterior motives for keeping us around, and we must remain vigilant. We refrained from turning on our flashlight, choosing instead to stealthily follow behind Zhang Hao and his entourage, thus maintaining a semblance of control over the situation. Before long, we arrived at the third stone wall, which could hardly be classified as a wall anymore. It resembled a massive burial mound protruding from the earth. Before us lay an oval-shaped structure, featuring an irregularly shaped opening over 2 meters high. The wall was shrouded in darkness, marred by spiderweb-like cracks, a clear indication that explosives had been employed to create this breach. Wu Yi and Zhang Hao's factions had already entered, and I peered cautiously into the opening. The inner space was rather confined, with Wu Yi and Zhang Hao's groups occupying opposite sides, locked in a tense standoff. At the center of their standoff stood a foreboding, obsidian sarcophagus, towering over 3 meters in height and approximately 5 meters in length. Its surface bore several large gashes, and around the walls, for thick chains extended from the openings of the sarcophagus. The design of the coffin struck me as eerily familiar, as if it were something I had encountered before. The man in the suit leaned in to whisper to me, "Murals." Upon hearing Suit Brother's words, a sudden realization struck me. That coffin is indeed the very black sarcophagus we encountered upon descending into the ancient tomb, depicted vividly in the murals of the Grand Hall. Could it be that the murals' accounts are authentic? If so, the individuals who venerated this black coffin must be those who refer to themselves as the Rakshasa clan. Suddenly, Master Wu exclaimed, "Young rascal from the Zhang family, your old relic truly has no hesitation in sending you out here. Your family has remained silent for so many years, and now you dare to scheme against us, the Wu family? Are you not afraid of inciting a feud that could lead to your clan's annihilation? You should be aware that the Chun and Wang families have also been on the move lately." Zhang Hao chuckled softly and replied, "Wu Lao Lu, there's no need for you to put on airs. Among our clans, I believe your family has the fewest members remaining. There's little point in conflict. Your lineage seems nearly extinguished at this point. If anyone should be anxious, it's undoubtedly the Wu family. Otherwise, why would I disseminate information knowing full well it could be a trap? Yet you still dare to come." Upon hearing this, Master Wu's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond further, merely maintaining his stance against Zhang Hao and the others. Zhang Hao, too, appeared unhurried to take action, quietly observing Master Wu and his companions. The tension in the atmosphere thickened palpably. At that moment, a chain within the coffin suddenly rattled. Though the movement was slight, the surrounding silence amplified its significance, capturing everyone's attention. Master Wu shone his flashlight on the chain, his voice laced with terror as he uttered, "It's impossible. After all these millennia, how could anything within still be capable of movement?" Zhang Hao wore an expression of sheer excitement. "Ha ha, Wu Laolu, were you not eager to open the Rakshasa coffin? It lies before you now. Why do you hesitate to act?" Suddenly, the suited gentleman whispered to us, "This is perilous. The entities within have not yet perished. We must retreat." No sooner had he spoken than the 4 massive chains within vibrated violently, and in the next instant, the coffin lid was violently propelled outward. A chain suddenly lashed out towards Wu Yi and his companions. Wu Yi shouted, "Quick! Get back!" His followers scrambled to evade. Yet some were not swift enough, and a thick chain mercilessly struck one of them, flinging them away with brutal force. Wu Yi bellowed at Zhang Hao and his group, who were obstructing the exit. "Zhang Hao, the Rakshasa king still lives. If you wish for us all to survive this day, grant us passage. Otherwise, should you choose to attack, we shall perish together." With that, he raised the explosives from his backpack. At that moment, accompanied by the clanking chains, a colossal shadow rose from within the coffin. It twisted its enormous head, surveying its surroundings, two piercing green lights emanating from its gaze, coldly sweeping the area. When those green beams passed over me, a chilling sensation enveloped my entire being, and my legs trembled involuntarily. What on earth was that creature? We hastily retreated towards the fissure in the second stone wall, with Wu Yi closely following. Indeed, Zhang Hao did not obstruct their escape. It appeared that neither side wished for a mutually destructive confrontation. Ultimately, Zhang Hao and his group fled alongside Wu Yi. As they emerged, the third stone wall emitted a dull thud, as if something within had violently struck it, causing a bulge to form instantaneously. Following this, another thud resonated, and countless fragments cascaded from the wall. Witnessing this spectacle, we instinctively quickened our pace, hastening forward. Just as I approached the second fissure, I heard a whoosh behind me, and was suddenly tackled to the ground by Biaozi. The impact knocked me flat, and before I could comprehend the situation, a massive dark silhouette grazed past my scalp. Looking up, I beheld a colossal stone block, approximately 2 meters in size, crashing down upon the fissure in front of me, effectively sealing it. Turning my gaze back, I observed chaos unfolding behind us. The third stone wall had developed a significant crack, through which a towering figure clad in armor was forcefully emerging. Wu Yi and Zhang Hao, along with their companions, were relentlessly firing at this imposing shadow. The enormous figure continued to batter against the wall, while simultaneously scooping up fallen stones to hurl at the surrounding crowd. Biaozi, glancing at the colossal presence wedged within the stone barrier, couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is this demon king?" Chapter 74. Breaking through the wall, I surveyed the fissure before me, now obstructed by the massive stone. I attempted to claw my way up the surface, but after several futile attempts, I realized that the stone was far too smooth for me to ascend. Biaozi took a moment to catch his breath and remarked, "Fortunately, this third stone wall is sufficiently sturdy. That monstrous entity should not be able to break free anytime soon." No sooner had Biaozi uttered these words than a deafening roar erupted behind us. We turned and swept our flashlights backward, only to witness countless fragments of stone being sent flying through the air, as the Rakshasa king violently emerged from behind the wall. I silently cursed Biaozi's ill-fated words. At that moment, we could finally discern the figure of the Rakshasa king. A towering giant, standing over 4 meters tall, draped in tattered black armor. Its enormous pupils glinted with a ghastly green light, reminiscent of ghostly flames, under the beam of our flashlight. As it broke free from the stone wall, it drew forth a massive, archaic black blade, over 3 meters long, though half of its blade was shattered. Yet, in the hands of the Rakshasa king, it sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh, aimed at Zhang Hao and Wu Ye's men. In an instant, 2 of Zhang Hao's subordinates were reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the Rakshasa king's movements appeared somewhat stiff and sluggish. Seizing this moment, we managed to put some distance between ourselves and the creature. Zhang Hao shouted, "Throw the ropes." Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately hurled ropes from various directions, ensnaring the Rakshasa king's limbs and head. They then tightened the ropes and swiftly circled around the creature, until, in a short span of time, the Rakshasa king was thoroughly bound. I observed that their coordination was remarkably seamless, evidently indicative of prior training. I gazed in astonishment at Zhang Hao, who was commanding his subordinates as if they were specifically trained to confront the Rakshasa king. The determination etched on his face suggested that he intended to ensnare the formidable foe. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me. Was Zhang Hao truly contemplating the capture of the Rakshasa king? At that moment, Zhang Hao's countenance radiated excitement as he fixated intently on the Rakshasa king, who was not to be underestimated. With a sudden, powerful tug of his arm, the Rakshasa king sent 2 individuals who were clutching the ropes, flying through the air. He raised his weapon, a jagged blade, and with a sweeping motion severed a substantial portion of the ropes surrounding him. In a swift and violent maneuver, he directed his blade toward Zhang Hao, who remained remarkably composed in the face of impending danger. Rather than retreating, he executed a roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike as the enormous blade cleaved into the ground, leaving a deep gash in the azure bricks beneath him. As Zhang Hao regained his footing, the Rakshasa king swung his blade horizontally once more. Unfazed by the lethal arc of the weapon, Zhang Hao sprang forward, launching himself toward the blade, nearly brushing against its edge as he leaped over it. Upon landing, he quickly dashed away, evading the Rakshasa king's lethal reach. Wu Ye's voice boomed. "Zhang, you audacious fool! Are you a madman? You dare to consider capturing the Raksh instantly." A dozen firearms discharged in unison, directing a barrage of bullets toward the Rakshasa king. The projectiles further shattered his armor, and where there was no armor, they lacerated his flesh. Yet the Rakshasa king seemed impervious, continuing to cleave through the crowd with his massive blade. Two more individuals failed to evade the attack and were dismembered. With a sweep of his blade, a verdant glimmer flashed in the Rakshasa king's eyes, and he leaped toward one of Wu Ye's subordinates. Seeing the Rakshasa king hurtling toward him, Wu Ye's man frantically fired at the Rakshasa king's head. However, the Rakshasa king merely raised an arm to shield his face. The bullets impacting his arm produced only a few muffled thuds, proving ineffective. The Rakshasa king seized Wu Ye's man, and with a forceful grip, crushed the man's body from the waist down. The man, a hardened character, realizing his imminent demise, retrieved a detonator from his pack and hurled it at the Rakshasa king's head. Immediately following, he fired a shot, detonating the charge upon impact. Though we were not in close proximity, the blast reverberated, causing our eardrums to ache. After a few moments, the smoke dissipated, revealing those nearest to the Rakshasa king strewn on the ground, writhing in agony. The Rakshasa king's arm, along with Wu Ye's subordinate, had been blasted away, its whereabouts unknown. The Rakshasa king's armor lay scattered on the ground, and a significant portion of his head had vanished. Enraged by the explosion, the Rakshasa king flew into a frenzy, lunging at the figures sprawled on the ground. With savage abandon, it wielded its massive blade, reducing the remaining survivors to a gruesome pulp. Then, it turned its wrath upon Wu Yi and his companions, who scrambled desperately in our direction. I cursed Wu Yi under my breath, convinced that he had deliberately led the Rakshasa king toward us, drawn by the beam of our flashlights. However, there was no time for recriminations. With the stone wall looming behind us, we had to evade the rampaging Rakshasa king or risk being pulverized. Urging Biaozi onward, I dashed to the side. From a distance, the Rakshasa king had seemed formidable, but up close, its sheer power was terrifying. Each stride sent tremors through the ground. To our dismay, the Rakshasa king had indeed taken notice of us. After cleaving two more of Wu Ye's men in two with a single stroke, it wheeled around and charged in our direction. As we fled, Biaozi bellowed, "It was that old codger Wu who set you off. Why are you chasing us?" The Rakshasa king closed the distance in a matter of strides, bringing its blade down upon us. We narrowly dodged the blow, which cleaved the ground between us with a resounding crash. Fragments of stone sprayed in all directions, one of which struck my leg. My leg buckled, sending me sprawling face-first onto the ground. My nose made intimate contact with the earth, and a sharp pain brought tears to my eyes. Biaozi, who was closer, caught a shard in his posterior, prompting a series of agonized yelps as he clutched his injured backside. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the man in the suit shouted at me, "Get out of the way!" Startled, I quickly turned around, only to see the Demon King raising his colossal blade, poised to strike. At that moment, my mind went blank. It felt as though my fate was sealed.